Chapter 3, Part 1 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Death, Part 1. The accident drew the two together, strengthening their affinities into irrevocable bonds. And now that all was well with them, their sense of the joy of life welled through their whole nature. Those who came near felt its contagion. Yet there was one in their family who felt it only to smile at it. The aged Riallaro had seen so many centuries fleet past him that the passage of time with its triumphs had grown stale. He was battling with this nausea of life when the new age of discovery and invention had come upon them. And it so far renewed his energy that he was willing to live through it and take his share in the additional duties which it laid upon his generation. He had seen the infancy of the science over which he now presided pass into lusty youth and thence into manhood, and was he to cut his terrene boots before he had seen its greatest triumphs? Meteorology seemed about to take as wide regions of space within its scope as astronomy had. It seemed about to master secrets that would drive mere chance out of its calculations. The curiosity and wonder of youth were again stirred within him. He longed to advance with the new age into spheres that had so long lain under the horizon, only half guessed at. Before he closed his eyes on Limanora, what wonders might not yet be revealed to them? His blood had tingled with the thought, and his organs were filled with the old energy. He would resume the direction of his science for many a year to come. But the intrusion of accident into his own sphere had palsied his renewed enthusiasms. For a time, whilst he was restoring Tamarna to her old self, and barring out the chance of accident again, he was not conscious of the check given to the vigour of his functions. But when all was well and the families of the Piramo were busy again at the expansion of meteorology, he knew that the old nausea had returned with redoubled force. The impetus of the new age was beginning to fail. Its pace had perceptibly slackened, its best triumphs had been won, and it needed the ignorance of eyes newly opened upon the green earth and the azure vault of sky to peer into the darkness with thrilling hope. It needed the elasticity of youthful muscles and tissues to withstand the weariness and despair that come with the truer perspective of a gigantic future become a pygmy past. What had he to do with human prospects when 1,000 times he had seen them loom large on the horizon and then fade into commonplace when realized? Here had he outlasted a dozen generations of ordinary men, and shared the triumphs of a people whose progress compared with that of the rest of the earth was as lightning to the pace of a snail. And yet, when he looked at all they had done in these 1,000 years, it was as nothing in the shadow of what had yet to be done, a poor hand's breadth beside the voyage of light from a distant star. Where lay the advantage in extending life that had seen such humiliation before the everlasting future? He might spin the thread of his life out for another 1,000 years without great effort. But what would that do for his race, or himself who had seen his past, with all the achievements that had each seemed as it came within the range of possibility a marvel surpassing the human, fade into a microscopic speck underneath the sumless stars? The voices of his friends, as they poured on consolation and eulogy, passion and prayer, into his ears, sounded now like the undistinguishable hum of insects as sleep comes upon a man in the open. What would they not have meant to him in the ambitious time of youth? How strongly they rang out to him at the beginning of the last stage of enthusiasm, when they drove out of him the love of going for ever to sleep! But now, that the longing had come to him again, they sounded idly as the exultant wail of gnats on the evening air. The life of earth was withdrawn and distant for him. And who would raise a word against his release? He had done more than his fair share for the progress of the race. He had watched the interests of his science and made it an essential of all advance. He had braced his energies again and again to meet the requirements of a new age, another march ahead into the night. He had time after time molten the Paramo into a new unity by the magnetism of his enthusiasm. More than once he had extended the years of his life that he might serve his race. And now he had skilled men and women under him, who could do all that he had done, and more. The exceptional needs of the new time had found their attendants mechanic or human. The strain it had put on the efforts of the race was unbent. Why should he linger in a world grown so stale to him, a world that needed no longer his guidance or even his help? There was one question to answer before the mind of the community was made up. It was the final scientific question. Was his vitality great enough yet to bear the strain, or the impulses of another new age to give it enthusiasm? Was the soul already too detached from the body to allow of the two being closely reunited for another great effort? The question was one for their medical science and psychology to answer. The sidralan or biometer abridged the task of the medical elders. It reported a low pitch of vital energy, too feeble to bear up through the labours and watches of another period. But they were afraid to trust wholly to so newly invented an instrument and fell back upon their old elaborate methods of testing. They investigated the state of every organ and tissue of the aged body with lavolans, the heart and brain with especial care. And it was clear from their state that the spirit could not long reside in them and function them with ease. It was at this point that the Oromo came in to aid them with their instruments for testing the bond between soul and body, and for measuring the psychic power that still remained ready to use the brain and its instruments the senses. The older methods and their newest apparatus, the Uran, all agreed in confirming the conclusion that the medical elders had come to. For Amiralno himself there remained one serious question, which had troubled the race from the time that mere faith had ceased to rule and pilot their creed, and reason had been accepted as the only ultimate guide of life, the final court of appeal in which all questions must be decided. They could not trust to emotion or instinct, for these were but hard-won creeds and habits of past imperfect ages grown unconscious of their origin by transmission from generation to generation. Authority out of the past, tradition, law of nature, had the same taint upon them. They were but the crude conclusions of comparatively primitive times, with the logic leading to them veiled by oblivion, then thrust upon later ages as inspiration. All these dogmatic judges of the present and the future were but the shadows of their own worst and atavistic selves. It was only an illusion, a mirage in the desert of the past, to trust these merely subjective impressions as reflections from the ultimate real, the absolute. A people like this was sure to abandon all such projections of their own dead selves as steps to higher than themselves. Every man had to settle for himself the problems that his science had been unable to solve, and that he must find some solution of in death. They had longed and striven for absolute certainty, yet every new age had to fall back upon the individual consciousness and hope, which were wholly on the side of belief in personal immortality. They knew that the energy in them could never die, whatever form it might take. Never had they found in the whole round of their investigations anything like absolute death or annihilation. Every change that they observed, however far into infinity they had searched, was but a transformation of energy, and not its final evanishment. Matter was only a resting place, a halfway house of energy. And even matter was a comparative term, depending on the sensuous point of view of the observer. What was matter to one generation was found by a latter to be pure energy, or even a mass of life. What was matter to one sense was to another nothing but energy. and the development of new senses that gave them full consciousness of some hitherto unrecognized type of energy saved them from the dogmatism about the future based upon the idea that all types of energy were known to them. Their wonderful instruments of research revealed to them worlds of energy which might have lain for ages undiscovered, and swept out all stupid trust in the omniscience of the senses or in the instincts. They refused to dogmatize about the existence or non-existence of any type of energy or being. Nay, they preferred to accept provisionally the existence of any form that their imagination might sketch out as possible and as consistent with the laws they had found permeating all the known universe. Belief was for them hope waiting for realization. Every new discovery pointed more and more definitely to the greater persistence of the higher forms of energy. What appeals to the more primitive and lower set of senses holds to even its inner form but for a comparatively brief time. Touch is the primary sense, and all that it, unaided by the other senses, can discover is apt to keep changing in its form. Taste and smell are simple modifications of touch, and they report of things in perpetual transformation. Hearing and sight are the highest of the first set of senses, for they respond to types of energy that travel from vast distances. Hearing is the lower of the two, because the lower senses are conscious unaided of the medium in which the energy travels. Sight has as her courier an energy which bridges infinity, and its medium no lower sense can cognize. Light approaches nearer to indestructibility than anything the original senses know. The last developed of the senses, the firla, takes cognizance of an energy, magnetism, which is farthest of all from the need of a material medium, whilst the philamu or will telegraph brings soul to soul irrespective of all sense-cognizable means of communication, and proves the existence of a medium more refined than any that either the senses or the reason has yet to come to know. This medium, doubtless that of thought as self, as the highest and least material, must be least destructible, least transformable, least unstable in equilibrium of all known mediums. Their orans would soon be made delicate enough to measure the faintest presence of soul, and would decide the point whether this medium, evidently spread throughout the universe, was of the same stuff as the soul. Still they were far from scientific proof of the eternal unity and individuality of the soul. They had reasoned out in accordance with all the axioms of their science the indestructibility of energy, and the rising untransformability of the higher types of energy. They had also reasoned out as a certainty that mediums of energy had stability of equilibrium proportionate to the refinement of the energy travelling through them, and that thus the soul was nearer to everlasting persistence as a unity than any medium they scientifically knew. But that on its escape from the body, it continued for ever as an individuality they could only assume; they could not prove it. They shrank from the idea that it was for ever past transformation, for that meant the eternal continuance of the last stage of life. It was indeed contrary to all the results of their scientific investigations to think that any type of energy or medium could at any time cease to change. That is, to improve or degenerate. Perpetual transformation was, as far as they had been able to search, the universal law. It might be into a higher or more stable form, or into a lower or more material form, but onwards must every energy move. The higher it went, the less did it tend to fall back. The law of eternal advance was surer in its action in the higher ranges of existence. And the whole effort of the Limanoran life was to purify and ennoble the energy that was in it. For reasoning on the analogy of all the nature they knew, they had little doubt that the platform they reached by the end of their terrene life was the platform from which their enfranchised energy or individuality, whichever it was, started on its new career. Whether it was mere unconscious energy or energy conscious of its own unity that escaped from the body, when it was left to the disintegrant power of microscopic organisms, was still a question. The recent discoveries and investigation of the Alomo or astrobiological families had revealed all space filled not merely with types of energy that were directed and did not guide themselves, but with embodiments of energy, which were clearly individualities, not alone the poor microscopic attenuations of life that were waiting for a world to settle on, but highly organized beings, leading a vigorous self-dependent life in the vast regions of infinitude. This much they knew from the filmy impressions which their air-transcending lavalands brought down from the heights of heaven they scaled. But whence those inhabitants of the ether came they had not yet been able to tell, for their presence affected no existing human sense, but only left on the irelium film certain visible impressions. Whether they were refugees from other stars, or everlasting occupants of interstellar space, and whether amongst them there were any of the emancipate from human trammels were questions they had not yet been able to answer. But they hoped soon to have an instrument which would indicate the presence of personality as apart from vital energy and as apart from the thought and thought faculty. Then would they be able to tell in what state the enfranchised energy fled from the body at death. Amiralno knew not, cared not, whether he would retain consciousness of his past, or would become but a part of the wandering energy of space. What he did know was that he would be released from the burden of his body and the growing weariness that dragged it down. Certain he was that his flesh-emancipated energy would find a career at least as noble as his past. And he believed that its development would not end there, whatever became of it, whether it was to continue the unity it had been conscious of for so many years, or to take another form and individuality, was to him a matter of little concern. One thing he knew, and that was the growing imperfection of the body as an instrument of the energy that functioned it. It weighted to the ground the soul, the spirit, the mind, or whatever name he might give to the fiery stuff which kept it still aflame, yet chafed it to be free. As long as it held its energy in leash, it would live and glow with thought. Nor was this fiery stuff mere vitality, the mere principle of life, though the two were yoked together. It was different in quality from that which merely vegetated in the plant, and that which did nothing but feed and evacuate in the mollusk. Nay, it differed in inner character, not merely from the mind of the savage, but from that of their own highly civilized exiles. Limanoran advance had purified it of grosser desires and passions, and made it a thing of ethereal longings and ideals. Even the body had been transformed into something more like what the soul of their far past had been, subtle, buoyant, sublimated. Still it dragged the spirit down, whenever the limits of corporeal life became too apparent. Many a long generation of the fiery self-disciplined work upon their constitutions would it take even this marvellous people to etherealize their bodies so far as to make them fit companions of their souls. Amiralno had not the vital energy to bear up against the conditions that harassed their still hybrid system. He had no desire to stay and see how the slow evolution of a body that would pace with the soul through infinity. Better to have release and a new and untrammeled career, even if the form he should take was unknown to him. It was the nature of all energy to change, and the higher in the scale it rose, the nimbler it became. But in order to rise, it had to be yoked for a time with a lower form, which it used as medium and leverage, leaving it as soon as it had accomplished its due development. All things tended to rise above themselves, and it was the greatest of disasters, the very reversal of nature, if ever they should fall back, as they often did. What we call death was but the unyoking of a higher energy from a lower, which it had temporarily made its comrade and medium. It was no misfortune or degradation, but a step higher enfranchisement. The animate resisted this step, because one member in the lifelong partnership refused to descend into a grosser transformation again. In the human, the nobler and thought energy, the higher it strove to raise itself before the inevitable divorce from its lower medium and yoke fellow. But when the time of severance approached, it mastered the reluctance of the lower, and yearned to be set free. And little wonder that the lower resisted, for back it had to fall in the cosmic order, and begin again its slow progress upward from grade to grade, first into the clutches of myriads of microscopic disintegrators of its tissues, that would transform it into food for plant life, and then by weary stages, upwards through the vegetable and animal tissue, perchance into the sustenance of thought again. This people, I soon found, had overcome the ancient abhorrence of death. For they identified their life and personality with the higher of their energies, and not with the lower and bodily forms. They shrank, it is true, from all that would lead to the divorce of the yoked energies of any animate being before its due time. Not so much because they thought this an evil for the victim as because the perpetration would implant in the doer a germ of retrogression. To be cruel, to shed blood, was the beginning of degradation of the soul. It was one of the acts that allowed the lower to take command of the higher in their system. But for a Limanoran himself to approach death became, whenever he saw it to be inevitable, the keenest joy, in spite of the farewells it entailed. He knew that thereafter, should he make an effort to live, he would only clog the wheels of progress. He would only be a burden on the race instead of its helper. Amiralno never showed the slightest sign of shrinking from the dissolution of his life bonds. He was sad to leave his lifelong mate, with whom he had done so much for the race, but he knew that she would soon follow him. It was a matter of but a few days or months. Her thought energy would mingle and commune with his again, freed from the material trammels that checked and dulled their intercourse in their terrene life. Upwards through the ether their souls would climb, ever becoming purer and swifter in their flight. But as I went about my duties, my thoughts would break away to the coming death scene and sadness would cloud them. I remembered the last farewells of my buried life, and most of all the watch over the fading light in my mother's eyes. Nothing could burn out of my memory the bitterness of at last facing the inevitable. Slowly I had been led by the physician to realize that nothing could save her, and still I hoped against hope, checking my tears lest she should see them and conjecture my alarm. Only when the lips became silent and pale, did I at last admit the thought that this was death. How could I stifle my grief longer? Were we not all to each other, this mother, who had clung to me and nursed me through sorrows and misfortunes, I her only child, who had refused to leave her for the seductions of great place and fortune? She was vanishing forever from me, and nothing I could do would bring her back. I was caught and crushed by the iron hand of fate and stood in stony silence, paralyzed by my grief and my impotence. There was too much of the man and the stoic in my young blood to cry out, but if only I could give up my own life to bring hers back. In one of her final waking dreams she prattled and wept over me as if I were a child again, saved once more from the clutching breakers. Raising herself with a wild cry from her pillow, she held me in her arms with fierce love, only for a moment. Then the cords that bound her life brake. The memory had torn her heart. There she lay, all that I cared for on earth, rigid, uncaring. If but I could have died with her there! Alas, the life in me was too puissant to yield, the nerves too rough to break. The passion came on me to hurl myself into her grave as the clods fell. It was but an insensate impulse. I made no cry or sign till I got into the lonely chamber, and there God alone knows how I survived my hurricane of grief and desolation. Nor could years ever root out the sorrow. There in Limanora, with an abyss between me and my past, and a noble new life around me, I worked and wept. The wound had opened afresh. Was I never to commune with that loving loved spirit again? There was a touch on my hand, and the magnetism of sympathy and consolation flowed through my system. It was Riallaro. She had felt my deep grief, though then at a great distance from me, and without noise or speech she had come to my side. So absorbed had I been in my past and my sorrow, that I knew not her presence, till her magnetic touch awakened me from my dream. She had realized in a moment whither my thoughts had gone, and reverenced the holy past. Then, when the mood was growing despotic and paralyzing the soul, she stepped into the startled silence. I was myself again, and swept the unmanly tears away. Yet I could not drive the sadness of farewell out of my system. Here was this sage, who had so often counselled me and guided my faltering footsteps, about to vanish forever from the scene of his triumphs. Oblivion would sweep his memory and his work into the abyss. We would see him no more hear his grave wise sayings, weighted with the experience of centuries. All his gathered knowledge and skill would lapse, our civilization would be the poorer. Up the steep of progress it would have to climb, weaker for the absence of this strong arm, this much exercised and full brain and heart. These were the thoughts at the root of my sadness, when I was startled out of them by my companion's voice. She had waited in reverential silence as long as I lived my filial past over again. But when I returned to my starting point, and began spending fruitless regrets and pangs over that which neither demanded nor warranted them, her thoughts broke out into loud protest. She could no longer endure such futilities, such waste of tissue, and she met my wailing reflections one by one. Amiralno was glad to leave his chrysalis stage of existence. The energy that was in him would find a freer scope, a nobler sphere, as soon as it had shed its earthly trammels. His counsel and guidance would not be lost to progress. All that he was and had would still be part of what he would become. Not one thought or faculty would be left behind, and all would be spent not on the progress of a little island of a small terrestrial archipelago or its race, but on that of the universe, if not of the cosmos. All of him that could still appeal to our lower senses would remain with us, and would immortalize his memory, as far as immortality would go upon this ephemeral orb. As for his sympathy and love, they were doubtless still with us, or at least with what was in us was best and nearest the cosmic. The only thing to regret was that we could not personally feel his presence in the universe. But even this was not for idle regrets. It was mere palsy, if it did not stir us to still further mastery of our conditions. Were we not in the way to feel and know the escaped spirits of our dead? Had we not developed senses in us that were receivers of impulses from the infinite around us, impulses that had been dormant through the uncounted past? Had we not instruments that told us of energies and beings unfelt even by our new developed senses? And are we to grope in our prison house, and wail over what we had lost and could no longer see? Were we to sit in the darkness and weep and wait, hoping for the light? Such feeble conclusions from the past, such futile regrets over the dead, Limanoran progress could not endure. There were new masteries for every generation. Before many years could pass they would get into touch with the spirits and energies that had fled. It might be by means of new instruments, it might be by new senses. Nothing but our own dullness broke the connection between our energies and theirs. What we had still to win was consciousness, if not mastery, of that finer type of matter which they now used as medium for their energy. It was only the lifting of another of the myriad veils that hung before our senses, dulling their perceptions. This was no more than what they had done 1,000 times already. A death was a stimulus to joy and new effort. It taught us the limits of our knowledge and our power, and limits known were limits soon to be overpassed. Her bright activity and banter surprised me into laughter at my own folly and obtuseness. Scarcely had I reached this consummation before I knew that there was gladness in the air of the island. How could I have failed to notice the jubilant strains that were fitfully wafted across my hearing, unless through my dull absorption in my own feelings? I felt thankful to Riallaro that I had been drawn out of my isolation, which seemed to me now little less than disloyalty to the race that had done so much for me. I wondered what could be the occasion of all this exultation that I was conscious of. Paean after paean rose from every part of the island, and, as the moments passed, the many-sounding music seemed to gather towards one centre. The radius lessened, and adjacent masses of melody fused together. Nearer and nearer they came, ever more coalescing and lessening in number. Then the jubilance melted into grave and massive harmony, and I recognized some of the world music I had heard from the cosmophone. The sense of the universe's creating and dissolving sprang into my mind. It was the diapason of creation that was ringing through the island. Loud, then low, the cosmic symphony swept the atmosphere like a tempest. I knew that some far-reaching event or movement was occurring amongst this people. I turned to my comrade to confirm and define my conjectures, but she was gone. Away on the horizon I could see the rapid beat of her wings. I followed as swiftly as I could, and as I rose in the air, I saw company after company soaring like convoys of birds towards a high isolated plateau that stretched far up Limanora and beetled cliff-like over the sea. I had often used it as a flight platform whence I could spring into the air, and had long known it by the name of Dumalona. I had never thought over the meaning of the word, but now it flashed upon me that it meant the Hill of Farewells. Thence messengers who were embarking on difficult and more important expeditions set out. The elders of the people and the families of the couriers came here to give them their love and benison, in order to make them feel, as they journeyed, that the sympathy of their home went with them like the fire from the hearth. I had observed that in these farewells this simple-hearted people made little outward sign of the depth of their emotions. Only the magnetic look-out of the eyes would have told a stranger what benignity lay underneath. Nor was it merely to show how sympathetic they were that they thus accompanied their foreign couriers to the outskirts of the island. It was chiefly to give them each his contribution of magnetism, to lessen their burden on their far journey, to make them feel how much the spirit of the community went with them. Not one of them would ever allow himself to indulge in so idle an evidence of emotion as tears. There was in this people a vein of stoicism, I thought. They seemed to repress all mere symbols of feeling. A European would have called their farewells dull and emotionless, if not stony-hearted. There was no kissing or embracing, there was not even the shaking of hands or bowing of heads. Without physical contact their spirits could work upon each other with a power that in other civilizations would have been called witchcraft. Through their furlas, through their eyes, rayed forth a keen soul-stirring magnetism, and each assisted the other in preventing the approach of the old wasteful manifestations of sorrow or despondency. Lamentation was a thing of the far, almost prehistoric past. A sob or sigh or even complaint they knew too well from their physiological knowledge to be mere emotional extravagance, a waste of energy or the tissue, all of which was needed for the strenuous endeavour towards a higher plane. So it was that they seemed to me stoical in positions where the men and women I had known in my youth would burst into weeping and wailing, or cries and gestures of affection. But in these scenes of farewell there was needed little energy of repression. The real struggle had occurred many generations before in their history. They had at once had a most elaborate symbolism not merely of feelings, but of almost every human thought and spiritual attitude. But when the great national repentance was leading to the series of exilings that ultimately purified the race, they became uneasy about this vast system of symbolism. It covered their whole existence from birth to death, from toothache to the salvation of the soul, and seemed to be nature her very self. They had long known it to be the nesting place of all hypocrisies and untruth. Under its shelter mean things and falsity and even grossness and cruelty could flourish fearless of harm. Everything could masquerade in the guise of anything else it pleased. Of course there were painful revelations and scandals at times, but they were soon hushed up. The system was too much the interest of all who had power or reputation or prosperity, the best of what was then life, to let it get into disrepute or into risk of revolution or reform. There were various professions which were deeply involved in the retention of it, and they were recruited chiefly from the highest social classes. The lawyers battened on the ambiguity of the symbols, whether expressed in word or deed. The doctors would have lost half their hysterical and hypochondriac patients if it had been abolished. Without it the life and pretensions of the military during the time of peace would have been a farce and a mockery, and the occupation of the priest would have vanished altogether. Ceremony seemed the very lifeblood of an aristocratic state, and especially of its army and its church. It kept the mere workers and plotters at a respectful distance, it fenced off criticism, and supplied topics for the tongue of fame. To abolish ceremony would have been to strike at the heart of all existing institutions. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Death, Part 2. But, as the purgation proceeded, every occasion for it naturally disappeared. Ceremonial ceased when the church lapsed and the priestly profession went into exile. Ceremony vanished with the expulsion of the militant elements and the professional politicians. The Bureau of Fame collapsed with its accursed spawn, uncharitableness and evil feeling, servility, adulation, and pretense. The Phariseeism of the whole system stood out in all its offensiveness, and the foulness and injustice that were concealed by this constant masquerade in the robes of greatness. It was meant to overawe the unthinking, to make ignorance grovel at the feet of those in power. It had been useful in far past times of savagery in cowing the beast in the human mind and keeping it caged. But a form that has life and meaning and power in the ruder stages of development becomes a curse, if continued into periods of advanced civilization. They now felt that their elaborate symbolism had been an insult to their intelligence, for they had no brutality in them to be muzzled. To keep up the pretense of greatness or virtue or love or respect or truth, where there was none, was useful as long as most of the community were ignorant, or superstitious, or fierce and intolerant in disposition. But when the race had grown gentle and humane, and more progressive, it was not merely a farce to retain so much deception and mummery in life. It was a gross outrage on all that was just and noble and spiritual. Why should not the reverence or affection of the human spirit be allowed to shine forth from the countenance without such ridiculous trammels, such coarse humiliations? Forms compelling a show of reverence or love where there is none, are but the trappings of slaves, and soon ingrain the thoughts and feelings of slaves on the one side, whilst bringing out and confirming the nature of bullies and tyrants on the other. Every relic of a past that had harboured and perpetuated such a system was painfully ejected from their natures. They would have nothing in them that savoured of such a death in life. All mere forms, all ceremonials and ceremonies had to go. Ostentation and parade became abhorrent to them. Pageant and spectacle, pomp and solemnity vanished from their lives. All formality of manner or intercourse, even etiquette and salutation, was driven out with contumely. One of the most singular effects of this expulsion of mere symbolism was the disappearance of ridicule and jest. This disappearance was quite unexpected, and yet, when they came to reflect on the phenomenon, they saw how natural it was. The obverse of the passion for applause and influence is necessarily the desire to depreciate possible rivals, to make them seem small, and even to trammel them in the dust. And the most successful and least apparently ill-natured method of fulfilling this is to get them laughed at and so contemned. With the ignoble itch for fame went the love of ridicule. The jesters, habitual as well as professional, disappeared with the priests, the soldiers, the lawyers, and the politicians. Not that the Limanorans abandoned the use of humour. They still saw too clearly the incongruities of existence, cosmic as well as human, to cease bringing them out in startling flashes of vivid expression. They never indulged in that boisterous laughter, which is so often thought in the West the simplest and most primitive guarantee of enjoyment, for that is as much a waste of valuable tissue as uncontrollable grief. Their laughter was of that low, gentle, tolerant, almost inward kind, which brightens the nature to its very heart. Its only outer mark was perhaps a smile. Never indeed was I amongst a people that looked at existence so cheerfully, or enjoyed its little ironies with so light-hearted geniality. Buoyancy, joyousness, was the most constant characteristic of their spirits. Their intercourse with each other was ever sunny and pleasant-witted, though never jocular. There was no malice or false sense of superiority in their humour or laughter. But jest they came to abhor as an indignity to the human spirit which was striving to obliterate all traces of its ape ancestry. The jester implied or produced contempt for his topic, for his victim, and generally for himself. He usually adopted mimicry as the easiest method of bringing about his effect. And so he nursed the ape in him, and pointed back to the vile type from which he had sprung. It was the other kinship of man, his divine relationship, that the Limanorans preferred to acknowledge and nurture. Never did they forget it in their conduct. It moulded their ideals, it directed their purposes, it created their instincts. And to use ridicule was to outrage it, to call up the beast in them, the element, the ancestry that they did their best to forget. Whenever the sense of mutual sympathy crept through the community, the degradation of jest and ridicule, not for the victim alone, but for the jester, became self-evident. They were felt to be inhumane, if not inhuman, and died an easy death with all the vast system of symbolism. It was a surprise to me then to see so large an assemblage winging their way to Dumalona. It seemed as if there was about to be a great ceremonial, and I was not long in doubt as to the occasion. For with music that rose and fell in marvellous rhythm like the waves of the sea, there came across the sky a splendid flight car, more brilliant in an opalescent glow, more majestic in architecture than anything I had ever seen. Its wings flashed fire through the air, and seemed to weave the lightning of heaven into a diaphanous web. It was a car of victory, for around it bands of flying youth raised jubilant harmony, and over its rear rose a canopy crowned with fire. As it floated near I could see beneath this a figure resting upon an elevated couch. The music grew more loudly triumphant as it hovered downwards to the central plateau of the hill of farewells. And then I knew that this was Emerlano on the couch, and all the people, except the few who were needed for the essential services of the island, had assembled to bid him farewell, as he sped in front of them into the land of shadows, whither no eye could penetrate. I had, without knowing it, landed close to Riallaro, so absorbed had I been in the wondrous spectacle. She had been busy with the chorus of acclaim, her thoughts bent on this rare scene of farewell, and she had not noticed my approach. Then a sudden silence, as Emerlano stepped from the faleena, startled the great concourse out of their entranced attitude. Their thoughts were set free as by the touch of a magic wand. It was at this that Riallaro became conscious of my presence. I knew in a moment that she had recognized the criticism in my mind. Yet she did not answer or explain the anomaly. She remained perfectly still. A burst of jubilant music broke my reverie, as the sudden silence had broken it before. It led me back to the symphony of the spheres to which I had been accustomed to listen with rapt attention. I could recognize the harmonious strain that meant the creation of a world. I could almost see the whirling orb of fire, as it flew off from the parent sun, and swept into its glowing round through heaven. Nothing I had ever heard could match the rapturous melody which expressed the approach of life to the surface of the new star. Quicker and quicker grew the pace, and higher the pitch, as the living creation developed and spread over the world. Then came a wild dithyramb, as man broke from his bestial surroundings and mastered his fellow beasts by cunning, and drew fire from heaven for his purposes. A nobler strain followed, rhythmically measuring the steps by which he rose out of himself and climbed the steep of heaven. Silver-toned harmonies told of his masterpieces of art. Loud diapasons spoke out his marching armies and fierce battles. Soft involved fugues and dulcet chants expressed the struggles and conquests of thought. I stood absorbed in the interpretation of this ravishing music, and failed to observe the progress of events upon the lofty plateau. Emerlano had taken up an erect position on what might have been called an altar, had the scene been a religious one. His face was towards heaven. He held his right hand as if waving back those whom he forbade to follow him, for close to him stood the partner of his earthly life, her face set as if she would depart. Around stood his lifelong comrades and counsellors, yet at a lower level, so that every act of the departing could be seen by the concourse. Near him were erected two columns, on the higher of which and above his head I could distinguish a psychometer, on the lower a biometer. Behind him had been built into the rock an elaborate piece of machinery, which I recognized as a manana or petrifier. Often had I seen it transfix almost in a moment a beautiful plant, substituting irelium for its living tissues, and making every leaf and flower of its translucent crystal. By means of electric currents it sent streams of the atomic constituents of irelium along the sap channels from rootlet to leaf tip. It used the living powers of the plant to turn it as it died into undecaying metal. For hundreds of years the flower would live and be a thing of beauty, even if no care was further spent on it. And if cared for, it would resist the finger of decay for thousands and thousands of years. At last I was to see the transfiguration of a Limanoran. I had often almost doubted the origin of those lifelike statues that stood in Fialum, and death was so rare a thing among this long-lived people, that during my many years amongst them, I had never had the opportunity of satisfying the doubt. Curiosity overshadowed my other feelings, and made me forget the grief which would keep creeping into my heart at this farewell scene, in spite of the jubilant music. I strained every nerve and sense to catch the features of the strange event. Riallaro, I felt, was as eager as I to see all that would occur, and I could see that the younger half of the concourse had their attention closely riveted upon the scene. The observer of the biometer raised his eyes to the indicator, which had now begun to move in rapid oscillations. Amirlano lifted the forefinger of his left hand as if giving a signal. He looked back a moment with longing in his eyes at his life partner. From the manana there sprang out an upright groove toward the dying man, and in this he was caught, as his vitality rose to its greatest effort before the final collapse. The indicator of the sidralan shot upwards with great violence and then fell still. Almost at the same moment, the guardian who stood on the loftier column beside the psychometer raised himself in agitation. The indicator had begun the same violent oscillations as that of the biometer. There could be little doubt that the individual energy or soul of the vanished Amirlano had passed near it in his flight upwards. Through the brief and impressive scene, the note of creation rang in the music that filled the air, and never that of dissolution. Then burst forth the chorus of freedom, which was the national song, if anything might be so called. It was the liberation of the energy of their friend and comrade that they united to celebrate, his entrance on a new career untrammeled by lower forms of inert energy. The music rose as if on wings, higher, higher, ever more exhilarant. There were in it none of the undertones or deeper notes, or mystic subtleties that mark so many of their spheral harmonies. It was a sound of pure joy, ethereal, supernal, unalloyed by any terrene longings. Who could think of grief, or the bitterness of farewells, as long as it rang through the sky? Courage, self-confidence to climb upwards was the only emotion that could live with joy in its presence. Suddenly the music broke away into a tempest of cosmic melody. Now wailed forth the wild song of dissolution of worlds, again clashing of conflicting systems, followed by the surge of new life in orbs that were to whirl through space and elevate the existence upon them for thousands of ages. It was the music of mingled creation and disintegration, of development and decay, which we heard once more. Our thoughts were recalled from the heights of heaven, whither the lost personality of our guide and friend had fled. We were absorbed again in the struggle of a mixed existence. We felt again the agonies of the higher active energies bound to lower and merely latent energies. My eyes came down to the scene of the last farewell. There stood the almost living statue of our vanished brother, erect, eager as for flight, as at the moment when his energy had gone forth. But now it had the colour of metallic translucence of the thousands I had seen in Fialum. The transfiguration was complete. But there was more on the plateau than the figure of what had been. Beside it, with rapt, pleading gaze on her face, stood yet unmoved the life comrade of the vanished. The manana that was again in position. The observers again stood by the biometer and the psychometer. Another scene of departure and transfiguration was to be enacted. The whole consciousness of the community had granted without words the petition of Amirlano's spouse. Nothing seemed to be so fitting as that the two should leave their trammelled life together, and within the space of a few hundred beatings of the pulse, partner had followed partner. The two lives, joined for so many centuries, had come to a close together. Out into infinite space had fled the two intertwined energies, only a few heartbeats apart. Perhaps together they would find their new sphere, their new platform for a still higher flight through the diviner stages of existence. The Limanorans, when they had reached what they considered the limits of their usefulness in corporeal life, gained an instinctive knowledge of the moment when death was certain to come, or perhaps it was an instinctive power of dying. It is a common thing to see amongst savage or half-civilized tribes a man or woman in full health deliberately lie down, turn the face away from friends and light, and prepare to die. They seem to know when their destiny is coming upon them, and nothing will persuade them to take measures for driving it off. Strong though the currents of life may be flowing in the veins at the moment, it is not long before they have completely ebbed, and left the body a pulseless mass of inert matter. It was this instinct, whether prophetic or suicidal, that the aged amongst this people seemed to resume when they had weighed the vital powers in their systems against the duties that new ages with their progress would bring, and found them wanting. Destiny seemed to speak out to them, when they saw the transference of the minus to the wrong side. Their minds were made up, and it needed but a few days or hours to set the imprisoned energy free. In these later and more scientific ages there was some delay, and not uncommonly a postponement of the departure. A careful examination of the system by means of their new scientific instruments revealed some radical mistake in the judgment of the elder as to himself, or the demands of a new age of discovery made the need of more brains and hands imperative. The result was the same in both cases. The reason was persuaded to give up its resolve. Life flowed on in the veins with even power again. All the old duties were resumed, and the day of farewells was put off till a more convenient season. But once they were convinced that they were retarding progress instead of accelerating it, the end, they felt, was within measurable distance, they straightway relinquished their grasp of life. They withdrew purpose and power of will from all their vital functions, and the moment of the final collapse was practically within their own choice, as soon as they had the consciousness of the whole community with them. Here stood two solid memorials to the working of this prescient or devitalizing power. The beauty of expression on the two faces was very striking. The attitudes were as natural and noble as life itself. That of Riallaro, bidding his partner farewell, hers full of loving petition to follow. That the whole people approved was clear in the heartiness with which they broke into the song of liberation. Everyone was glad that the energies of these two, who had done their full duty by the race, were free to enter other spheres, and follow other than the terrene methods of advance. Reverently, but still with great rejoicing, the family of the departed placed the two lifelike statues in the car of victory, and guided it in triumphal flight to the valley of memories. Then the people as reverently and joyously bent their way to the duties they had left. I stood in a daydream of the strange but noble ways of life that this people followed, and suddenly awakened to find myself alone on the hill of farewells, overlooking the ocean. Sorrow over the departures I had witnessed welled back into my heart. I had not yet got rid of the old attitude of Western civilization towards death. With the sorrow mingled still with the old curiosity, questions sprang into my mind concerning the significance of the ceremony I had seen. Or was it a ceremony? I was startled with the answer in the negative. It came from Ethereal, who, knowing my doubts, had remained to solve them. Soon I knew the whole meaning of the scene. It was not premeditated. There was nothing deliberate about it except the deaths themselves. The dullness of my own inner senses had prevented me from knowing the common impulse of the race towards Dumalona. As soon as Riallaro had finally resolved to die, the consciousness of his resolve spread over the island, and stirred the people at their duties to common action. They knew that the Hill of Farewells would be the scene of the departure, and in bands singing the cosmic music of farewell, they made their flight through the air to give a last valediction to the voyager into the unknown and to impart to him in his final effort on earth all magnetic power they could spare for him on his journey. Every act of what I had thought was a ceremonial was the natural and spontaneous impulse of a people united in spirit. Their music and the changes in it were due to no leader or signal, but to the sympathetic inspiration of the moment. Their creational chant was an assertion of their mood of belief that this scene was one of advance, and not of retrogression, of development and not of decay, that the act was as much an act of cosmic life as the creation of a world. Certain portions of the system were about to become manifestly inert, those which were called bodily and material, but which were as truly forms of energy as the individual energy that was being liberated. They were made unchanging, permanent for a time, and so were unable to progress or retrograde. They were to retain their energy in latency for a period long or short, but at least they too, when their immediate purpose of the remembrance of the vanished was served, would be set free to take other forms. Their creational music was intended, if there was any intention in so spontaneous a thing, to keep before their minds the progressive and evolutionary nature of death, and to quell the old and barbarous attitude of grief which might attempt to show itself when they were bidding the final farewell to a comrade. It was meant to bring into prominence the joy of the spirit freed from the bondage to lower forms of energy, and the delight of all who remained in the progress of the cosmos, even though the immediate act should imply a separation of a loved spirit from them. It helped them to repress any sadness at the thought that they might never recognize the energy of their lost comrade again as an individual and personal thing. Enough for them that the sum of existence should be enriched by the change which was occurring to him. But it was not a grief to them that the parting was perhaps eternal, as far as personal recognition went. The question rose spontaneously in my mind, and I was answered almost before I had thought it. The doubt was still unsolved whether as impersonal energy they developed into something new at death, and forever ceased to bear marks and memories of the phase of existence they had just left, or whether they sallied forth from the bonds of a lower and inert energy into the freer scope of infinity, an individual and complete unity. This doubt, they were certain, would be solved some day by scientific experiment. Meantime there were compensating advantages, whichever alternative was true. If they continued the personality they had already developed on earth without breaking in consciousness or memory, then would they recognize their old comrades and partners in Limanoran life, and make further progress through existence together. If, on the other hand, there was a break in the continuity, and only as an impersonal energy they passed forth into the interstellar spaces, then would there be the obliteration of all the animal and barbarous past which they abhorred, as well as of the immediate and Limanoran past which they loved. Any being that has advanced much to its more recent stages must naturally try to forget the lower stages through which it has gone in a more distant past. They were by no means proud of their relationship to their exiles, or to the still older and wider humanity existing outside of their archipelago. To remember it was to encourage the lower and less advancing man in them. To forget it was one of the ethical duties which their progress demanded. It was only as a horror, a possible hell into which they might fall, if they retrograded, that it was still brought before them. A race or nation that remains long proud of its past must be imperceptibly progressive, if it is progressive at all. Its ethical point of view is stationary. Its morals and religion are stagnant. The history of a people should rapidly come to seem ignoble to it, if it does its duty to itself and its progress. What is the history of other races but a record of wars, of wholesale slaughters, because of the ambition of a man or a section of men? And as long as we are proud of such a past, we can never advance. To have an ancestry nobler than ourselves is an undying disgrace, and to suggest such a thing to a man should be considered the grossest insult. Where a people is developing as it ought to develop in the brief period it has upon earth, oblivion should be one of its foremost duties to all but its immediate past. Man has forgotten his bestial ancestry so effectually that when he comes across the manifest relics of the relationship in his system, he is startled and wildly denies it. If he progressed as rapidly as he ought to do, after there has been implanted in him the divine principle of reason, then would he as surely cast into oblivion his savage and semi-civilized ancestry. Out with the ape and all relics and memories of it is the struggle of thinking men. To be done with the crude, undeveloped past is the duty of progressive men. The ideal of today should be the commonplace of tomorrow, and the disgrace of next week. It was useful to study the immediate past in order to get perspective for the present, and to decide on the rate of progress for the future. But it was becoming doubtful to this people whether they should perpetuate in the valley of memories so much of the past after it had faded into insignificance. They had come to think that to forget was as necessary to the advance of man as to remember, and that a universal rubbish destructor for the now poverty-stricken achievements of their far past would one day become essential. As it was, they still persevered records of them lest some historical question might grow to be of importance to their future. It was little wonder then that they had no great abhorrence for the obliteration of the past from their energy at death. If the other alternative were the true, and if, as so many religions teach, they were to be herded with the criminal and besotted and undeveloped souls that have passed from the earth, then might they bid farewell to the true progress beyond death. And what is the meaning of continuity of existence and memory, unless it be the intercourse of terrene souls in the life outside of life? To be rid of the flesh and its inert energies is still to be enslaved to worse evils, and possibility of contact with the foul beings that inhabit the human form, even the noblest and most belauded human form. The Limanorans would gladly abandon the delight of recognizing and loving again the souls they knew and loved, if only to be free from such a horror. Better almost annihilation than enslavement to the retrogrades of earth in another sphere. When the terror of discontinuity of memory, if the burden of the past were to be lifted off us, and a new and more progressive career given to our energy. The Limanorans believed that when unyoked from the inert forms which had come from their animal past, their higher energy would enter on a progress that would make all they now did seem almost stagnancy, and the power of remembering any past would only mean shame at its having been theirs. It never gave them pause to think that what came after death was still unknown. They had passed a happy bright life upon the earth, free from the pangs and agonies as well as the fierce pleasures, the snaky involvements as well as the passionate amours of other civilizations. But when the effort to live had come to be so great as to overbalance the compensations and utilities of their life, then it was no pang for them to leave it, for they were scientifically sure that death would be no break from the progressive existence. If anything, it was certain to be an intensification of the progress which they loved most. One of the last of their great series of exilings had been to cast out of their midst a number of men and women who never did anything but long for death, and advocated early suicide with religious fervor as the true and only panacea for all ills. Their doctrines would have done little harm to the community if they had not been rooted in practice, and often led to tragic results. For they came from languid, low-strung temperaments that felt disinclined to face the strain of life or to help the advance of the race. The current of energy in their ancestry had gradually run more and more feebly, till it was in them at its lowest ebb. It was against their grain to work, and they did their share in the tasks of the community with the most patent reluctance. This alone would have been reason enough for their exile, inasmuch as they gave evil example to the youth around. But they were subtle in the use of the tongue too, and could with skilful Jesuitry show how indolence was the noblest life. And worse still, when they were left to their own devices, they soon made a violent end to their feeble lives, and gave a tragic and ghastly appearance to death. Out into the Thanasia or the Isle of Death they were one and all deported, with enough goods and provisions to keep them and their descendants alive, if only they were industrious, for thousands of years. But none of them would work, or till the soil, or even cook their food, and one by one they gave themselves up to death. The more ingenious invented a method of living life which had a certain grace if not nobility. They erected great funeral pyres and connected them by a slow fuse to a huge battery that sent up its rod into the heavens. When a tempest threatened, they laid themselves out on these, and when the lightning began to flash, the electricity ran along the wires, lit their faggots, and in a few moments swept them out of existence. It was not long before the Isle of Death was again left to its silences, nothing but the ashes of its former inhabitants upon the tops of numerous mounds being left to tell that human life had once been there. No one from the rest of the archipelago seemed to care for life upon it, none ever landed there. The only things that marred the mortuary stillness of the isle were the screaming sea-birds, and the tempests which drove them thither. Better for the cosmos that these emasculate weaklings should as soon as possible submit the relics of energy in them to other conditions of being. But it was not well for Limanoran immaturity to have the spectacle of self-slaughter before them, or the contagion of their death-pyre romance and eloquence touch of the spirit of youth. Moreover, they took some time to resolve on death, and in the process of forming their resolution, it was the natural habit of these tame triflers with death to put all the energy they had into their tongues. As long as they could talk heroics to anyone about the deed they contemplated, they were certain not to accomplish it. And romantic chatter is catching where youth is still unbridled by reason, and in the young who had robuster wills, the results might be more prompt. It was different with the death scenes of men and women who had done their duty by the race and by human progress, and had worked out the best possible results from the yoking of higher and lower energies. Theirs was a true liberation from exhausted lower forms. It was not the languor of the loftier elements in them, but the exhaustion of the lower, that brought the nausea of their hybrid life. They could feel, as they looked back, how far their higher or spiritual energy had risen since their entrance into earthly existence. Every year had seen them climb upwards, nearer and nearer to their inner energy come towards touch with that divine medium which was in and yet above all life and which in youth they were conscious of only in lofty moments of inspiration. Such were the supreme ascensions of life, when they were capable of the noblest actions and the noblest moral resolves. These moments became more and more frequent as they grew older and more progressive, till towards the close of life they were almost habitual. Limanoran youth snatched at these supernal moments by help of imagination. Limanoran age dwelt habitually in these moral altitudes that lay far above mere passion or instinct. It was the old amongst them who were alone capable of great creative spiritual life. They seemed to feel the tiding of the subtlest energy in the universe, and gave the impulses to most spiritual advance. Here and there in other civilizations was bred a nature that had fitful consciousness of this divine medium, at times through great creative imagination, but oftener through noble life. Such a nature is spoken of as inspired, and so far it is true in that it has come into communication with the most refined and most creative medium in the universe, that through which what we call the divine seems to work, but only through patient self-moulding and development has it reached such a height of nobleness. Oftenest in past ages, these natures have found shelter in religion, for in the world ambition must make use of the coarsest tools and the grossest energies to reach its aim, and the growth of a loftier spirit is at once checked, and noble aspirations stifled. Peace and the shadow of devotional thought were the only conditions allowing such a nature any scope in a world based upon war, and guided in its search for the right by might alone. It was different with Limanoran civilization. There it was the rule, and not the exception, to raise the spiritual energies to sympathy with the diviner media of the cosmos, and every condition favored its pursuit. Life began with but a fitful consciousness of it, but it grew more continuous and surer. The young could scarcely distinguish its impulses from those of their own lower energies, but the old had seldom any hesitation as to when they were inspired. They seemed to keep in touch with all that is divine in the world. They needed no retreat, no religious shelter, to nurse the magnetic sympathy with the divine. Their affinity to it grew more and more the essence of their being, without ever having to leave their daily routine of duties. It was this that gave them their wisdom and character, and that made the young feel them to be almost a type apart from the ordinarily human. They became more distinct and striking in their personality as they grew older and felt this affinity. It had become to be common observation of daily life, that the nobler the aspirations and the closer the intercourse with ethical media of the cosmos, the stronger and more distinctive was the character, and science was not far from the conclusion that on this intercourse depended persistence of individuality, and that the higher they reached in their sympathies with the more refined media of the universe, the less need there was of change in their personality at death, of making alliance with lower energies when they shed their inferior and earthly forms of energy. There was, they felt, a noble isolation or apartness of spirit in the old men and women which raised them above common humanity, and made the human body seem an incongruous garment for their soul. They lived above the demands of their corporeal energies rather than in them or by them. In the young the two seemed blended together. It was difficult often to distinguish in them the movements of the two types of energy. But in the old, though the corporeal had been raised and etherealized, it seemed to hang on the skirts of the spiritual and try to drag it down. It bore its earthly origination more manifestly on it in comparison with the nobler refinement of the spiritual. And the longer they lived, the stronger the contrast became, till at last nature herself seemed to demand their internal divorce. Euthanasia at a certain age in the development of Limanoran life came to be not so much a privilege as a holy duty. To liberate the higher energy from its alliance with the lower, to die, was but the next and most natural stage in the evolution of the life. Even the family who would feel the bereavement most in the loss of their wise help and guidance, acquiesced gladly, feeling that the liberation must mean a nobler career for the released spiritual energy. Thus it was that on Dumalona they used the music of creation. They gave utterance to their feeling that death was not dissolution but creation, that the retrogression of the body was an advance for the higher energy, the truer self. The sense of decay or degeneration was quite absent from their thoughts. It was a triumphal farewell, for they were convinced that for the liberated it was the noblest deed of all to die, the very crown of all their life. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An Epidemic. I thought I ejected my old view of death from my mind. I could not forget the scene of triumph which had been enacted on the Hill of Farewells, and the chanting that reeled through it haunted my imagination, bringing a sense of satisfaction, if not joy. I got into the habit of winging my exercise flights towards Dumalona. I was there with Riallaro when dawn struck the world into gladness and music. There we were, together to see the flaming picture the set of sun drew on Liallaro. No platform on the island so caught the inspiration of the coming or departing orb. None, I came to feel, was so fitted for the hygeria of earth-weary souls. No such launching ground was there for the voyage through infinity. As I frequented it in my leisure moments, there grew into my system the sense that death was not so much an end as a beginning, not a dissolution, but a birth and perhaps a forgetting. More and more was the idea of it a nucleus of delight, and the old melancholy and sorrow, making it a burden and a terror for the mind, disappeared. As a proselyte to the new feeling I was eager to talk of it and make much of its surprises. Not with Riallaro and my proparents alone did I discuss its varied aspects. I could listen by the hour to their teachings, but it brought me into intercourse with many whom I had scarcely seen before except in the course of my education, as I wandered through the various halls. I was astonished to find how often they sought opportunity to talk to me. They drew me aside as if they had important business with me, and confidentially imparted their views of death, which I had heard 100 times from others, until I grew weary of their chatter, for I wished to talk myself. But they would not allow me to break in on their everlasting torrent of babble. Even Riallaro could not endure my interruptions. Though I never grew weary of her talk, I could not restrain the desire to have my say too. There was no subject on which we could not soliloquize by the hour, but we preferred to talk of death, the freshest and most joyous of topics. And every other youth was just as eager to deliver his opinions to me and to everybody else. However busy they might be with the task in hand, off they would break from it for colloquy, which soon spun itself into soliloquy of the stronger lungs and the most enduring tongue. Everyone seemed to comport himself as if his views were of the utmost importance to the world. They all seemed bursting with the obvious, out it must come or they would die. In every other corner I would find 2 or 3 debating with faces all aglow, sometimes in the most confidential whispers. Approaching to listen, I would find their topic trite and stale as last year's gossip. The speaker was pressing home on his hearers in a voice of pretentious awe that no one would think of disputing. The elders interfered and tried by patient advice to stop his tempest of loquacity. Hurrying from post to post they tried to keep the young at their work, but it was an endless task. On would go the glib current as soon as their attention was turned elsewhere. Matters began to look serious, for the work of the community was being neglected. The ordinary services of life were barely performed. Little or no progress could be made in such a state of affairs. Indeed, it became manifest that the main aim of the race, progress, would soon be forgotten, and retrogression supervene. The faces of the elders became graver every day. Their advice was unheeded, their example unfollowed. Babble, 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 on rolled the fluent river of talk, as if the island had been in the midst of Western civilization. When I closed my eyes, so loud and empty sounded the magpie babble that I could easily fancy myself back again in my native land, and believe that I had dreamt my recent years and wakened again in Christendom. The ominous gravity of the elders dispelled the fancy. They looked as if doomsday were near, and were often heard to say that something must be done. For the talkativeness was bringing other vices in its train: vanity, flippancy, carelessness, and want of reason. The torrent of eloquence was spreading wider every day, and seemed to have broken down the pales of their long centuries of civilization. No one was capable of stopping it either by precept or example. At last, in their despair, the elders appealed to the medicants. Nothing like the phenomenon had occurred within the memory of the oldest. Nothing in the records could be found that in the least resembled it since the series of exilings had been completed. At the periodical inspection, the medicants made a more minute investigation of the systems of the youth and turned their attention especially to the left side of the brain, which is the great originator and controller of speech. In a few they could see evidences of inflammation and morbid secretion in the brain tissue of this region. In most cases nothing out of the common revealed itself to their most recent lavalans. So they took careful electrographs of the left side of the brain of most of them, and when they put these under their strongest sclerolans, it became plain that all of them were in a diseased condition. The elders were now convinced that they were on the right track of investigation, and all the young people who had shown symptoms of the passion for eloquence were isolated and brought hourly under the inspection of the medicants. Moving electrographs of the thought processes in the diseased parts were taken daily, by means of modifications of the lavalan, and under still more powerful clyrolans, made for the purpose. These revealed a microbe of extraordinary minuteness at work in the tissue. Having found the source of the mischief, they set themselves to remove it. At first they put the patient into profound sleep, and, trephining the skull, they cleansed away under the clyrolan all traces of the parasite and its debris. What they removed they carefully preserved and analyzed. Then, having found the chemical elements of the mischievous spawn in their debris, they reproduced the mixture as a cure of the new and singular disease. For a time this was administered as an internal medicine, but finding that it injured other nerve centers besides those that they intended to affect, they resolved to apply it only locally, and soon learned how to avoid the necessity of trephining the skull. They invented an electric syringe and injector, which caused the mixture to penetrate through the skull into the part of the brain affected, thus sterilizing the tissues that had to do with speech, and making them unattractive as a feeding ground for the microbe of loquacity. The plague soon vanished and the babble ceased. There was comparative silence throughout the island. Only such words were spoken as were essential and relevant to the business in hand. It was, indeed, accepted as the surest mark of the sanity of a nature that it was never betrayed into speech unless that which conveyed necessary information, forceful reasoning, or fresh thought. The trite was avoided as mephitic vapors or an exhausted atmosphere would be. The utterance of truisms immediately led to microscopic examinations of the brain of the speaker in expectation of finding disease there. The habit of expression merely for its own sake and not for what it expressed, for its beauty or wit or pungency, was considered a sure indication of a diseased or morbid condition of the brain tissue, and the sufferer was at once isolated for treatment, lest he should spread the contagion. For the whole phenomenon was scientifically investigated, and precautions were carefully taken against the return of the plague. It had been noticed that, after any age of exceptional progress, there generally occurred some epidemic connected with the brain tissues or nerve centers, sometimes appearing in excess of emotion, sometimes in various forms of feebleness of thought. It was due, they found, to the comparative exhaustion of the brain and nerves by exceptional strain upon them. As long as the enthusiasm of the new ideas and rapid advance inspired the people, they worked with a will, nor ever thought of sparing any part of their system. The more mature amongst them knew how to bridle this passion for work, and took the necessary precautions against its evil effects. From experience they had found out that they needed more sustenance and more sleep in such periods, and they knew almost by instinct when to rest and how often, and what halls of sustenance and medication they should frequent. The young had not their instincts checked or confirmed by experience, and carried even the best of movements and impulses to abuse. In spite of inspection and superintendence, they ignored the rules laid down for their guidance, and took their inspiration to work as better than the wisdom of their elders, knowing that progress was the ideal and law of the race, and thinking that everything done for progress was right. It was thus the young and immature who generally suffered from these epidemics. The impulse of their enthusiasm carried them far beyond the limits of fertility of their tissues, and the ebullience of their delight, as they saw the work grow before their eyes, obscured from them the gradual exhaustion of their powers. They grew oblivious to everything but the end they had immediately in view, and thus became short-sighted in their enthusiasm for progress. They sacrificed the demands of the future for the sake of the present, and it was difficult for even the elders at the medical inspection to get at the real state of the cause. Such an appearance of new vigour did the impetuosity of their passion and the tumult of their blood give to their systems. Only when the wandering germs of emotional disease had fixed on the exhausted tissue did the result become apparent. The wide area and serious effects of the plague of verbosity awakened the medical elders to the necessity of special precautions. A section of them was organized as a medical police to guard against the invasion of such pestilences, and to prevent such exhaustion of youthful tissues as would invite the vagrant germs or fail to repel their attacks. A science was specialized for this purpose, the pathology of epidemic emotions, and a special art grew up to correspond, the hygiene and therapeutics of emotional infection. The elders who attended to this periodically made careful examination of all the tissue of the immature that had to do with emotion or with any crude spiritual moods inapt to the control of reason and will. And it was astonishing how rapid was the growth of the new science and art in their hands. Delicate instruments were invented responding to the presence, even in the air, of deleterious germs that tended to settle in the nerve centers. Still finer instruments revealed the state of the tissues underneath the skull. The symptoms of every disease of the emotions were classified, and the means of checking each was investigated scientifically. Before the next period of exceptional florescence and harvest arrived, the hygiene of all the epidemics had been known to follow on ages of great exertion was completely organized, and it was chiefly an art of prevention rather than of cure. Precautions were taken by the new section of the medicants against the abuse of the enthusiasm natural to such a period. They examined the nerve tissues of the immature almost daily, and pointed out everyone that was getting overworked, and the remedies that should be adopted for checking the evil. The result was that no abuse could proceed for longer than a day, and no moral or emotional epidemic, unless of the mildest type, could settle in the community. What roused them to such a step as the foundation of a new science and art was the seriousness with which they viewed the last plague, that of loquacity. In the series of exilings no evil had given them such trouble as that of oratory, and they were afraid lest it was about to return in all its virulence. At first they feared this plague to be a case of atavism, for those whom it attacked earliest were descendants of ancestors, or closely related to families that had been famous in the far past for power of expression. But it soon spread to strains of blood that had been marked by great reticence, if not taciturnity, and ultimately it was completely impartial in its choice of victims. It was manifest, however, that those who had ancestral oratory in the blood were first open to the attacks of the plague, and were most difficult to cure, and the phenomenon sent alarm to the very heart of the community. All the mature citizens, and especially the elders, looked graver than I had ever seen them look, even at the prospect of Choktroo's invasion. They came nearer to the appearance of dejection than I had imagined they could come. The whole matter drove my thoughts to work. When I reflected on the occasion, the attitude my mind had been accustomed to in my forgotten life returned, and it seemed to me that as if there had been a storm over nothing. Talkativeness had been one of the commonest features of the men and women I had known in Europe, and loquacity was as little noticed as a red head or a pug nose. Indeed, the chatterbox was ranked among the innocents who did little harm except to their own reputations. It became a complete puzzle to me, when I saw the horror with which the Limanorans looked on oratory. Had it not been one of the greatest of the arts of Christendom? Were not the great orators of my own nation looked upon as little short of inspired, and their statues placed in the noblest niche of our temple of fame? Did we not rush by the thousand to hear any one of them when he was about to perform, and stand breathless by the hour, laying up for ourselves fatigue and faintness and asphyxia, merely for the delight of hanging on his lips? In life he roused hurricanes of enthusiasm, and when he died thousands who had never known him personally followed him mourning to the tomb, and on the most reverend page of our literature was his name written. What could be the meaning of so hearty a detestation of so noble an art on the part of this progressive race? As usual, I had not long to wait for a solution. My bewilderment had already stirred the curiosity of my proparents in Riallaro, and they had been watching my thoughts for some time before I put my questions, simple enough for my young comrade and betrothed to answer. She spent a whole afternoon that was devoted to flight exercise, in discussing and solving my difficulties, and the struggle ended in strengthening my admiration of this noble people. Their abhorrence of the voice of oratory was not the growth of any sudden revolution, or the unreasoning prejudice often originating amongst a long-established nation in some great personal hatred or fear now buried in oblivion. It was the result of ages of the most patient scientific investigation, and it found its way into practice so slowly that the steps up to the final one are scarcely noticeable on the pages of their history. It had an inborn prejudice in favour of oratory to combat, all the deeper that it could not explain itself or its origin. The reputation of some of the ablest and most influential sections of the community was based upon the art. The orators of the nation had acquired a fame almost greater than that of the soldiers. They had been its leaders and founders. They had developed and mastered its politics. They had moulded the people at certain crises in their history into a unity. Their art had been enrolled for ages amongst the noblest they had. It was the only civilized force which could move great masses to enthusiasm, or fuse their varied purposes and thoughts together to form a single ideal and aim. It was the only means their statesmen had for accomplishing their schemes, the only stepping stones by which their lawyers and preachers and politicians could rise to fame. It seemed for ages a hopeless task to unseat it from its place in their civilization, or eradicate the prejudice in its favour from the people's minds. The wisest Limanorans had watched its evil influence through many ages, although they had often themselves to make use of it for their purposes of reform, and although some of the best men had been successful in its employment, yet they were certain that it sapped the finer sense of truth. So easily could the orator persuade a crowd to accept all he said as true and noble that he came to think there was little difference between the true and the false, the noble and the ignoble. His own aim was all that was of significance, and was, however selfish or mean, just as good as anybody else's aim. He needed as little to persuade himself of the justice of an evil cause, provided it was his own, as to persuade an assembly. He had but to isolate certain facts and phrases, and what were antagonistic to them fell into shadow. The unjust course began to appear just, and those who opposed it were the enemies of justice and of the orator. It mattered not what side he took, if only it stirred his interest. He could rouse thousands to enthusiasm for it by touching their emotions and awakening the passions that were connected with their own self-interest. This power of moving great masses to whatever tune he pleased gave the orator a sense of omnipotence. After a stirring speech he felt like a Jove who held in his hand the destinies of the world. Happily for the welfare of the state, the tongue doughty and hopelessly incapable when he turned to practice, he could not organize the crusade he had preached. Everything he did with his crowd of followers stumbled to pieces as soon as he had to do anything further than speak. A few days or even hours of cool action revealed the hollowness of his cause or his power. The omnipotent Jove of yesterday appeared the sulking slave of today. The only crusades that ever prospered under his influence were those which aimed at destruction, for the work of destruction is brief and sharp. It needs but the passion of the moment to accomplish it, and the love of demolition is the most primitive of all savage desires, and the most unbridled when let loose. Its own action as it proceeds kindles into conflagration the fires that give it strength. Creation is a calm and gradual process, the last conquest of the human mind, and it is the highest function of the energy of the cosmos. The wrecking omnipotence of oratory is parted from this by the eternity of cosmic development. It is kin with the clashing of worlds and systems that may come before the birth of a universe, but it is as opposite in nature to the slow building up of a world and the slow evolution of life energy as hell is to heaven. The barrenness of the art in all that would develop humanity struck even the less mature minds of Limanora forcibly as soon as vast schemes of reform like socialism began to be discussed. These schemes meant the devastation or the dismantling of existing institutions and systems of life. A plague of demagogues spread throughout the nation. Hitherto orator had neutralized orator as in a debate. Now it was the idle and indolent who grew most tongue-valiant. They, who had before been so discredited, now found themselves on the way to fame. They, who had before been able to gather only a few embeggared discontents at the street corners to listen, and perhaps to sniff at their eloquence, could now stir masses to action. They had been despised even by their out-at-elbows followers for their impotence in face of the problem of making a bare living for themselves. Now they saw before them place and power, fortune and fame, and all through this poor member of theirs that had not been able to earn enough to lick. Beggarly grovellers, none so poor as not to scorn them, they were now omnipotent, with all the work of devastation before them that these new vast political schemes implied. When the revolution was in full blaze, they were at their best, they thought. But it was just at this point they found their limit. The conflagration they had kindled their eloquence failed to control or even guide. It swept past them through institutions and sections of the community that they specially favored, and at last even they, many of them, fell themselves victims to its undiscriminating ravage. And, when it had burned itself out, not one of them but skulked away in fear, unable to face the task of building up again. Then it was the man of action that stepped in, the silent, masterful disciplinarian, molded in war and accustomed to no other means of solving human problems than war. He it was who reaped the dragon's teeth harvest sown by tongue bravery. He seized all the glory and place and fortune that the mob spaniels had thought within their grasp. Some of their ancient folk maxims embodied this experience. The breath of the demagogue blows the warrior to his fortune. The mouth of the orator is the banqueting chamber of the soldier. Tempests of eloquence and torrents of blood, spout, vain tongue, you invite your tyrant. Sow a country with the teeth of haranguers and they will come up the swords of despots. Loquacity is eaten up by her son pugnacity. In spite of the fear of the art indicated in such folklore, it continued to flourish, for the upper classes, who delighted in war, flattered themselves that they would ever be the best orators, and it is the inevitable tendency of human nature to run to tongue. Not till the age of unbridled freedom of speech did they begin to change their opinions. They were easily outfaced and out-harangued by any idler of the poverty-stricken districts. Even in their own assemblies they were no match for the spouters from the slums. With all their high-toned irony and scornful superiority, they were beaten into silence at the public palavers. They were the mere stammerers beside the glib orators of the unwashed. This age of tongue exploits was naturally an age of single ideas too. When their energy had gone into speech, they had none left for thoughts. One idea crusades became the order of the day. Every tongue Quixote had his scheme wherewith he would sweep all evils out of life. He was so enamored of his own that he could not bear to listen to any other, and therein lay safety. But there came a time when the wordy bravos joined forces. One vast socialistic scheme included all theirs. The institutions of the island were to be wiped out, and something undefined was to make men equal and prosperous and happy was to be put in their place. Their tongues now wagged in unison with wonderful velocity. Each was still for his own special constructive scheme, but they were at one in their scheme of demolition. They must have a clear space to build on, and their ideal was the same, to make all equal and happy. The babel of eloquence drowned the sounds of other industry. Another revolution was almost within earshot. Some of the wiser hearts of Limanora anticipated the danger, and saw that it would be better to give the discontented all than to let destruction ravage unmuzzled again. The whole of the property of the island was estimated, land, houses, furniture, and luxuries, and money equivalent to its full value was handed over to the malcontent socialists to divide amongst themselves, provided they migrated to another island. The offer was readily accepted, for it was clear that nothing would then be left in Limanora worth plundering. The ships landed enraptured equalizers of human goods with their belongings on the shore of their new Eden, and returned. When the decks were cleared, and a census was taken of all that remained, it was found that the island in purging out the socialists was rid of the plague of orators. The price they paid for their deliverance was small indeed, they felt. They soon recreated the wealth they had surrendered. Everyone grew ashamed and afraid of anything that approached to oratory. Eloquence became a word of evil omen. To prate was now the greatest offence against the commonwealth, and for generations there reigned comparative silence and complete peace over the land. In the series of purgations every remaining trace of tongue ambition was swept out. Much of the flattering kind was found to have migrated with the lecherous, much of the haughty kind with the aristocratic warriors, but most of it went with the liars. There remained a horror of all prating and tongue valiance, and this repressed every atavistic tendency in that direction that appeared. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Literature. All mere word-mongering was to this people an immoral thing, a shameless waste of the tissue and energy that were needed by the evolution of the race, an offense against its aim and ideal, its progress upwards through the cosmic grades. They were persuaded that it was a base substitution of the shows of life for the reality to make an art of words which should absorb the imagination and skill of hundreds for their whole lifetime. They would have nothing to do with attention to the appearance and ornamentation of a subject to the neglect of its true spirit. Into the very heart and purpose of life every worker must penetrate. His relation to the progress of the race must clearly be shown. No work that took up any of the time or energy of any one of the community was to be useless or unfertile. But this did not mean that language was allowed to take care of itself. It was one of the most diligently tended blossoms of human capacity. No word or phrase, whether spontaneous or invented, was allowed to take root without the fiat of the mature community. Language was more a public institution than even government or justice in a people whose every member was able to be a law to himself. It was not only the great channel of communication, it was the medium and garment of every thought. If it became corrupt, how could the mind itself be saved from its contagion? If it acquired a false tone, how could the falsity fail to enter into the very spirit of the men and women? It was the guardian of law and truth. It was the key to the human heart. It was the ether, the medium in which the human mind lived, moved, and had its being. How could such a potent factor in human progress be left to the caprices of accident, or of single persons, or even of a family? It had more influence over the spirit than all their sciences put together, for it was more universal in its use than any one of them, and it subtly tinged all of them, whilst it was almost the breath of the mind which dealt with them. It might be the life or the poison of the whole race. He who was the sole guide of language would be the master of Limanora, not in the shallow sense of a ruler, but in that of the complete arbiter of its destinies. He would be the despot of the Limanoran mind, and might subtly throw it back centuries, if it pleased him. A people so experienced and wise as this would have ruined the whole ideal of their existence, if they had allowed the most public of the functions of their civilization to move at the caprice of individuals. As soon as the purgation of the race had been completed, it became plain that their language must be purified too. Hundreds of words and phrases and idioms had soaked into them the infiltrations of the evil minds which were now banished. Worse than all, language had been the commonest and safest ambush of malignity and deceit. It had been a perpetual trap for the innocent and unwary. It had been a labyrinth in which even the ablest and purest minded often lost their way when following the lead of some great and noble thought. The first aim of the elders was to clear it of coarse or vulgar suggestion, but as they proceeded, they found their horizon widen, and the intricacies, ambiguities, and pitfalls showed themselves the most serious evils of all. It became absolutely necessary, if they were to have a clear and unrefractive medium of expression, to give a definite meaning to every word, and to have one word for every meaning or shade of meaning. The task extended itself through years. But then they knew that, until it was thoroughly done, their science would be like shifting clouds, and their progress would be over quicksands. If their language was treacherous, their civilization was but a mirage. So they toiled on, sustained by the hope that they were making sure their footsteps in the pursuit of truth. When their work was done, they found it was only begun. for it took a generation to make the new and purified language the natural medium of the whole people, and by that time new sub-meanings had crept into most of the common words, and new shadings had discolored most of the everyday phraseology. The new and less used words, and the purely technical and scientific words stood where they were. Everything that lived had shifted ground. Everything that was purely artificial and had taken no root had remained as it began, had been in short petrified. It was clear that with living language there must be perpetual vigilance and superintendence, and the whole people had to become a council for the preservation of its purity and translucence. Every citizen set a watch upon his words, as he used them from day to day, or as he heard them used, and reported any drift in the sense and any new shade of meaning. And after deliberation in council and careful consideration by the elders, a new form was molded for each new signification. This form had to pass the ordeal of universal use for some time, and if it stood the test, it was finally accepted as part of the language. Nor was it ever forgotten that the ear and the sense of harmony had as much to do with the acceptance of a word as its fitness to express an idea. Harsh sounds wasted valuable tissue as much as unmeaning syllables. The verbal atrocities of Western science would have made the Limanorans shudder. Dissonance was an offense against the spirit of harmony, which pervaded the cosmos. It was as easy to form a melodious word or phrase as one that was grating or stridulous. Euphony, it seemed to them, was one of the first essentials of a language, and it was much pleasanter to be silent than to talk unmusically. There had grown up an instinct in them that moulded their sentences into what Europeans would have called poems. The barest statement of fact ran with a liquid sweetness that drew the ear like a piece of beautiful music. The strictest scientific discourse sounded to me as majestic and melodious as some of the greatest passages in our Western poets. Their most ordinary conversation had the liquid harmony of our finest lyrics without the monotonous rhythm, the jingling rhyme, or the mincing gait. It never struck them that there should be a special art of words apart from that skill which all had by instinct whenever there was a thought to express. If it were a perfectly new thought, a discovery or invention that was still unnamed, then it was the duty of the whole people to make or approve of a word which would exactly fit it. Loose-fitting language soon meant loose, shambling thought, and it was one of their foremost responsibilities as a race to see that no one of them was driven into that. The appearance of a special literary art, for which some were specially gifted, would have told them at once that their language was disorganized, and that the first great public need was its reform. For a time after my arrival in the island, I was accustomed to speak with admiration of the great literatures of Europe, one of the few features of our Western civilization which I felt it no shame to mention. I would launch into glowing praises of the beauty and aptness of the expression, the nobleness of the music, and the majesty and harmony of each work. When I spoke of Homer and Aeschylus, of Dante and Milton, of Shakespeare and Goethe, I was unbounded in my admiration of their lofty genius in the management of their material. Questioned as to the character of their thoughts, I contended that there was no need for these to be absolutely new. The greatest merit of such poets was that they took the wisdom of their age or country, or the wisdom of all ages and countries, and expressed them in a way that was inimitable. Their material they had gathered from books or from the experience of their time, and most of their great poems have been analyzed by admiring commentators into their original elements. The source from which almost every idea had been taken could be pointed out. But this was only to enhance the value of their work, to increase their greatness. It was one of the commonest observations amongst literary men in the West, when defending themselves against the charge of plagiarism, that there was no such thing as absolute originality of idea or material. The great merit in literature, the test of its lastingness, was the originality or freshness of expression. The rest belonged to the age or people in which it was produced, or to mankind of all ages and nations. And young men and women were encouraged to learn foreign languages, and especially the classical tongues, at all hazards, because translations missed what was distinctive in the great authors. If they would enjoy the true flavour of their originality, they must learn and study the language of the great books for themselves. I found my efforts to communicate my enthusiasm all in vain. I was met by a look of pity in the eyes of my listeners, and soon came to know the source and meaning of the emotion. They were sorry that I should continue to admire that which was the symptom of a diseased condition, and they commiserated the retrograde state of so many millions of the inhabitants of the globe, who would spend some of the best moments and feelings of their lives on what was merely superficial. They sympathized with the effort to live in a world of thought, a spiritual world, a nobler existence than that of eating and drinking. This was a sign of yearning for advance. But they grieved that it should take such a mistaken direction, that their fellow men in the West should glory in what was evidence of disease. Language was singularly disordered, when only a few could be found throughout the ages with the capacity to use it aptly and musically. Where was the wisdom that guided the people, if it could let this great instrument and medium of thought remain so chaotic and infirm that whosoever was skilled in fit and melodious use of it was held to be inspired? Surely it was the first care of the elders and governors to see that the universal means of communication was at least unambiguous and explicit. The highway of thought was left a jungle, primeval and inarticulate, as the intercourse of animals, and one who made a clear track through any part of the labyrinth was lauded as divine. The literature of Europe was evidently but the outcome of the incapacity of its people for proper self-government. That only a few should be able to write or speak in so clear and fitting way was a disgrace to the civilization. To honour them so greatly as the people did reveal the depths of incapacity into which all had fallen, and the corrupt state of the language. I urged the marvellous power of suggestion that European words had in the hands of the poets. They bore so many sub-meanings and branches of meaning that the full depths of a poem or great prose work were never sounded. Age after age of students could go on studying it and still find in it new significance, new inspiration. Commentary after commentary had been written on the Iliad, the Divine Comedy, and Shakespeare's plays, without exhausting all the meaning they had in them. Vast libraries of interpretation of them had accumulated, and yet every new age found opportunity for additions to them. This was due to the subtle under-meanings which had touched innumerable keys in the soul, and played upon a vast variety of emotions. An able writer could bring words together so aptly as to affect different minds in different ways. A nebulous significance gathered round his phrases and sentences, and out of this 100 scholars would make each his own discovery. Mystically lay the thoughts in the depths of his words, ready for the profounder students to fathom. And so every great poem inspired age after age in 1,000 different directions. Would this have been the case if every word had been made to serve but one purpose, if every phrase had been unequivocal in meaning, and every sentence unshaded and perspicuous? It was the play of meaning, the opalescent glimmer of light in language that rendered European poetry so beautiful and undyingly suggestive. It was the twilight of words that gave such majestic and shadowy forms to the ideas and characters and scenes of the great poems of the past. And what would the generations of scholars and teachers have done without these hidden meanings to reveal in their literature, without these dim illusions and adumbrations of sense to make clear? Where would our youth have found their intellectual training, if all our great literature had been transparent and precise in meaning? I thought I had made out a special case for our European tongues, but a glance at the face of my querist served to scatter my vanity to the winds. There was the same inscrutable look of pity in the eyes. Everything I had pleaded, as I thought, so eloquently, had only deepened the Limanora view of shameful waste of talent which the undefined and perpetually shifting sense of European words produced in the West. There must the ablest minds of most generations wrestle all their lives with those loose-jointed languages they had to employ, and try to get their benediction and inspiration into form for the ages to wrestle with. There must thousands of capable men and women waste their best years in searching for recondite meanings in the words these have produced. There must all the immature minds spend their youth on the hatred, barren task of trying to grasp the mirage of sense in the books they learn. What progress would there not have been in Europe, if all this talent and energy and time had been saved for the real work of life, if all the best thinkers she produced had been set to the labour of true discovery? It was little wonder that her civilization was practically unprogressive, when so much of it was built on the quicksands of her language. All the shades and suggestions of meaning were but pitfalls wherein most of her men and women foundered on the journey of life. It was with mere shadows and shows that her greatest minds fought. They were not conquering the unknown and undiscovered that their fellow men might advance in their footsteps. The night encircled them as deeply as before their preternatural efforts. How could the blind lead the blind in a land covered with mists and full of pitfalls? I had still a few arrows in my quiver, I thought. No one could deny the beauty of the literary art and the training it gave to the sense of what was fair and noble. Where will one find anything so melodious as our great poems? Where anything so harmonious as the prose of our finest stylists? A beautiful lyric can hold a nation entranced. A fine piece of prose can stir thousands to admiration. What could be more ennobling than the effect of our greatest poems on the youth of our nations? What more refining than the study of our great prose writers? Again I knew how far beside the mark I had shot. Style was but the effort of a language to throw off its diseases, an acknowledgment of the gross imperfections that burdened it and made it a clog on the progress of thought. If a language were what it ought to be, a precise means of intercourse between soul and soul, a true medium of intellectual energy, then ought the race that uses it to be completely unconscious of anything like style. We never know we breathe, or how we breathe, till some stoppage makes breathing difficult. We never realize we have a heart whose pulsations are essential to life, till it beats irregularly, and alarms us with the prospect of disease in it. So it is with speech, the instrument of communication among the men, the ether of thought. Did it perform all its functions in a healthy and perfect way? Should we pay little or no attention to it? Were words unambiguous and precise, every man would speak and write in the best of all styles, that natural and conspicuous method of expression which fixes the whole mind of the listener or reader, not the means of conveyance, but on the energy that passes through it. Speech should be no more than one of the unpremeditated, unguided functions of our system. As soon as it calls for attention, it is deranged. As long as we are unconscious of it, it is healthful and strong, acting in every way as it should, without shadow or broken light, without indefiniteness of meaning or mistaken suggestion. Nor should a language even in its commonest thoroughfares be devoid of music. How false must be the rendering of a thought, if for the sake of melody he who is called a poet should have to reject all but musical expressions in a language which has little music in it. How artificial must be the labours of this professional wordmonger, when he must sit amongst the debris of his vocabulary, and pick and choose with weary exertion the words that will fit into his poem. With most of his language unsuited to his purpose, as being invented or moulded by unmusical people, he is like a mosaic worker who has to make his work out of common stone, or out of fragments of pottery thrown into the rubbish heap of the ages. Most languages sound like the rasping of a file over iron, or the shooting of debris over a precipice, or at best the cackle and hiss of fireworks. And it is not surprising, for their individual words are made out of anything that is ready to hand by men who care nothing for the sound of them, whether it is harsh or melodious. Now and again, if a word or phrase becomes current out of the range of literary products, it will get its harsh grating syllables ground off, or rounded and polished in the torrent of common speech. Thus are prepared the only elements of the language that are fit for the fine mosaic work of Western poets. They rescue these time-smoothed pebbles from their gross or vulgar surroundings, and place them in a setting that will make them seem beautiful for a time. It is only for a time. Again, the fair structure they have made falls into ruin, and fragments are whirled into the eddies of everyday speech, and abandon their beauty of form and meaning for something their original maker would never recognize. Then begins the old process, the debris of forgotten works, rounded and smoothed in the current of time, serves as the rubble to be concreted into the artistic works of a new age. Alas for the artists who have such a task before them! Out of the rubbish heap of the past they must mould what will please the new times. And where is there room for true harmony in the result of such a process? The materials depend on their form on the caprice of chance, the artists depend for the form they give on the caprice of the age in which they work, certain to be antiquated by the next new fashion. As long as a literary product depends on its form for its lasting effect, it must be comparatively ephemeral, for a form is nothing if it does not suit the fancy of the age to which it appeals, and the fancy of one age conflicts with most others. Artificial means may seem to keep it alive, an ecclesiastical or political movement, the aid of an extraneous art, or the ambition of scholars and critics. But the life is only galvanic, and not from the heart of the people. No true music can come out of that which is essentially unmusical. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Inspiration. I abandoned the effort to defend the literature of Christendom and came to the conclusion that a people that so scorned all word-mongering could not have any literature. I was soon disabused of the idea. One day, after my education had advanced into the final stage of its earlier course, and my loyalty to the race had been tested in many ways, my pro-parents bade me accompany them to the production of a new book. After what I had heard in the depreciation of literature such as I had been accustomed to in Europe, I was somewhat startled at this invitation, but they said nothing to explain the anomaly, although they knew well the nature of the discussion I had had with Riallaro. I had thought that during my long residence in the island and in my countless flights over it, I had come to know every public institution existing on it. But I was mistaken again. In our course we chose a direction that for a space was one I had several times taken. But soon we bent out of the usual track up Liallaro, and turning one of its eastern spurs, made for a deep valley which was concealed from view, except to voyagers towards the sunset. Here we found the air filled with wings and airships streaming onwards. It was a beautiful sight, this navy of the sky fleeting across the snows of Liallaro, or winnowing the depths of the azure. We had been on the adjoining coasts of the island, and had not to strike far upwards in order to reach our destination. So the air fleet moved far above us, most of it having to round the heights of the gleaming mountain. Nothing could surpass the grace with which they took their way through the heaven, now to this point, now to that, and after a time I could hear the movement of their wings, like the rustle of silken sails. In gazing dreamily upwards, I had allowed myself to drop too near the earth, and in order to reach the goal of our flight exactly I had to take another long rise. Thereafter my gaze was bent earthwards on a still more beautiful sight beneath me. A broad valley narrowed coastwards to a deep gorge and mountainwards into a rift in the rocks. The river which had sculptured this singular amphitheatre had been deflected by an artificial channel into the centre of force, but was allowed at times to sweep its old bed free of the debris of rocks and vegetation. Up each side vibrated in the air tier upon tier of their automatic rests, enough to accommodate a nation. All lay open to the sky, yet there was a subdued light down in the hollow of the veil, that soothed the eyes tired with the gleam of the blue and snow above. And this twilight deepened into gloom towards the head and the exit of the valley. Only in the afternoon, as the sun westered, it shot its level rays through the chasm at the entrance and mellowed the gloom even of the ravine at the upper end with its golden light. And at sunset the concentration of the many-coloured rays through the gorge had a striking effect upon the whole amphitheatre. It was as if a theatrical artist were lighting it up for some supernatural scene. The afternoon sunlight indeed soon revealed to our eyes, as we settled on the slopes, an immense stage that shot out of the ravine on the mountain side. It was, I could see, the natural theatre of the island, cut out by other than human powers. And from side to side the gentlest whisper would carry, yet without recoil, while the sound of the moving stage, as it rolled forth, rose along the tiers and without break or repercussion died away into the open sky above our heads. It must have been here, I thought, that the architects of Limanoran buildings had learned the acoustic secrets of nature. Never a sound was lessened or confused in passing to the farthest corner of any of their vast halls. Nor was it from any mechanical contrivance underneath the roof, but simply from the shape of the enclosure. Nature had formed this valley into a perfect theatre, in the highest tier of which not one listener could miss the smallest sound. Yet by a singular contrivance, by means of which a globe of irelium was kept over the stage, every sound was tenfold magnified lest the merest whisper should escape, whilst every hearer had at hand a margle, which would soften sounds that carried too loudly to the ear. Another strange effect of this irelium shell was that it magnified to the eye everything upon the stage 100-fold. It acted as a powerful microscope, so that each spectator was far nearer to the inner structure of any object than mere human eye power could bring him. We had not long to wait for the purpose of these preparations. There entered upon the stage two figures that underneath the globe seemed gigantic beside the bodies of Limanoran men and women. They had Limanoran outlines, but transmuted into something more ethereal than aught I had seen. There was a grace of form and a beauty of face beyond any of those around me on the slope of the hill. And even to my eyes, untrained and limited as they were in their powers, there was a transparency in the tissue of their bodies, which revealed the movements of their organs. I saw their hearts pulsate, and the currents of blood move quicker or slower along their veins as they walked or stood still, We could even watch the effect of their emotions in their systems, and excited or tranquil movement of thoughts in the tissues of their brains. The impulses that travelled along their nerves from brain to hand or foot, and the reports that kept journeying from the various senses to the nerve centres, seemed all to be made plain to us, and seemed the work of a magician, so marvellous was it, so far above mere human achievement. But still greater marvels were to follow. These two beings or automata or moving shadows of beings, or whatever they might be, enacted a scene, the significance of which I comprehended only after many days of thought. My immediate impressions and my subsequent conclusions and knowledge have so amalgamated that it is difficult to separate the two elements. These two beings were chosen friends, the complements of each other, with tendencies and tastes and loves all in unison. Such perfect fitting of nature to nature was as not yet to be found even in Limanora. Thought sprang to thought, and emotion to emotion, and yet there was a spontaneity and origination in both that made each a separate fountain of life and action. How independent the characters and powers, and yet how mutually adapted! The scene was meant to picture a friendship that was a true and perfect marriage. The two had grown year by year closer in harmony, till at last the mutual sympathy had culminated in a yearning to see an individuality that would combine the best peculiarities of each and perpetuate the combination. We could see the thought flame into a passion in the two systems, and then we could hear the friends talk around the longing till it grew definite, into a common project. We saw them gather the materials needed for the formation of the body. With intricacies of furnace and crucible and machinery they moulded these into the skeleton of a man, flawless and strong in every part. They tried every bone with numberless tests, till they found it all to their satisfaction. Then they started on the cartilages that kept the bones in place or moved them, giving permanence and life to each as they made it, by the magnetism they communicated to it. Tissue by tissue they built up the internal organs, modelling them with loving care on those they saw at play beneath their own eyes, and testing them to see that they performed their functions perfectly. What delicate artistic energy they spent upon the upper tissues of the body, upon the brain and ear and eye! Each created and developed the quality loved and admired in the other. There was nothing they omitted to make the new being complete and happy in all his functions. On the minute nerves and tissues they worked under powerful microscopes, and the minutiae of every sense and organ and function were examined and tested again and again, with the same magnifying power turned on them. The figure they made most noble and symmetrical in proportions and outlines, the face they made as beautiful as human face could look. The stuff in which they worked was ethereal in its texture and constituents. It was difficult to discern it with our senses, even under the great magnifying globe. It seemed to be an air of some product of the ether, for it flowed underneath their guiding fingers almost invisible. And the result was a body more transparent than their own. It was a marvel of refinement and strength combined. They experimented on every limb and sense, every nerve and muscle and tissue, and they corrected every defect in it before they reached the final act. At last the work was completed to their satisfaction, and they braced themselves for the most exhausting task of all. How were they to make this image a living creature? I smiled as I thought of the impossibility of what was evidently before them. Yet they seemed perfectly calm in their preparation for the final endeavour. Only there was a subdued volcanic energy in their systems that seemed to show that they considered it a task almost superhuman. They encouraged each other, and we could see them infuse new magnetism into their bodies by means of machinery of great power. Their faces were filled with the glow of a rapturous appeal to heaven. They were putting themselves into connection with some being they adored invisible to us, some impalpable fountain of life. They took the hands of the image they had formed, and raised it. They placed it between them, so that it should be in the path of all energy that passed from one to the other. They laid their hands upon its head and nerve centers, and at the same time the pleading rapture on their faces rose almost to trance. Their spirits seemed to go out of them. They looked like two in a dream. A faint flush came upon the cheeks of the image between them and died out. Again their souls seemed to return to full consciousness, and the rapture grew upon their faces. Again the signal of life dawned on the countenance of the image. Throb by throb they gave their own souls to his, meantime drawing from some fountain of life and spirit unseen by us. Slowly the eyelids rose, and the lips moved. There was true life in the image. The three walked as in a trance, yet with the joy of creation pulsing through them. The child of their imagination was like both, yet independent, and more beautiful to look upon. Love broke through the new being and theirs in wild pulsations. The three awoke to a new life. And then the scene vanished, and I seemed to have but dreamed. Yet there was the deep valley with the sunset rays shooting through it, and up the slopes rested thousands of flesh and blood Limanorans beside me. A few thoughts, and I knew that it was no dream. Was it magic? I could not believe that such a people would indulge in mere trifling with life and the powers above life. My spirit of inquiry stirred my guardians, and I soon knew from them that this was the first publication of a new book, called Human Sculpture. The deep valley with its apparatus was the theatre of fruition, where every imaginative foresight was first put into a form that would appeal to the whole people. It was called Lumaifa, or the display of pioneering. Their literature was all science, and that the science of the future. Romancing about the past or the present seemed to this utilitarian people waste of the noblest faculty of man, shameful squandering of imaginative wealth on that which is not. Mere retrospection for its own sake, without reference to subsequent advance, was thought by them the most pernicious of madnesses. They diagnosed it as a kind of ethical blindness, that could neither see the right nor do it. The state of peoples who looked at nothing but the past with admiration was one of the lowest circles of their inferno. Another was that of nations that saw nothing good outside of themselves and their immediate surroundings. In such unprogressive national or racial attitudes, they saw all the evils of inbreeding. The weaknesses and intellectual and moral disease of the past grew despotic in their power over the human system, till they came to seem the only virtues. Even what had once been virtues grew inveterate and routine, or monstrous and overpowering in their excess. The past served only as the soil for the better growths of the future. And an exhausted soil became barren, if not poisonous, for all but weeds, or growths that needed and deserved no attention or cultivation. To spend imagination on the past, therefore, was to them a crime against the future. What was dead and needed invention to bring before the mind again was better in its grave. A literature that turned back to the past for its progress clogged the wheels of progress, unless it belonged to a race that had fallen back centuries behind the natural advance of the world. For a progressive nation to give of its best for the resurrection of a dead past was to confess a strain of barbarism in it, and to prophesy its own rapid decay. The imagination was the faculty of the future. It had its eyes set in front, and not behind like a memory. It was meant to investigate the horizon before us, and to interpret the lights and shadows thrown from below the rim of vision, and not to look back, whether with regret or adoration, over the region that humanity had beaten hard with its weary footing. The future is infinite. The human past covers but a few centuries, and a narrow track through them. It is not for want of scope that the faculty of fruition is driven back on the ground already trodden. It is through a grievous and incurable malady, the malady of preterpluperfection, that twists the face round to the back of the neck, and rots or petrifies the tissues of the brain and the heart. They counted it the saddest of all spectacles on earth to see a race, by its nature, be rapidly progressive, waste its highest energies in retracting again and again the footsteps of its own ancestry, or of the ancestry of some other race. Nothing would persuade them to permit any study of the past that was not meant to be wholly relevant to the future. They tended to be, I thought, almost negligent of the value of history and historical study, for, as our Western commonplace goes, history repeats itself, and however new and ameliorative an age may be, it may obtain lessons, and still more warnings from ages past. Their literature was all of the future. There were 2 of the largest families of the race devoted to it, and their numbers were ever being recruited by adoption into them of scions of others, who revealed exceptional imaginative faculty. They had the generalized training of the island, but their particular training was more completely specialized than that of any other family. Nothing was omitted that would tend to make them of imagination all compact, or to give them such ease in their command of language as would bring them to the exact word without effort. Next to these points in their education stood tutelage in all that pertained to scenic art and music. For they had to give their ideas a staging that would at once appeal to the imagination of the whole people. Lumiifa was in their province, and the literary form into which they were to put their communications as to the future had to be as perfect as it could be in their language, exactly expressing all they had to convey, and at the same time appealing to the ear by its melody and harmony. As far as histrionic art was allowable in the island, they were the artists, whilst the linguistic conventions of the people they were the leaders and suggesters in the making of words, and in the choice of words made. They had, I could see, the finest heads in the community. The brow was broad, full, and shapely. The eyes were large and yet deeply set under the brows, and the base of the skull was of great width. Every section of the brain that had to do with imaginative and poetic power was well developed. Yet their faces and features showed no difference from the common Limanoran type. They had no more beauty or regularity of outline. It was clear that all children of a certain shape of skull and development of brain were selected for training and adoption by these 2 families, whenever they needed recruits. From the first, the youth of these 2 families were educated in the sciences of the day, in order that they might know what gaps in knowledge had to be filled, and what laws should guide and limit their imaginative prospecting. For the literature they produced is science in embryo. Science lays the foundations of literature, and literature prepares the way for science. These families, by their imaginative production based on all that is already known, pioneer the scientific investigators into the new regions of the future. They keep in touch with the leaders of science and act as allies to them, finding out the track of what these are trying to discover or invent, and suggesting methods of supplying their wants or reaching their aims. They provide working hypotheses for scientists to apply and test, and they map out roads for the whole race into darkness of the unknown or the twilight of the half-conjectured. Thus their literature is fiction, for tentative fiction, they hold, is the only unstagnant truth. The productions of the pioneering families have all to be submitted to the national test. What the race disapproves of is promptly cancelled and forgotten. What meets with the approval of the elders or of the leaders of any one of the sciences is handed over to them for experimentation, even though it should not attract the rest of the people. What strikes the fancy of the nation as a whole is adopted as the map and guide of the future. It is the sacred book of the time, and the citizens study it daily for the purpose of reaching the goal it sets before their life. But every new age antiquates one or more of these sacred books. For the region they have mapped out in the future is reached and travelled over, the advance they anticipate is made, the ideal they paint is realized and rapidly becoming commonplace. It puzzled me for a time to guess what they did with their superseded books, knowing as I did how superfluous they counted all researches into the past and all imaginative pictures of the present. My question, as usual, was not long unanswered. I was shown the library of antiquated fiction in the Valley of Memories. It was used in the very earliest stages of education. The children read the books or heard them in order to see, when they reached years of maturity, what the race had come from and how much it might yet advance, to gather enthusiasm from the spectacle of the progress made, and to learn lessons for their own future. Beyond childhood and early youth, every minute was counted lost that was not spent on the future and its possibilities. For a man or woman of mature years, all forms of antiquarianism were counted idleness. They never permitted themselves to lay too much stress on any sacred book, or to adore it too passionately, however much they might be guided by it for a time. For they knew from experience that it would soon be worked into the nature of the race and the system of the individual, and another would take its place. The sacred book of today was bound to be transcended tomorrow. The foresights and ideals of this year would become truisms of next. The real desecration, they thought, was to rest too many ages over a sacred book, its precepts unworked into the life, its pictures and ideals unrealized, to adore its words and deny its spirit by failing to advance beyond its point of view. A book too long held sacred is a charge of stagnancy and barbarism against a race, and an insult to its intelligence. It proves that the civilization has become stereotyped, or worse, retrospective. To eat, to sleep, to fall prostrate before a dead ideal, to propagate and die, sum up the ultimate duties of existence at its highest level. Every book was sacred to the Limanorans which threw light upon the track ahead into the darkness, and so long as it still gave light where light was needed, it remained sacred. Whenever its light became the common daylight around the race, and especially if they had to look backwards in order to see its waymarks, then it was promptly committed to the Valley of Memories. Not a moment was wasted on its precepts after they had become the laws of everyday existence. They had known from their own history what a terrible engine of oppression a book might be, when once it had become antiquated without losing the adoration of the people. Its prophecies, which had become mere tales of the past, had to be projected again into the future by mystic interpretation. Its precepts, embodying the spirit of a generation long dead, had to be galvanized into life by casuistry, and innumerable methods had to be extorted from its overstrained text to prevent the human mind moving on past its own stage of morality and civilization. How many ages in their own history did their ancestors live with their dead? Into the warmest feelings of their hearts had the grave clothes of the past intertwined, and what torture to love and the noblest feelings, what bloodshed and horrors it cost them to be able to stand off from their dead authority, and to look at it with unprejudiced mind. It had become part of their best selves, and it seemed like suicide to cast it from them, and relegate it to its true home, the graveyard of the past. That long experience was burned into their natures, and to lay too much stress on any new book or idea gave them an instinctive pang. They could not bear to linger over it, once the light had died out of it and its leading had become a highway mark for the passer-by. To utter or admire the obvious or commonplace was counted one of the gravest offences against the commonweal. It awakened a look of pity in the eyes of the listener as for one who was smitten with an incurable disease. A repetition of the offence would lead to drastic measures with the victim. He was haled before the medicists, and his system was minutely examined for the source of the malady, and for weeks he was kept under medical supervision. No labour or watching or remedial pain was spared till the source of the offending was scourged out of the constitution of the sufferer. As a rule it was found on investigation that the infection had come from some book, whose spirit and precepts had become incorporated in the past of the race, and could give no more vitality to it. It was good enough for children and youth, who were passing through the primitive stages of development. To them it was fresh and new for a time, and was even the source of life and vigour. But once out of the valley of memories, the men and women who could read it with any pleasure were considered unhealthy and atavistic, and were sent to hospital for treatment. The symptoms of the malady of the commonplace were well known and most patent. Loquacity, fondness for confidential communications and mysterious suggestions under solemn conditionings, or even oaths of silence, bustling idleness, feeble smiles of impotent superiority, jocular dogmatism, assumption of wisdom, and excessive vanity. If the disease had not been so infectious and stealthy in its spread, it would never have been treated so seriously and so promptly, for it was seldom malignant, in its earlier appearances at least, only when it became morbid, and took the shape of injured feeling at unrecognized genius, resulting at times in jealousy and slander, or conspiracy and rebellion, or when it grew masterful and acquired a sense of its own infallibility and omnipotence, resulting generally in petty spite and persecution. Was there any deadly virus in it? It was its epidemic character that made it most formidable, and necessitated a system of moral quarantine. Special precautions were taken in permitting the use of the sacred books of the past, and of antiquated or superseded ideas. They were only useful for teaching the young reverence for great thoughts and great thinkers, and for leading the mature to estimate their own achievements modestly, when they saw the rapid antiquation of even the most striking books. One evil that arose from the study of past literature, the overvaluation of literary work, they tried to obviate. They placed noble deeds on the same footing with noble words and thoughts, and saw that they were as carefully recorded and described. It was the duty of the young to report, and give permanent form to, anything that was done greatly. With their enthusiasm made more glowing by their ignorance and inexperience, they acted as the historiographers of the race. The youth of a family went with the elders whenever any difficulty offered itself, and with their recording instruments, inosans and linosans and hydrolans, they took flying pictures, electrographs, and reports of the scene for deposit in the valley of memories. If any emergency arose and was nobly met when the youthful remembrancers were not present, they wrote the annals of it none the less, and reproduced its scenes in moving representations after interviewing all who witnessed the deed. There was as much inspiration, this people held, in a great action as in a great book, provided it illumined the darkness of the road ahead of them. For to them the true test of greatness and inspiration was the power of foreillumination or of stimulus to progress. Whatsoever flashed light over the unknown in front must have come from a higher point of view than their own immediate surroundings. Word or deed, it was to them all the same, if it had this divine characteristic, the one that was worthy of chronicling and preserving the other. But they ceased to look upon it as a source of stimulus to action as soon as it failed to throw light upon their future, or to hold up an ideal that they had not yet attained. Inspiration, like all other things and beings in the universe, was progressive. No idea or deed, no word or book could be permanently inspired. And the quicker a race progressed, the sooner it sterilized its sacred thoughts and deeds. All noble human advance was a process of de-inspiration, A step upwards makes the climber capable of looking down upon the previous point of vision, and of looking up for a still higher, and to gaze downwards is to encourage retrogression. Whosoever or whatsoever caught the first gleam of a peak above them was to them inspired. But it was the duty to reach that peak in their march upwards as soon as possible, and once it was reached, where was the inspiration? It was itself far below with the age that supplied it. Some new deed or thought or book was certain to take the place of that which had for a time been considered sacred. And, if that did not come, then woe to the race. Progress must stop and darkness must close in on their purblind leaders, who, in order to retain their dominance, must elevate the past, immediate or distant, into a divinity, and its best book into an oracle. After a time so obscured do the pages of this book become with cobwebs of interpretation, that at last they must spin new cobwebs out of their intestines. The dread of light from without becomes a horror. If a new teacher or prophet should come, down with him into the dust. His teachings are false, for they agree not with the devotion cobwebbed book. If a reformer sees light above and ahead, he is banned as a messenger of hell, and what he sees is nothing but a diabolic marshlight. All through the race spread the awful diseases of spiritual inbreeding, inability to distinguish the true from the false, love of delusion, unwholesome and insane pursuits and ends, and the madness of cruelty and intolerance. Nothing but fierce revolution could save a race from such a plight. And the germs of revolution must come from without themselves and without the world. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pioneering, Part 1. Imagination, corrected by racial instinct in the assemblies of all, was the seeker for foregleams of what was to be. And a people that had organized its civilization into a disciplined advance was not likely to leave its scouts and vanguard unorganized. Its destiny was largely in the hands of those who went before it into the night, or who ascended the heights above it, and told of the region to be traversed next, and the best routes through it. There was no service that needed so much the best powers of the race and its best organization. Into the pioneering families were gathered their most powerful imaginations, for imagination is the only clairvoyant of the faculties. It can see what lies below the horizon of knowledge, it can forecast the world as it might be and as it is to be, and it can draw the human mind onwards by the splendors of this forecast. This people had early realized the symboling nature of the faculty, and the great part of it might play in their devotion to progress. And they resolved to save it from all waste. They refused to have it become the mere slave of luxury or of popular amusement, such as they saw it was in most other civilized nations. Even where it conjured up the past in magnificent literary pictures, what else was it than the pander to tastes and habits that were overworn? The encomiast of deeds that had better be buried in oblivion. It frequented the palaces of kings and licked the dust off their feet, or it played the buffoon to the indolent, sensuous crowd. At rare times it isolated itself, and heedless of the babbling world that offered it so many prizes, it wrestled with the powers of darkness and ignorance. But what could a poor recluse do against the infinite night? If it were to help the forward march of humanity, it must be disciplined and organized to a definite aim. All other peoples have left imagination to struggle for itself. This people recognized it as the most unschooled and shiftless of the human faculties, whilst they felt it to be the most divine and fullest of promise. They determined that amongst them it should lose its reeling gait and wandering, aimless eye, and become the pioneer of their march onwards. Instead of fixing its eye on the past or on the favours of the great, it should skirmish before the main army into the region of the unknown. It should report on the difficulties and the enemies to be met, and map out the world as it was to be. What would be thought of the shipmaster who let the keenest eye of his crew lounge round the ship, looking into the pockets of his comrades, and making them laugh, or lean over the stern watching the track left behind, if darkness and cloud and a broken sea ever lay on the horizon ahead? What else were the nations doing with their lookout faculty, imagination, but allowing it to waste itself on providing amusement for the luxurious, or on figuring the problem of the past? It was one of the first duties of the Limanoran elders, after the great series of purgations of the race, to organize and develop the imagination they had in their midst. They had observed that there were two great types of uses of the faculty. One was short of vision, and could see with great distinctness the regions that were hidden in twilight, immediately in front of them. The other was far-sighted, and could descry the features of wide regions that lay in darkness under the horizon. There happened to be amongst them two families distinguished from all others by their great imaginativeness, and from each other by pre-eminence in one of these two kinds of imagination. The task therefore was easy. It only needed care in disciplining the members of these to the main purpose of the race, in developing the faculty of each, and in recruiting their numbers from the most imaginative children of other families. The Lumiamo or pioneers of the immediate were recruited chiefly from the scientific and technical families, for their duties lay most of all in supplying hypotheses for experimentation, in suggesting methods of solving difficult problems, and in tracing out paths that invention should take. Invention in fact was what they were oftenest engaged in. But there was a subordinate function, that was however of equal importance for the forward movements of the race. It was to take the far-reaching conceptions of the other imaginative family, and show how they could be attained by the civilization and means they already had. They accepted the scientific ideas and apparatus of the time as they were, and out of them and their development, they engineered a highway through the intervening twilight to the ideal that the Fralomiomo or pioneers of the distant had pictured and set up ahead of the race. I had not known of this division of pioneering work when I flew back from the marvellous spectacle in the Valley of Futuritions. As I thought over it, I became more and more skeptical of the realizability of the scene. It had the inconsecution and absurdity of a dream. I said to Riallaro, where was the possibility of ever substituting artificial for natural propagation of the race? It was completely out of the line of evolution, and could lead to nothing but what was unnatural and evil. They could modify nature to an indefinite extent, I knew, but what was the use of attempting to supersede nature? And suppose it were possible to supersede it in this respect, where would be the advantage? They could already modify and guide nature so as to produce the type of children they desired for the progress of the race. What more was needed? Riallaro gave no answer, partly because she thought that the elders were more capable of answering, partly because she knew that the publication of the book on human sculpture was by no means finished. Next day my sense of community with the immediate yearning and aim of the Limanorans drew me unconsciously to Loomiefa again, and on my way the streaming wings through the sky showed me that my impulse was not purposeless. There was a general movement towards the same goal. Soon the whole amphitheatre was filled from height to hollow with spectators enriched in colour by the rays of the afternoon sun. I had scarcely settled in my rest and surveyed the scene when I knew that all eyes were fixed on the hollow of the valley. The platform had again run out with the globular magnifier covering it. But the succession of scenes upon it was almost too swift for my observation, untrained as I still was in my senses, and a certain confusion still rests over the spectacle in my memory. Many of the links in the chain were so amazing as to bewilder me, and yet the general purpose and effect of the scene as a whole rise above the confusion in my mind. I knew before it was done that it was a complete answer to my questions and skepticism. The Lumiamo were enacting the various stages in the evolution of the race which would connect its actual state with the possibility of artificial human propagation. The scene enacted what they had long been able to do, the production of animal tissue of all kinds. Even the most subtle nerve was spun, and under their microscopes they could examine it like a rope. Another showed animal creation at work on the combination of tissue into one of the lower types of animal. One after another in a long series we saw creative power rise in its ambitions and efforts through the animal creation up to the human. But the most striking scene was to come. It was the application of the newly discovered biometer to the search for the principle of life. We saw the creative artists investigate with the instrument plant after plant and animal after animal, and fail in their attempts to isolate it or produce it. They modified the biometer in innumerable ways. Then we saw them fly through the atmosphere and set the new life measuring apparatus afloat in space. After repeated attempts, ever pulling the faleena back empty, they at last showed by the joy on their faces that they had attained the goal of their quest. In the delicate test tubes of their new biometers was found something that kept agitating their indicators. Soon they had it in their laboratories, and were experimenting with it. Again and again they gathered it from the vacuum above the atmosphere. At last by means of it they were enabled to find it in the plants around them, and in the animals of the surrounding islands. A series of scenes as amazing showed how they came at the discovery of the principle of soul by means of the psychometer. Step by step, and each step I came afterwards to feel, represented a Limanoran generation. They traced it back to its secret. Most of all they were aided in their researches by investigations outside of the atmosphere. There they captured in the tubes of their psychometers the form of energy that constituted human soul, and in their laboratories they were able to study it at leisure. For long I felt that these pictures of the future were unlikely to be realized, yet the steps in the process were so gradual, and the scene representing each so vivid, that I came in after years to accept it as well within the range of Limanoran possibilities, for I realized at last how far into the future imagination could pioneer, and what a vast number of ages one of these predictive dramas would cover. My sense of time was crude and weak during my earlier years in the island, and it was difficult for me to appreciate the passage of cosmic periods, such as were often implied in the scenes representing the publication of a book by the Fra Lumiamo. I afterwards listened to the book of human sculpture itself, as it uttered itself from a loud-sounding linasan or reproducer of speech. This automaton reader had the long strip of irelium constituting a Limanoran book fed into it off the cylinder on which the book was kept rolled. It gave the sound and every intonation of the author's voice, so that there was no difficulty in following his every thought as it found expression. I never came to be able to read those books on the irelium rolls themselves under a microscope, as the Limanorans could, and preferred to use my hearing instead of my eyes. There was no possibility of ambiguity if I listened to the words as they came hot from the thinker's own lips. A new and more esoteric kind of book tended to supersede this at a later period. It consisted of an electrogram of the author's thoughts, as they developed and shaped themselves, flashed onto long-moving strips of labramor or electricity sponge by his active magnetic sense, This placed in an hydrosan or electrograph affected the firla of the receiver, so that he followed the whole process of thinking. Such a permanent record of creative thought in its process of creating was of measureless value to such a people as this, for every economy of time and intelligence meant a quickening of their march into the nobler future. But for many ages the effort of electrographing the thought was too much except for the most powerful of mature creative minds, and that of receiving the flash of the electrogram through the firla was within the capacity of none but those who had developed their magnetic faculty to great refinement of power. The Book of Human Sculpture was the first of the recent imaginative productions that I became acquainted with. Riallaro and I joined a party of youth who, under the guidance of our proparents, were to listen to it, as it sounded through the linasan in the valley of Lumaifa. Hour after hour we followed the melodious periods, as they echoed up the slopes. At brief intervals on the rocky curtain at the head of the gorge there would flame out for several minutes a moving picture of the scenes we had witnessed the enaction of on the stage. And a still more striking illustration of the text of the book was a magnetic communication to our minds of the originating impulse which moulded each thought and scene in the imagination of the author, and the creative enthusiasm he felt as each idea burst in all its light upon his soul. By the time we had finished the book, we knew its whole conception and history, its purpose, and its probable effect upon the civilization. It answered all my questions, and rooted out all my skepticism. The whole object of their unending labours was to take command of nature by finding out her secrets and abridging her processes, so as to make them serviceable to their advance. I felt how absurd had been my objections, for where would this people have been if they had left nature to herself? What else was barbarism but leaving nature to herself, so that the more cruel animal part of her became dominant? Nature included an infinite range of gradations of energy and life from what we call dead matter to the subtle and elevated organizations that fill space and evade the finest perception of our senses. Within our own system are to be found many of those, from the debris of our bodily tissues and organs to the noblest thought we can conceive. The precept to let nature alone is fraught with inextricable ambiguity, and if we let the myriad natures within us fight it out, it is not difficult to see which would have dominance, for it's easier to level down than to level up. Every interference with the lower nature in order to bring it under the sway of the higher, every new mastery of our system as a whole by our creative thought, is a step upwards in the scale of existences. 3/4 of the process of human propagation belong to the sphere of our lower nature, so that civilized men and women were ashamed to speak of it, and tended to become gross and coarse if they did freely speak of it. Every act seemed to drag them back again to the level of the animals, and it took them years of effort to drive the thoughts and traces of it into oblivion. They had as a people painfully fought their way up out of the slough of passion, and mastered the emotions that tended to overbalance them by their excess, and to plunge them back again into it. Guard themselves as they might by all kinds of precautions, and spiritualize the act as they never tried to do, its necessary recurrence never failed to embrute the nature for a moment, whilst it still kept open a path for retrogression. To shut out this possibility of redescent into the beast would be one of the greatest services to their race. As useful for their advance would the command for human propagation be in another direction. The only fear of deterioration that still haunted them arose from atavism. Nature still had a trick of returning on her own footsteps. The child of the noblest pair had at times traces of far back ancestry resurgent in evil or retrogressive traits, and it wasted the time and best energy of parents and proparents to obliterate these. In every germ lay dormant the potentialities of its whole ancestral past, and any one of them might assert itself as master during the dim unguided life of gestation. With all their precautions something evil might still lurk in the systems of the young to develop in full maturity of life. But if they moulded every tissue and organ and faculty for themselves, this retrogressive tendency that nature treasures up in every germ and child would disappear. There would be nothing to watch or obliterate in the immature. A still greater economy of time and labor would result in the abridgment of the earlier processes of education. Education, it is true, never ceased throughout life. But the education of the mature was self-conducted. The citizen was his own schoolmaster, and his surroundings were his instruments and assistants. That of the earlier stages used up the labor and wisdom of two other personalities for the long period of discipline. They were ever on watch and guard lest the past lay in the youthful nature should suddenly rise and master it. For all education is a wrestle with the superseded past, which becomes evil as soon as it grows superfluous or obstructs further advance. Every form of vitality that has played its part on the stage of existence leaves it with reluctance. It clings to the new, that it may have a little more of life, and impedes its advance. The obsolete most survives in the tissues of the young and immature, and to educate is to struggle with the obsolete or obsolescent. The labor and thought needed to make the struggle end in the success of the new and progressive have never been understood so well by as many as the elders of the Limanorans. No effort of their civilization was so exhausting as the educative. To enter on parenthood or pro-parenthood made them pause, for all acknowledged that the assumption of this duty was the greatest sacrifice a man or woman could make for the progress of the race. They knew that for half a century their individual vigilance could never cease, and that the strain would come on all their faculties, and not one or two alone, as it would in most of the other duties they owed to the race, even invention or discovery. Whatsoever would commute or abolish this heavy service to the nation was sure to be welcomed. So vast an amount of the best time and wisest ability of the island would be set free that it would be difficult to calculate the acceleration of progress it would effect. All this and 1,000 other considerations passed through my mind as I listened to the book of human sculpture and drank in its inspirations. The doubts that its dramatic publication had left in me were all laid. I now knew that this would be a new sacred book, which would hold up for ages an ideal for Limanora to struggle towards. This book of human sculpture made clear to me the meaning and purpose of another publication that I soon witnessed. It was the book of Asexuality, which showed us dramatically how sex and its results belong to a lower and more physical stage of personal development. It revealed to us the nature of the beings that flit through sidereal space just outside the ken of our senses, centers of energy less inert and more ethereal than any terrestrial creatures. Into them flows more freely than it flows into us the divine energy that is above all. Out of themselves they give as freely to their fellows as they receive. They need no such inequality and unstable equilibrium as sex to teach them such bounteous benignity. Living in the precincts of the fountain of life as they do, not imprisoned within local and temporal limits, but free to move whither they will and to drink unstintingly of supernal existence, they know how essentially all nobler life consists in free bounty. The more of themselves and their energy they give, the higher the energy they receive in its place. Sex is only the rude beginning of this higher law, the principle of antagonism to stagnation, of giving lavishly in order to have room for receiving from higher sources. It supersedes and antagonizes the law of parasitism, which governs the crude beginnings of life on a new world. The lower microscopic creatures that live a famished jejune life in space ready to pounce upon any orb their shoals encounter, propagate by mere self-division. They have nothing to give. A new star cooling down on its surface sufficiently for life to settle on is their great opportunity. There they may parasite and feed to their heart's content, propagating by the myriad every infinitesimal fraction of time. And as long as they live in such primeval luxury, they never move one step higher in life. Oversupply of food, indeed all luxury, damns a being to stagnancy. The full-fed parasite is unprogressive, and though multiplying teemingly, is practically sterile. His generations are on a level with himself. He is immortal by mere fission. The only function of his life is to grab, till his gettings make him too big for his microscopic unity, and he has to break up. In the higher stages of life, even in human life, this infecundity attaches in the same way to luxurious living, whilst the sycophant is sterile of purpose and existence. All take and no give is a monstrosity above the lowest bacterial life. The more of dependence or flattery there is in a people, the lower their natures. A tyranny is the lowest political organism, and the tyrannies of the worst is the socialistic, for there is no inequality to antagonize and overcome the lethargy of parasitism. Even when bacteria begin to feel the pinch of scanty nutrition or malnutrition, they start on a new career, and show the first traces of an advance in life. They incline to give as well as receive, and here are the primeval beginnings of sex. Ill-fed bacteria tend to propagate by means of special cells or spores. Instead of steeping themselves in food till they burst, they now begin to nurse within their systems a germ, to which they give of their best till it is able to launch out for itself. They cease to reproduce by fission, and reproduce by spore formation. This is the first step upwards on the long road to human morality. The beginnings of sex are the beginnings of unlikeness of individuals, and the beginnings of unstable equilibrium and overflow of energy from one being to another. This is the organization of the policy of give in a new star, ultimately meant to drive out, after a world-long struggle, the antagonistic policy of mere get. Sex first introduced into our world the eagerness of one being to give of its best for the good of another being. Conjugal love in the human era is the first noble form of sexuality, and parental love is its still nobler offshoot. The development of parenthood is the knell of sexuality, for it is a new and higher phase of the policy of give, and antiquates the mere mutuality of sexual love. It gives all its expecting naught in return. And into the place of the energy that has gone out of it flows an energy that is near the divine and raises towards the divine. It is at this point that sex becomes a lower stage, seeming almost to mingle with brute life. Out of it must humanity struggle in order to progress. In the spirit there is no sex. This I had heard as a meaningless echo from the wise lips in the West. Now I saw its significance. The higher, the more spiritual we become, the less we permit sex to dominate, and the less difference there is between the sexes. It was in the world of imagination and intellect that the first idea of equality of the sexes arose. And the more intellectual a people became, the less it insisted on the difference between man and woman. Emphasis on sex in a civilized people was a sure sign of approaching decay. For the goal towards which the human race is advancing is asexual. Not that it will be the main characteristic, but it is the most striking compared with our present phase of being. The more highly organized existences that fill space and hover just outside the range of our grosser senses have reached the stage in which the stimulus of sex or even of parenthood is no longer needed, in order to save the benignant instincts from dying out. And the higher a center of energy climbs in the scale of existence, the more does it become to overflow into other centers, to give of its highest and best. What we call life, or the spontaneous rejection of stagnancy, begins on its lowest fringe with a tendency to take all and give none, with appetite. Below this are inert centers of energy, that resist all receiving as well as all giving, that exist only in persisting, in keeping what they have and what they are. This stage is usually called dead matter in contrast to energy, although it consists of nuclei of energy as truly as any living creature. Between the two stages of mere keep and mere take seems to lie a great gulf fixed, but there are minute evidences of transition to be found all through nature. We ourselves, the human race, form the transition from the stage of take all to the stage of give all, and sex is the chief impetus to progress in the earlier history of human evolution. Parenthood takes its place in the upper levels, where the human is rapidly approaching the supersensuous. The very fact that our nature being so heterogeneous and complex reveals that we are making for something higher, and, as our appetites imply a stage behind us, in which our systems were fitted for nothing but taking, so our loves, our benevolences, our self-sacrifices, point forward to a stage in which the whole of existence will consist in giving. I remember, whenever an average man in Europe quoted the phrase, "It is more blessed to give than to receive," he meant it as a jest, or in a sinister sense. Even the priest, when he had to preach the doctrine as one of the foundations of his religion, had incredulity in his heart if not in the smile on his lips as he spoke the words. Amongst the Limanorans it was a truism that was implied in all conduct and need never be explicitly stated. And the book of Asexuality revealed the inner and scientific significance to me. The highest state of any center of energy in the cosmos was to be eagerly, lavishly, and perpetually giving out of its best. For thus was it ever kept in unstable equilibrium, towards which flowed higher and higher energies from centers above it. Thus it kept its life unstagnant and immortal. That which only received, and was eager only to receive, suffered the maladies of the luxurious, soon reached its utmost capacity, and fell into stagnancy and decay. Above the human rose the hierarchy of sexless, supersensuous beings, who peopled infinite space. But into their ranks rose the human by means of struggle, by means of the effluence of their energy into others, by means of sex, and still more of parenthood. The purpose of sex is to attain to the higher asexuality. Not that monasticism is good for the human race. It is, on the contrary, the greatest of evils in the sexual stage of progress. It counts as wicked and harmful that which alone prevents self-absorption and the beginning of decay and death. Sex is the provision of nature for drawing the animal outside of itself so that it may introduce into its generations the seeds of development. It makes it as a center of energy feel need of other centers, to which it may give, from which it may receive. It is her chief means of keeping any vital center from falling back into stagnancy and the desire of stagnancy. And as long as man is still animal, sex and its resultant parenthood must continue to play the main part in development. To attempt to reach asexuality before the animal is ejected from his system is to balk progress and to invite stagnancy and decay. The book of Asexuality showed how the family must remain the unit and lever of advance till sex should be superseded by individual creation. Then friendship or the bond of contrast in community will take the place of the bond of heredity, or of that bond which is based upon sexual passion. The mutual choice will be completely rational and in the will of the choosers. There will be nothing instinctive or mediate or unconscious about it. It is indeed one of the indignities of this present sexual stage of evolution that we are thrust on in spite of ourselves, that we have little command over the stimulus that is urging us on the road of progress. The Limanorans got rid of some of this indignity inasmuch as the elders and wise men took command of the instinct of sex, and bent it in the direction of their own line of advance. In other peoples, and especially in the West, it stumbled blindly on, led sometimes by the love of youthful beauty, sometimes by the love of money, sometimes by the necessities of position and diplomacy, most frequently by ambition and the love of power or social influence, seldom or never by the deliberate intent of producing noble posterity. As a consequence, retrogression in health, physique, morality, or intellectual power was seen in all ranks far oftener than progress. Over the whole there might be a slight advance in centuries, but in most families it was one generation forward and the next back. This people had by their purgations become the assistants of nature, and since the era of the exilings they had wisely piloted sex to serve the highest purposes of evolution. The young were still driven half blindly by the sting of sex, and might by chance accelerate progress, but the elders without revealing their art wisely controlled the instinct, and by the governance of proximity and opportunity, companionship and circumstances, amongst the immature made it the guardian and keeper of past advance and the prompter of still renewed advance. The final step was pictured by this new imaginative book, the suppression of sex and the deliberate creation of posterity. This would relieve the elders of their anxious task of matchmaking, and put into the hands of the pairs themselves the control of parental instinct, and the power of improving their posterity. Even as it was, I could see, from the axioms and postulates of this book of asexuality, and the impressions it made on my friends and companions, that the sex instinct was already to a large extent under the control of those whom it impelled. It had become, like their appetite for food, saturated with intellect and deliberation. It was no mere goad that drove them on in the dark stumbling towards some object that would gratify the passion. They knew its physiological and psychological working, and understood how the destinies of the race waited upon the wisdom or folly of its guidance. Not even the youngest of them would allow it the caprice and perverse whimsicality that was considered its native prerogative in the West. The passionate whim of the moment for a grey eye or so was no more to them than toothache or the pangs of indigestion, an aberrancy from healthy nature, to be checked and healed as soon as possible. I found that I was far in the rear of their advance in respect to love. My Western heroics and amorous transports were discounted and yet curiously watched as the antiquated manners of an age long gone by. Nothing gave so keen a shock to my self-approvals as the smile that played upon the face of Riallaro when I first broke into the raptures of adoration for her which are the natural expression of passionate love in my native Europe. Romeo and Julietism had been consecrated by centuries of the traditions of Christendom as the true attitude and conduct of lovers. And here was I, only fulfilling the instinct and bursting into the appropriate transports of passion, reined in by what I thought at first the cynicism of my Juliet. The smile would have been cynical on the lips of a young European inamorata. In Riallaro it was no more than the amused recognition of manners which she had laughed at in studying the ancient history and literature of the island, as if I had seen a comrade in the commonness of European daily life adopting the language and attitude of Homeric or Ossianic heroes. I grew ashamed of the amorous ardors of the West, and, when I felt the tendency to erotic adultery come upon me, I kept it to myself. Even then I knew that I was centuries behind my Limanoran coevals in the rational guidance of the sexual instinct. Nothing brought this so clearly to my mind as the reception of the book of asexuality. During its dramatic publication, I looked round to see the shock of unnatural innovation on the faces of the audience, or the shrieking of modesty, or the sense of outraged religious or traditional instincts. But there was none of these to be found there. The ideal was accepted at once as the proper and possible goal of the race, and the book was treasured amongst the sacred literature of the time. It soon flashed upon me, too, as I frequented Loomiefa, that their art had all a far higher purpose than I had conjectured from my European experience. It was not meant merely to stir or to satisfy the sense of beauty and harmony, but to implant in the emotions and the imagination the love of the future and the passion for rising in the scale of existence. I grew ashamed to think that I had attributed to this wonderful people the frivolity and even lowness of aim that I had so often seen in European art. Here was a drama that the West had not even a conception of. At its best the stage of Europe professed to educate by representing heroic scenes from the past, by evolving from them lessons for the audience, and by stirring their enthusiasm for great deeds of history or myth. In its commonest mood it reproduced in mimic form some scene or action from contemporary life. At its worst it was but a pander to the survivals of a gross and animal past. What I now thought of as the Limanoran stage was wholly occupied with the future, so far as it was a possible evolution from the present. The noblest ideal that the imagination of the race could shape was brought dramatically before the people that their thoughts and ambitions might be fixed on something beyond themselves. For this high purpose and not for luxury or personal enjoyment, their sculpture and painting and music had been developed, and the newest discoveries and inventions of science had been brought to their aid. There was no objection to what gave pleasure, but to spend the thought and effort of the fully developed human mind on that alone was, they held, a degradation. Strenuous endeavour towards a higher and better future was the note that characterized their pursuits. But if they could add attractiveness to the prosecution of the aim, the task was all the easier. If they could make the path ahead beautiful and pleasant so as to decoy the reluctant senses onwards, the pace would be all the more swifter. Even with this high aim, I could not understand how this people, who loathed all pretense, could condescend to their dramatic art, for on this stage of Loomiefa were members of their community representing in their persons what they were not and could not be for many ages. And I had heard them often decry the histrionic art as one that encouraged in the actors a habit of delighting in mere semblance and superficial show, a habit that is the basis of hypocrisy and deceit, whilst the love of mimicry and pageantry, I had been led to believe, had vanished from the island at one of the last purgations of the race. The seeming contradiction was afterwards explained. As one of the necessary steps in my initiation into the privileges and duties of the mature citizen, I was led behind the scenes. Through the gore at the upper end of the valley I passed into a great hall that seemed to me a combination of museum and workshop. Here were the youth of the Loomiamo and the Fraulomiamo at work upon automata and the elaborate machinery that would guide their motions. Had I kept a distance from them as they worked, I would have thought that the play of human sculpture was being again enacted. Such exact reproduction of the human system were the figures that grew under their hands. In one section stood thousands of what I would have called statues, which had served in the publication of former books. In another the puppets were going through dramatic scenes by way of experimentation, and in many the illusion was complete. I should have said that human beings were talking and acting. In others there was some imperfection, and there one could see that they were all mere fantoccini galvanized into life. In a third section the tissues and parts that were to make mimic men and women were being manufactured. The workers and artists could draw on Rimla for as much force as they needed, whilst the advice of the scientific families was at their command. The machinery of the great workshop was bewildering in its complexity and refinement. The finest tissue or nerve of the human brain could be here imitated so that under a microscope I would have said it was part of a living body. After all, it was only the acting of marionettes that I had seen upon the stage in the valley. But it was greatly aided by another department where the pioneering families cultivated the art and science of illusions. They could imitate the human voice at any point in the valley measured to the fraction of an inch. They could reproduce any scene of history, of contemporary existence, or of futuritive fiction so exactly, making it so full of the lights and shadows of life and of the developments of all advance, that none of the senses unaided by the reasoning and analytic faculties could assert that the men and women were not living, and that their actions and words were not real. Even the electric sense could be deluded by the impulses manufactured by these machinists and illusionists. It would take the magnetic thrills it received for genuine enthusiasm and sympathy from the mind of a man or from a crowd. This department was even more important than the factory of puppets, for it made the play of the marionettes look still more human on the stage. After all, it was not the puppets themselves I had watched with such breathless excitement, but a mere illusory picture of their proceedings. The illusion was far more lifelike than the play of the marionettes themselves. So much stress did they lay on stirring the imagination and emotions of the race in favour of the ideals of the future, that half the work of these two families consisted in the dramatic publication of their books. The next sacred book I saw produced in Loomiefa would have of itself persuaded me that this people could have nothing to do with the histrionic art or any art that would encourage the habit of pretense and show in the individual nature. It was called the Book of Human Transparency, and described the various methods by which the inner working of the human brain could be made patent to Limanoran senses. The tissues could be clarified. The significance of every fibre and nerve could be made familiar to all as an essential part of their education. The eye, the ear, and the furla could be made more subtle and acute in their perceptions, till at last they were able to tell in a moment everything that was proceeding beneath the skull and within the heart. What was done slowly and painfully by the medical elders with the help of their instruments, their hypnotic powers, and the interpretation of dreams, every man would be able to do instantaneously, and without extraneous aid, exceptional wisdom, or occult powers. The general drift of a neighbour's emotions was known to every one through his magnetic senses, but not the particular intention or thought. This would be known only after the long course of training and development mapped out in the Book of Human Transparency. One of the chief ethical purposes that had in recent times been fixed in the mind of the community was to eject from the human system all elements and processes that were offensive to the finer feelings and senses, everything in fact that a man or woman might be ashamed of or wish to conceal. The new book of the time aimed at extending this to the operation of thought and emotion. To get clear of the waste products of the mind in a way that would be inoffensive to others was an ideal they had not yet been able to entertain. They had learned with as much pain and self-denial the habit of concealing the crude processes of thought that led to what is worth saying or doing. It was one of the things they were most ashamed of in looking over the history or the memorials of their far past to see the vast amount of the raw digestion of thought and the refuse of emotion that was made public, and even put into literature meant to be permanent. Most of the orations and magazine articles, and ultimately most of the books that had been produced in past ages, were much the same, as if the stomach and intestines of the speaker or writer had been atomized and laid open with all their offensive processes to the gaze of spectators. One of the most beneficent events in their later history had been a conflagration in their valley of memories, for it had wiped out of existence the libraries and art accumulations of many centuries, of which they had come to be ashamed. They could not understand the long past stage of their civilization, in which men, and especially young men, had been so proud of displaying the mere debris of their worst and crudest processes of thought. It had actually been the case that most of the literature and art had been produced by youths under 50 years of age, who had not yet begun to appreciate the difference between the processes of thinking and the results of thinking, and one of the most extraordinary features of that period was that the most applauded literary and artistic productions, those that were supposed to be most distinctively the outcome of what they called genius, were the work of boys and girls, mere children under 25 years of age. Natures that should still have been in the nursery for many a year were stimulated to address the public and seek applause with work that was merely tentative and disciplinary. The result was that, on the one hand, one half of the most original and promising minds racked themselves to death years before they should have faced life, whilst on the other a juvenile ideal was set before literature and art, and boys and girls became their chief audience and most powerful arbiters. They felt heartily ashamed of that singular stage in their development, and were glad to have accidental fire come to their assistance in huddling its products out of sight. One of the first instincts they evolved after the series of purgations was the desire to conceal within their minds what was crude or mere process in thinking, and still more, what was mere waste product and refuse of the mind. Instead of being eager to speak out or publish all that came into the thoughts, bad or good, they grew shy of public exhibition of their projects and schemes, till they had been shaped by long years of thinking and experimenting, and criticized and checked by the caution and wisdom of their fully matured nature. Publication became the last resort of the mature and old instead of the first ambition of the young, so afraid were they of exhibiting what might be crude or offensive. Even in the give and take of conversation and social intercourse, they preferred long periods of silence to the utterance of truisms and commonplaces. The trivial and conventional in speech, as in life, was what they abhorred, as revealing an intellectual nature on the road back to the infertility and childishness and barbarism, the elaborate mechanism of thought whizzing round without connection with what represents work. But now the Book of Human Transparency proposed as an ideal to eject from the system every process of thought and feeling that they might blush to let others see. If the nature was made transparent then, would it become a self-preserving instinct to develop their natures in this direction? Everything crude or false or offensive that might begin to show itself in their minds would at once be suppressed before it got headway, instead of having to be slowly reasoned out of existence with the aid of the moral instincts. This accomplished, the race would be able to take another great leap forward. The advance of their processes of thought and feeling to the level of former results of them would give them a higher point of view from which to look forth into the future. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pioneering Part 2. Immediate book, soon afterward produced by one of the Lumiamo, supplied one of the steps towards the consummation of this ideal. It was the Book of Ethereal Nutriment. It took as basis a former discovery, the liquefaction of air, and showed how, by similar methods, the medium that filled interstellar space could be made available in the halls of nutriment and medication, and how it could be manufactured in such a concentrated form as to allow of its being poured along conduits and imbibed by human organs through the mouth and nostrils, just as air was. For some time the atmosphere had been distilled in liquid form, and supplied to the houses of the citizens absolutely rid of all impurities. Nay, it had been made a fountain of power, transmissible to long distances, and available in a form that was easily carried. Compressed and liquefied, it rapidly returned to the gaseous form as soon as the pressure began to be removed. And the equilibrizing of the liquid to the expansion of the surrounding air had been made to supply vast quantities of power in the center of force. The new book proposed to find in the compression and liquefaction of the ether an infinite fountain of force that would enable their civilization to progress at an ever-accelerating pace. But the most immediate effect proposed by the book was to enable the Limanorans to etherealize their bodies by introducing the liquefied ether into their dietary. The result would be that the tissues would grow more diaphanous. They had already been able to transport some of the universal medium in their anchored vacuum falenas from the outer margin of the atmosphere to their laboratories, and now they had been able to find it in their manufactured vacuums. With the enormous power they had in Rimla, they could easily compress it into forms that would touch the senses, and enter into the blood and the formation of the tissues. As the medium of light and magnetism, it was almost certain to make the human body more translucent than it had ever been. All the tissues, even the osseous, had always been previous to light, but many of them not apparently so to the untrained human eye. Recently their lavolans had shown that by means of certain kinds of luminous rays the human system gave up its most hidden secrets to the human eye. But once they were able to chemicalize and compress the luminiferous ether into palpable form, and to mingle it with the volatile food that could be taken into their bodies as they breathed, there would be no need of lavolans or other apparatus to see the inner movements of the human system. The sanitary effects of this advance would be no mean result. The medical council would have much of their time set free for their ever-pressing investigations. They would not be needed for the diagnosis of deteriorative symptoms in the tissues. Each individual would be able, and by the aid of magnifying mirrors, to examine for himself what was going on in any part of his system. And every man had sufficient physiological and medical knowledge to understand the beginnings of all the ordinary diseases, and, if he recognized them, to prescribe for himself the hall in Oomalefa that he should frequent in order to check them. Now it would be only the symptoms of obscure or new diseases or deteriorations of the system that the medical elders would have to diagnose. And thus they would have great tracts of their life to devote to new discoveries, and medical science was certain to advance more rapidly. Another sanitary effect of the new permeability to light would be to render the human body less open to diseases either known or unknown. For it had long been a commonplace of medical science that sunlight reduced the vitality, and therefore the virulence, of all noxious microbes. After nightfall their power increased tenfold. Wherever the sun's rays could not reach by day, there diseases multiplied and festered. And one of the chief reasons why, in their far past history, incurable maladies were generally internal, was that sunshine could not get to the parts affected except in a feeble and strangling way. The fact that they had fixed themselves deeply in the tissues before they could be observed, and that it was difficult to get at their roots without cutting a passage into them had been generally accepted as the explanation of their frequency and deadliness. But it had been one of the most important discoveries of the new era after the purgation period, that pure oxygen and pure sunlight were the most medicative of all things, and that the nearer any affected part could get to them the sooner it healed. The new book of Ethereal Nutrition pointed out that one of the results of rendering the human system easily pervious to light would be to rid its internal parts of all trace of immedicability. Sunlight, permeating the inner organs and tissues, would make any noxious microbes that might lodge in them innocuous. The reciprocity of suggestion and discovery was never more saliently exemplified than by one of the less immediate results pointed out by this book as likely to flow from the attainment of this ideal. Volatile ether food, gradually introduced into the halls of nutrition and gradually increased, would, step by step, bring the human organs to adapt themselves to existence outside the atmosphere of the earth. For a long time they would be amphibious, with organs adapted to both aerial and ethereal life. Even as it was, the human body revealed in its traces of having already passed through an amphibious stage. There were in the neck glands that were the remains of gills, which must have once belonged to an aquatic habit. Besides, there was the last vestige of an eye in the back of the neck still extant in the pineal gland, and this could have been of use only when the ancestor of man was passing through the stage of a water animal, which must watch his enemies from the surface, his body being submerged and out of sight. Step by step he abandoned the water for a literal, and even at first a boreal habit. The result was that the gills came to be unused and closed up, and the upward-looking eye was useless in a head that was held upright and could be turned swiftly in all directions. Still man retains the memory of the aquatic stage of his ancestry with the ease with which he learns to swim, and in his love of a life on the sea, whilst an occasional birth in more barbarous tribes with the webbed toes of a water animal still showing reveals his ancestry atavistically. What was to hinder him, now that he had the mastery of himself and his destiny, becoming again amphibious in a new way? Without guidance of his own, driven only by the forces of nature, he had risen out of the waters that once covered the earth, and taken to dry land. For a long period he had been able to live at will in either of two elements, air and water. Where lay the difficulty in making himself again capable of living in two elements, in air and in the luminiferous ether? In prehistoric times nature had worked her evolution in his system by long and slow stages. But in Limanora progress had become lightning swift, and would again and again increase its pace. For there man had taken command of nature, and made her accommodate her step to his stride. She was his willing servant, nimble as her own electric flash. He could now compress the work of centuries into hours by his concentration of power in Rimla, and by his countless ingenious contrivances. Thought was the lord of time as of space, and thought was now his essence and characteristic. He could, if he wished, contract the process that used to cover geological ages into a generation. There was no reason why he should not become amphibious again in a less grovelling sense than of old within the few centuries of a lifetime. This was the purport of another production of this time, the Book of Amphibious Existence. It was a mediate book, one bridging the gulf between things as they were and the far ideals held out to the race by the Fraloomiamo. It helped to point out the steps towards the realization of one of the most cherished productions of the age, the Book of Immigration. It had been many years in the mature minds of the community before I was introduced to Loomiefa and its wonders, and it had recently been much modified by the discoveries of the new outburst of energy that followed Choktroo's attempt at invasion. Its ideal was to enable the Limanorans of that or some future generation to travel thought space and reach other stars. Long ago a publication that had prepared for, and demanded this, was the Book of the Destiny of the Earth. It had made a profound impression on the people when first produced, for it dramatically painted the horror of death that would settle on this globe. It had been proved by both astronomers and physicists that our orb was gradually losing its heat by the same process which had brought its originally glowing surface to a state that would allow of life settling upon it. First, vegetation and animal life were found at the poles, where the lessened heat of the sun made the terrestrial heat endurable. Then they crept their slow way towards the equator, till the whole surface of the earth teemed with vitality, at first developing towards vastitude in the warm vapours, in later periods towards concentration of energy in special points of the animal body, and especially in the head. Round the poles at last settled the ice sheet, advancing at long intervals towards the tropics, now in one hemisphere and again in the other, according as the other was farthest in winter from the sun during an extensive period. The Hyperborean powers shepherded the growing life of earth down into her central belt. But the brumal shepherds of the one side of the world receded as those of the other advanced with their arctic winds and fleecy drifts. Within measurable time this alternation would cease, and the glacial fences would move forward together north and south, and pen the overcrowded human life and energy with all its enemies into the narrow equatorial belt. It was the drama of these boreal limitations that the book of terrestrial destiny pictured. The teeming life wildered over sea and land alike in search of foothold and nutrition. No inch of tropical earth was sacred from brute appetite. Animal and man fought with venomous passion for dear life. Not animalculae alone but beasts, and even man, became parasitic. Creatures that had loved a free existence in vast prairies or forests learned to nest and hibernate in the folds and hollows of larger animals. Life swarmed over life till for lack of food it began to fail. Man crept with loathsome beasts of prey into caves of the earth, and grew as loathsome as his troglodytic habits. On moved the brumal prison walls. The sun shrivelled in the sky and withdrew his heat. Nothing lived that was not arctic enough amongst the still free birds of the air. Man finally ceased to have faculty enough to notice the shrinking of the already narrow enclosure that was soon to be his grave. Feebly the last remnants of the race stole forth into the struggling rays of daylight and killed everything of life they could find. Only in the sea still lived their possible prey and food, and thither they dared not go beneath the gloom of the thick ice. The cannibal habit came upon man again, and no relationship or love restrained his appetite. The last scene of the drama was the death of the last man, the grave of the remnants of his race. Where he fell, there he lay embalmed, and his tomb was the earth's own winding sheet. The meagre relics of terrestrial life soon followed him into silence and darkness, and through the sunless night the dead orb wheeled round the extinguished cinder which had for so many geological ages given it light and life. The publication of the book would have frozen the hearts within them, had not the Limanorans known that it was not the end of all. They saw that the alternations of death and life were not confined to the vegetal and animal species around them. The same pendulum swung through the whole cosmos. The universe which was dead now would live again in blazing rounds of vapour that would solidify and cool till life could settle on the new orbs again. Dead it only seemed. For it never rested but revolved round some centre revolving also, and too distant for man to see or feel. Out of these motions would come resuscitation. After millions of ages, that are but as moments in the history of the cosmos, it would encounter another exhausted universe, and from the collision would a new system of glowing worlds arise, ready for another series of vital colonization from the limitless life of sidereal space. It was this knowledge that took the sting out of their sadness over the new book. Yet the fate of man, age by age more closely penned in by the walls of his glacial coffin, and drawn back by the eddy of time into his primeval savagery, left a loophole for despair and palsy to enter into their lives. Were they to let their descendants fall back again into the beast, whence their ancestors had come? Was this glacial prison and tomb to remain a possibility and a shadow on even the distant horizon of their race? Once before had their ancestry evaded such a fate, penned between the invasive glaciers and the sea. Once before had the race committed their fates to an element they feared and hated, lest the encroaching ice sheet should smother their civilization and reduce their vitality to the level of barbarism and at last annihilation. Better to let the race die out at its noblest than leave it to go down into such an inferno. Nothing now so made them shudder as the prospect of retrogression, however slight. But to think of their civilization ebbing away from their posterity before the waning power of the sun and the earth, to think of the lapse of their own intellectual mastery of nature into decrepitude and putrescence, was to turn their hearts to stone. Under such a prospect they could not sit in intellectual paralysis. For years the imagination of the race worked feverishly towards its rescue from such an appalling destiny, and every new scientific advance brought forth a new book of emigration. Their one thought of escape was taken from their old migration out of the reach of the Antarctic glacial advance. To sail out from the earth and commit themselves to the strange conditions and uncertainties of a new element seemed no more hazardous to them now than in their primeval stage of land civilization, to launch out with their lives in their hands upon the unknown and terrifying ocean. It was urged that there was a precedent and basis for their marine adventure in that their ancestry had been amphibious, and that one of the primeval species out of which they had come had been aquatic. The reply was that the case was parallel and not antagonistic. The original vital germs that settled on the cooling surface of the globe must have come out of sidereal space, and must have lived in the element that they would have to cross in immigrating from the glacial orb again. And from these vital germs they and all living terrestrial things had evolved. It was only one stage farther back in the history of life. The precedent was the same, though the training and modifications of the system would have to be more strenuous and drastic than they had been before the former leap was taken from land to sea. Preparation had already been made, for they had learned aerial navigation far more thoroughly than they had ever known the mastery of the sea. Their airships had ventured right up into the ether, whilst on wings they had themselves coasted to the earth's atmosphere. Nothing was impossible to intellect which had mastered the art of evolution. Recent discovery had led them far on the difficult ascent toward safe departure from the surface of the world. It only needed ingenuity and development to give them a concentration of aerated sustenance, which would enable them to journey for ages outside of an atmosphere such as they had been accustomed to inhabit. They had the germ of this in the nuts of the alfarene or oxygen shrub. Recently their chemists had been able to reproduce the essence of them, and to compress it into microscopic globules. Not till a later age of discovery did they supersede this by the liquefaction and solidification of air. They were rapidly adapting their own systems to the vacuums they could produce and to the rarefied atmosphere high above the clouds. They were introducing the quintessence of the ether into their halls of sustenance and medication, and thus accustoming their organs and tissues to conditions which they would meet continually on their voyage through sidereal space. The next generation would practically be amphibious, able to live in the luminiferous ether with occasional return to an atmosphere such as surrounds the earth. Every new age would enable them to make longer and longer excursions away from the bosom of Mother Earth out towards the influence of other planets. Every new generation would have more elastic and adaptable tissues and organs, which would fit varied pressure and varied mediums of vitality. And with all this the Limanoran body would grow lighter at the same time as it would grow more consolidated, coherent, and indissoluble. But most important of all was the new command of gravitation given them by the discovery of the varying sensitiveness or non-sensitiveness of certain rays to magnetism and gravity according to conditions that were in human hands. There were limitless possibilities in this for sidereal migration. And already out of it had come the lava-lama, or gravitation power machine. The new book of immigration brought all these discoveries and thoughts into bearing on its problem and harmonized them, and developed them by means of imaginative suggestion. The drama of its publication drew the bulk of the people to Loomiefa. There we saw a representation of Lilaroma itself, piercing the sky in pure and lonely grandeur. Near its top lay moored a fleet of faleenas of strikingly new form and material. They were as light as foam bubbles, and as opalescently transparent. Within each of them we could see stored quantities of alpharine globules, that seemed enough to serve a people for thousands of years. In each we saw a new anti-gravitation engine, ready to deal with every form of attraction and repulsion in the wide ether and turn it into available power. Men and women in Limanoran form, but as transparent and as imponderable and buoyant as their new ships, floated round the ethereal fleet. Now and again a flash of artificial light would dart across the scene, and along it, as if impelled by it, ran with the lightning swiftness of one of the rainbow-flecked faleenas, bearing its full freight. We could see the lava-lama work, and we concluded that there was a new form of it that could take advantage of the beams of light to travel with them, as an electric impulse travels along them. Innumerable evolutions with the ethereal fleet took place. The sublimated Limanorans of the future seemed to have complete command of the new ships, and of the new power over light and gravitation. Suddenly came tremors in the framework of the great mountain. It rocked like a buoy in the uneasy surge of a reef. Its snows fell in huge avalanches. Then the conical top was ejected into the sky like a shot from a cannon. The air was thick with dust and stones. But when it cleared and great flames shot forth and licked the face of heaven, we could see far above their reach the rainbow-colored fleet speeding aloft, filled with their tiny diaphanous sailors. The scene changed, and we saw the universes set in the vault of heaven, and across the space between them we could discern minute specks of light flashing mercurial as thought. Behind them in demi-ellipse sped the noctambulant earth, still eddying around the central spot of light. Now it broke forth in ragged coruscation, only to sink back into pitchy gloom. Yet a thread of light stretched forth into the luminous atoms that flitted on through the night. Nearer they came, and one by one grew more distinct and larger. At last we could see that it was the fleet on its way from the top of Lilaroma. Within each ether ship we could make out the movements of the sailors as they bent its way this side and that. The light from a brilliant star in the new universe made play upon the surface of their faleenas. They had caught in its rays and were speeding as swift as light towards the now definite goal. The luminiferous current bore them steadily on, their little engines palpitating with the impulse of the new light and the new gravitation. Again the scene changed, and we looked upon the surface of a new orb, more advanced in development, more highly organized than the earth with which we were familiar. We saw the inhabitants in crowds, face upwards into the night, all eyes on some distant star. The excitement was rising like a tempest. It seemed as if the object on which they gazed were swiftly approaching them. And in a flash there swept within our sight the fleet of prismatic ether ships, like rainbows in the light of another sun. They stopped and hovered above the atmosphere. We saw their crews breathe in the elements in which they floated. Lower and lower they came, still sounding the atmosphere and testing its effects upon their organs. The absence of commotion and the steady descent showed that nothing alien to their systems had yet been encountered. Out of their faleenas they gazed as wonderingly down upon the new star as its sea of upturned faces watched their slow descent. The scene was brought still nearer to our eyes. Instead of microscopic foam bells floating in the sky, and microscopic crowds resting on the surface of the other world, we felt present at the meeting of these creatures of different universes. They seemed to feel conscious of this great event in the history of the cosmos. The dwellers of the new world were almost paralyzed at first with wonder at these beings so like and yet so unlike themselves. They could recognize, we could see in their friendly faces, the divine community of spirit. Their eyes, as soon as they recovered from their waking dream, flashed welcome in magnetic fire. There was no need of community of words for open intercourse. The dwellers of the new star had the same development of electric sense as the Limanorans had. Their souls could speak without a sound from the lips. Step by step their mutual sympathy grew more definite, more cordial, and approximated to the communication of thought and fact. Within a brief period they knew enough of each other's language to tell out their whence and whither. But in the people of the new star the language was that of feature and not of tongue. Over their faces flashed the signals of thought as well as of emotion, astonishing the newcomers at the rapidity with which expression flitted over their features. Equally astonished were their hosts to hear the countless variety of tone and accent come from the throats of the strangers. They covered their ears as if shielding them from the assault of some thunderous report. Even the voyagers shrank from the voice of their own spokesman. And, tone it down as he would, still it was too loud for any delicate ear to endure. They were in a new atmosphere that bore sound so quickly and clearly as to make a whisper reverberate like thunder. So did it make their eyes of the dwellers in it as keen and far in sight as if armed with the most powerful microscopes and telescopes. The slightest adjustment of them and their lids changed them back and forth from distant observation to near. And the same translucency marked their tissues as made the inner movements of the newcomer's heart and brain apparent. There was needed no sound to interpret the magnetic messages of the brain along its nerves. Hosts and guests were seen at one, familiar as lifelong friends and thrilling each other with the strange new experiences of their history. The voyagers from earth soon knew why the use of the tongue and throat had been abandoned by their hosts as means of communication. The uncontrollable volume of sound offended their hearing, and drove them to develop the language of eye and feature. The sight grew more powerful and adaptable as voice and ear gave up their share of energy and sustenance of the system. Their tissues, too, had ever been to a large extent transparent because of the rarity and clearness of their atmosphere, and by selection and training they had been able to make them pellucid as they now were. The gleam of question and answer showed as clearly on the stage of Loomiefa as the movement of the figures themselves. And when the colloquy had ended, and the strangers had gained all the information they needed for their farther journey through space, we saw them enter their faleenas and rise above the eager, penetrating gaze of their new friends. Across the face of the heavens we followed the ethereal fleet as it faded again into insignificance. Another scene showed us their landing upon another planet of the universe they had entered. The drama thus bore us with delight from system to system throughout the cosmos, and revealed the ease with which stellar voyaging could be accomplished, once the initial difficulties had been overcome. Immediate book, dramatically published in Loomiefa just before, prepared the way for this. It was the book of sidereal intercourse. They had always held that the other universes in the cosmos were as much inhabited by life as theirs was. It had ever seemed to them the absurdest of arrogance for the dwellers on the earth to assume that theirs was the only orb out of the countless myriads on the face of night that had life upon it, that it monopolized the vital energy of infinity, and the attention of its divine intelligence. The wider they had ranged with their sidereal sciences, the more they smiled at the primitive thought of their remote ancestors that they were the cynosure of the cosmos. It had come to be used as the readiest and most striking example of infatuation and conceit. That the poor earthlings were as microscopic in their importance compared with the vastitude of existence, as the bacterial swarms of a wayside pool compared to the denizens of the great ocean, was assumed in every movement and act of their minds. And wherever life was, there was the chance that highly developed intelligence existed. They were not so sure that this was yet the case on the farthest of our planets. It might be that the inner and smaller bodies of our universe had passed the stage in which they could support the higher life. The others, they thought, were rapidly evolving a life of their own, most of it still in a low grade. When the earth had passed its climax and began to decay, they would probably, one after the other, be attaining a loftier type of life and intelligence. Whilst they were running their course of progress, the earth and her inner sister planets would be waiting in their frozen silence the time when the whole of their universe would be exhausted. Nearer and nearer would the whole solar system be approaching some other system that had run its course, and the encounter of the two would evolve a young universe, full of heat and energy, enough from the collision to make a new cosmic career. They had little hope of them stirring reply, if ever they were able to send an embassy of thought to any star of our own system. All their hopes of astral intercommunication were pointed to other stars and other universes, and, as they looked up into the eyes of night, they seemed to feel magnetic answer to impulses of their soul, not from Mars or Venus, from Saturn or Jupiter, but from the stars that throbbed in far more distant depths. They had ever believed, of course, that they had now scientifically shown that the centers of light flashing in the nightly sky were not the true sisters of earth but only suns, round which the unseen universes circled. They tried to find the dim worlds which drew their heat and light from these poignant watch-fires of heaven, and their more recent instruments had revealed the dark outlines of many of these twilight wanderers which hung on the radiance of the visible stars. The magnetism that came with the rays from some of those far distant luminous points had shown striking aberration early in its course, and nothing could explain this but the existence of rayless planets, revolving round these lambent sources of light. Step by step they had homed these aberrations, till they knew the courses of the dusky satellites of many stars, and they could tell the moment when a circular shadow would cross the face of any one of these suns. The eyes of the astronomical families had become so accustomed to the times and places of such obscurations that their firlas acted with them and searched for magnetic impulses from the dark sisters of the star they were watching, till at last they could tell by their electric sense the place of many dim planets in the nearer universes. It was on this that the book of Sidereal Intercourse based its forecast of the immediate future. Since the definite discovery of varied types of life in the spaces beyond the earth's atmosphere, the last suspicion of mere fancy had vanished from the belief in the existence of high intelligence on the universes of infinity. And now their faces were set towards communication with some of this intelligence on distant worlds. The new book assumed that the electric sense, or something equivalent for the perception of the great cosmic force, had been developed in the inhabitants of some invisible worlds, and it laid down as an axiom that there were vast stores of magnetic material in these orbs, just as there were in the earth and in the sun. What they must first do was to sweep the range of a universe with an electric impulse on which the whole force of Rimlock should be concentrated, and to keep their delicate indicators all set in the same direction. At the publication of the book in Lumiefa we saw gigantic engines slowly moving their long arms this way and athwart one of the most brilliant stars of night, and scientists eagerly scanning the numerous magnetometers that surrounded the huge electric machine. We could see the air thrill and undulate with the mighty impulse, and the very light of the star seemed to flicker and wink before the penetration of the intrusive force. At last a flash of hope came over the faces of the watchers. The pendant beam of one sarmolan began to quiver. It was a message from the world they sought. Again they turned the whole available power of the island, millions of horsepower, into the electric engine, the arm of which they had at once brought to rest. Fierce lightnings again played through the atmosphere, marking the line of the new dispatch. And again the luminous tongue of the magnetometer told of its reception by intelligences like ours. Then came the astronomic families who marked the exact position of the sensitive spot in the sky. And thereafter their sentry stood with Samoan directed thither, ready to announce the slightest sign of astral impulse or response. The scene changed, and we saw a new type of electric engine placed in position on the stage. On its long arm was a singularly crooked cage of transparent irelium, flat and sharp like the blade of a sword, yet bent to a right angle in the direction of the edge. Within it were placed recording magnetometers. We could see the directors fix them towards their responsive universe. Then Rimla concentrated its tremendous power upon the machine. The arm swung right and left, and finally with a jerk shot the crooked cage like lightning through the air. We followed its luminous track far into the sky, till it seemed nothing but one of the countless stars that slivered the night. Suddenly, like a rocket, it bent back on its course, and as swiftly retraced its flight. I thought to see it shattered into dust as it struck the earth, but there was a deep pool ready to break its force. Its sharp edge cut the water and it vanished, but slowly rose to the surface unhurt, and on the faces of the observers we could see how successful had been the experiment with the Limanora, or new boomerang vehicle of electric indications. It had shot far up into space along the true electric impulse that travelled away beyond it towards the sensitive point of the sky they had discovered. Before it bent back from its headlong course, the response, speeding more freely and more swiftly through the untrammelled ether, imprinted itself upon the surface of the sarmolan. It was this answer, more decided than any they had yet received, that filled the eyes of the observers with joyous light. There was another change of scene. The gigantic engines had disappeared, and in their place we saw the ether courier families floating on the outskirts of the atmosphere with strata of clouds far below them. On the back of their necks where the electric sense had its special seat, they bore a singular apparatus, not unlike a small telescope. On their chests they had strapped a small engine of irelium, a miniature of those we had seen in former scenes. The one was a magnifier of electric indications, and the other was an electricity catapult. The couriers could not only draw upon the electric resources of the spaces around them, but upon those of the centre of force. And we could see them converse with distant stars by means of these apparatus. Through unobstructed space they could send with ease their electric impulses to limitless distances, free from the atmospheric retardation which before had demanded immense power to overcome its inertia. And with their new electro-telescopes they could magnify 10,000-fold any electric ray for their furlas to receive, although it might have travelled 1,000 times the distance between the earth and the sun. They might have to wait days for their answer, but again and again were they rewarded with it. With the dim stars circling round the nearer suns they were able to hold comparatively rapid converse. But they were going farther afield through the cosmos, and they had often to watch and wait for weeks or months or years for any indication of response. The book awakened little enthusiasm compared with the publications of some of those that I had witnessed. For though the authors had been rapid in the composition of it, they had been somewhat forestalled by one of the ingenious inventions of the last great age of discovery. This was the modification of the lavolan which brought them records of the life of extra-aerial space. Amongst the luminous impressions that their combination of lavolan and felina had brought down out of the ether, they had found evidences of highly organized systems which frequented the vacuum outside our atmosphere. They were satisfied with the knowledge of this new discovered teeming life, and they believed that before many ages they would have developed, first their apparatus and next their senses, so far as open intercourse with it. And if they could come to converse with nobler intelligence near the earth, they did not need to go far afield in the cosmos as the new book suggested. Their own Phileamus would serve to bring them into close sympathy with the best life that was to be found in space until they should know the conditions of such life and aim at fulfilling them. It was one of the subsidiary studies and ideals of the book that drew most attention and produced most result. It pictured an apparatus and method for taping the thoughts of men as they travelled along the nerves, an adaptation of their huge electric engines for sidereal intercommunication. For some ages they had been able to send emotions and impulses through the air, or rather through the medium that interpenetrated the air, and recently they had developed this into the dispatch of thoughts through long distances. The combination of great magnetic power and sensitive sarmolans, this book showed, would draw off thought at any point along its line of flight, whether in the body or in the air, and underneath an electric magnifier and interpreter, the indicator would reveal the meaning of the thoughts. Thus would they be able to find out the intentions of men, however distant. But this was only a minor result of the ideal. They would be able, with the aid of the apparatus, to tap the torrents of thought speeding through the ether, and so drink of the highest intelligence and imagination which approached the earth. Much of it would be too intricate and abstruse for them to follow or understand. But they already knew that most of their greatest inspirations had come from this ocean of tremulous energy, bordering the shores of our world. And development of their faculties and of their sympathy with this extraterrestrial thought would gradually lead them to the interpretation of its more complex and deeper elements. All their civilization had been an attempt to know the thoughts that lie in the structure of our universe, in its complicated energy and minute life. By this new means they would feel the throb of the very heart of our system, perchance of the very heart whose beats are the life of the cosmos. At least they would get to know the intelligence that flashes through space around our world, the wisdom and the inspirations passing between the inhabitants of the ether beyond our grosser senses. Had it not been for this minor issue and ideal, the publication of the book would have been completely overshadowed by that of the Book of Immortality. This took as basis the great expansion of life they had been able to produce and their ideals of ethereal nutrition and amphibious life, and pictured the posterity of the Limanorans able to join the inhabitants of the ether without any violent transition or death. We saw a Limanoran on the stage of Lumiifa passing through the new transmutation from mortal to immortal. His transient elements were atom by atom sublimed away in a new hall of medication, where the magnetic energy took the place of more material nutrition. His tissues became diaphanous, till only the light and the magnetism he emitted marked the place where he lay. It was what he thought and felt rather than what he was that told us he was still there. His lower and more stagnant centres of energy had vanished, and gravitation seemed to have little or no influence upon him. Whithersoever his thought willed, thither he floated, rather the luminous reflection of a man than the man himself. To our grosser senses he seemed as impalpable and evanescent as a perfume or a mist on the morning hills. Yet there he stood or moved in an inexpugnable centre of the highest energy, whither flowed the sympathetic force of other centres, and whither nothing hostile could approach. Storms passed effectless over his head. The deadliest engines shot their darts at him in vain. Poisonous fumes, lethal showers, armies of pestilential microbes, swept round him and through him innocuous. All the evanescent centres of energy that had laid him open to the attacks of these, had dissolved and left him fit to be a dweller in the infinite ether. There might be other noxious elements, to whose assaults he was yet vulnerable, but these we could not discover. He was immortal as far as terrestrial enemies were concerned, immortal without the sudden collapse and dissolution of the lower centres which we call death upon our world. By the most natural of processes he lost the substance that awakened our grosser senses and became the mere halo of what he had been, fit only to make himself felt by our centres of thought and imagination. With our furlas we could feel stream from him great currents of magnetic influence, unobstructed by any of those terrene or aerial media that make spiritual intercourse so difficult upon this world. Such an ideal, when attained, would spread what is now called death over the greater part of our terrestrial lifetime, instead of massing it into a few moments of farewell. It would be difficult to fence off the immortal from the mortal, so many stages would there be of transmutation. The intercourse between the immortalizing and the immortal would then be continuous, and there would be no sudden break in existence, no great gulf fixed between the spiritual and the material. With the same corporeal and mental faculties which their ancestry had had in primeval ages, and the bulk of men had in their own day, they would have counted immortality as the gift of a friend. Even with their existing development, noble thought it was, they would never think of longing for such a fate, for the lower centres of energy, forming what is called the body, still demanded amount of attention and sustenance that was burdensome. They had great delight in their life. They energized so purely and continually that they often forgot the corporeal system and its claims. Yet the time came in all men's lives when they felt their still mixed constitutions advance too slowly for their spiritual ambitions, and then they longed for change, perhaps rest, such as the dissolution we call death accomplished. If, however, they could get rid of the inferior and clogging elements of their systems and float free of terrene forces and conditions like gravitation, then might immortality be an object of desire. A publication that delighted them even more than this was one that had a cognate theme, the dimension of time. It seemed to me the most fanciful of all the productions I had witnessed in Loomiefa. Yet it did not seem to strike the Limanorans as beyond the bounds of possibility. It was called the Book of Time Focusing. So fantastic and utopian did I think it that I paid little attention when it was dramatically published on the stage. Yet I remember some of the chief features of the new book. It counselled the development of the imagination on its propitiant side till it should count eons as moments and take easy flight through eternities. It was the real-time faculty, and had already in the production of Loomiefa forerun the civilization of the race by long periods. It had become true prophet not merely over months or years, but over centuries. Trained to use the data of the past and the present, it had been able to forecast the evolution of the future with a certainty that made its art almost a science. What was to hinder extending its range of vision beyond the immediate horizon, and taking in at a glance the course of the future as it did the page of history? And as it reached higher and higher points of view, it could paint eternity as it now pictured the past. There was no limit to its previsional powers, as there had been none to its penetration into the prehistoric and primeval darkness. Pre-science should be as organized and exact as any science. In fact, all their sciences had become presciential, those that were merely retrospective or synchronous having gradually fallen out of notice. And the families that had been devoted to them were one by one absorbed into other services. No study was counted of much value that had not one eye on the future. Their whole intellectual system was thus becoming futuritive, and all the faculties looked up and centered in the greatest and most predictive of them all, the imagination. They had already been able in the valley of memories to focus the past into the view of a few moments or days or months. The time stretching behind us into the darkness was underneath one glance of the intellectual eye. Only greater certainty in their imaginative methods was needed for the eternity that stretches in front of us to flash before the soul a single picture. Only develop the prophet faculty as rapidly in the next few generations as it had been developed in the past few, and we might move at will from age to age of the future, as we now move from age to age of the past, living at any moment in any period we pleased, or in 1,000 periods at once. From past to future would be as easy as a leap as from hell to heaven for this great time and space focusing faculty. Eternity would be as focal to the imagination as infinity. It was an eye towards which radiated all time and all space. Post-historic pictures would be as vivid to it as prehistoric. Even now interest was fast leaking from mere recorded history before the romance of eternity past and future. What was the history of the race upon earth, compared with the periscope of the cosmos? Then would their posterity be able to stand on a watchtower in the heights of heaven, and view the whole arena of existence as it stretched through time and space. There is no faculty so close to the divine as imagination. I felt that this publication was like all their work, singularly self-regardless. It clearly recognized that the realization of its proposed ideal would mean the doom of its art. Pioneering all of theirs which we in the West would call literature, would be superseded. Lumiefa would then become an institution of the past, less and less interesting but as rapidly receding item of history. Self-effacement for the sake of progress was the dominant note of Limanoran civilization. And in this book it seemed to me to rise to its highest pitch, for it held before the race a goal, which, when attained, would render literature and its publication unnecessary to its advance. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Another threat. When the island was absorbed in the productions of this new literary or pioneering era, its attention was suddenly called to its immediate surroundings. Out of eternity they were jerked into the passing moment to defend their own little plot of earth. Mere existence was endangered if they did not at once withdraw their powers from their march through the future. It had been the result of their humane and lenient policy towards their exiles that every few generations rebellion and menace arose in the archipelago against their mysterious isolation. Fear of the Isle of Demons awed the imaginations of the other islands for a century or two, and then foolhardy prosperity or conquest demanded a new lesson. Half a century had not passed since the romance of Choktroo's rise and fall, and unaided and unstimulated, the other inhabitants of the archipelago would have grovelled in helpless fear and hate of the central isle. The discipline applied in the repulsion of Choktroo's fleet would have sufficed for several centuries, but for a new power which had insinuated itself within the circle of mist. One of the days when the Book of Immigration was holding the stage of Lumiifa, the spectators were startled by realistic transference of their drama to the sky above them. Just as the opalescent Felinas were about to land on the new star, every eye was suddenly drawn away from the stage to the blue spreading above the valley. Across it was passing a strange airship of huge proportions and ungainly structure. I recognized it as a development of the balloon, with which I had been familiar in my European experience. There was the immense inflated globe, or rather pear, with the car hung underneath, but there was something new in the motions of this balloon. It seemed to be a dirigible, for it tacked this way and that across the direction of the wind. And still more strange, the car was filled with implements of war. I could see their great muzzles pointed over the sides. The Limanorans were startled by this anticipation of their science, but only for a moment, and as soon as the apparition sailed out of sight, they bent their senses eagerly on the spectacle before them. They knew that their sentries were at their watch posts on Lilaroma, and nothing hostile to the interests of the civilization could occur in air or sea or upon earth without stirring their attention, and so placing the whole island on the alert. They waited till the publication of the book was finished and then streamed off to their various businesses and pursuits. As we flew across the upper slopes of the mountain, we found out that the aerial stranger had settled upon one of the lonelier heights of the island of Broolyi. No action was taken by the Limanorans against the singular invader of the archipelago, except to set a special watchman who should observe his movements through the Indrovamalan, and should report to the elders anything out of the common that might occur. The stranger had evidently been disabled away to the east of the circle of fog. His steering gear had ceased to act, and before a tornado he was hurried away from the great continent over which he had hovered. The impetus bore him helplessly above and across the ring of mist, and within its calmer sphere the steering gear was again adjusted. It was then that the watchers on Lilaroma saw his purpose to make for their island, and they sent through the Lilaran a blast which would carry him away from their shores, not rude enough to harm him, yet sufficiently strong to defeat his intention. Feeling himself borne again farther away from his home, he tacked for the nearest peak that he thought he could reach. This was evidently Klimarol. But the blast of the Lilaran was too much for him, and to save himself from drifting still farther west he grappled one of the heights of Broolyi as he passed over it, and settled there. It became one of the amusements of the younger Limanorans to observe the behaviour and the fate of the newcomer in the Isle of Peace. The crew of the airship was numerous. They were taken prisoners not long after they had descended from their car, and their captain was hurried off to the court of the new ruler. Before long the balloon was brought to the capital and carefully guarded, and anchored firmly to the earth. It made ascents with the Royal Engineers under the direction of the balloonist. His every movement was watched lest he should release the captive by cutting the rope that bound it, and sail off with the officers of His Broolyian Majesty. But as the months and years passed on, the newcomer with his strange new ship came to be trusted by the king and his advisers. He saw an arena for his ambitions and talents, and bent his whole energies to his new purpose. We could see him from day to day and week to week add to the aerial fleet, which he at once began to build in imitation of the balloon he had brought with him. His original subordinates and companions were at first his only assistants. The Broolyian engineers and mechanicians afterwards joined in the work in great numbers, and became as deft at it as the strangers. Every new balloon that was made was tested in the air. At first there were accidents, which for a time prejudiced the court and the people against the aerial monsters. But by carefully selecting his men from the army, the director was able at last to furnish every airship that he made with a complete and efficient crew, able under the leadership of one of his companions to manipulate the vehicle and every implement on board of it. It even became the favourite pastime of the court to make voyages across the island in these swift frigates of the sky. Ultimately the king so thoroughly trusted the master of this new style of transportation that he abandoned himself to his guidance and allowed him free use of all the resources of the island. He came to see the marvellous possibilities that lay in warfare carried on by such a navy. Though the Broolians had, after Choktroo's deportation, lost one by one all the conquests that the audacious warrior had made, and had at last been confined again to the limits of their island, they never gave up their ambitious dreams. And the monarch who could fulfill them would be certain to fix his empire in their hearts. The king looked round for some means to gratify this passion for conquest. But their old methods were now comparatively useless, for the larger islands, warned by their past experience, built fleets as large and formidable as the Broolian, and the smaller groups confederated for the purposes of defence. It was vain then to think of remastering the archipelago in any attempt by sea. With extreme delight then did the monarch watch a demonstration of the warlike possibilities of the new aircraft. The director had some old hulks moored out at sea in sight of the king and his court. Then he entered one of his new balloons, well provided with guns and explosives and well manned, and bade the crew let go. They sailed straight out till they rose high over the remains of the antiquated navy. As they approached their prey, several guns belched out their fires from the car, and their shots struck and sank 3 of the ancient ships. But 2 tough old hulls resisted all their attempts. So the balloon rose straight over them, but much higher in the air. Out of the car was seen to fall 2 packages, which made for the decks of the old tempest resistors. In the twinkling of an eye, before we could realize that the packets had reached their destination, there was a thunderous roar, and the air was filled with jets of water and with the flying fragments of the shattered hulks. When the commotion settled, nothing but floating planks and spars and shreds of the vanished ships was to be seen on the surface of the water. And away out of reach of the fierce convulsion rode the airship majestic and unharmed in the blue. The monarch needed no further demonstration. He gave up to the master of the new power the use of his whole army and navy. Before many months were over a vast aerial fleet was equipped and manned, ready for the first emergency, and this emergency rose at once. The sullen jealousy which ever smoulders and rankles between 2 powerful and neighbouring empires took substance and outward shape between Aleofane and Broolyi. The old enemy knew nothing of the new instruments of war which had been forged, and prepared with good cheer and good hope for the struggle. Her fleet was in excellent order, well equipped and manned, but within a few weeks it had completely vanished before the wrecking terror of the air. Continuous torrents of lead and iron streamed from above onto their decks, making those of their gunners that survived helpless and inert. When their captains invented methods of pointing their guns at the aerial ships and of floating fire kites against them to set them on fire, then the most tremendous engines of the navy in the air were brought into train, and with appalling explosions the Aleofanian ships and their crews vanished in atoms. No such destruction of a nation's war material had ever occurred in the history of the archipelago. The Aleofanian marine force was swept from the face of the sea. 1 or 2 other islands were bold enough to attempt the struggle with the new power, but with the same disastrous results to themselves. Over the whole archipelago, except its central island, the air fleet passed, inspiring terror and reducing the peoples to servitude. It was the same all-conquering story as was told under Choktroo's leadership. And now the Broolian army and people were willing to worship the maker and manipulator of these balloons as a god. He had plenty of ambition, but he was by nature and acquirement only a mechanician and not a born leader of men. He had none of the self-confidence made monstrous by success, or of the unscrupulousness that forges a masterful will. He did love power, but he hesitated before those audacious measures which gave a conqueror the highest vantage ground. He yearned to rule widely, but he had not the self-mastery and the leavening imagination which secure command over the minds of human aggregations. But he was an average nature with complete mastery over the newest and most powerful invention. The Broolian monarch saw the peril of his too great success, and set the stranger and his balloons aside in time to let the popular enthusiasm cool. Alone with his fleet and his army, the king completed the round of conquests. He knew that when the power of Aleofane and one or two other chief islands was broken, there was nothing to fear from the others, and his task, though brilliant, was easy. He took care that there were several great and sanguinary battles that put heart and pride into his soldiers and sailors. Thus by the time the war was finished, the newcomer and his appalling fleet were almost forgotten. But the monarch himself did not forget them. He knew that the climax of this new era of national conquest and pride was certain to come soon. Never had the Broolians been continuously successful in war without losing their traditional fear of the Isle of Devils, and demanding its subjugation. He set his house in order against the day of vainglory. He would develop his new method of warfare. He made the stranger again his commander-in-chief, urging him onwards the increase of the aerial fleet and its terrorizing weapons. Then, fearing from his knowledge of the past that there was little chance of success, he gave him complete command of the expedition, so that all the blame of failure should be on the shoulders of another. In order to complete the contrast, he kept rebellion smouldering in one or two of the adjacent islands, and took care that it broke out simultaneously with the attack upon the Isle of Devils. Ignorant of the conditions he had to meet, and puffed up by his past successes, the stranger thought that all he had to do was to add to the number of his fleet and the deadliness of his weapons. We saw him set out with banners flying amid the applause and enthusiasm of the people, whilst the wily king led off his own forces, quietly to embark from an opposite shore of the country against the rebels of neighbouring coasts. Success seemed to follow the aerial navy, for favouring winds bore them swiftly and majestically over the horizon out of the range of Broolian vision. For myself, as I sat at an Androva Milan, I feared the strange new torrential guns and the showers of deadly explosives that would rain down from these aerial ships, and my heart sank as I saw them sail like great vultures nearer and nearer to their prey. But my compatriots were tranquil and free from all anxiety. Everything was really in readiness and they were only waiting the exact moment for action. It came, and the huge balloons fell suddenly away from the blast of the Lillaran, like a flock of storm-beaten birds. I could see them struggling, many of them half disabled, to stand up to the wind. But it was vain. They whirled like snowflakes before an arctic tempest. Their helms became entangled in their snapped cordage, and I could see their guns roll and pitch with fatal effect upon the crews, till from many the suicidal weapons were tumbled overboard into the sea below. Yet the expedition by no means acknowledged itself defeated. Guided by some experienced Broolian adviser, the admiral of the fleet changed its formation. Evidently from knowledge that the blast from Lilaroma could play upon only one point at once, he divided his air navy into 3 squadrons, and making the central face the blast, he sent the other 2 in different directions round the island. He thought that these 2 would be able to bring their explosives and guns to bear upon the Lilaran by his flank movement. It was as unsuccessful as his other efforts. Both sections came almost within firing distance of the shore, when suddenly their gaseous spheres were seen to collapse. A slight and silent flash was all that told whence the disaster had come. Electric rockets had issued from magnetic ejectors of great power and almost invisibly punctured the spherical support of each ship. It seemed as if the whole of the 3 squadrons would soon be in the sea, and with the weight of their war material they were certain to sink to the bottom and carry all their crews with them. But the invaders promptly threw overboard their weighty cargoes, and with their usual humanity the Limanorans now did their best to save their enemies. The punctures in the balloons were so minute that it would take some time to exhaust them. So the Lilaran sent its blast underneath them and buoyed them up like thistledown, at the same time blowing the 3 sections of the navy off in different directions. It was amusing to watch the alternate rise and fall of the various airships as it turned its blast from one squadron to another, like a game of battledore and shuttlecock played by giant jugglers. The warriors in the cars kept crouching in panic and holding on to the cordage, as they rose or fell in the air upon the billows of wind. Their cars danced and leaped and jerked like corks in an eddy where currents meet, and they were too panic-stricken or too paralyzed with terror to see that with all the tumult of their movements they were gradually approaching solid earth. We saw each squadron land on the shores of a separate island, and after their terrible voyage the crews threw themselves upon the earth and seemed to clutch it, in fear lest they should be torn again from its sweet anchorage into the warring whirlpools of the upper air. After a few days they collected their wits and the shattered fragments of their air fleet, and, hiring boats from the islanders, sailed homewards. As they entered the main harbour of Broolyi crestfallen and dispirited, the army and fleet of the king were returning from their victories with triumphal music and with banners flying. The contrast was striking, and set the monarch more firmly on his throne for another generation. Yet matters could not remain where they were. The defeat of the new methods of warfare stirred hope in the breasts of the conquered peoples, and muffled sounds of rebellion came from many of the islands. The king knew that he must make another move, and held long councils with the defeated balloonist. The result of the conferences soon became manifest. The stranger had seen that his aerial fleet was useless against tempests and electric missiles, such as the Isle of Demons had command of, and he willingly handed it over to his superior to use against the threatened revolts. With the blind obstinacy of the average mind placed in a position greater than its powers, he ran counter to the traditions of the archipelago, and uttered loud resolves that he was not to be beaten. He would show them how fertile he was in resources. He had no fear of their bag of winds. The king gave him free scope with all the material and forces of the country, and the ingenious mechanician forged huge guns that would throw their projectiles enormous distances, and built great ships to hold them. As he launched one vessel after another, he practiced his crews on board of it, and taught them how to handle the marvelous artillery. The people stood in awe as they heard the thunder of their fire dozens of leagues away, and saw their missiles fall in the sea miles and miles from the ship whence they had issued, and they shook their heads wisely and said to each other, "Now, we shall see at last the end to this Isle of Demons." When the great armada was all ready after long years of work, and the ships lay at anchor in the harbour, their magazines filled, their guns in train, and everything prepared for the final expedition, the people were so overjoyed at the sight that they organized a festival to the sailors of the wonderful fleet. They had such confidence in the destructive powers of these ships and their guns that they resolved to pre-celebrate with magnificent pageantry and feast the triumph they were so assured of. And as the monarch had already defeated the incipient rebellion by his aerial fleet, and the mutterings of the subjugated were stifled or unheard, there could be no danger in inviting all the sailors on shore to take part in the festivities. So the great fleet lay peacefully at anchor unmanned, whilst their crews were being lauded to the skies for their intrepidity and the certainty of their success. The night was moonless, and deep darkness was flecked only by the occasional blaze of sky-daring illumination. Everything had gone off with brilliancy, and the banquet to the sailors was nearing its climax and close. Suddenly the hubbub of jubilance was hushed. There was a series of appalling detonations, shaking the banqueting edifice to its foundations. Many thought that the world had come to an end, so terrifying and ear-deafening was the continuous roar. The people in the streets at first fell on the earth and prayed to their gods, but they soon saw what had occurred. There out on the harbour the pyrotechnic display overshadowed anything they had ever seen or even thought of. The great ships were all of them in flames. The magazine of each had exploded, and sent decks and fittings and armaments sputtering in fragments against the black of the sky. The brilliancy of the spectacle overcame the natural alarm and regret. Such titanic Catherine wheels they had never seen, such rending of the heavens, such flame-lit jets of water rising in columns above the doomed ships. But the spectacle was brief. Ship after ship rose high above the scene of its devastation, its banners of fire all flying against the darkness, and then plunged into the extinction and gloom of the depths. The breach in the side close to the magazine sucked in the waters most swiftly, and sent the bow end of each first into the watery assuagement of her fires. In an hour after the first deafening paroxysm all was still and dark again on the face of the waters, but for a flaming fragment here and there, hissing and sputtering against the night. Then came terror again. The Broolyians, jubilant over the invincibility of their marvellous fleet, knew not whence the disaster had come or who had been the enemy. And now they crouched in fear, or ran for shelter, lest the invisible foe should take advantage of their palsy and reap his harvest of blood. But no enemy came. No carnage followed the strange catastrophe. The morning dawned, and the waters of the bay shone as peacefully in the level rays of the sun as if no fleet had ever been there, as if no conflagration had occurred. Not a boat or a sign of an enemy was to be seen. Out crept the soldiers and sailors from the shelters, the people in their rear, and soon the harbour was alive with craft, seeking relics and explanation of the disaster. But no explanation could be found in all the babel of theories that chattered and echoed over the water. A council of the royal advisers was called. They consulted and questioned every admiral and general, but all in vain. The stranger, who had brought the fleet and its equipment into existence, failed to account for the occurrence. He refuted all charges of negligence and appealed to the desire of the people and the command of the king as his warrant for withdrawing the crews from the ships for the night. Treachery there must have been. There were 1,000 conjectures, but no sure knowledge as to whence it came. With the irrationality and ingratitude which mark all panic in nations or other aggregations of men when unexplained disaster has overtaken them, they broke out in fury against the very hero of the night's festivities. They had to find a scapegoat, and his figure was foremost in every man's mind. The destructive magnetism of the crowd gathered round the name that was on every lip, and the cry arose that he was the traitor. The mob howled outside the council room for his blood. He had to be bundled off by a secret passage to the outskirts of the city, and thence into the mountains, and to appease their frantic passions, the king had to proclaim his exile, and to promote that no such engines of war should again be forged in the royal armories. Fear of the island of demons again crept over the superstitious hearts of the people. As they brooded over the mystery, they felt that somehow or other it was connected with that inexpugnable centre which had defied all their efforts at its invasion. And this was right. For the Limanorans had watched the long preparation for the assault, and made calmly ready to defeat it. They knew that, if they ever allowed the fleet to sail, they could not well beat it off without loss of life amongst its crews. It could lie in the shelter of an island some miles distant from their shores and rain great projectiles upon them. The repulse must be accomplished long before this had been reached. They therefore waited till the ammunition was on board each ship. Then, in order to avoid the destruction of life, They sent into the air of Broolyi the exhilarative magnetism required, and into the minds of the inhabitants the suggestion that the whole fleet should be fated. When the ships had been deserted and not a human being was within reach of them, they launched through the air in its direction a series of electric shocks, which, as soon as they came in contact with the metals of the magazine, ignited the ammunition. Most of the ships were set on fire in this way, the rest by the falling fragments and sparks from their exploding sisters. Thus was the new threat to Limanoran civilization frustrated without loss of life or breach of the mystery that sealed the central isle. But the waste of time and progress upon such threats by the withdrawal of so many Limanorans from their ordinary pursuits was an evil not to be tolerated. Something must be done to prevent the recurrence of these expeditions. It was generally from Broolyi they came, the result of warlike ambition. It would be a service to the whole archipelago to reduce this military people to insignificance and silence. There was no security in their subjugation by the people of another island, for the war fanaticism would surge up again in a later generation. The conversion of them to a religion of peace would mean no change in the blood, it would only transform the method and cue of attack. What was needed was the elimination of the ambitious and military natures from the Broolians. For only the aristocracy and the descendants of the original conquering exiles had set their hearts on military pursuits. The conquered and many of the families that came to the island at later dates than the Great Purgation were not unwilling to keep their own bounds, and preferred possession and dispossession. There was no need of extermination of the people, but only decimation. Nor would the Limanorans endure any shedding of blood in the process. It must be gradual, peaceful, free from torture and bloodshed, and almost unobservable. The physiological and physicist families worked out a scheme that would fulfill all these conditions, and yet finally eject the disturbers of peace from the archipelago within a generation. The scare they had just suffered and the exile of the balloonist ensured to Limanora freedom from their attacks for some years. But they aimed at permanent immunity, and this could be secured by nothing less than the sterilization of the warlike element in Broolyi. The end was accomplished in the next aggression upon a neighboring island. The expedition was formidable, and included all the bellicose males of the offending people. After landing, it lay encamped in the open air. Then a band of Limanorans set out on wings by night, armed with a new surgical instrument, called the Idlumian, which could give an electric shock to any part of the human system and paralyze it either for a time or permanently, according to the power put into it. They approached the whole army as it lay asleep, and by the whiff of a sporific which they diffused through the air, they steeped the systems of the sentinels in lethargy and by the same means ensured the depth and continuance of the slumbers of the embattled host. Before a single soldier had awakened from his deep sleep, the whole Broolian army was defertilized without being in the least conscious of any loss of vitality or manhood or enjoyment of life. When the sentries awoke and the troops began to move about in preparation for their struggle, the medical embassy had winged its way back to Limanora. Not till 20 or 30 years after did it strike the Broolians that the fountain of their military power was dried up, and soon they began to attribute the strange infecundity of their aristocratic and warlike families to the witchcraft of the Isle of Demons, a belief that finally sealed that center of the archipelago as with walls of adamant against aggression on the part of their neighbors. My Western instincts, in spite of all my training, would reappear at intervals, which happily became longer and longer, and for a time I could not repress my instinctive disapproval of the use of this Idlumian or electro-sterilizer. Yet my reason told me that it was the only effective method of permanently stopping the horrors of war in the archipelago. Heredity and circumstances would have circumvented any other bloodless attempt at relief from the Broolian nightmare. A few discussions with my pro-parents made this rational view of the matter dominant over the conservative instinct in me, and before many years my instinct was quite the other way. It became the ally of reason, and I had no need to argue with myself on the point or confirm my faith arguing with others who knew better than I. There was another Western instinct of mine which gave me frequent though lessening trouble and came into conflict with the reason of the community at this time and on this topic. It was my approval of propagandism. Into my blood had grown through the centuries of Christendom the feeling that a faith could not well prove itself unless it spread out amongst new and alien peoples. It is the prerogative and principle of belief to yearn for universality of acceptance amongst human beings, and it urges on the devotees of any faith to spread it through the world at all costs. After many centuries of propagandism the habit becomes an instinct, and it seems to be a dictate of nature or attempt to convert the world to the tenets which have grown up in us from infancy, and have been incorporated into our very life. The Christian has ever been from its outset a great missionary religion, and it is difficult for one brought up in Christendom to get rid of the missionary attitude of mind, which assumes every alien to it to be sunk in wickedness and unprofitableness, and certain to lose all the future blessings promised to true believers. I could not obliterate this instinct wholly from my nature, and whenever I reflected on the wisdom and nobleness of the Limanoran civilization, or noticed the marvellous progressiveness of some new phase of it, I found myself longing to go back to the Western world with my knowledge. Thus I often drifted into appeals to the propagandist spirit which I assumed to exist in the breasts of my friends and fellow citizens, but I was not allowed to rest long in such dreams. Each time I uttered or even thought over my missionary desire, I was brought to book with the widest knowledge and the keenest penetration into human nature and its history. I felt that it was almost as useless for Europeans to go out amongst the tribes of monkeys and spend their lives trying to bring them up to such a level of intelligence as is implied in the appreciation of the Christian religion, as for the Limanorans to apostolize amongst mankind, and struggle to drag them up to the stage of progress these islanders had reached. But now, whenever my missionary mood returned upon me, my friends would point with a smile to the new invention, the electrosterilizer, and if pressed by the disapproving skepticism of my thoughts, they would urge in words of the omnipotence in this little instrument as the apostle of progress. By this and this alone was the snail-pace advance of mankind likely to be quickened, without more rapid elimination of the unfit than was afforded by natural selection, sexual selection, and the accidents of surroundings. There was little hope of wise propagation of the human race. The blunders and defects and maladies of every new century were treasured up by heredity in the tissues of mankind, along with any feeble tendency to advance that might appear. The struggle was a losing one in spite of the development of science and wealth. And all reforming theories and efforts were but stumblings in the dark till there had been a thorough purgation of traditional and epidemic diseases, moral as well as physical. 9/10 of the race, as at present constituted, were unworthy to hand on their natures to posterity. Under the regime of propagational license universal among all peoples of the earth, the evil and disease multiplied at a much greater rate than the sound in body and mind. The progressive element in mankind was dragged back, by the dead weight of the criminal, the diseased, the habitual pauper, and the naturally incompetent. Some religions even set themselves to encourage the vitalization and propagation of the last. It was noble and good to assuage the evils that heredity had accumulated in their systems, but it was anything but noble and good to encourage them to perpetuate their misfortunes throughout a wide posterity. Multiply should be the last word of an advancing civilization instead of the first, unless there be added to it the condition, only the best. And who cares or dares to preach this true gospel of progress, when it touches a theme that all are ashamed to mention. If ever there was a sacred mission upon earth, it would be that of man who should go to the wise and good men of all nations, and put into their hands the secrets of the Idolumian, or who should himself pass round the world and sterilize all the morally or physically diseased amongst rich and poor, amongst gentle and simple. Within 2 generations the races of humanity would take such a leap into light and noble vitality and love of progress, as would make the most brilliant civilization of the past seem barbaric. Then they would take command of their own destiny, and look unflinchingly into the future for the path they should take. Advance in material or in the accumulation of force is vain, unless it goes hand in hand with such universal, moral, and intellectual advance. It is progress in the human system through all its parts that should be the aim of every race. I gradually came to understand the importance they attached to this new instrument as the most humane and effective of missionaries. Had it come before their great series of purgations, there would have been little need for the expatriation policy. If they had had to eject, they would have taken care that the different sections of exile should vanish in a generation. They shrank from extinguishing the individual life that had already been brought into being. They would have had no scruple in giving euthanasia to an evil race or a section of a race, for this meant only preventing a posterity coming into existence to take up their burden of evil. And even now it was a question to be seriously discussed and answered, whether they would not sweep out the pollution from the rest of the archipelago by the help of this humane little doorkeeper of posterity. Would it not prevent the lifelong evil of thousands? Where lay the humanity or love in allowing retrogressive and unhappy race to hand on to myriads to come the evil they had received from their ancestors? End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, Part 1 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Polity, Part 1. I was privileged to hear, or rather be conscious of, the discussion that the question of Eludemian missionarianism underwent. I had now reached the age and stage of my training which gave me the entry as audience to the councils of the race. It would not have been wise to admit to the treatment of difficult and advanced themes natures that were still hemmed in by the limits of long past ages of history. They could not have sympathized in, or even followed, the attitude taken up by the elders of the people, and they would have gone back from the meeting with minds perplexed and bewildered by questions too complex and futuritive for them to fathom. Many of them would have suffered a warping of their natures from the strain, and this would have meant years of additional training and care to set it right. The exclusion of the immature from the national councils was a matter of educational policy rather than of political necessity. It was evidently for my own benefit that I was present at the discussion of the sterilizing embassy. This was somewhat difficult for me to follow, for my magnetic power and faculties had not been developed enough to interpret the silences between the rare speeches. As I sat, my mind ran back to the Quakers' meeting to which I had been taken by my mother. Then much self-control had been necessary in order to restrain the expression of my amusement. Now I felt as if in the presence of gods who needed none of the babble of human speech to open a pathway from mind to mind. I had sloughed off that singular prepossession of the Western nature in favor of verbal intercourse, and had ceased to think that silence, where 2 or 3 were gathered together, was a mark of inanity, or incompetence, or at least passivity. I remembered with a shudder the awkwardness that accompanied social lockjaw, even where friends met. Each grew afraid of the thoughts of the others. None knew what the silence meant. Everyone was frantically searching for something that would break the gag without appearing unnatural. Loquacity, instead of being a bar to ideas, was counted as an accomplishment, and freedom of speech was one of the great political watchwords. It was only on rare occasions that reserve was not considered a defect. Now I felt that there was nothing so powerful as these silences in council. The magnetism of thought and feeling was flowing from mind to mind, all the more that there was not a word or sound to interrupt it. Now and again, when the divergence of thoughts was dominant, one of the oldest and wisest would call them in from their different tracks to a common centre. Speech was rather a method of focusing thoughts than one of chasing and criticizing them. The speaker would review all the mental discussion and concentrate its lines, so that everyone present might have a view of the whole field from a high point. It was marvellous how rapidly they went through the business in hand by means of these noble silences, broken by occasional reviews. There were no displays of mental or stylistic legerdemain, no appeals to common feeling, no captious criticisms, such as form the staple of a debate in a Western assembly even of the wisest men. Every fallacy that crept into the discussion was unmasked in a gentle, fair, and kindly way. There was no partisanship, no war whoop of prospective victory, no lash of sarcasm, and they abhorred above all things the sweetness of harangue. Yet the absence of Western methods of beating out a subject was a disadvantage for me, who had as yet little of the magnetic penetration or sympathy needed for the appreciation of their meetings. But my deep reverence for the humanity of the elders, and great sympathy for their aims, made up in part for the lack of magnetic interpretation of their thoughts. At the close of the council I talked the matter over with my proparents, and eked out my own observations and reflections on its proceedings, and thus came to a just view of the whole discussion. They were strongly impelled by their love of the human race to the missionary course, which would now be so simple and effective. Missionaryism before meant the hoisting of every separate alien and barbarous nature up to a higher platform, and continuing the process with generation after generation, a gigantic task. There was more chance of the missionaries levelling down to the civilization of their converts than of accomplishing their original purpose, while the arguing, preaching, and persuading implied a Niagara of Babel for centuries. Where would lie the compensation for such abasement of the mind? Now there was no need of condescension. It was a mere matter of common professional work for the physiological families. The glib energy of the old process was evaded, and in its place came the need of wide practical knowledge and keen judgment. For tongue force and subtlety of reasoning were substituted physiological exactness and selective talent. The process was now eliminative rather than directly creative. But such pleading ignored the true difficulty, the acquisition of so large a knowledge of local and temporal conditions as would enable them to foresee the full effects of the step. How were they to be certain that only the nobler natures would hand themselves on in each race? Streams from the barbarous and evil past might flow through the mothers. Who could guarantee that the reduced numbers of the next generation would be able to accumulate energy quickly enough to keep the mastery of the earth against its unreasoning and unmoral powers? As it was, the people were able to fight with the seasons and the forces of climate and weather, and with the exuberance of the plant and animal kingdoms. If their numbers were greatly lessened by the elimination of the coarser natures, would not the balance be destroyed, and the natural enemies of man have the best of it? Questions like these made them pause. To be able to answer them would need prolonged and minute investigation of the human race and its conditions, perhaps consuming centuries in the task. Meantime their own forward march would have to be abandoned. Omniscience alone could deal with the problem of missionaryism, and as things were, the omniscience of nature was dealing with it. For revolution was proceeding throughout the universe, however slowly. Those races that seemed to be laggards on the upward path were evolving what was needed on their part for the advance of the whole army of creation, and death was ever opening new careers for the vital force of their individuals. It was difficult to tell without complete knowledge of all the conditions whether the spread of a certain faith or phase of civilization was going to be beneficent or maleficent for the world as a whole. And all missionaryism that was not based on omniscience was striking out a path through a jungle in the darkness. Even the illumined, unless amongst criminals and the morally and intellectually plague-stricken, might do irremediable injury to the prospects of the human race. The problem of propagandism was, as often before, abandoned as too complicated and too far-reaching for limited knowledge and brain power. But the discussion gave me an insight into what I had long been curious about, their polity and methods of guiding the course of their common weal. I had not dared to inquire into the subject lest I should meet with some rebuff, or find that I had been too inquisitive where reverence was needed. Nor had I been able to see much evidence of government or legislation, and had almost come to the conclusion that there was no such thing in Limanora as sovereignty or state. Though everything moved with the harmony and smoothness of perfect organization, I could never find the organizing hand. At last I discovered part, at least, of the machinery of government. There was one assembly or council to which reformers could appeal with their schemes. The whole community often assembled, but it seemed to me that it was more for training, for the reintegration of some faculty or feeling, or for the purification and elevation of the life, than for legislative purposes. The only trace of any approach to selection and decision in these national gatherings was to be found in Loomiefa and in the linguistic assemblies. In the one they practically accepted or rejected some proposed revision of their ideals placed before them in a new book. In the other they decided whether a new word, or the adaptation or application of a word was worthy to live or die, whether a new sense deserved to be kept alive in a form set apart for it, or whether a new distinction was real or merely verbal. I could see that these were the two great functions of a national assembly, to accept or reject a new departure in life or in language, to see that the path into the darkness of the unknown was the right path, and that the verbal armor and weapons they bore allowed of no enemy near. Discovery and advance had their own pitfalls and risks, but the language they used in investigation and research was the most natural ambush of fallacies, and the scientific work of a generation might be rendered nugatory by an ambiguous word or phrase. In past time they could point out many ages, which had prided themselves on the marvels of their progress in science, and were now regarded as barren and unprogressive. Their advance had been apparent and not real, a mere change of nomenclature and not a change of ideas or discovery of facts. It was natural then that the community as a whole should, from the mere instinct of self-preservation, keep the most watchful eye on this unguarded frontier of language, and almost as eager an eye on the regions that lay before them, the ideals they were about to adopt. I had now been led to see that there was a council for the decision of foreign questions, for it was this that rejected the new idea of the Ilumian mission. I soon came to recognize its domestic functions as more important than its policy abroad. The latter occupied its attention only once or twice in a generation. Monthly, almost weekly, it met to agree on questions and schemes which had no connection with the world outside of Limanora. Now that I was inspired to attend its meetings, I felt that it safeguarded the march forward. It never passed a law, and yet its decisions were as clear, as valid, and as universal in their effects as if they had been written out, proclaimed, and printed in a statute book. All the parents, pro-parents, and guardians were members of it, and along with them were associated as silent, inactive members the young men and women who had matured and shown sufficient of the wisdom and virtues of the race to warrant such a privilege. These latter were in training for full and active membership many years before their spirit and influence were felt to have bearing on any decision. On this basis I had been admitted to the meetings. The scheme of every new book came before this assembly prior to its publication in Loomiefa. Every new departure on the part of any family was brought up by its heads to be tested by the feeling of the council. But it rarely happened that any scheme was rejected. It was, as a rule, only revised and modified. In fact, every parent or guardian was so keenly in sympathy with the spirit and genius of the race that it was almost impossible for any proposal or idea to come from a family in antagonism to the general welfare and feeling. One feature that struck me as marking their meetings was the absence of those searching, flaw-finding criticisms we have considered absolutely necessary to progress in the West. Every modification suggested was an improvement or addition readily welcomed by the author and his family. The council was there to help and develop, and not to be hypercritical or censorious. Every thinker or inventor was eager to bring his work before it. Instead of fearing its criticism as an ordeal, he knew that his creation would have its true spirit appreciated, and if there was genuine and original work in it, it would meet with its due. Whatever was likely to aid the race in its forward march would be welcomed and aided. Another branch of its duties was the preparation of practical problems and difficulties, which were likely to obstruct the national progress till they were solved. The council thought over these as they came up in their minds, and tried to get at their fundamental form or principle. After having ruminated over them for months, or perhaps years, it indicated the family in whose province they lay, and handed them over to it as part of its duty thereafter. In fact, the debatable borderland between family and family was evidently one of its most important spheres. Not that any family ever desired to evade what might be included in its functions or offices, but on the contrary, was eager to do all that in it lay for the benefit of the race. Often, however, spheres overlapped, so that two different families or individuals were doing the same thing, and it was necessary to define and apportion the duty of each. In all the meetings and discussions I came gradually to feel that there was a dominating spirit that influenced from behind the scenes. I could see no overt mastery or guidance of the proceedings, yet there was manifest an organizing power within its organism. Schemes and problems came before it in lucid order and a definite shape, leaving no room for mere idle conjectures. As the treatment of any one proceeded, I could feel the magnetism of strong, harmonious spirits molding and bending the thoughts. I knew that I was in tutelage, although there was no open dictation or even guidance. After a time I began to trace the vigorous currents of influence that swept us on with such force, to the oldest men and women in the council, those who in Europe would have been thrust aside as incapable of good advice and as on the borders of second childhood. I could see a tendency on the part of most members to look to them for the cue, when thoughts had begun to wander and part company. They did not claim superior authority, but the deference to their opinion and instincts was spontaneous and palpable, and often grew into the deepest reverence. This would never have awakened the notice of an unsympathetic stranger, so little was the feeling expressed in open word or act. In this way I learned, before many years' experience of the council, that there was an inner council or cabinet, consisting of all the elders who had proved themselves able and wise by centuries of discovery, or invention, or penetrative and far-reaching advice. I could discover no formal election to it, everything in the shape of definite constitution or government being manifestly avoided. Age did not form the qualification for this senate, although all the senators were men and women who could count their years by hundreds. Many who were older than they still remained outside the charmed circle. It was rather weight of experience, and the fullness of development resulting from it, that admitted. Whosoever by living long had made the most of life in the line of greatest progress, was singled out by the reverence paid to his lofty character and expansive wisdom, for the duty of piloting the race. It took years of massive growth in personality and influence to make the community or the man certain that he had been selected by the national spirit. The responsibility was so onerous that the wisest shrank for years from it, fearing they had not developed sufficiently. It was only with reluctance that they at last listened to the call of their fellows and entered the noblest of all senates. None sought the honour, but once undertaken, none attempted to shift the burdens of it onto others' shoulders till the nausea of life, indicating the approach of their mortal liberation, came upon them. No one was jealous of their authority or influence, for all knew that these they would have had by virtue of their nature in advance, even if they had no seat in this inner assembly. And every type of family had its representative there, the ablest, the wisest, the noblest, generally the oldest of the group, whether man or woman. For there was great need in its councils of someone minutely familiar with the practical functions and duties of every science and art in the island. Sex made no distinction in the choice. Sex was a mere accident in the realm of reason and wisdom. Sometimes the greater brain power and greater moral and intellectual development belonged to the male head of the family, sometimes to the female. And it never entered the minds of this strange people to discount position or influence because of sex. In all differences of opinion their decision was final. For everyone felt that the race could not possibly at that particular stage of its progress attain any clearer light upon the subject than this Areopagus had attained. The upholders of the clashing views received the decision as coming from a tribunal, the most impartial and the farthest seeing that could be found on earth. But it was seldom that any division of view came as far as a controversy which needed the influence of the elders. Where two individuals or families began to feel their opinions on any common topic drawing apart, they each made eager efforts to understand the other's point of view. And their neighbours, recognizing a discord in the mental atmosphere, came in with reconciling magnetism and reason. Everyone was too anxious to have the light of others' thoughts thrown on the matters he had to investigate or consider, to reject in haste a view that differed from his, or to let his own view become unreasoning prejudice. I never perceived among them any of that bickering or heat which so commonly attends a misunderstanding in Europe. Long after arriving in the island I still wondered where their courts of law were, and thought there must be some secret tribunal that dealt summarily with all disputes. I came at last to see that there was no need of courts or justice, for there was never any approach to jarring or litigation, and most of all, there was no written law to appeal to. It was one of the primary principles of their life that any law that needed committal to writing was either artificial, and so beyond the necessities of the community, or implied a flaw in the nature of the race demanding instant attention. Written law, like overt authority, was an evidence of elements in a community which were alien and had better be eliminated. Hostile individuals or factions made a body of recorded laws, backed up by force, a necessity throughout the nations of the world, and rendered most of them practically unprogressive. Since the great series of purgations the spirit of the Limanoran community, working through the electric sense, had been the master of its unity and progress, and it appeared idle to make or write laws. Every advance it achieved made every individual at once debtor to it, all moved up to the new level. The laws, if those principles were continually being revised and constantly progressing could be called so, were written in the hearts and natures of the race. Every new amendment of them was the natural demand of the racial spirit and passed at once through the elders, the parents, and the guardians into the conscience of all the families and individuals. Every man was a law to himself, in that he knew and fully recognized the aim of the community, and the part he had to fulfill in its advance. Those who were still in a state of pupillage had each two elders as their guarantors and sponsors, who watched the installation of the common spirit into them, or any flaw or discord rapidly made itself felt. Reason was at the back of every word and act of the Limanorans. A new feature or thought or discovery had to prove itself worthy and real before it was accepted. There was no such thing as an appeal to authority. Everyone knew that he would have to reason out and make clear the nobleness of what he expected others to believe or agree to. It was one of the main functions, the most urgent duty, of the two councils, therefore, to revise the axioms and postulates in which the national reason found its leverage and to see that they never became mere prejudices. Every new advance antiquated some principle that had been taken as axiomatic, or revealed the fallacy that lay in some pivot word. Any difference of opinion or of point of view generally set the inner council on the alert. Not infrequently they found that one investigator had been misled by a verbal fallacy or a mistaken axiom, whilst the other had in searching laid his mind open to the light of truth. They never rejected as trifling or insignificant any divergence in the views of a common topic, but rather welcomed it as evidence of some long hidden flaw in the foundations of the reason. Another striking feature of this inner council was that their meetings were open to all but the young and immature. They would have nothing to do with the secret conclave, which, they held, was the beginning and principle of despotism. Away from the sunlight of truth and open thought, the most ghastly spiritual diseases of humanity sprang into being and flourished. Thoughts and feelings, otherwise healthy and unshamed, became sickly, morbid, and often venomous. Resolutions passed in secrecy need have no assigned reasons, and are soon passed without discussion and without any reason but the lower private feelings and prejudices of individual members. A mystery is attached to the proceedings of such conclaves that gives well-nigh omnipotence to the terror they instill. Hence, until their doom is near, they are by nature of necessity despotism. To every meeting of the inner council all active councillors of the larger assembly were welcomed. But when present, they kept silence, and preferred to keep silence. Nay, it was considered a special privilege for one of the Senate to withhold his thoughts from the discussions. Silence for a year or two was the hard-earned reward for many years of painfully guarded responsibility and debate. Not one of them but looked forward to such breathing time for relaxation, so heavy was the care of the future of the race. To speak was the burden, for speech must be weighty, and the recording linisans automatically treasured it up for future years to shed light and criticism on it. In fact, their Senate house was arranged so as to be a vast linisan itself. Nothing was needed at the end of a meeting but to touch a spring, and the moving irelium strip on which the proceedings imprinted themselves was securely fixed on its roll and transferred to the Valley of Memories, there to be laid past in the archives for future reference, and a fresh strip took its place ready for the next debate. Knowing this, each senator weighed his every word with the utmost care. Whatever building was used as a meeting place for discussion by either the whole of the people or any section of it, had its dome constructed in such a way as to serve as a collector and magnifier of sound, so arranged that the sound should not echo back but pass instead into the receiver of a great linisan that at once indelibly recorded itself, thus making every member of the community set a watch upon his lips and allow only the maturest wisdom to pass them. The memories of the Limanorans were marvellous in their precision and tenacity. They could ransack the records of any man's brain in sleep with the greatest minuteness, though they did not care to use this process on anyone beyond the stage of probation and pupillage. It implied something not unlike prying into the secrets of nature. They knew, too, how inexact the senses are in their reports of what takes place in the world without. Refined and trained as they were, there was always a liability to error. Wherever exactitude of record was required, they used machine reporters which never made mistake except when their gearing was out of order. At all important assemblies and gatherings they had an instrument called an hydrolinisan, which recorded in permanence not merely all that was said or done, but the electric currents which pass from man to man. Whenever they needed to verify a memory of the past, the irelium strip of the particular occurrence was brought out of the historical archives and placed in the reversible hydrolinasan, and the whole scene flashed vividly before the senses. Doubtless this custom of machine recording made the Limanorans so watchful of all they said and did and thought, and it was perhaps this as much as any of the wonderful features of their civilization that quickened the pace of their personal development in more recent years. They made every effort their natures were capable of to think and say and do what was worthy of themselves and their people. Nothing retards the progress of Western civilization so much as the relaxed habit of life that even the best men and women fall into, when others are not likely to see or hear them. Religion invented the all-watchfulness of God in order to provide a substitute for the consciousness of the eyes and ears of others. But it is too distant and incorporeal to strike a highly materialized civilization as real, and the belief acts only for a brief period after it's been impressed upon the mind. The economy of breath in churches and of evidence in law courts would be so great if some of those instruments were introduced into the West, that Europe would not know itself within a few years. It would develop and progress intellectually and morally with such rapidity. But the most striking result would appear in politics and legislation. The machine would influence the speech and action of the legislators as powerfully as if they had believed every moment that the omni-watchfulness of the deity were as real as the presence of the speaker in the chamber. There could be no revisal of its hansardizings. Every politician would be as true, as reverential, as weighed down with the responsibility of his duties as if he were before the final judgment seat. These machines had had a wonderful effect even upon the advanced Limanoran polity. Not even a gesture was wasted in their assemblies. Everything done and said was relevant and weighty. The result was they acted as if they were one man and their meetings were brief and effective. Where a Western legislature would discuss a scheme or proposal for years, a few minutes would suffice a Limanoran assembly to get at the heart of it and accept or reject it. They seldom had to retrace their steps. If they did, the error was due to some mistaken principle accepted in past ages as an axiom, or to some undetected fallacy in a pivot word. The proposer of the scheme had the responsibility of making every feature and consequence of it clear. He must not, and would not, conceal anything that might militate against its acceptance. He had discussed it fully with his family, and seen in their criticisms and suggestions everything that might be amended. There was, therefore, not a minute lost on defective arrangement or statement. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Polity, Part 2. It was astonishing how rarely the councils had to meet, and how brief their meetings were. And this was the reason why I had been so long in discovering any trace of constitution or polity in their midst. One of their favorite maxims was that an organism, to be healthy, must work without calling attention to itself. And this is truest of all in politics. The government that is never seen or heard or felt, and yet has no secrecy or need of secrecy about its proceedings, is the most efficacious and wholesome. Those loud democracies which occupy most of their time in discussing themselves and their systems are corrupt already or on the road to corruption. And monarchies that have to parade abroad in threats or expeditions are diseased at home and afraid to become too conscious of their disease. The minimum of government attains the maximum of development, was another of their favorite sayings. To keep this sentiment living, they led their youth back to the study of certain periods of their past that they were ashamed of, called the stagnant ages. Some of them had been republican, others monarchic. some religious or superstitious, others rationalistic or skeptical, some warlike, others peaceful. Their one common characteristic was that the state did everything for the subjects. The island was a nursery, the citizens were the infants. No one ever thought of taking the initiative in any scheme. Whenever anything was needed, the state had to look after it. The chief duty of a citizen was to talk and hold meetings and criticize. To act was beyond his province. The state had to feed and clothe him at last, and to drive him to his work with the lash. It was the lash that disciplined the army, and urged it on to battle. The state had within it or in its service the few who retained activity or energy, and these few knew how to fill their own coffers better than those of the country. Then came disgrace and disaster. Prosperity and patriotism and courage vanished in decay before the universal corruption on the one hand, and senile helplessness on the other. And all that remained fell an easy prey to the first ambitious marauder who invaded the island. There grew up in the breasts of the Limanorans an instinctive fear of all encroachments of the state on the duties and functions of the family and the individual, and those who formed the inner council were as deeply imbued with this feeling as the rest of the citizens. One of their chief duties was to draw the line with care between what could best be done by the separate units of the state, and what by the state as a whole. They safeguarded the independence of the individual, and encouraged his initiative in order that every tendency to originality should flourish, and that the capability of meeting emergencies should grow stronger and stronger. Every man on the island knew that he must act for himself in innumerable circumstances without waiting for help or counsel, and the women were trained to be similarly self-reliant. Readiness of resource, confidence, and courage were universal characteristics of the people, and they knew from their study of history, as well as if they had mastered it by experience, that dependence on the action of all and interference on the part of the state would gradually destroy these. It was, of course, the elders who were most keenly alive to this fact. In their councils they defined with the most exceeding care what might be done by them without injury to the habit of presence of mind and spontaneity of action on the part of the individual citizens. What they had chiefly to look after was the future of the race, and everything done by the citizen or family that endangered this had to be reviewed and corrected by them. So powerful a private influence had each elder over every individual of his family, that interference in this respect was seldom needed. The ideals held before the race sank into the nature of every citizen and guided him in all his actions, if not now in all his thoughts. The matters that needed most deliberation were the revisal or expansion of those ideals, and the selection of pairs for marriage and parenthood. They knew that a mistake in either of these would lead to incalculable evil, and would necessitate, in retracing the step, long years of thought and labor, besides the most drastic remedies. The guidance of the great public institutions needed little counsel or interference, but was almost automatic. Everyone concerned knew by instinct what he had to do, and had its interests so completely at heart that he required no reminder of the details of his duty. The inspection and review of the various departments were rather the task of the expert families, and chiefly of their elders, than of the elders as a whole. But there was one department for which the inner council or senate was wholly responsible. This was Rimla, or the center of force. Mechanical power was the one thing, they had all along felt, that must belong to the state and be controlled by the state. All other possessions, wealth, property, reputation, were mere symbols of it. To let it drift into the hands of individuals who might grasp more than was good for them or even monopolize it, was to danger the future of the race. Only the wisest and best and the most imbued with Limanoran ideals were ever allowed to control the concentrated force of the island. In fact, no one but a member of the inner council could be the master of force, and his term of control was limited to a few hours at a time, for which period he was chosen from day to day from amongst the oldest and most experienced of the nobler natured. It was the greatest honour the race could bestow. To be trusted by the whole people with the management and distribution that which was the fulcrum of all progress was to be marked out as one worthy to be divine. When I came to understand this, I saw the meaning of the reverence, almost awe, with which the master of force was pointed out to me on my first visit to Rimla. I had not measured the greatness of his power, or seen that it was far more real and comprehensive than that of any monarch or despot that had ever ruled. Where would their civilization or their ideals or great future be, without this marvellous concentration of naked energy? What would have become of the race, had a base ambition or an insane caprice entered into the thoughts of any one of their masters of force, while he held the reins of dominion in his hands? It was the duty, therefore, of every one who was elected to the office, however often he held it, however noble he had proved himself, however trusted he might be by all, to submit himself the hour before he entered Rimla to the tests of the inner nature and thoughts that the race knew, and this in presence of the oldest of the Senate. The workings of his brain and heart were stringently investigated, and after that he was sent to sleep, in order to have his dreams read and interpreted. If any of the tests gave dubious answer, he resigned his office and another was chosen in his place. For almost a generation this had never occurred, yet the precautions were as rigidly enforced as if the tests had often revealed defects. For the master of force held in his hands the key of their civilization and progress. To the elders all private ends and honours seemed trivial beside the aim of the race, the only divine thing, they thought, that they held in their hearts. To have been able to substitute anything on earth for it, even for a moment, was to them so absurd and insane as to appear impossible for any Limanoran. All this safeguarding of the probity and the sanity of the masters of force was therefore counted rather as a tribute to the importance of the office than a slur upon the individual. It was not that private motive or stimulus had been annihilated. On the contrary, they considered that the chief spur to progress was the struggle of the individual in competition with his fellows. He who could attain most rapidly to the ideal set immediately before the race was a marked and striking personality. To level all means of advance so as to make them the same for all was to destroy this stimulus to development. To be respected and at last reverenced by his neighbours was longed for by every man in the community, and every one had his own special faculty and means for gaining such respect and reverence. At the great purgation of the island's socialists and thieves, private property had not been abolished, but only disgraded. The socialists had been willing to erase all other methods of civilization and progress for the sake of the impossible dream, the equalization of property. The thieves had been willing to do the same for the sake of the swift acquisition of their share of it. They kept up an abnormal and morbid appetite for property which raised it completely out of scale and proportion, compared with the other symbols of power and means of advance. It became a disease that perverted their whole view of life, and nothing wholesome could be done till they were expelled. After their expulsion it was found that property lost its importance, and the word fortune ceased to be identified with its acquisition. It fell to its natural and true position in the scale of means of development. The motive that the socialists had most prominently put forward for their schemes, the benefit of their poverty-stricken and starving brethren, had long become too artificial to hoodwink the wiser patriots. Not since the barbarous stage of their past had bare sustenance been a struggle and aim in the race. They had become too provident to allow population to outrun means or demand. There never had been for centuries anyone who needed his neighbor or the state to aid him with food or clothing, or other of the vital necessaries. If there had, he would have been too deeply ashamed of his mismanagement of his life, or his improvidence to allow anyone to know of it. The arrangements of the state and the carefully proportioned size of the population left no room for him to throw the blame on others. The body of the people laughed at the socialists for the patent absurdity of their pretext, and helped the wise leaders to drive them out. Even if this motive had been the real one, to disorganize the whole political and social system, and to throw overboard the aim of the race for the sake of securing a beggarly pittance for feebler folk who ought not to have been brought into the world, and ought not to be allowed to perpetuate their kind, was a monstrous waste of vital power. There had become deeply implanted in them a racial instinct that no step should ever be taken which could in any way weaken or endanger the sense of individual responsibility. They knew that no amount of self-sacrifice, no kind of guarantee of certain subsistence on the part of the workers in the state, would ever make true and good citizens of those who had lost this. Even when they had come to have far more comprehensive and scientific command of the problem of population, and when the communizing of property would have led to no evil results, they refused to think of such a measure. Every man was allowed to accumulate as much wealth as he desired, but none had now the ambition to accumulate it. And as soon as communication with the neighboring islands was cut off, commerce ceased, and with it all opportunity for growing opulent. Everyone had enough for his needs, and these were great in a country so rich in resources and devices and so rapid in its development. The family safeguarded the solvency of every member of it, as it guaranteed his capacity to do competent work for the state and for himself. The state demanded nothing that could be called taxation from the citizens. Part of their time, ability, and work was all that it required. But it was one of the methods of showing patriotism given freely to the state. It was indeed one of the chief reasons for the retention of private property that it allowed of an easy and ever available means of cultivating benevolence. Personal work was a limited thing, and could be given in aid of others only at fixed places and times and in defined quantities. But if it could be concentrated in private possessions, then there was ready at all times and places, and in any quantity the power of helping others. Without it, generosity and self-sacrifice would have to mourn their petty limitations. With it, benignity was ever in exercise, and remained an active and vital habit in the community. If state possessed all and demanded all, then the citizens were little better than slaves. Their virtues had no freedom, no exercise, and were bound to disappear. To get as much as they could, to sate their appetites as fully as they could, was the only competition amongst neighbors in such a condition of affairs. The blessedness of giving help spontaneously would never be experienced and would vanish from the community, and in its train sympathy, beneficence, and humanity. The competition in Limanora was in giving, not in getting, though getting was one of the conditions and basis of giving. It is true that the advance of the race had almost superseded this palpable method of revealing the bounty of the spirit. In former ages, when hypocrisy was still possible, and language and smiles were too cheap and ready a treasury to be wholly trusted as evidence of kindly intent, private property enabled a man to give a trustworthy guarantee of his generosity. The only other things he could sacrifice, work, liberty, life, were too personal and too limited in opportunity to be symbols of a bounteous heart. Now men and women needed no outer symbol to interpret and pledge their thoughts and feelings. Everyone knew the soul of his neighbor as he knew his own, and hypocrisy was a lost art, having been long ago stripped of its motive. This singular people retained the institution of private property, fearing the apathy and languor that fall upon the energies of a socialistic people. They had far higher stimuli to competitive vigour in the devotion to progress and to the aim of the race, but they were not so foolish as to abandon the more material stimuli. Everything that would contribute to progress they retained, everything that would tend to quicken the pace. Nor were they yet so far away from the more animal stage of their civilization as to be wholly rid of the fear of its return. Should it return, the other motives, even that of patriotism, would be so shadowy as to be impotent against the deluge of appetite and indolence if the material competitive principle, the system of private property, had been abolished. To avoid the risk of such a doom as had fallen on Riallaro, they refused to communise possessions. And a certain sweetness of imagination, of memory, and of harmless romance had hallowed the system in their minds. Without it they would have felt a distinct depreciation of life that would not have found compensation in any advantage its abolition might have brought. The evils that seemed to attach to the system in other times and nations attach to all other symbols of power as well: birth, position, influence, reputation, character, talent, opportunity, luck. All that tended to differentiate one man from another and raise him in the scale of the use of power was open to the same charge as the institution of private property. But early in their reforming career, the Limanorans had discovered that the evils that seemed to attach to these features of human life were not inherent in them. They arose from the passions of envy and jealousy. As long as these had possession of men's hearts, the levelling process could never be final. Communities that made the attempt to plane down human society to a common level, and to equalize all symbols and opportunities of power, had an infinite task before them. They really began at the wrong end and struck at the accidental consequences of what they thought an evil, instead of getting to the root and source. Limanorans had wisely set themselves to bleach their natures of envy and jealousy, and once this was accomplished they found that inequalities amongst them were, instead of being an evil, the greatest good, the keenest stimulus of progress. They smiled at the farce that went on in Riallaro, a farce that at intervals culminated in tragedy. They saw the inherent futility of all efforts to do away with the occasions of envy and jealousy, instead of eradicating the passions themselves. They compared socialistic and equalizing schemes to bailing out the ocean with a sieve. The disadvantages and abuses of private property and of all inequality in the symbols of power vanish with the opportunity and the desire to flaunt them in the faces of neighbours and rivals, to use them as appeals to envy and jealousy. As a rule it is in small communities and circles and narrow localities, where every man in almost every moment kicks up against some neighbour, that envy and jealousy reach their most virulent development and acquire the greatest refinement in the use of their weapons. But that is in small communities that form parts of wider arenas of ambition, and so learn arrogance and scorn of their surroundings. Where a limited society lives, isolated from alien and ambitious neighbours, a simple and unambitious life, it is generally found to be almost free from the meaner emotions, envy, jealousy, and their counterparts, disdain, pride, and insolence. Among them there is little need of coercion or law or government. The more primitive virtues of honesty, truth, loyalty, courage, come to them by nature. The family eradicates or conceals all symptoms of lapse from them, all rebellion against the interests of all. The great drawback to such commonweals is that they are not progressive. They remain centuries in one stage of civilization, and seem to travellers from larger and advancing nations mere savages buried in filth, and enslaved to the despotism of the seasons. But this people considered such superficially imbruted communities nearer to ultimate salvation than the highly refined nations that exhibit a medley of wealth and starvation, militarism and religion. The maximum of government, they held, implied the minimum of progress, for the essentials of spiritual advance are ignored by external administration. A long experience of all types of body politic, and a minute knowledge and study of the history of the world, had made this people antagonistic to every form of great empire. In their own past they had known the ambition to incorporate other peoples, and extend the bounds of their dominion over the world. But that was in periods that were stagnant or retrogressive in the essentials of a noble civilization. Great empires were able to concentrate vast resources, but they spent them all on pomp, administration, and war. Whenever the world is parcelled out into huge nations, there is no chance of freeing them from the slavery of omnivorous armaments. Each is a threat to the freedom of the others, and none dares disarm, or spend her wealth on the arts of peace, lest the other should take advantage of her unwarlike attitude. The only progress continues to be in the size and the equipment of the armies, and in the ingenuity of the instruments of destruction. And, should two or three absorb the others, the military vigilance has to be all the greater. Even if the impossible should occur, and one great empire should absorb the world, the internal militarism would be none the less. Half of mankind would have to be employed in keeping the other half from rebellion against the central power. Huge empires, instead of being guarantees of peace, are direct incentives to war, or at least to a permanent warlike attitude. What has most obstructed human progress on its civilized levels is an inevitable tendency at a certain stage to mass into large aggregates. That is, when there has been considerable accumulation of wealth or an exceptional development of commerce, and protection is needed by the wealthy or the merchants. Then the military element gains the mastery of all natural power, and whilst there occurs a rapid evolution of all forms of aggression and defense, and of all the virtues connected with them, there is real retrogression. The spirit dwindles as the outer integuments bloom. Militarism only perpetuates itself and protects nothing but its own ambitions. It is in its last analysis a subtle fusion of histrionicism and savagery. It attracts the same tastes as the prize ring and the theatre. Everything that encourages it or develops it stands in the way of the true advance of the human race. There is, they held, no hope for mankind in general, unless this stage of imperial ambitions and aggregations can be overleaped. Back must the world recede from vast empires, if it would attain to any nobleness of aim, or any development of the higher elements in man. Its sole salvation lies in small communities covering its surface and remaining free from the taint of imperial effort and militarism. Only when the nation has complete command of the numbers within it through the family, that is, when the nation is small, will patriotism become commensurate with humanity, and the true goal of the human race be the aim of the individual. The family is the natural unit of administration in the community, and, as long as the heads form the common council that watches the interests and aim of all, it can never come into conflict with national unity and progress. The house and its goods belonged to the household in Limanora, and although the members of it had equal rights to the livelihood that was counted fullest and best by the community, the individual, if mature, had freedom of action that would surprise a Western freeman. He was the equal of all members of the state. Within the aim of the race and the path of its progress he had complete personal initiative. His destiny, it is true, had been shaped for him during his pupillage, but the fulfillment of it was his own. His aims and desires had been implanted and developed and pruned whilst he was passing through childhood and youth, so that he would not in full manhood spontaneously change them, but when he became an independent citizen, his methods of fulfilling these were all his own. He had to contribute to the family treasury what was needed to keep it level with Limanoran affluence, and he was generally eager to give more, but all the rest was at his own disposal. The family had many buildings in common, but each full-grown member, whether male or female, had a separate house to retire to. Originality in the family, one of the chief methods in the race for encouraging progress, could never be attained without cultivating originality in the individual. It had a track laid out for it through the future, carefully related to the march of the nation, but it might adopt what means it liked to make that track sure, and it might explore on all sides of it for new ideas and methods and resources. It was the same with the individual within it. He was encouraged to find his own means, and to use his imagination and his other faculties fully and independently, provided he kept his eye on the goal of the family, which was involved in the goal of the race. All the families were equal in their relations to the state, whatever their occupation or wealth or origin might be. This prevented the family from passing into the rigidity of the caste. All work was alike honoured, and personal worth was a test of the man and of the respect paid him, irrespective of external symbols and representatives of power. And to prevent the supersession of this by any other principle, all the physical forms of toil that might be at one time or other be considered offensive, were gathered into the hands of the state, and all men and women had to take their share of them. They were the duties connected with the various public institutions, and especially with the centre of force. It was recognized as a good thing that every man and woman should have physical exercise every day, in order to keep the basis of the spirit in the best possible condition, by working off the debris of the various organs and functions of the system. This fitted with the principle that all force should be concentrated in the hands of the government. The most severe physical toil was certain to be that which collected, divided, and adapted the vast accumulations of energy in Rimla. The duties in the centre of force were therefore portioned out day by day and week by week, and every man and woman of the community had to spend a certain portion of each day in this vast forge of energy. But the lighter work was given to the less muscular, and the youthful had to bear the chief burden, whilst the older, as their share, were occupied chiefly in superintending it. Besides this, every citizen had to take daily part in the work of some one of the public institutions that were not assigned to special families, or in the mechanical and unskilled toil of one of those that were under the care of special families. Thus, 2 or 3 hours of every citizen's 24 were impounded by the state, much to his bodily and spiritual advantage. The only contribution in money or kind that the state made compulsory was that each family exchequer gave for the support of the medical, architectural, and other public professional families. No valid system could have estimated the value of their services either to the state or to the individual, and it was considered impracticable to evaluate the benefits received by each family from their work. An amount was fixed, which each had to contribute to every family that had the care of a public institution, or the performance of a public duty. But over and above this amount the voluntary gifts to them were very large. The result was that the treasuries of public and professional families were oftenest the fullest, and they were as ready and as able to give as any. If there was any rivalry amongst the families and individuals in Limanora, it was in the delight of giving. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Manora and the Imanora. What would have been considered taxes in another state were looked on by the people of this land as voluntary contributions. There had been no formal resolution or written law fixing necessary imposts, but they came rather from the heart of the people, and expressed themselves in what would have been called in other nations public opinion. It was opinion which needed no verbal communication, and might be called rather the public magnetism of the race, that unified its customs and feelings, and made a body of written laws superfluous. One feature of their civilization that puzzled me for many years was the seeming immobility of their public relationships. When a man or woman got into a certain family with its professional duties and prospects, there was no means, it seemed to me, of changing. Once in a certain groove, a Limanoran was in it forever. His destiny was irrevocable. It is true that the elders took every precaution to choose his parents and ancestry for such a goal, and to mold his tissues and educate his faculties to it. Yet some inspiration might reveal to him a vista into a future better suited to his powers than that which had been fixed for him. It is true that this feature gave great stability and strength to the state. But a people that believed so firmly in liberty, originality, and progress should surely have adopted some more plastic system for their permanent relationships, some status less rigid and immutable for the individual members. It seemed to me more like the iron system of caste than the flexibility of an advancing civilization. As usual, I was mistaken in my criticisms. I had not looked deeply enough, or observed long enough to know the marvellous fabric of their polity, a full knowledge of which meant an experience of several centuries. The immutability was only in appearance and not in reality. A few years after I had been admitted to some of the privileges of mature citizenship, I began to feel that we were approaching an exceptional time. There was evident a bustle of preparation, a rare quickening of the pace of all work, and an expectancy that pointed to some unusual event. The flight exercises and the leisure time were somewhat curtailed, and as much work was put into 4 weeks as was commonly put into 5. Before the year was half over, I began to understand what it meant. The word Manora occurred too often on the lips and in the middle of my neighbours and friends to escape my observation, and on inquiry I found it meant the decennial review. Every 10 years, 1/4 of the year was devoted to a census of the civilization of the period. With all the other newly matured citizens, I had to be instructed in the part I was to take in this census. Each day for months I had to devote some hours to tracing out the progress I had made, both in character and in works, and in putting into graphic and easily observed form. I was taught how to draw up comparative statistics of the stages I had passed through from year to year for the decennial period, though they considered this a poor and misleading mode of reviewing the past. It was the mere skeleton of the census. I was supplied from the valley of memory with irelium strips, whereupon had been recorded automatically without my knowledge my thoughts and feelings and words in the various important scenes in which I had taken part. How surprised was I often to observe the mistakes my memory had fallen into! As a witness of some act I had seen, or some discussion I had heard, I would have sworn confidently to the opposite of the truth. As to my own deeds and words and even thoughts and feelings, I was ashamed to see how completely my subsequent life had distorted the record of them. The likeness was often unrecognizable. And I knew well which was wrong, for the machine reporters were infallible as far as their report went. After my perusal of these automatic records of my life, I came to the conclusion that common history must be a tissue of fiction and error wherever it has had to depend on the senses and memory of men for its details. I grew less and less inclined to add anything from memory to my decennial biography, which I drew from these machine reports. It was as refreshing to study them as if I had been examining pictures and memorials of another's life. By the time I had done with them, I seemed to know something real of my past, and side by side I was able to place my review of what I had become, and the account of my various stages of growth during this period, with definiteness and accuracy of one who was analysing scientifically half a dozen different evolutionary specimens of a species. My personality stood out at each different point of its growth as clearly as if it had been that of another man, laid under the microscope, and in these records I lived my life over again. But I was still further aided in these researches into my development by the accounts of the weekly inspections of my tissues and faculties kept by the medical families. These were not merely statistical and verbal, but pictorial. The appearance and electric state of every part of my system had been made to impress themselves indelibly in picture records, and these were now submitted to me for comparison. From the different records set side by side with the electrographs and radiographs of all my animal economy, I was taught how to produce an evolutionary picture of my faculties and organs and tissues. This was one of the most striking advances in their art. They could combine the pictorial representations of various stages in life of a growing being in such a way that, when placed in one of their lightning-swift representers, a growth would flash before one's senses as a continuity. A child would grow as if by magic into a matured man or woman as we gazed. A seed would grow into a great tree in the space of a few minutes. The brain or heart or lungs of a Limanoran would pass like a flash through the stages of development that had taken generations to achieve. For spectacular study of the history of any living thing, nothing could surpass the Imataran, or focuser of history, as the new instrument was called. From the archives of the medical family I was able to make such a series of pictures of my whole constitution and system as revealed the growth of every faculty and organ and tissue. The rapidity of my development astounded me as I looked over these graphic records of my past. It was like a full-grown man inspecting the photographs and annals of his infancy and childhood. I could not have believed the story of it, had it not been engraved so indubitably on these irelium strips by the machine reporters. My own memory had become so foreshortened by the consciousness of my present, and by the disproportionate importance of recent events and conditions, that I could have no more implicit trust in its representations of the past. But when I placed the various series of evolutionary pictures in the Imataran, the effect was so magical that I was half inclined to believe in preference my backward-looking faculty again. In the twinkling of an eye the transparent reflection of myself had grown its 10 years' growth, and I had developed out of an alien into something not unlike a Limanoran. All that I had done in the period, or rather all that I had done productively, I had similarly to picturise in series, so that every feature that had been in any way developed might reveal itself, and everything that showed stagnation or retrogression might be observed without trouble. My proparents and the elders of the family superintended and tested my review of my past, and taught me to be unbending in criticism of myself. No feature that seemed to count against my advance was I to shrink from representing in all its nakedness, nor was I through false modesty to depreciate whatsoever stood to my credit. I scarcely needed the precautions, for I had learned during my sojourn amongst this rigidly sincere and ingenuous people to respect the naked truth above all things. Indeed, I had come to feel that it was useless to act otherwise than as if my whole system were open to the gaze of my neighbours. Every member of the community had this drastic valuation of his work and strict criticism of himself to make, and all were occupied for 3 months in reducing the annals of their past 10 years to focus. For the young and those still under tutelage, the proparents and guardians were responsible, and they picturized for the Imataran the decennial life of their pupils as well as of themselves. But over and above this personal work, the elders had to review the growth of the families, institutions, sciences, and arts of which they had the guidance. This they knew well how to do from long practice, and had carefully prepared the records of each separate year of the decennium, and the pictures of the new features and the new growths in the departments they superintended. During these 3 months all they had to do was to focus the growth of the years and arrange the various records in series in such a way as to reveal the development. When all was ready, each family gathered in its public spectacular hall and viewed the growth of every member of it in the shadows thrown by the Imatoran. I thought at first that the effect would be too monotonous to be interesting. But as the spectacle of the Leomo proceeded, it proved to be a marvellous revelation of the vast variety of types in one family, and of the amount of growth that had gone on in the tissues and faculties of every member in different directions. The growth of the family as a whole was taken first, its power of coping with new problems and of suggesting difficulties to come, its additions to the treasury of force and to the civilization of the race, its attitude toward the aim of the nation, its pace on the forward march, its comprehension of the Limanoran ethics and of the general problems of the race, its command over its individual members, and its relationships to the other families and to the state as a whole. The decennial development of the Leomo was graphically focused in pictures that told their story in a flash, even to the least mature. Massed thus, the advance was felt by all to be surprising, for each had been watching throughout the decennium his own special work or set of faculties, and had been unable to abstract himself sufficiently from his own sphere to gain a just view of the whole family progress. As we saw the science and the art develop before our eyes, the moment's glance intensified the 10 years' work into a marvel. From 100 different points of view we watched the advance of the Leomo, and we felt proud that we belonged to such a family. We knew that taken as a whole it had not been wanting in its duty to the race and the aim of the race. The magnetic thrill went through us, especially when there unrolled before us the living picture of the preceding decennium. The contrast between the two in pace of development was striking. Here and there of course we recognized flaws in the work accomplished during our recent period, when seen against the design of the whole. But we gathered from the spectacle fresh hope and energy for the future, and renewed determination to increase the pace still more during the next period. We shrank a little perhaps from the next stage of the spectacle, for it meant the decennial confession of every one of us all. The family as a whole acted the priest, and before it we laid the story of our failures and successes, our deeds of virtue and our sins. The ordeal was less trying than I had anticipated, for the critic was lenient and sympathetic. If the lapse was slight, the source of it was tenderly pointed out by the elders and the remedy indicated, and the stronger members formed resolves to lend their strength to the lapser to master his weakness. Everything that was possible, he felt sure, would be done to help the laggard faculty or tissue to recoup its powers and bring itself even with the march of the family. If the lapse was great, the case was sympathetically placed before the council of elders, which investigated the question whether it was due to their mistaken choice of a career for the youth — it was generally a youth that failed strikingly — or whether it had come from some changed faculty or tissue in him. If it were the former, he was aided in deciding what change in his career would be best for him. If the latter, he was dealt with as an invalid, and in the hospital for spiritual diseases the curative powers of the nation were applied to his case. Sometimes his disease originated in atavism, and then the most drastic remedies, both physical and spiritual, were brought to bear. Sometimes it was found to come from a new microscopic parasite that had floated from some far atmosphere into the Limanoran arena, and then all the wisdom and science of the race had to be brought into requisition to investigate the conditions of the new foe, and the possible means of driving it out. This indeed was the time for anyone who had made a mistake to retrace his steps. Here it was that the seemingly rigidity of the system was tempered and rendered flexible and plastic as nature herself. 10 years was but a point in the continuity of the force in a man, in the great expansion of Limanoran life. But it was enough to make sure that a mistake in the choice of a career was real, not merely apparent, and that the longing for another was not a mere caprice. A shorter period would not have been test enough, and the review of all careers prevented undue proportion being given to any individual failure or mistake. It was not infrequent for youths who thought that they had mistaken their career, to change their minds at the Manora, and acknowledge that, all things considered, the wisest course had been chosen for them. They came to see that their work was not so defective as they had imagined, and that they had contributed their due quota to the advance of the family and the race. Against the background of the whole science or art in which they toiled, they recovered tone and hope, and the pride they felt in the progress of all stirred them to new exertions in their own special work. It was as much the aim of the elders in these Manoras to give new enthusiasm in the careers that had been chosen as to revise the scheme of careers. The primary aim was to remove the sense of bondage that might grow up in the breasts of any from the feeling of inevitableness and unchangeableness in the development of their lives. It was rare indeed that a real failure ever occurred. But none the less a sense of failure might seize upon a timid or self-depreciative mind, and then the knowledge that there could be no turning back would send it rankling home into the soul. Circumscription to a course, if irrevocable, is none the less incarceration that it is a course selected by ourselves. A Limanoran never felt enslaved to his career. He knew he had made his choice, and that he might make it again if he showed sufficient reason. The result of this atmosphere of complete freedom was that not once in a generation was any career, once deliberately selected, changed. The elders were fully justified in the elaborate choice of ancestry and parents, and in the still more elaborate pains were taken in the choice of surroundings and in training. Misgivings and hesitations all disappeared in the full light of the decennial review. It was marvellous how the magnetic sympathy of the family, as the spectacular confessional spread life after life before the gaze of all, eradicated timidities, and strengthened each member in the path he had chosen. Instead of having his little defects emphasized or exaggerated, all the merits of his work were brought out. He took new courage and hope, as I felt the air of impartial esteem over the excellencies of each member's development and of sympathetic sorrow and condolence over any evidence of failure or retrogression. Not a sign was there of censorious or captious criticism. Nor was there anything of that barter of laudation and panegyric which makes mutual admiration societies so unwholesome in their effects. All was subdued, gentle, reasonable, wise, and sympathetic, and the most helpful and invigorating of all tonics to everyone. From what I had looked forward to as an ordeal, I came away refreshed and strong, determined to amend everything that could be deemed faulty in my life, and to quicken my pace in marching toward the goal of the race. The national review of every family's progress was somewhat similar, except that the larger arena and the greater volume of magnetism in the audience stirred a deeper thrill in the natures of the individual members. It was held in Lumiefa, and it took many days to view the whole spectacle of the nation's decennial work. Nothing have I ever seen so varied, disciplinal, and impressive. It was as if 10,000 years of the whole world's progress had been focused in this valley. Science after science, art after art, graphically displayed all that it had achieved during the period. To me it seemed a universal education, and it strained all my faculties to follow the marvellous array of inventions and discoveries, whilst my neighbours and comrades drank the whole spectacle in with an ease that in other circumstances would have made me envious. It was not the fault of the masters and makers of the display that I followed it with difficulty, for they had made every feature clear even to the least mature. What puzzled me was the logical sequence and interdependence of the various parts of the spectacle. Everything had been worked out so as to reveal its relationship to the whole system and to the aim of the race, and to comprehend it tested all my powers. I felt as if I had to study a great encyclopedia in a few days, or rather its pictorial representation of every feature of the most advanced and intricate civilization. But even this analogy is inadequate, for the phases of the many-sided progress were not mechanically arranged, but grew out of the central system by a natural and rational magic. The work of every family revealed its central principles and their connection with the advance of the race. It looked as if some master mind sat through the years, and watching the nation's work as it was being accomplished, kept it all in system. We felt that there was one design in the progress of the whole period, and that any feature that stood out in independence marred the symmetry and needed correction. I remembered the waste of energy that took place in all intellectual spheres in Europe, and felt ashamed of the contrast. I could have told this people of the futile skirmishings and endless controversies of men of science and learning, of their duplications of each other's work, with the consequent clutchings after fame, of their assumptions and merely verbal distinctions, of their thickets of abstruse definitions and ambiguities, of their everlasting substitutions of theory for fact. I never felt so conscious of the shortcomings of the civilization which had nurtured me as during the array of Limanoran decennial progress in sciences and arts. After the spectacle was over, we returned to our usual employments. But I observed that there were now more frequent meetings of the elders for several months, and at last we had as the result of their discussions of the review and its aspects a considerable rearrangement of our work, and of our positions in the family and in the state. Most proceeded on the path they had been taking during the previous period. But many found themselves now at work more congenial to their temperaments and destinies, and were able to put it into their whole energy rid of the friction that the artificial application of will had meant. The changes occurred almost naturally and spontaneously. Each elder returned to his family from the final meeting of the Synod over the Manora, and it was known without effort or command or waste of time who had to modify his position and work, and how the modification was to be accomplished. The impetus given to the civilization by this loosening of any bonds which had begun to be felt sent it on with exhilaration and vigour for years. There was an air of buoyant freedom and alacrity, even of mirth amongst the younger, as they spent their best skill and capacity upon the work they had in hand. The pace perceptibly quickened, and at times the nation seemed to advance with the volume and swiftness of a torrent. Discovery and invention became fuller as well as more minute, and the outlook began to take in regions of which they had not thought before. I soon came to know that there was more comprehensive and far-reaching evaluation of the resources, the faculty, and the personnel of the race ahead of us. Every 10th decennium there occurred the event of the century, the Imanora or propescient review. 10 years made too short a period to give a bird's-eye view of the future as contrasted with the past. Even a century was short enough for the perspective of past and future progress, but it was considered wise to make the period fixed and of regular recurrence, and 10 decenniums formed a space symmetrical with the shorter Manora. The Imanora was thus a centennial review. Tendencies that might be ambiguous in their character under a decennial criticism would proclaim themselves evil or good in so long a stretch as 100 years. Faculties that would still be but in embryo after a course of 10 years would be in full maturity when a century had passed. Young men and women who might still hesitate within a decade as to whether they had chosen their best career, would have found by the Imanora what was their true bent beyond the possibility of mistake. But it was not meant merely as a review of the past and a rearrangement of positions, as the Manora was above all things. It was rather a revision of aims and destinies, a futurative evaluation of the powers of the race. Not merely the elders but the whole people were led up to a mount of vision whence they could see their future for hundreds of years spread out before them, bounded by the lines their past had drawn. There they would review in picture the solutions of the problems they had been working at and the final outcome of the lines of development they had been following. They had to decide there and then how far these agreed with the ultimate aim and destiny of the race, and how far they had better modify them, or modify the general aim. Then they had to choose whether their path should turn to the right or left, or should continue onwards as it had continued for a century. The spectacle of their future spread out in living picture and symbol must have been a deeply impressive sight. Every family had prepared a series of tableaux of their possible destinies and the possible developments of their sciences and arts, of the problems they would have to solve, and of their possible solutions, and these were passed in detail before the whole people for criticism and appreciation. It was as if a new nation were led to the cave of some great and true prophet, and were shown all that lay before it, whatsoever path it should choose. The Limanorans had before them the choice of a destiny for 100 years. It was the care of the elders that no ambiguity or disproportion should be admitted into the map of the possible routes that they might take through the future, and that there should be no obscurity in the relationships of these to the ultimate goal. During the last decade of the century, the Lumiamo and the Fralumiamo were the busiest of all the families in the island. Their exceptional development of imagination made them essential to the preparation of every map of the future. They seemed to be able to see where others found only night and darkness. Each science and art often woke to perceive its way barred by some hill or difficulty, round or over which they could discover no way. Then the members of the Lumiamo who made special study of its path were called in to point out the possible tracks that might lead past the obstacle. Or again, a family would find the way of its science or art untraceable. They would grope blindly about for it and yet to see no farther than the facts and methods immediately before them. Here the help of the Fralumiamo was indispensable. 1,000 different waymarks would soon be apparent, and the route of the future development would grow plain. The pioneering families were the heroes of the Imanora, although most of the hard work belonged to those who watched over the individual science and arts. Nothing could be done without them, and the exhilaration of trust in them and need of their services gave extraordinary vigor to their special faculty. The close of a century was one of the great autumns of their literature. Their harvests at that era were marked by fullness and wealth, and the pace of their work gave it exceptional fervour and glow. In the West we should have called the passionate ardour with which they threw off scheme after scheme, inspiration of the highest order. But they knew the working of their faculty as well as any of the inventors knew the intricacies of their machines. There was nothing mysterious about it. Their clear knowledge of its constitution and of the conditions that favoured its growth made it easy for them to predict when its pace and volume would be torrential, and every preparation was made by the pioneering families to meet the exceptional drain on their energies at the close of every century. Lumiifa was then the scene of the most striking prefigurant displays that the human mind could conceive. The resources of Limanoran skill and ingenuity were brought to bear on it, and nothing was left undone to impress the event upon the imaginations and memories of the younger, for the elders expected that it would thus mould the natures of the coming generation through the minds of the prospective parents. The world as it might be, if certain lines of development were followed, was pictured in the most impressive way possible, and to this people, it seemed to me, everything was possible. The Imanora had the sublimity and transcendent consecration of a great religious departure, whose significance was fully foreseen. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11, Part 1 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ethics, Part 1. I afterwards found that Imanora necessarily differed from Imanora as widely as age from age or man from man, it being as it was the universal outlook of so progressive a people. What one centennial amount of vision foresaw as a possibility the next viewed as an accomplished fact. What one century peered into the darkness to descry, another brought into the daylight of achievement, and a third antiquated. But there were other and wider differences than this I have stated. Though all the phases of the civilization were reviewed in relation to the future, generally one phase took prominence and gave character to each Imanora. In the earlier periods, after the purgations, the physiological and biological science and arts predominated, for the elders were most anxious then to bring the physical basis of their life up to the level of quickening progress. Then came the period specially devoted to advance in chemistry and physics and the other sciences and arts that gave them new power over the outside world. One century was the great astronomical period, when the imagination of the race stretched out with yearning to other stars. Another was the great inventive era, when it seemed as easy as a dream to make new machines which should open out wide prospects of additional conquest over nature and humanity. In the more recent centuries, ethics had again come to the front, new points of view having been shown by the great discoveries and inventions of many centuries. The first Imanora after the series of purgations was complete had been predominantly ethical. The race had bent its attention so exclusively upon the crimes and vices which had hindered their advance for ages, that they could think of almost no other development than the ethical. The elders had been investigating for years little else than the defects in the moral nature, their basis in the physical system, and the methods of remedying them. They had come to the conclusion, after all their researches, that nothing could be done for the cure of the minor vices till the most vicious and defective characters had been cleared out. A systematic purification of the commonweal must precede attempts at moral reform. Most of the purgations were managed by wise and cautious diplomacy, the bait of more than their share of the wealth of the island in portable form, and the chance of a new country in which to indulge their vice to license, induced them to ship off to a distance. Only a few needed forcible measures to make them remove. The lying and hypocritical, the licentious, and the envious and jealous, the boastful and the Epicurean, the religiously intolerant and superstitious, readily seized the opportunity of seeking a country where they might make their own laws and shape their customs to suit their special weaknesses. The warlike and murderous and the thievish and socialistic thought they could force a still better bargain. They had strong inner doubts whether they would be likely to have as fine arena for their talents in a new country, and whether they would make the best companions for one another. An increase of the inducement had little effect on them. They felt that their special vices would lose half their attraction when removed from the presence of the contrasted and shrinking virtues. Much of the pleasure of a murder or a theft lay in the necessity for its concealment, and the ingenuity required to evade punishment. The occupations ceased to be fine arts as soon as they became the occupations of the whole community. To these criminal sections of the race, force had to be applied before they left the island. It had to be a policy of deportation. It was little wonder that for a century after the absorption in such work, the civilization of Limanora was essentially ethical. to rid themselves of every trace of the detestable vices of which they had just seen the worst specimens deported over the horizon, became the one aim and ideal of the now expurgated people. Development seemed nothing more than greater ease and habitualness in the virtues. To be purer, truer, more tolerant, more generous, more gentle and modest and loving, was their one idea of progress. The outlook from the first Imanora was towards an ideal of such benignity and kindness as would make all personal relations easy and happy, beyond the conception of other nations. The first few decades of the next century gave them exhilaration in the pursuit of this aim. They took the greatest delight in eradicating the seedling ferocities of their savage past. Spite, rancor, disdain, pitilessness, vanity, surliness, ingratitude, partiality, want of candour, acerbity, meanness, and all uncharitableness were rigorously checked, and every thought or energy that might, when abused, tend in these directions was finally mastered. It was a delight to help one another in the crusade against these petty defects. Nothing seemed so noble or progressive as to spend every leisure moment on cultivating the generous attitude towards one another. But they soon saw the limits of such a progress. The virtues became easy and common to all, and it grew difficult to find new ethical worlds to conquer. Most of them indulged too eagerly in introspection, and some turned morbidly self-critical, finding defects where there were none. Imagination became a factory of petty faults and vices. The result was new and real faults, which threatened to maim their civilization and bar their further progress. They were painfully self-conscious, fearing lest the eyes of a neighbour or comrade should discover in them germs of moral disease, which had escaped their own microscopic criticism. They shrank from beginning any enterprise. They feared to come to decisions or make resolves lest they should be wrong. They tolerated and even encouraged faults and defects in their friends, which they would have drastically eradicated from their own natures. They nursed in pity and generosity weak characters and diseased systems into length of life, and shrank from forbidding them parenthood and posterity. They strained at gnats and swallowed camels, and indulged in constant casuistry. In short, the whole race fell into a chronic spiritual invalidism, and many of them were afflicted with moral hypochondria. They felt the pulses of their souls daily and hourly, and were ever haunted with the fear of the old vices returning on them, so losing their masculine grit and self-command. Finally they threatened to become a race of sinewless effeminates with nothing but spiritual collapse and palsy before them. It was clear that this microscopic introspection and moral unrest must cease, if there was to be any real advance. They had already recognized that ethics developed by stages, and that any attempt on the part of a race to force it beyond the intellectual point of view which they had reached only ended in temporary failure and retrogression. No new moral outlook can be attained unless reason has ascended a higher mount of vision. Revelation can never come without new achievement. A fixed quantity of ethical knowledge in a nation is moral death, and to systemize ethical maxims into an absolute code for all time is to enslave the reason of the world. For what is the almost unattainable ideal of one stage of racial development is the antiquated truism of a later stage. Savage man compares ill in polity and moral code with the republics of the bee and the ant, just as his engineering and architectural skill are infantile beside those of the beaver. How unprotective and even cruel he is to his aged and women and children, compared with many animals. How unadvanced even the most civilized are in truth and loyalty compared with the dog. How weak in the reasoning that is based on the reports of the senses are men in general compared with the wild animals. There is evidently an infinite variety of stages in the ethical and intellectual development and vision of man, as there is in those of the animals. The most advanced human beings, just like the least advanced, are, in some points, lower than the beasts. But man can, if he will, have mastery of his circumstances and conditions, inasmuch as he can examine himself by reflection, and tends to examine himself through self-consciousness. The power and tendency, however, are only fitfully taken advantage of, and it is therefore at long intervals that even the best races accelerate the pace of their progress beyond that which nature herself indicates. The elders, and through them the people, were persuaded that this absorbing pursuit of ethical improvement must be abandoned. The development of the physical system was the first distraction that they thought of, and their bodies grew in muscular power, in grace of form, and in litheness of movement. It was during this athletic period that flight through the air was achieved. Then, too, physiology and medicine grew into real sciences, and began to direct the evolution of physical man, and the struggle against the hosts of microscopic parasites that overpopulate the elements and have to seek pastures in the human body. It was in this era, too, that they mastered the secret of prolonging life, and began the series of experiments in food and other forms of sustenance, and in heredity, which ended in giving them centuries instead of decades to live. It soon came to be noticed, however, that a new but analogous hypochondria began to seize even the youthful athletes of the race. There was too much direct attention paid to the state and development of the body to be wholesome. Athletic egotism became rampant, and as a result of it a scorn of intellectual pursuits. It was as truly a diseased state of the human system as the moral invalidism with which they had been affected in the previous era. Thews and sinews were measured and examined with scientific minuteness. Muscular development was appraised and applauded as moral qualities had formerly been. The spirit began to be impoverished. The brain decreased in weight and fineness of convolution. Athletic introspection was coming to be as painful and masterful a disease as moral introspection had been. Diet and exercise became the absorbing topics of daily conversation, and nothing was invented but machines for training the body. Most palpable of all the consequences was the growth of arrogant gait and rough manners, and this was the first symptom to call attention to the new malady. It became clear to the elders that the worst form of atavism, returned to the savagery that is just above animalism, was about to reappear, and with it would come weakened heart and lungs and disordered digestion, for the new training overstrained all the organs, and threw them into disrepair. The conclusions drawn from these two experiences were that variety of occupation was one of the first essentials of mental and bodily health, and that absorption in the improvement of any part or section of the human system induced disease both of mind and body. Morality and health are better cultivated as indirect aims of individual existence. They defeat their own ends when they become egoistic or introspective. In order to remedy the evils which were threatening the life of the state, its framework was completely reformed. To every family and individual was assigned an external work that would draw the thoughts away from self for the greater part of the 24 hours. Every mature member of the community was expected to achieve something unconnected with himself every day. Exercise merely for amusement was cut down to a minimum, and in order to keep the body in full vigor, the center of force was organized, where every man and woman had to do so much useful physical work in the round of the clock. The care of the health, both mental and bodily, was handed over to the medical elders, who were, first of all, the healthiest and healthiest minded of the older men of the nation. Watching for symptoms of disease in one system, whether moral or corporeal, fell into oblivion, and the great era of external achievement began. Specialization of work was its chief principle and the source of its success, but no one was allowed to fall into excessive specialism, such as would atrophy all but one set of faculties and energies. No part of the body or mind was left without daily or weekly exercise. The elders mapped out the various types of intellectual and physical work from which a man or woman might select to fill leisure time. Everyone had a large choice within a limited number of kinds of work, generally kinds of work which were dissimilar to his special employment. If it were left to a man to choose his own type of distractions, he might select that which would feed high the sides of his nature he most used, and atrophy those that most needed development, for ease of application is an important factor in his choice of exercise and amusement, and might become too dominant. It was not in order to assimilate the basis of the natures of the community in this limitation of leisure employments was adopted. On the contrary, one of the subordinate aims of the elders was to introduce as great variety as possible into the talents, faculties, and tendencies of the race. Equality, and still more similarity, of members of a community, they well knew from the laws of nature meant stagnation if not complete national death. Throughout the cosmos it was the unequal degree to which various bodies' existences shared in different types of energy and produced the unstable equilibrium we call life. The disseparate masses of the planets induced those currents of the influence we call gravitation, one of the greatest sources of power in our world. The differences in temperature between the sun and the planets make it of such vast importance as a source of heat and energy to them, and it is the difference of two bodies as to the electric state that induces currents of electricity between them. As soon as there is equilibrium of all the atoms or bodies or existences within a certain sphere of influence, there ceases to be movement in it and death supervenes. And if all bodies and existences in the cosmos had an equal and similar share of all its elements and forces, it would be dead. The deity himself, the sum and source of all life, must, as an external existence, have unending variety. The law of the universe is the law of the political and moral world. There can be no life where there is complete stable equilibrium. That is, where every member of a community is exactly similar to every other member in privileges. Currents of influence cease. Impetus and motive vanish. Desire and yearning and love disappear, with passion and ambition. The socialistic ideal is social and political death. The everlasting flow of influence or power from point to point is the essential condition of vigorous existence in a community or race. Therefore, one of the chief subsidiary aims of the directors of Limanora was the creation of a variety and inequality of nature and position. This made them adopt the family as a unit in the state, for in the family there would be shelter for any new individual talent, and heredity would cherish and increase as it was handed on. In Western states the influence of family over its children ceases not long after boyhood or girlhood, and the world soon puts them into the same molds as its favorite men and women. Individuality and originality in most are planed down by the recognized conventions. A longer continuance of family life and influence would secure and strengthen any new variations in a talent or tendency, till the character was strong enough to stand by them as its own and defend them against the criticism of aliens and strangers. Diversity in unity was the ideal of family life in Limanora. The elders of a family watched with eagerness for any modification of the special faculties or powers, and nursed it with the most anxious care. If they decided that it would assist the advance of the race, and the medical elders were ever suggesting the proper cross for producing a new variety of the old talents. Indeed, one of the most responsible duties of the council of elders was to decide as to the matings and parenthoods of the community. In this lay, they felt, the guidance of their destiny, the real germ of the future. Thus, and thus alone, were they able to keep up that divergence of new species, which would ensure an ever-quickening flow of life in the race. They had cut off by their policy of complete isolation most of the stimulus that comes from alien rivalry. Such rivalry, they thought, would be worse than none, for it would at last drive them to adopt the means and weapons of their rivals, which they considered wholly retrograde and evil. It would not be unlike a competition between man and the wild beasts. Any kind of communication with those who were below them in civilization and deliberately unprogressive was certain to taint and drag down, and the strong consciousness of this fact checked the natural tendency of such benignity as theirs towards missionaryism. At the same time they knew well that no people would ever advance without competition and the struggle that ensues on competition. They greatly encouraged variation and inequality within their state, but were certain that this was not enough. There must be the knowledge, if not the immediate presence, of another type of being, similar to their own yet higher in some features, in order to stimulate advance. To get this was the object of their system of couriers into space, both mechanic and human. They were never weary of gathering in all possible indications of higher intelligences in extraterrestrial elements and regions. For a long period they had been satisfied with the reports of their hydrovolans and other recorders of events which occurred on the earth, out of reach of their unaided senses. But it gradually pressed itself home upon them that the comedy of terrestrial existence gave no stimulus to progress. It stirred their laughter, or scorn, or indignation, or disgust too often to edify. Rare indeed was it to witness a deed or phase of civilization that gave them a new model, or inspired them to a higher life. It was, as a rule, degrading to watch beings in their own shape waste their noble faculties on the cruelties of war, the meannesses of commerce and industrialism, the pettiness of social intercourse, and the gross deceits and pretenses of politics, diplomacy, and public life. Year by year the racial energy was drawn off from the spectacle of terrestrial history. It grew less and less attractive, and the elders came to the decision that it had almost better pass unnoticed by all but the most mature and experienced. It became the more necessary to open up other spheres of stimulus and inspiration. The thoughts of the race gravitated, first to other stars, then to the exuberant life they found in interstellar space. For a time they thought that only in other worlds could be found intelligences like their own to stimulate them by their competition, and their intellectual energy was set upon opening up intercourse with the inhabitants of these. The imaginative families published book after book on the possibilities and means of stellar intercommunication, and afterwards of stellar migration. Astronomy had its subsidiary and allied sciences and arts for several centuries outpaced all others in development. The world began to seem narrow and prison-like, so eager was Limanoran thought after stellar flight. All the conditions of voyaging through space were investigated, all available means experimented on, all the possible routes their laws discovered. It seemed as if within a few centuries the round of earth would be spurned, and the nearest star colonized by terrestrial beings. The discovery of the varied life inhabiting the ether gave pause to all such speculations and schemes. It was manifestly possible to find stimulus from intelligences nearer than the other planets. Infinite space, instead of being a desert strewn with the wrecks or embryos of stars, is as full of life, and of the elements and nuclei of life, as any world which spins through it. They had ever counted it as unlikely that life and the life energy of the cosmos should be confined to the stardust strewn over it, or that its vast interstellar spaces should be given up to nothing but the passage of rays from star to star, cold and inhospitable to every form of existence. They felt it to be more in accordance with the lavishness of nature that these spaces should be life-crammed instead of life-proof. Why should life be unable to adapt itself to the conditions of space, when it has been found to adapt itself to the bewildering variety of conditions existing on the surface of any one world at different stages of its development, and even to the infinite variety of conditions that govern the countless stars? On the first discovery of life beyond the atmosphere they were led by the medical investigators to think that it was merely embryonic, waiting to colonize the worlds that pushed through it. But recent reports and researches showed that the existences of interstellar space were far beyond the rudimental stage. Beings as intricately organized as themselves left impressions on their super-aerial lavalands. They grew more and more convinced that the senses which had evolved in them, amid the gross atmosphere of the earth and with the gross feeding that alone would suit terrene constitutions, were fit to detect no other creatures than those developed under similar terrestrial conditions. Their more recent and more refined developments of sensuous perception, and still more their latest mechanical inventions, had brought them within range of an infinity they had not dreamt of. Daily came in from above the atmosphere reports that confirmed their old belief in the vast and varied population of space. Beings so constituted as never to impress sight or hearing such as men had, yet fit to hold their own with the noblest spirits that earthly imagination had ever conceived, swam close to their atmosphere, close enough to leave their impress on the sensitive films of their courier instruments, close enough for their own later developed senses to perceive, if only these were more exquisitely trained. What a vista of new stimulus the knowledge opened up to their imaginations! There was no more need of projects for stellar migration. Here were the beings loftier than themselves at the very gates of their senses, possible sources of exalted if not divine influence. Out of them would flow into this little island energy that would give measureless impetus to its inhabitants. Who could place a limit to the nobleness of the existences they might find in the ether, once they were on this track, and were refining and ennobling the perceptive power of their senses? There was no conceivable end to the ethical elevation and development they might reach, now that they had pierced the prison walls of the earth. The sublimer amongst their old beliefs were indeed coming true in the fuller fruition of scientific discovery. These they had long laid aside, lest they should be mere fancies based upon illusions and delusion, when they saw the evil that perversions of them by churches and priests worked amongst men, till they discovered a sounder basis for them that faith-mongers asserted for their crude superstitions. They felt they must not entertain them seriously, or found action upon them, and over they threw them, till they should find their way to them again upon the solid ground of scientific reason. Now that they saw so wide a horizon before them, they knew that they need no longer seek stimulus in the races of men that they had left so far behind them, and they rejoiced. For, though they were ever noble and wise individuals to be found here and there throughout the masses of the nations, and though they knew that these set the standard of morality to the world around them, the bulk of men lagged far in the rear and often, when unnoticed, sneaked into the barbarity and vice which they had been persuaded to abandon. The moral law of a nation or race or period is voluntarily carried into practice only by the few best of the mature men and women. In fact, their lives and characters are the makers and arbiters of the moral law. Their fellow countrymen and contemporaries feel the ideal thus held out practically before them as a mysterious influence that surrounds and shepherds them into the path of right. Sometimes, if the age or nation has degenerated, the mystery comes from the best men of the past through books, or still more powerfully through tradition and instinct. This uncountable influence they call conscience, or the sense of duty, or the voice of God, or some other name that indicates its mystery, its directing power, and its superior standpoint. Priests and primitive legislators try to formulate its commands in definite codes, and at a later stage thinkers and philosophers attempt to reason out its maxims, and find a unity and universality in them. But the influence defies such codification and rationalization. With the growth of the ages it overflows and antiquates the primitive attempt at its petrification, and the variety of codes in different races or in different periods laughs to scorn all efforts at finding a universal basis for them. As soon as a code is proclaimed or a philosophical system worked out, it begins to be antiquated. The best find a better ideal in front of them, and striving after it, reveal the flaws in the life they have hitherto lived, or they reassign themselves passively to the drift of circumstances and degenerate into luxury and license. In the one case the influence overflows the code or system, and makes it seldom necessary or apparent to the view of the race. In the other it ebbs from it and leaves it high and dry, the flouted, neglected wreck of an age gone by. After all, moral law is nothing but the example and character of the best of them working dimly upon their yearning and capacity for advance, and their best are limited by the point of view of their time and surroundings. A progressive race or age soon discovers the flaws in its accepted codes or systems, and throws doubt on their authority. It is only in a stagnant or retrograde period that there is no skepticism or free thought. Sufficient unto it is the law that has come down out of the past. So satisfied are its people with it that they never live up to it, and never feel any qualms of conscience or entertain troubled thoughts about its neglect. Developing civilization means developing ethics. The best of a race advances to higher points of view, and soon come to be astonished at the narrow and primitive moral law their forefathers have handed down to them. As they advance in ideals, the conscience of the mass of their countrymen or contemporaries advances too. What is the rare virtue or heroism of the noblest of one age becomes the commonplace of the next. What was the weakness or vice of all becomes the crime of the outcast and atavist. Injunctions not to kill are soon superfluous to all but the criminally inclined. Addressed to a whole people, they imply an age of the greatest rudeness and ferocity. I realized this more and more clearly as I continued to live amongst this wonderful people, and to see into their lives. The criminal and grossly atavistic had long ago been swept out of the island, and vicious tendencies against the moral law of past ages had vanished before selection, crossing, and training. They would have laughed if they had not been enjoined not to kill, or steal, or lie, or commit adultery. It would be like telling the civilized Europeans not to eat each other, especially when uncooked, or telling the latter-day Englishman not to enslave his brothers. The proud tribes of wild men counted it as one of their noblest prerogatives to banquet on their slain foes and even on their dead relatives, and the fathers of the present race of English and Americans, sensitive as these latter are to the crime of enslavement, held their slaves with no feeling that they were outraging the moral law, whilst their grandfathers winked at the horrors of the slave trade. The best protested, and gradually their opinions, and still more their characters and lives, sank as a mysterious influence into the hearts of the race. The next generation felt the protest as a moral law and a conscience, stinging them to advance to the standard of their noblest. The Greeks and Romans describe and applaud in their finest literature vices that modern men are ashamed even to mention. And it will be the same with acts and conduct that the 19th century society condones and even boasts of. If the European world advances, in a century or two respectable men and women will be ashamed to hear them spoken of. The Limanorans repudiated scorn of their lowly kin, the animals. They had long ago shed that blind and false shame which rejected the affinity of universal nature. Man was as truly kin to his lower representatives to the mammoth as the mammoth to the mollusk, or the mollusk to the microbe. It is true they desired close proximity to the non-human animal as little as they did to undeveloped or degenerate man. Intercourse with the lower stage of life and intelligence, they had long ago proved, leads ultimately to adoption of some of its features and much of its standard, even where there is in it the aloofness of the master to his slave, or the tamer to his beast. They desired no masterdom over lower natures, and so they exiled all animals and all degenerate or undeveloped men from their island. They welcomed, however, every indication of approach to human traits or human intelligence in any section of terrestrial life. It was to them no bewilderment that they found most species of animals more courageous and many more provident and keen in their outlook than most men, some of them more tender and humane to their fellows, some infinitely more loyal than the most advanced races. It is difficult to deny, not merely the higher emotions, but the more difficult processes of reasoning to many of the animals. The cunning of man is often outwitted by them. Facts like these, instead of driving them to find subtle methods of explaining them away or denying them, urged them on to greater effort in their own evolution. They saw in them evidence that the whole creation was striving upwards, that they resolved to obey the universal law more and more fully, and to quicken their pace. Any new observation of animal intelligence or advance only confirmed their faith in the rational spirit that was working but half seen throughout the universe, and gave them greater impetus on the path of development they had chosen. Every new age had seen them rise above the possibility of some old vice or evil tendency, reach some new and higher mount of ethical vision, and descry some nobler ideal ahead of them. They were far out of reach of any return to the fierce vices or defects of a lawless or militant past. Never since the exile of Nulla had they observed any tendency to belligerent atavism, and his return, purified and elevated, had finally buried in oblivion that dead and degenerate preterition. Thieving had vanished with such warlike means of destroying and restoring the balance of political power, and its possibility ceased with the devaluation of all property but time, talent, and character. Once time was taken as the standard of everything of value instead of any dull dead stuff like gold or jewels or land or houses, the whole view of property had changed, for time is a living, moving entity that becomes great or little, valuable or valueless with the method of using it. The life of man limits it in quantity as far as existence on the earth is concerned, and as soon as a race realizes this, it is the rarest and most highly prized commodity in the world. Nothing can take away its value but the heedlessness or indolence of its possessor. No man can steal it from us but ourselves. For many ages then it was in terms of time that the Limanorans had expressed everything of value. Even talent and character were thus expressible, for their chief value lay in their development. They were estimated according to the rapidity with which they could advance a definite and measurable stage. Thus theft became an impossible crime in this island, the true standard of all value being inseparable from the life that possessed it. Lying and hypocrisy and all the crawling vermin that spawned from them had long ago been ejected from their systems, and whenever atavistic symptoms of them had appeared in any child they were cauterized by every known method, gentle or drastic. The task of cleansing the community of insincerity and artifice had by no means ended with the exiling of all known liars and dissemblers. Open untruth and fraudulence vanished when the development of the intelligence and observation of the people made it easy and universal to divine motives and inner thoughts quite apart from the word or the act. Yet there was still in some a tendency to invasion, or equivocation, or overstatement. The rags of the old conventionality still hung about them, and unawares would check them in their utterances an old fear lest candour should be ill manners, lest their freedom should hurt the feelings of their auditor, or rouse the sleeping tiger in him. Year by year was all this getting eradicated, but the process was quickened by the evolution of the magnetic sense and by clarifying the tissues of the body. The more transparent the human system became to the senses and the keener the senses grew, the less cue and the less chance there was for concealment of emotion or thought. They were all thoroughly trained in the anatomy and physiology of the body and the brain, and in the science that taught the physical equivalents and accompaniments of each type of thought and emotion. Even without their preternaturally keen senses, they could tell from their practical knowledge of the human system the natural results of any word or act, and their eyes and ears could detect signs of emotion or motive which seemed to be non-existent. It was, however, their magnetic sense that was the greatest foe to all deception or concealment. They could read the feelings that stirred in the heart of a neighbor, and were even conscious of the definite thoughts passing in his brain. The physical equivalents and symptoms of certain emotions and passions that used to be common before the exilings and are too common in all other races were scarcely ever to be found in any mature Limanoran. They had to be studied in the bodies, and especially in the faces of children. Jealousy, envy, hate, malice, anger, lust had become obsolete in the race, and only the young were afflicted with them now. They were classified as mild spiritual diseases that might, if neglected, risk the permanence of the child in the community. They were the record of a stage through which the race had long ago passed, and they were treated as no fault of the child itself but its legacy from an ancestor it could not be made responsible for. Great pains had been taken with these moral childish maladies in former periods, with the result that their appearance was now seldom virulent or dangerous and never fatal, and that every household knew by heart the simple rules and specifics for checking their development. The worst characteristic of them was that they were infectious, but the solitary system of education rendered this inoperative. In fact, this epidemic nature of the moral disorders of children made the adoption of the one-child household and the one-pupil school seem an absolute necessity. Occasionally, through some strong atavistic taint in the nature, the appearance of one or more of these maladies in a child threatened its whole spiritual life. Then all the science and wisdom of the island were brought to bear upon it. The nerves and tissues of the part of the human system affected, whether in brain or heart, were isolated and powerful electromagnetic instruments were applied to them, so as to atrophy them and render them inactive. The most successful educators of the island were joined to the parents or pro-parents in the effort to get rid of the evil, and the child or youth was constantly brought into intercourse with the noblest natures who exercised to the full their morally healing powers. If the malady still tainted the nature up to maturity and outbalanced all the good in it in spite of such continued curative efforts, then were the elders sadly driven to the ultimate step of deporting the diseased personality. But this had not occurred for generations, and it was hoped that the necessity for drastic remedies would cease in a few years. Already the virulence of these childish ailments had almost disappeared, and they had grown so mild in their attacks that few but the guardians observed their approach. They were generally confined to fixed periods of childhood or youth, periods that correspond to the ages of past history, in which they severely raged in the natures of their ancestors. But every new generation saw these periods shortened and driven farther back towards the beginning of life. The sense of shame that attaches to some or all of these emotions in the best of advanced races is a sign that they are recognized as moral maladies, and that with further advance they will be forced back into the earlier stages of life. But as they are, the need to conceal envy and jealousy, malice, anger, and lust and their symptoms is felt, and this induces and confirms widespread habits of insecurity and deception in most civilized peoples, Western as well as Eastern. This desire of concealment has seated the habit of dissimulation so widely and so deeply in the breasts of all that the bolder and more roughly practical openly avow it as a means necessary to their advancement in life. It had been felt ages before in Limanora that as long as these hateful emotions lurked in the hearts of men and women, There could be no final expulsion of the still more hateful insincerity. Now that they were relegated to childhood, concealment of the inner emotions had vanished and the habit of petty vision and dissimulation had been entirely eradicated. Even the histrionic in manner and gesture and facial expression had disappeared after having been subjected to drastic treatment. It had been criticized and derided whenever it showed itself in any youth, for it was only by the young and immature that so crude an artificiality could ever be adopted. One of the last refuges of insincerity was artificial self-abasement. As soon as humility before the daily marvels of the universe came to be a common attitude amongst them, its ape, spurious self-deception, appeared. Young men and women would grossly understate their achievements or claims, chiefly in order to set up a reaction in the minds of their friends and companions, and tempt them to overstatement. Ridicule soon put this habit of poor and common natures to rout. The Limanorans were now proud of anything they had done well or nobly, and were not ashamed to acknowledge it. They were willing without vaunting or mock modesty to talk of any invention or discovery, or any good or courageous deed, but in that simple, ingenious way which revealed nothing but anxiety to enlighten others as to the methods of success, and to stir them to advance beyond it. They needed none of that self-advertisement which is the bane of advanced and ambitious civilizations. Everything of merit in their conduct and labor and its products was valuated, they knew, with an exactitude that left no room for misacceptation by their friends and companions. Everyone was so eager to find an advance in his neighbor's work or system that no effort was needed to explain or commend it. When done, its merits would be recognized to the full. The elders in their periodical reviews of the work and the progress of the community would estimate it at its full value, and it was one of the most important parts of the training of the youth to appraise the value of every deed and step with a strict impartiality of judgment. To mete out justice to everything in life was impressed upon the young nature as one of the foremost duties, and to see every feature of history and existence with a dispassionate and unerring eye was one of the chief aims of Limanoran education. Thus it was that for a time they enjoyed the comedy of life as it passed in other regions of the world, for they could see very clearly the exact merits of every man and every deed, and the credulity and infatuation which made them unrecognizable in popular estimation. Delusion reigned supreme, and the best of the comedy was the ease with which some masters of the art of self-advertisement could swell their puny proportions into the appearance of colossal amplitude. They knew every stop in public opinion, and they could play on its gullibility with consummate art. The Limanoran was taught to place every human achievement in the perspective of the future, and as he looked and heard through the idrovamolan, the whole life, as it went in other nations, seemed one contained bathos, ridiculous disproportion between what it appeared to be and what it was. But they ever saw a darker side to the spectacles they witnessed through this singular instrument, and their laughter was softened and modified by indignation and sorrow. There was a counterpart to the gullibility and applause in the deep-rooted habit of detraction and slander. If any had the power to see conduct and men as they were, impartially and clearly, they were not allowed to use it, so busy were the tongues of traducers and parasites. All human needs were either underestimated or overestimated, generally underestimated if the doer or possessor had no favors to bestow and no power or influence to exhibit. Aspersion and backbiting were common habits, for the majority were undistinguished, and only in courts and the circles of the great did that overestimation find any headway. A trivial yet pathetic phase of the comedy was the excessive self-esteem that ran parallel with the torrent of detraction. In Limanora, the fountains of both had dried up together. For vanity is the efforts of a man's emotions to compensate for the fraud that others constantly commit upon reputation, Robbery of material things is sternly repressed in most civilized communities. Thus far have they attained their hostility to socialism. Finally, one or two have begun to be uneasy about fair fame as a possession more valuable than any wealth, and have attempted to formulate the crime in some crude law of libel that is found yearly as inadequate and as primitive as one of the codes of ancient legislators. But the petty robberies of good fame rather than the open brigandage of it make none feel safe. Tongues will keep wagging, as long as they wag, and conduct or character of some will surely be undervalued. The consciousness of this, that none but the great or distinguished will get their due or more than their due, keeps self-esteem alive in the breasts of all, and self-approbation an unceasing attitude. Men feel that they must recoup themselves out of the unwilling feelings of others for the perpetual fraud upon their reputation. Self-overestimation is the natural complement of the consciousness of detraction. Commonly the sensitive organization refuses to rest under the unending injustice and will try to set itself right with the world, but most sink after a time into sullen endurance of the wrong and cease to speak of it, thinking it irremediable. Nothing so greatly astonished the Limanorans as the concomitant disappearance of detraction and vanity from their midst. One of their earliest crusades was that against evil speaking. It was easier than they had thought, for already the principle of generosity to others had begun to work, and reputation was counted more valuable than any property. When magnanimity had eradicated the habit of disparagement, the training in impartial use of the judgment prevented the nature swinging into the opposite extreme of shouting hosannas over the nothings of daily life. As they gained clear-sightedness in estimating human actions and character, they found that the cues of vanity had disappeared. They had no need of crusading against the vice. It had been vanquished. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ethics, Part 2. Another defect that seemed to have vanished without effort was immodesty. The lustful had been exiled, and it was easy to eradicate from the natures of those that remained all trace of sexual passion, and with it all pruriency. The chief purpose of sex in nature, that of propagation of the family, became its sole purpose, and this, by the control which the elders exercised over posterity, grew as rare as death. Its other ends, the development of self-sacrifice and the growth of love and friendship, had been completely detached from it and rationalized. Procreation with the extension of the race into the future was counted so tremendous a responsibility that most preferred to postpone it as far in life as the instinct of the people would allow. The sexual passion thus died out of their minds as out of their natures, just as the mere appetites of eating and drinking had died out. They had become parts of the rational nature when they were thought of at all. There was, therefore, nothing to be ashamed of and nothing to conceal. Immodesty vanished with the cue and motive for modesty. They wore irelium draperies more to temper the power of heat and cold, and the rigors of the upper atmosphere, and to aid them in flight, than to hide their bodies from the eyes of others. For the draperies were gossamer-like and semi-diaphanous, and emphasized the beauty and grace of the body as an expression of soul. It was not the face alone that interpreted the mind, or attracted by its radiance. Magnetism rayed from every limb, and none of the surface of the body was lost under masses of garments. It all came into play as expressive of the life within. They shrank at first from the unhealthy pallidity of my body as it appeared when I first donned their raiment, but under the transparency of my new garments it soon lost its ghastly whiteness, and acquired the ruddy, healthy tints of the face. For a time I shrank from the eyes of my comrades, But as I grew accustomed to their absolute purity of thought, I lost all consciousness of my body. There can be no modesty or immodesty where there is nothing to conceal. It was one of their subordinate aims to simplify and purify the functions of the human system, so that none of them should be offensive to any of the senses, new or old. By this semi-diaphanous exposure of most of the surface of the body, there was far more space of skin for the development of sensations and new types of senses. In their pre-purgation ages, when the greater part of the corporeal system had to be muffled in opaque garments for the sake of what was called decency, the finer modes of perception came to be concentrated in the head and the hand. One sense crowded another and blunted its observations. Now every inch of the corporeal surface was open to the influences of sunlight and magnetism, and the other energies that so freely permeated space. And new forms of perception began to develop over the body, chiefly refined modifications of touch. The region of the shoulders became especially sensitive to magnetic indications. The arms and chest monopolized the finer sensations of muscular force, and especially of strain and push. Their feet came to gauge with great subtleness the strength and direction of currents of the wind as they flew through the atmosphere. The spinal region tested the temperature of the surrounding space better than any other part of the body, reacting at once to the slightest change in heat or cold. Another advantage of the half-transparent raiment was the ease with which the slightest change of emotion or thought could be seen, making concealment and hypocrisy an impossibility. A third was the aid it gave to the medical elders in their periodical inspections of the health of each member of the community. With unstrengthened senses, they could detect the smallest obstruction in any of the organs or tissues, so that a mere passing notice might be enough to report on the health of the people. But if the sex problem had retained its old obtrusiveness, this seemingly superficial but really important reform in dress would have been impracticable. Amongst the earliest questions that the Limanoran scientists faced was the place of sex in the universe. After minute and wide search, they came to the conclusion that it was but an accident of existence on some worlds. It was not an essential of the propagation of life, for some species, like bacteria, multiply by mere fission, so that part of the individual is immortal, and others, like the medusa, and ferns and mosses, alternate asexual with sexual reproduction. It was manifestly no characteristic of the first and lowest forms of life that settled on the earth. In fact, large sections of vegetal life retained the older habit parallel with the new or sexual habit. Any piece of many plants and trees cut off and thrust into the earth will become a new plant or tree of the same kind without the intervention of a seed or germinative stage. But the change in habit must have been introduced into the world not long after the appearance of animal life upon it, for it is only in the least highly organized animals that parthenogenesis appears in any form. Their conjecture was that sexuality originated from the meeting of germs of two worlds on which life had not gone far on the path of evolution. The newcomers would be unable to adapt themselves and their mode of generation to the new conditions they had to meet, and where members of the two types settled side by side in a position isolated from their kind, the instinct of propagation would evolve out of their proximity a new mode of generation that would, from the cross-fertilization of two worlds and the combination of the vital energy of both, make a progeny more vigorous and a development easier and more rapid. The species that remained faithful to the parthenogenic propagation, and those that adapted the new mode only partially, fell behind in the evolutionary race. Sexual generation, uniting in itself the vital principles of two universes, swiftly improved the qualities of the species that adopted it and made them dominant upon the earth. Asexual propagation, the easier and more primitive, gave the advantage in numbers of individuals to the vegetal and lowly animal species that clung to it, but left them almost incapable of evolution. On and upwards have passed the dominant species through the invertebrates and the mammals up to man, guided by that bisexual principle which has in it the stimulus of two types of life and two universes. Nor did it seem to them contrary to the analogy that some worlds should have in the life upon them a trisexual or even quadrisexual mode of propagation, according to the types of vital principle which have settled and continued upon them. Wherever multisexual generation holds sway, their life is rarer but swifter, and evolution carries it into those higher reaches where localization of it upon an orb is unnecessary. It was out of sexuality, they acknowledged, that all the higher phases of existence upon earth had come: love, friendship, self-sacrifice. This, too, had given to humanity its nobler developments, the irrepressible yearning for another and extraterrene sphere and another life. A vital principle issuing from a different universe seemed to have kept it within the memory of its first home, if not of the free existence of space. And in man at least, this had come to consciousness of itself and led him to religious reverence and devotion and the expectation of immortality. They considered none the less that sex had almost finished its task in many worlds, and would, in no very distant age, have accomplished all it could do for the Limanoran race. When a principle of life has done its task, it must retire and give place to something better, else it would become retrogressive and wholly evil, a mere despot selfishly stopping all progress. Every race that meant to quicken the pace of its evolution had to take command of it and guide it to its own higher ends. It is the prerogative of the nobler types of man to raise nature above her lower needs. The Limanoran ideal was to develop the creative power of the human system so far that it might master all the secrets of life and be able to mold human beings and breathe the breath of life into them, and thus they would be able to supersede the sexual mode of propagation. As it was, they had gone far towards the complete mastery of the sexual principle, and could mold and guide it to any purpose that the future of the race demanded. They knew the conditions that would govern any new human variety they needed in the state just as well as they could produce new modifications of trees and plants and flowers. They read the nature of each individual on the island as easily as they could read a book. But besides this, they had in the pedigree annals in the Valley of Memory a complete account of all the possibilities of any family or any branch of it. From the developments of recent years and the outlook that they ever kept up far into the future, they judged when some new type of nature would be needed for some post in the community and gauge exactly the qualities that would have to be blended in order to produce it. Then turning to the Valley of Memories, they studied the characters and possibilities of the various families that had one or more of those qualities exceptionally developed. By the aid of the physiological and biological experts, they were able to fix the two out of which the individual parents would have to be chosen, and from their knowledge of the character and history of every member, the elders of these two families, along with the medical elders, were able to indicate the man and the woman who would exactly fulfill the purpose of the state. Years were spent on maturing the pair in the directions required and in entangling their imaginations and affections mutually. None were allowed to assume the responsibilities of parenthood till they were matured to their fullest possibility, for they held that all the essential characteristics of the two natures had to be developed before the embryo could be produced in its fullest and most virile form. One of the most singular features of this moulding of posterity was that they did not always choose the most highly developed to become the parents of the commonweal. For it had often been found in the past that the individual who had brought his peculiar faculties or qualities to the highest state of refinement in his own life had exhausted the natural wellspring of them, and that he handed them on in most diminished degree to his children. They often preferred in their selection of possible parents a member of a family who exhibited no exceptional energy in the use of its special talent. Sometimes the least active and the least conspicuous were selected. In them individual work had never overstrained their faculty. It lay fallow for a generation, and was likely to spring forth with exceptional vigour the next. To this I attributed their acceptance of my own imperfect nature in their midst and my selection for mating with Riallaro. When a pair had bred the child that was required, if they were not conspicuous for wisdom or self-control, it was taken from them and given to a new pair who became its true parents, and trained it in the direction it ought to take. These pro-parents were generally more successful than the parents in educating and moulding a character. They never allowed the bias of natural affinity to affect the future of the child. The parents, besides being swayed by the pride of parenthood and the vigour of their affection for it, were too closely akin to it in qualities and character to view it from an impartial and independent standpoint, and the pro-parents were as a rule selected on account of their contrastive qualities which would form the complement to its own. Though much care was spent on the choice of the stock, they considered it far more important to have the citizens of the future properly trained, and were quite unbending in their insistence that every child should have the most suitable natures in the community to educate it, whether these should be its own parents or pro-parents. Nor for ages had more than one child been permitted in a household at one time. If a pair had proved themselves exceptionally successful in the production and moulding of the two children they owed to the community, they were allowed to adopt for a lengthened period the profession of parent, by far the most important, if not really the only, profession in the island. But they must bring one child up to maturity before they undertook another. For they held, there was no problem so complicated, no duty so responsible, no task so exhausting for every faculty, as the training of a human being in its earlier stages. To sculpture a new and noble nature was considered the greatest creative work that a Limanoran could achieve for the state. The greatest talents that ever appeared on earth could not be better spent than on the parental profession. Another and as important reason for the unitary basis of the household was the moral contagion imperfect natures bring to bear on each other. Children were never allowed together, except under the strictest supervision, for they soon undid all the work of their guardians, and confirmed in each other the retrogressive savagery through which they were passing. Before the Limanorans had come to their full heritage of scientific knowledge and wise experience, they had allowed for a few generations households of 3 or more children together, in order to keep up the breed. But they soon discovered this feature of their domestic life to be at the bottom of the slowness of their development, and abandoned it. After long experience, they decided it was better worthwhile for the race to devote its half a century of the life of the wisest and ablest to the training of one nature than to do any other work to be found in the universe. The greatest book, the most illuminating discovery or invention, was as nothing compared with the living centre of development and progress. Parenthood and pro-parenthood well done were considered the greatest claims to gratitude and love, and to everlasting memory if there were such a thing. For a man and a woman to have given to the state by 50 years' work a better trained, more nobly moulded character, with larger possibilities than they themselves had was to have done more than if they had discovered and mapped out a new sphere for science and thought. It was one of the greatest honours, therefore, that the community could bestow upon any pair, to select them a 3rd or 4th time for parenthood or pro-parenthood. That the two sexes were both needed for the training of a young nature to maturity was one of the most unhesitating conclusions from their experience. In spite of the obliteration of all demarcating lines between the sexes as to privileges and duties in the state, there was nothing more clear to them than the permanence of the distinction in their natures, as far as life upon earth was concerned. It had grown less and less marked as the ages went on, and as maternity came to be a mere episode in the long life of a woman, yet it remained as real as it ever had been, passing into every phase of the nature, imaginative and intellectual as well as emotional and physical, and becoming salient and striking in the procreative era of life. As the animal part of nature fell into greater subordination, it needed keener powers of observation to note the difference, yet it had left its permanent mark upon the spirit. To women was assigned work which required slow continuous effort, for although they were more emotional, they are also by nature more passive. The temperature of the female in all species is lower than that of the male, and in human beings this means less energy and less explosiveness. The woman is ever building up her system by storing sources of energy. The man is ever using up his stores of energy in impetuous outbursts of work. The generations of active employment in which Limanoran women had been engaged, and the complete cessation of the warlike pursuits that used to fill the lives of men, had not obliterated these distinctions. The women were still best at sedentary occupations. Whatsoever needed continuity and singleness of purpose was given to them. For they have more unity of nature, and can settle down for long periods to an investigation that would be monotonous to a man, and are on the whole longer lived. So any investigation that was uninvolved, but needed intensity of application on the part of one mind for more than an average lifetime, was handed over to a woman, and where the work of several was required for a generation or two, a woman was always one of the workers in order to preserve the continuity. In the imaginative families, it was generally the men who did the most striking work. Their bursts of energy enabled them to go by leaps. They pioneered best into the future. They found the new principles for advance in invention and discovery. The women gathered the material for the sciences. The men invented and applied the great hypotheses leading to new laws and new advances. They also showed the way in progress, and tended rather to revolution than to rest. Whatsoever needed artistic talent was theirs to do. In physical work, wherever rapidity of movement and fitful application of torrents of energy were required, the men took the lead, for they were small and active, having now no distinctively muscular employments like war and hunting to develop their muscle and bone exceptionally. The women, as naturally accumulative instead of prodigal of energy, were larger and more passive, and took up departments of labor that needed long and gentle persistence. In council they were the conservative element, and in all the assemblies but those that superintended investigation into the future, invention and discovery, that is, in all councils of judgment, they slightly predominated in numbers. If they had wholly guided the community, it would have stood still or moved at a rate that would not have been noticeable in the generations of men. Happily, the masculine imagination dominated the civilization, and hence it was ever quickening its pace. But women were no less useful in preventing revolutionary progress, and in making the men wait and meditate over the leaps they thought of taking. It was not so much sex function itself, as the impress it had left upon the natures of the people that supplied a rough and ready classification of types. A few of the women who were especially fitted to be mothers were assigned to the maternal profession. Their natures seemed molded to bring forth strong, healthy, unexhausted offspring, fit for the duties of a new advance. There were other women who, because of their nervous vigor and inclination to exhaust their best energies in work, were not the most suitable for the production of children, and yet by their sympathy and wisdom and love of the young, seemed especially created to bring up children as citizens. These adopted the pro-parental profession. A third type of women were, on the account of their quick, irritable vigor and their super-emotional temperament and lack of self-control, considered incapable of either function except on rare occasions, and they formed the largest class, the worker women, rarely generative and always uneducative. They were engaged in the sedentary, acquisitive, and continuous employments that demanded no great strain on the imagination, or the creative powers, or the muscular vigour. But none in the community were wholly freed from daily active work both of body and of mind, not even those whose lives were given up to the profession of maternity. Amongst men all were eligible as fathers, for though there were always a special diet and training for prospective paternity, these might be enforced simultaneously with the usual work. Not all, however, were called to exercise paternity. It was a rare and little noticed duty, and left small impress on the community. But there were some who, on account of their great wisdom and self-control, and lofty character, were specially fitted for the rearing of youth, and these formed the male proparental profession. These had their other duties to perform in the family and to the state as well as to attend to their individual households, but they were dedicated to the guidance of posterity. Their eyes were more on the future than even those of the imaginative families. The rest of the men formed the class of male workers at creative and imaginative work, and at muscular work that required agility and concentration of force. Of the numbers in these different classes the elders had full control. They knew all the physiological laws governing the proportions of the sexes and types, and by their dietary and training and medical precautions, they could fill the exact number of vacancies to be anticipated in any class. For instance, if one was needed for the profession of maternity, almost all the energy of both parents was spent for a time in nutrition. They were isolated from most activities, surrounded with what in other civilizations would be called luxuries, and encouraged to spend their time in resting. So if a male worker were required, the man and woman selected for parenthood were active workers themselves, and during their generative period their nutrition was reduced to the minimum for sustaining their energies, whilst they were encouraged to put all the activity they were capable of into their daily work. Their manuals of guidance in the difficult of work-fulfilling prospective vacancies in the community were full of minute detail which was based upon long experience carefully recorded and classified, and still more upon scientific experimentation in human embryology and physiology. It was one of the earliest conquests of the future that they made after the Great Purgation, this guidance of the sexual and other characteristics of embryos. They knew the exact stage at which any new organ or function appeared, for they had first of all studied the moulding of embryos in animals, and afterwards, by the aid of their new photographic and microscopic apparatus that revealed the minutest detail of any part or movement within the living human body, they were able to study the effect of changes in exercise or diet, or mode of life upon the development of the human embryo. Nothing was neglected to make the knowledge complete and scientific, nothing that might help to turn the science of embryology into a creative art. The invention of instruments which could take the senses of the investigators close to any internal item of the living system had made an era in the history of physiology, and cancelled the necessity of anatomy as its handmaid. The most microscopic change in the structure of any tissue in the innermost part of the body became patent to the eye or the ear or the electric sense of research. Embryology had thus become almost an exact science. Even the physiological side of it had attained to such exactitude as to make it practically an art. The medical elders could investigate the health of the embryo and guide its development as well as in the case of the full-grown child. They were thus able to formulate a complete art for the moulding of the unborn to the purpose the elders indicated as best for the future of the race. Training and education in the truest sense of the words began long before birth. Of course it had begun with the father and mother, if not with the ancestry. But the directly plastic art of fashioning the character began with the first appearance of life. The elders would have blamed themselves if any sign of gross atavism had shown itself in a youth, now that they had full command of his prenatal history, and for generations retrogression had become an impossibility in the race. In former ages it had become one of the most difficult moral problems to fix the responsibility of a man's crimes. Somewhat was due to his own choice, but part they saw was due to his ancestry, and still more to his parents, not only in their training of him, but in their prenatal preparation if they were not careful to exclude gross and criminal ideas and emotions from their system whilst he was in process of formation. Now they were able to apportion the blame with ease if anything went astray in the character of the child. They were therefore minutely careful in the precautions they took not only in the half-century of education, but in the choice of ancestry and in the guidance of the prenatal development. To prospective parents the character of the future offspring was as conscience to their daily conduct and method of life. Every thought, emotion, act was guided by a sense that would affect the embryo of the coming citizen. The newest addition to their list of sciences, the physiology of ethics, put into their hands one of the most effective aids to this plasmic art of character, prenatal and postnatal. With their instruments of investigation into the human tissue ever advancing in refinement and power, they were able at last to localize the physical center and equivalent of each emotion, and thus having mapped out the brain and the nerve centers, they were able to watch with their new modifications of the lavalan the palpitating life and movement in each part with the strong manifestations of a special feeling. Step by step they found their way towards the nosology of these centers, and classified every disease that turned an emotion from right to wrong. Whenever a Limanoran child became afflicted with an evil or retrogressive passion, he was hurried off to the ethical laboratory, and the nerve centers of his emotional and moral nature were microscopically photographed as they worked. A complete history of his tissues was recorded on irelium slips, and after he had gone, the investigators could run these through the recording instrument and study the phases of the feeling or passion at leisure. The bursts of mistaken emotion were livingly photographed with the greatest care, and afterwards the records were watched through their most powerful clirolans. Then experiments were made in finding remedies which would check the growth of the disease in the tissue. At first the therapeutics of morality were merely empirical. They tried the remedies which had been successful with the common physical ailments of humanity, and found most fail, a few succeeded. By degrees they discovered that the most powerful antidote against the moral poison lay in the character of the operator. Wherever the ethical investigator had led a nobler life, the cure was more rapid and effective. Whenever the attendant had more development of intellect than of lofty moral principle, the patient lingered and often relapsed. Yet there were other prophylactics of a more material kind that greatly aided in the recovery of the patient. Hygienic measures and courses were prescribed for preventing the recurrence of the disorder. And at last something not unlike a science of the art of moral healing seemed to emerge out of the empiricism and chaos. This culminated in the establishment of an ethical sanatorium, which was in reality a children's hospital for obstinate moral diseases. No mature or half-mature Limanoran had for ages shown any symptoms of a relapse upon any ancestral or barbaric ethical code, and the mild moral ailments lasting only for a few hours or days were easily managed by the parents or proparents. Gentle influence, or at most gentle discipline, was all that was needed to dislodge the evil spirit, or if that did not succeed, magnetic remedies were applied to the part of the nervous centers affected. Should the moral deficit still hold out obstinately against all remedies, the patient was removed to the hospital for treatment. There were collected together as moral physicians and nurses the wisest and noblest personalities of the race. who applied all their therapeutic power to the center that was supposed to be the source of the disease. But the center had been scientifically examined and fixed by the ethical investigators, who reproduced the parts affected and their symptoms in greatly magnified forms, and suggested the various physical remedies that would aid the sanative influences of the physicians and nurses. The child was isolated from circumstances and conditions tending to reinforce the moral poison, and his better nature was invigorated and encouraged, so that it might be able to throw off the germs of the malady. Within recent times, the ethical investigators had made great advances in their science. The immediate stimulus of the progress was accidental, as so often had been the case, or in other words, it had come from outside their recognized spheres of causation. An epidemic of deceit had almost simultaneously seized upon the children of the community, in spite of the solitary method of training adopted. Boys and girls who had not seen each other for months were on the same day impelled to habits of concealment, even when they were in the stage of development that corresponded to the ravening fury and open warfare of the barbaric past. Nothing in their ordinary methods of research could furnish a cause for the outbreak. They searched the general condition of the previous moral health of the children and found it excellent. None of the patients had come near each other for long periods. None of them had shown any symptoms of the disorder before the epidemic had appeared. They were driven to some hypothesis quite outside the limits of their usual sphere, for they saw that there was something uncommon in the occurrence. Beginning to suspect that the germs of the disease had come from other regions, as had so often happened, they increased the powers of their magnifying apparatus by means of photography, and invented more delicate aids to the investigation of the nerve centers than they had ever used before. On watching the part in which they had localized the physical equivalent of deceit, they found signs that the presence of the minutest foreign life was disturbing the nerve tissues. In the moving microscopic photographs and electrographs of the center, they could detect the growth of a new type of microbe, inflaming and interfering with the nerves of the part. Afterwards they found some specimens of the disturbers in the atmosphere, and were able to cultivate them for investigation and experiment. Soon they accumulated a large enough quantity of the debris to apply to the cultures themselves, and in every case it seemed to prove a sterilizer. What the minute life had used up and thrown off acted as a poison and destroyer. By means of the medicine that they manufactured from it, they were able to annihilate or eject the disturbers of the nerve centers of truth in the patients. But in curing the part affected, the moral equilibrium of the children was upset. The biochemical families applied themselves to the problem, and soon succeeded in isolating the medicative elements from the injurious. Thus a new and efficient method of treatment was introduced into the ethical sanatorium. Chambers were reserved for sublimating the drug, and thither children were sent if any obstinate form of deceit appeared in them. And by means of the sterilized form of it they fumigated the child's quarters in any household, wherever signs of a return of the epidemic appeared. The ethical investigators proceeded on the new path thus opened up to them, and were in time able to describe and classify the microbes of moral epidemics and their antidotes. After some years of toil, they supplied the ethical sanatorium with complete scientific pharmacopoeia, for at least all the grosser forms of vice, all the offences against the moral codes that had been atavized or thrown into the ancestral past. The nerve centers concerned with these offences were easy to find and localize, so the minute life that interfered with such centers was studied till it yielded its secrets to science. But it was a more difficult task for the new scientific art of therapeutic ethics to trace out the physiology of the newer moral codes and to discover a cure for the maladies which hindered their complete adoption into the Limanoran human system. The moral offences they had now to deal with were sluggishness of the higher faculties of man, acts that dragged the thoughts downwards, dominance of a physical need, concessions to mere nature as against the highest knowledge of nature, excesses of emotion or disturbances of the mental equilibrium by passion, devotion to the past, superstition, stagnancy of belief, efforts to base belief on unreason or ignorance, faith in a moral code as the terminus of human ethics, or in a state of human scientific knowledge that was omniscient. Step by step the ethical investigators found their way to the nerve center that was disturbed when any one of these faults appeared in a man, and after long years of research and experiment, they were able to add to their pharmacopoeia the antidotes to these maladies or weaknesses. They would have thought the basis of existence irrational, if they had persuaded themselves that ethics was unprogressive, whilst all other things in the universe were subject to the law of evolution. A moral code could be as easily superseded as a polity or a type of society. At one time no race could see beyond the moral codes of barbaric life that recognized no evil in treachery or revenge. Some at last advanced to the moral code of the warrior, which based every rule of life upon the idea of honor. Later still the civilized races of the world adopted the moral ideal of the priest, which could find nothing good beyond the limits of its special ecclesiastical forms. One by one these had been antiquated, and Limanoran civilization had now found as the basis for its moral code the principle of the cosmos, that of evolution. To advance, to raise his system higher, to evolve its possibilities, was the first duty of man as understood by the Limanorans of this later age. To see beyond their present horizon was their ideal. They would rather march forward into the darkness than stand still or retrograde in light. To know clearly and definitely the possibilities that lay before them, and to be able to choose the best of them was the primary and fundamental maxim of their ethical code. All others were corollaries of it. If they had any unreasoning, and authoritative monitor within them making for all that was right, in short any conscience, it was now the prophetic voice of the ideals that they were still to reach. Ages before it had ceased to be a voice out of the past. Before the great purgation of the island, half of their education and literature had been based upon the literatures of two ancient peoples, to whose conquests and legacies of energy and thought they had fallen heir. Now they shuddered at the pollution that these used to communicate to the minds of their youth. The ethics running through them belonged to a stage of civilization that had long been antiquated, and embodied ideals now far beneath them. The heroes and wisest men were recorded in them as having done deeds with applause that the most atavistic of their children would be ashamed to mention. Whatever wisdom or nobleness they might otherwise teach, it would be completely neutralized by the taint of vices which were approved or counted as venial peccadillos. To submit their youth to such pollution for the sake of the problematic refinement they might gain from the books was to do the greatest wrong a civilization could commit, to prostrate its own ideals before those of a vanished barbaric past. Out with the exiles went every trace of those old literatures, and the Isle of Liars and the Isle of Lechers had taken them to their bosoms, with the result that they had to adopt lying and impurity as their standards of life. To return upon any past was to reject with recklessness the advantages that it had gained and handed on to the centuries between. But to adopt with deliberateness a past steeped in the grossest impurities, and honouring intrigue and hypocrisy, was to commit moral suicide. It was only in the immature that conscience, or the future invisibly shepherding the present, was either needed or existent. They had pitfalls and dangers out of the savage past to avoid, and an unreasoned instinct was an essential to their development as an ever-present guide, authoritatively bending their steps this way and that. This moral and instinctive anticipation of the future, though mysterious in its origin to the young whose conduct it moulded, was in reality no mystery. It came before the magnetism of the wisest and best of the elders, The ideal these saw in front of them and held out as the immediate goal of the race, passed sympathetically and magnetically into the moral and intellectual atmosphere of the island. The mature knew whence the influence came, and grasped it rationally. But it was round the young as a subtle inspiration and halo that came they knew not whence, nor dared they question it or disobey its injunctions, lest some evil should entrap them. When they came to maturity, they learned the origin of the mysterious voice within, not to disregard its monitions, but to reason them out and revise them by the light of the advancing ideals of the race, and to know that it changes and grows like everything in the cosmos. One of the first aims and maxims of their polity was to let their citizens on reaching maturity think all through their lives for themselves. The first guarantee of this freedom was rationality, the power of tracing back every act and feeling and thought to the primary principles of existence, combined with the sense of responsibility for the future of the race. There was no repression, no prohibition. The prerogative and duty of every man was to make himself fit to be a law to himself. In former ages their ancestors used to talk of the innocence of childhood. All that they meant was unconsciousness of conventional emotions, ideas, phrases, and habits, and superiority to them. They smiled at it as a temporary stage from which they would soon pass into the restrictions of manhood and womanhood, and only the greatest sages were able to work themselves free again from conventions so far as to be moral and noble, and yet to have the innocence, the unperturbed vision and candour of the earliest years. But now all men and women retained the naive openness of childhood and its artless simplicity, for they had no conventions to trammel the freedom of spiritual movement, no prohibitions to make the will shrink from origination or action. Even when childhood or youth was checked in some mistaken career, the check was veiled in persuasion and reasoning and a vision of the truth. The atmosphere of freedom was an absolute essential for the full development of individuality, and the guarantee that this freedom would never pass into license was the fact that every mature man and woman had a noble aim, and that the magnetism of the race was around everyone. None had to obtrude the claims of his personality upon others, and none was abashed by a sense of despair, or the feeling of insignificance. Humility was a virtue needing no conscious cultivation. There was no occasion for its appearance, for the place and merits of everyone were accurately gauged and acknowledged by all. It was only the insignificance of all humanity against the infinite, of the life of this world against cosmic periods, that deeply impressed them, and rendered them weary of efforts so feeble as those of human life. But the mood was brief in such sanguine temperaments and agile natures. Action they knew to be exhilaration and health and the building up of tissue and faculty. All they wished to be sure of was that the action was to lead forward. The test of its morality was this: did it make the human system progress? How far did it tend to make the future better than the present? Whether a thing was pleasant or not for the moment, had no influence upon their choice of courses of action. That had been the motive and guide of the barbarous past, the artist of its conduct, the creator of its character. The civilization of other periods and races had meant only the development of needs, and the pure savage is ever superior to civilized man in this sense. With his minimum of needs and the wherewithal to satisfy them wherever he may find himself, he is not so localized as even the wealthiest and most cultured man of the most luxurious civilization who is tied to his property and investments, and is miserable unless in the one or two cities where he can indulge his taste for luxury to the full. There is no such thing as luxury in Limanora. Everything that was brought into being was essential for advance, for the final aim of the life. Not needs but ultimate ends gave them their point of view, not desires but means, not rights but duties. If there was anything that could stir them to greater eagerness, it was the prospect of more work for the good of others. If anything could be looked upon as a luxury amongst them, it was a surfeit of work that contemplated a widening of the racial horizon. To serve the future of all was their deepest longing. Far into the savage past had faded the idea of servitude, and as they looked into history, there was nothing they were more thankful for than the disappearance of such a necessity, for they considered the servant, especially if slave, the despot of his master in moulding and pandering to his needs and whims, and an evil despot too, as less advanced and less cultivated. Among the things they most deeply abhorred was despotism, and the worst despotism of all they held was the social, that which is exercised daily and hourly, and from the advantage ground of proximity. The narrow scope and limited horizon make it all the more intense. The most accursed of despotisms is the system of espionage. It wrecks every chance of freedom and crushes originality, turning the race back into crawling venomous things. It is a vain attempt to contemplate spiritual repression, and feebly assumes omniscience and omnipresence on the part of the despots. Its only chance of success is a spiritual society disciplined like an army and ruled by nothing but loyalty to its superiors, who base their authority on the assumption of intercourse with supernatural omniscience and omnipresence. And its only chance of continuance in grovelling prostration of all its subjects and possible critics, in abject fear of unknown terror and of spies in the very precincts of the heart, who can hear and interpret its every beat. That was one of their hells, which they occasionally brought before their imaginations in order to warn them against minute supervision and interference. It was this that urged them on to complete transparency of nature, so that their innermost thoughts and feelings might be open to all. Ever since the liars had been thrust forth, one of the immediate goals of their civilization had become absolute truthfulness. Now that this had been attained, a further goal was complete limpidity of the human system. The wise elders had already been able to interpret what passed in the heart or brain of a Limanoran. Now the aim was to make the sensuous garment of the soul diaphanous to the magnetic sense, if not to the eyes of all. Of nothing in his whole system must a man be ashamed, before he could endure such continuous confessional to his fellows, and it was towards this goal that every Limanoran was now consciously working. The constant inspections and examinations by the elders might seem to conflict with this horror of espionage and spiritual despotism. But these were voluntary on the part of mature Limanorans. It was one of their recurring pleasures to be able to submit their tissues and faculties to the wise observation of the elders, and to gain the advantage of their experience. Had it been felt as a despotism, it would have been abandoned at once. With children and the immature, it was a matter of discipline. They were in the pre-purgation stages of Limanoran history, and had to be in pupillage and under authority. As soon as they were able to keep step with the advancing civilization, or in other words to be a law to themselves, they were allowed to walk alone and without the trammels of guidance. It was the strenuous aim of the elders and guides of the community to keep the atmosphere of thought free. They were constantly reviewing and revising the end and aim of existence in the light of the new developments of thought and science. Hence its form never became a hard dogma. They believed in ultimate truth, but knew that nothing short of omniscience could attain it. They were now and again getting glimpses of it, but fought shy of expressing it in words, for everyone would know it to be only a provisional expression. Language itself was a shifting mirage of the mind, dependent on the point of view for its meaning and even existence. And one of the most constant duties of the community was to define and clarify it, and to free it from its ever-growing opaqueness or nebulosity, and the fallacies that haunted it. One thing they never hesitated about, but grasped with unerring instinct, and that was the goal that they kept before them, or in other words the advance they were eager to make. They hated all Jesuitry, knowing that it meant the suppression of spiritual freedom by what merely professed to be progressive and good, and the obscuration of spiritual truth in clouds of subtlety. Nothing that was evil, they held firmly, could lead ultimately to good; nothing that was retrograde could in the end be progress. End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Chapter 11, Part 3 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ethics, Part 3. They had learned from the revolutions of their past how snaky and tortuous are the ways of deceit, and the first sure sign of its triumphant success is the bold adoption of the doctrine that good men may do evil, provided their aim is good. Under this the liars sheltered themselves for ages before they were exiled. The era of the history of the island that filled them most with shrinking and loathing was that of the struggle with the various forms of deceit. The first lesson in the Valley of Memories was drawn from this division of their annals. They filled their youth with hatred and scorn of untruth and hypocrisy. No firm step could be taken in education till this had become a deeply rooted feeling in their natures, and nothing awakened it so well as the study of this struggle with the liars. But they never taught any subject merely from books or records. Everything, even history and its lessons, was made practical and living. Deceit, for instance, was traced back to its sources in nature, and the difficulty of getting rid of it was revealed by finding it so widespread in the lower ranks of life. Mimicry or involuntary deceit was investigated all through plant and animal life, and it was found to be more prevalent the lower the investigators went in vital organisms. Their loathing of it as a deliberate adoption amongst human beings grew deeper as they saw in the animal world it belonged either to incompetence or rapacity. The prey mimicked the form and color of another species that was loathsome to its enemy in order to avoid his grasp. Unconsciously the mimicry spread, for only those members of the attractive species which were like the repellent species escaped and propagated. Or the spoiler mimicked the form and color of a species that was friendly or neutral to its victim, and only those members of the species similar to the unfeared kind succeeded in catching enough of their favorite food to survive and hand on their nature to a posterity. It was the same in the higher life of human self-consciousness and will, only here intention and deliberateness entered in and turned mimicry into deceit. Wherever hypocrisy existed it was a sure sign of a vast number of incompetent and feeble, who made an easy quarry to the villain, and of the vigour of a cunning minority, who often found it difficult to entrap. Diplomacy and convention are the deliberate mimicry of the predatory section of a race or of its gullible section. When once the Limanorans had purged the island of the liars, they had to prevent the propagation of the feeble and incompetent, for they knew that, as long as these existed in a community, there would persist the more futile forms of deceit. After that first purgation, the weak, though retained in the island, had to abandon family life. They were provided with the means that made existence easy and pleasant in order that they might not resort to their only method of survival, and in a generation the problem of hypocrisy had disappeared. It was then that the idrovamolan was invented and came into use in education. Having driven out the hated vice, they found that there was still the need of impressing its evil results upon the minds of the maturing youth, just as it was necessary even yet to study the diseases that had disappeared for generations from their midst in order to be able to cope with them, should they ever be reintroduced through their communication with other atmospheres. But they knew the unreality of teaching anything in a merely theoretical way. They felt that lecturing and sermonizing and the mere reading of history would give them no such grasp of the vice and its evils as would living, Acting things. The Hydrovomelan with its telescopic, teleacoustic, and telematic powers came to their assistance in this difficulty. By its help parents and proparents were able to bring the youths into the very presence of the loathed deceit without submitting them to the chance of contagion. They turned the object tubes of the wonderful instrument upon Aleofane and its society, and through them they saw and heard and felt men like insects mimic and like stinging worms crawl and diplomatize, lie and cheat, still with the worship of reality and sincerity and truth upon their lips. There they noted the growth of the most offensive form of the vice. The weak learned it for protection, flattering the great and grovelling in the dust before them, whilst they cursed them in their hearts, and all in order that some favour might perhaps be flung like a bone to a dog. Having learned the vicious art in this cringing fashion, the feeble were seen to march off with the proud gait and the conceit of adepts and use it like brigands on the still feebler. This combination of incompetence and unscrupulousness was the final curse of a civilization that had taken deceit to its bosom. The whole of the energy of the race was spent in simulation and dissimulation. Every vice simulated its antagonistic virtue. Even virtue simulated the vigour and arrogance of vice. The Limanoran youth needed no more teaching on the evils of hypocrisy. They rose from the Hydrovomelan with an intense loathing for all forms of deceit, so impressive was the drama they saw enacted in Aleofane. Even what seemed innocent mimicry they shrank from, seeing it universally employed as the means of cheating in that island of liars. Mimicry they were encouraged to eschew, for as surely as the art was mastered, it was used for mean or foul purposes at some time or other, either for envy and jealousy and scorn, or in order to lay traps, sometimes for the strong, but chiefly for the weak. Even in art all mimicry was avoided, for there it betrayed feebleness or lack of individuality. The existence of mimicry in the animal world was the mark of degeneracy upon terrestrial life. It argued the wide domain of feebleness and rapacity, and the dominance of the passion for mere existence. Wherever it was widespread, it meant the abeyance of progress and of eagerness for progress. Mimicry is the sterilizing process of faculty and power. Origination is the principle of fertility, of stimulus to progress. Whatsoever dallied with an outgrown principle or element was immoral. Mere copying of what had been already attained and was about to be left behind, or used as a stepping stone to something better was neighbour to evil. Morality is the effort to adapt conduct and ideals to the new vistas opened up into the future by an advance already achieved, and it is ever being bribed or throttled by what is outworn. Evil is the past which has become so obsolete and is yet so living as to be obstructive. What has been outgrown has ever its allies among living elements, and its advocates in every mixed and unpurified race. Especially is the case where there are fixed codes or creeds, and along them professions organized to preserve and continue their sway. The world is constantly seeing the spectacle of a nation or race or species coming to a standstill after centuries of brilliant progress, and getting fossilized in a certain stage of its advance. There it remains for generation after generation, as if alive, yet practically dead for all purposes of development, like a fly in amber. This dead stop is due to the dominance of some code or creed that seemed to embody the spirit of its greatest success. The nation or race sought to secure forever to itself the advantages of the ethical or spiritual methods that had achieved for its most brilliant results, by fixing them unalterably for all time, with their official guardians to protect them from change. So that which had given such vigorous life and development for a time became a prison house and grave. Only the most tremendous revolution and cataclysm could burst the walls of the tomb, tear off its grave clothes, and release its spirit for new conquests. Sometimes a nation seems to fossilize the creed or polity that first gave energy to its life, yet at the same time grows and develops spasmodically. It has only made pretense of having fixed this code for all time, whilst the living spirit of it escapes and follows its own course in freedom. It has periodically to return to its pretended prison and tomb, and to reconcile by Jesuitry and in makeshift way the two methods of life which have come to differ so widely. Then it flees again into the struggle of existence and gradually ignores even the new versions of the old code, till the divorce becomes too obtrusive to escape attention, and the process of reinterpretation of the antiquated creed begins again. This has been a common enough mode of advance in the history of the world. But it is fraught with incalculable risks. It induces a habit of self-deceit and hypocrisy, and the nation or race ultimately makes a tomb and prison house for a spirit out of its own falsities and self-delusions. Advance like this, the Limanorans held, was no true advance. They would have no part or lot in fixity of methods or codes, for whatever became fixed grew thereby evil and obstructed development and advance to higher points of view. They had only to look into their history to see how every new step antiquated some universally accepted belief or maxim. Not so many ages ago, a crudely philanthropic spirit was considered one of the surest signs of advancing virtue, in fact one of the noblest of the virtues. Now it was considered distinctly immoral to philanthropize without taking care to foresee the results of the philanthropy. Limanorans used to go out into the archipelagos and try to convert the barbarians to the special code or creed then in vogue. Instead of helping on the human race, it actually stopped the development of a section of it. For the adoption of a creed and its symbols and rites and phrases far in advance of any possible civilization they could reach only made the savages, whose virtues had hitherto been at least genuine, conventional, false, and hypocritical, whilst the apostles left thousands of their own countrymen at home stagnant or retrogressive. It soon came to be acknowledged that intercourse with inferior civilizations, even for the purpose of raising them, lowered the moral standard of the missionaries, whilst failing in its original motive. Much of the philanthropy that began at home was found to be no less obstructive and immoral. It fed and clothed the poor and improvident, and thus helped to slay and bury the only habit that could save them out of their sloth, the habit of measuring every step they took, and seeing whither it led, and it helped to perpetuate the evil, for the ready yet limited supplies combined with the improvidence to make them breed like lower animals, and the race of paupers and unprogressive was inordinately multiplied. The same feeble and immoral philanthropy opposed all attempts to stop the multiplication of the diseased and semi-criminal, and had to increase the armies of doctors and guardians of the peace every generation. It did well to nurse the feeble in mind and body, and to reduce the penalties under which heredity had placed them, but it failed to see that it was doing endless evil by letting them penalize an increasing posterity with their own punishment. Not till it was branded as the worst of immortalities was such philanthropy ended. This had been a distinct advance and a true virtue, when it had taken the place of cruelty and neglect, and when there was unmeasured space on the earth for expansion of population. But once this stage had been passed, and the purgation crusade was proceeding, it became a real plague and vice. Another immorality that had once been a virtue was the pursuit of beauty for its own sake. Men gave up their lives to the production of beautiful things which served no other purpose than their own glory and the entertainment of idle and leisured people. Others made fortunes and devoted them to the purchase of such works of art, in order that crowds might collect and admire them, and for a time there was something of truth in the assertion that it educated the taste of the people. But this was only when the bulk of the race was unenlightened and unprogressive, and anything that softened their barbarity, anything that drew their thoughts away for even a brief time from sordid cares or cruel projects or mechanical and conventional habits, implied progress or a chance of progress. When the race had been purified, and every eye was bent on the future, and every nerve strained toward some advance in human civilization, beautiful things became the commonest features and necessities of life, and beauty ceased to be noticed as anything remarkable. Then to spend energies on producing what was artistic and beautiful without serving any other purpose than pleasing was reckless extravagance, and by wasting what should have been expended upon the progress of the race was condemned as immoral. There was no virtue in doing what everyone did by instinct. There was positive vice in making it the sole and deliberate purpose of expenditure of energy. Another instance of a former virtue having become a vice was statesmanship and political patriotism. At one time half the conspicuous talent of the race went in this direction, so greatly was it admired. And when there were other races and nations to diplomatize or struggle with, and one half of the race had to provide for or keep watch on the other half, it is no strange thing that to enter into the domain of politics was considered the noblest thing a man could do, and love of the welfare of the country was considered the noblest sentiment a man could entertain. The most difficult problems, involving some of them, the very continuance of the race, occupied the attention of the statesman and politician. What to do with the vast pauper class and still vaster fringe of the poverty-stricken and improvident, how to deal with the criminally inclined, how to educate the half-savage denizens of hovels and cities, and even in the open country, how to prevent the deadlocks in industry, how to regulate the labor market, and how to check the recurrent plagues and famines, were questions that tasked the finest intellectual energies of the nation. What complicated the answer was the fact that the themes of the discussions, the pauper, the criminal, the improvident, the employer, the laborer, the plague-stricken, and the starving all had a share in the government of the country, and had to be persuaded that any scheme proposed was to their individual interests. The virtue of political patriotism was streaked with loquacity, conceit, self-seeking, hypocrisy, corruption, and intrigue, long before it came to be recognized as a vice. The statesman and politician had to make his principles as interchangeable as his coats, had to be a master in the art of making the worse appear the better reason, had to be skillful in lying without seeming to lie, had to rob whilst putting on the disguise of self-sacrifice, had to cringe and fawn, bully and overbear, by turns had to be an artist in bribing men and in taking bribes, in short, had to be the most expert of the criminal classes. By the time the end came, none in the list of virtues had become so like a vice as patriotism. The great purgation swept out all occasions for politics and patriots in exiling all the subjects of statesmanship. Where there were no paupers or criminals, no masters or servants, no uneducated or savage except young children, and no chance of plague or famine, the occupation of the statesman and politician vanished. Where every man was taught how to be a law to himself, legislation had no place. The problems of most inchoate civilizations had gone into exile with all the isms that were proposed to solve them, and all the charlatans that proposed their solution. Patriotism was now, like breathing, the organic and unconscious process of every mind, and not the exception upon which anyone could plume himself. No longer was it the safety of the country, or the continuance of the race, or the sustenance or justice or criminality of the part of the people that demanded conscious effort, but the advance of the human system in all. To propose and argue legislative schemes for the benefit of any section of the race would have been accounted immorality, if it had not been taken as a symptom of atavism or mental disease. A hospital was the certain fate of anyone who indulged in political projects or political eloquence. The old virtue had passed beyond the stage of obstructiveness and vice, and had become one of the tests of insanity. This disease of politics rarely appeared except amongst the youthful and immature, and the methods of driving out the evil spirit had recently grown scientific and unflattering. The old plan of exiling, it was now felt, had become cruel and pitiless. For in recent generations the pace of evolution in the race had so quickened that now even its laggards and the breakers of its moral law were centuries ahead of the most advanced citizens of the most advanced nations on the face of the earth, and no longer could they, if expatriated, find any to consort with. They would have to live with men who, in their eyes, were vicious and criminal. Nulla had been the last to be exiled. The system was finally abandoned as inhumane and unscientific, and science soon found methods of treatment that were prompt and efficient in their cure of all such mental diseases. My final instance of the old virtue grown vice is of a different kind. It belonged more to the intellectual sphere than to the practical, and seemed to me at first rather a mistake than a defect of the nature. It was the common error of taking a verbal originality or advance for a mere change of name for a change in essence. In the old times it had been counted as a great merit to a man, if he manufactured a new nomenclature for any widespread phase of civilization, and so gave the race the sensation of dealing with something novel. Some of the greatest heroes of philosophy and science in the pre-purgation ages of the island had their own fame to the substitution of fresh phraseology, for what had grown outworn and tried, and most of the great writers had done nothing more for their fellows than re-illumine a linguistic world fallen dull and dark. Men grow sick of ideas that have worn the same verbal dress for a generation or more, and hail as a discoverer and benefactor anyone who tricks them out anew. They delight in feeling them to be familiar old friends, whom they have to make no mental effort to know. Even to dye the old garments in new imaginative tints is a service they will not readily forget, whilst the great discoverers and pioneers of the human race have had years or ages of oblivion according to the newness and difficulty of their ideas and the distance beyond the common horizon they have looked into the future. The Limanorans of old, like most other men, abhorred having to think out again their creeds and ideas, and especially having to reform them, and so they stood out lustily against every real advance proposed, and shouted it down as irreverence or blasphemy in overturning the old barriers and old altars. The maker of a new nomenclature and the tinter of the old phraseology pandered to this intellectual indolence. One of the most striking results of the new point of view after the Great Purgation was the transformation the fame of these old scientists and philosophers and writers suffered. They began to be execrated as dealers in illusions, as men who fed the passion of the human race for stagnance or retrogression to monstrous proportions. They were thrown down from their lofty pedestals and cast into oblivion for their sins against truth and reality. To seduce men from the pursuit of truth by mere verbal jugglery was now counted no mere mistake, but a heinous offence against morality. To take as a real discovery what was but a new name or set of names revealed a vicious obliquity of mental vision that needed attention from the ethical physicians. This was especially easy in the domain of ethics, and the Limanorans were constantly on their guard against the delusion of accepting a change of nomenclature as a moral advance. The elders carefully reviewed every stage of progress, lest it should have been in words and phrases. This was the main purpose of the Manora and of the Imanora, and every month linguistic councils were held to revise the language and to throw out any fallacies and illusions it might harbour. Every new nomenclature and phraseology was searched and probed, and torn off the ideas that they were meant to express, in order to see if there was anything new underneath them. Delusion, they had resolved, they would have nothing to do with in any shape or form. For delusion blinded the eyes to the route they were taking, and made them march in a circle or back over the old roads under the belief that they were advancing to what was new. It was the greatest foe to true progress, and any man who fell into it revealed vicious tendencies, which needed the ministrations of the physicians and nurses in the ethical sanatorium. To take verbal ingenuity for true pioneering was the most grievous offence against the future of the race. The great standard and test of morality was progress. How far will an act or habit aid the true development of the race? This was the crucial question in Limanora, and in order that it might be answered satisfactorily and easily by any member of the community, the council of elders was careful to accommodate the ideals of the race to every advance made. It had been a rare thing in their history to change or add to the cardinal instincts of morality. But this they knew was by no means impossible, and indeed they were buoyed up with the hope that the moral cosmos was still to open up new marvels like the physical cosmos, that in fact the two would ultimately be found to be one when looked at from the final and divine point of view. There was the strongest conservatism in the ethical phase of life, for it is the last, highest, and most complex development of vitality. The lower we investigate in the animal world, the more revolutions and transformations we see the individual go through, the more enslaved it is to circumstances, to locality, to season, to the moment. The higher we go, the greater we find the conservatism, and at the same time the greater the origination and the adaptability. In man these two conflicting powers grow stronger side by side as he advances in civilization. He retains features and forms that are outworn and useless longer than most of the higher animals, and yet he originates and adapts himself and his surroundings with far more ease and swiftness. In ethics, his last evolution, the conservatism dominates the origination and the advance, obscures them or makes them simulate its own features, and produces the belief that the final maxims and cue of morality have been reached from the first. Ethical progress has naturally been slow, and it is only the student of vast periods of history and of many nations and races who becomes fully persuaded that there has been any change in the point of view. Because there is not complete transformation, as in the case of the minuter and lower animals, it is assumed that there is no evolution, and that morality and conscience have remained fixed quantities, from the beginning of historic times at least. And the close bond between ethics and religion has assisted this dominant and delusive conservatism in its task. Each great step in ethical evolution has been claimed by religion as its own, and as resulting from its own special revelation from heaven. The Limanorans were quick to recognize that morality must be subject to growth and development, not only in the individual, but in the race, and that man must gain higher ethical points of view as he progresses. They knew that many of the finest impulses and inspiration towards progress, and especially ethical progress, had come from beyond the earth and the earth's atmosphere. But that any age or race could have caught the ultimate ethical light from the central sun of the cosmos seemed to them after their experience the height of absurdity. There could be no spiritual eye trained and developed enough to receive it. As the bodily eye of man is capable of taking in only a limited range of rays of light, whilst an immense range of them above and below its faculty either blind it or pass unnoticed, so his spirit at any given stage of its development can understand and accept ethical ideas only within certain limits, but as it progresses, it is able to see beyond, and appreciate ideas that were non-existent to it before. There is as much difference between the ethical comprehension of the modern Limanoran and that of the most highly civilized European as between that of the latter and the savages, or as between the savages and the pigs, and if they could have brought themselves to believe that they had attained the fullest and the final light upon morality, the thought would have struck their very hearts to stone. It was this that kept them from formulating their morality or ethics in any definite code. They knew that a code would soon petrify morality and itself become a fetish ignorantly worshipped, and, gathering it through the ages the self-interest of its officials and the irrational devotion of its worshippers, attain a despotism that could never be broken or controlled. A code of issues in a series of prohibitions which become a boundless slavery, and prohibitions develop the sense of rights which dominates and obscures all sense of duties. This keeps men hanging between savagery and true civilization. The growing dominance of duty with its complementary obscuration of rights is the first symptom of the approach of rapid ethical progress. To insist on one's rights imprisons the soul in the living sepulchre of selfishness. To think of one's duty is to admit the self-revealing and future unmisting light of self-sacrifice. One's prohibitions become the order of the day, especially in a limited community. The spirit of intolerance is abroad. Every man yearns to confine his neighbor and put him in moral and intellectual leading strings. The origin and the meaning of the "thou shalt nots" are forgotten. The spirit of them dies rapidly, and the letter binds and petrifies the souls that must obey them. Progress in ethics is finally stopped, and it is accepted as a law of nature that there never was any development of conscious, and never can be any other ethical point of view. Moral stagnance is taken as the rule of human life, and nothing short of a new impulse from spheres outside the world can liberate the race, thus blinded from its vicious circle of thought. Advance of the human system to higher points of view is in Limanora the moral test and standard of actions and conduct. In all that is, nothing has ever died. Nothing is dead. What seems dead and fixed forever in permanent form is suffering change as truly as the flitting aurora of the north. The rock, that seems the same in our old age as when we saw it in infancy, is in the process of transformation no less than we ourselves are. It is made up of particles that are groups of molecules, and these molecules, moving with varying degrees of rapidity round and across each other's orbits, consist themselves of still more minute atoms that are but points of living energy. Send another form of energy, like heat, through this apparently torpid mass, and it stirs palpably to our senses. What was dormant to us before has awakened, and as the supply of the foreign energy increases, the rock moves and changes beneath our gaze. Not that the long torpid mass has not an energy of its own. It is a store of energy, every atom of it waiting but for the touch of another kind to awaken from its age-long sleep, and to send most of it free and a step higher into the wandering sphere again. The difference between solid and liquid and between liquid and gas is only a question of time. In the solids the molecules take longer to move through the same space as those of the liquid, which in their turn take longer than those of the gas. For solids flow under the influence of gravitation or other force just as truly as liquids or gases flow. It is the same with energies. One differs from another in pace. Time is the only essential difference between them. The pace of vital energy is so distinctive in its swiftness that it forms a new order of existence. Thought is the swiftest of the vital energies that we know, and to rise in the scale is to quicken the pace. The civilized man thinks as much more rapidly than the savage as the savage thinks more rapidly than the mollusk, if the last may be said to think or feel at all. And there are heights above existing human thought for man to climb. Higher and ever higher the scale of energies in the cosmos must go, till time becomes what would seem to us but a vanishing point. Immediately above us lies the vital energy to which 1,000 years are but a moment. To the microbe, if it could think, human life would seem an eternity. To creative thought, which is the Limanoran ideal, eternity, future as well as past, is focused into a moment. Up through the scale of energy the whole cosmos is ever climbing, with occasional lapses and falls, Timing is the only differentiating quality. To quicken the pace of development is the one immediate aim of Limanoran civilization, and the morality of an action is measured by its contribution to this aim. The higher they climb, the nobler, the more ethereal, becomes their energy, the less governed and clogged by animal conditions, the more easy to quicken the pace of development. For the cosmic law of influence is that the closer in quality and degree the spheres of energy, the more likely is the higher to mold the lower and raise it nearer to its level. The source of the everlasting moment and life in the cosmos is the unstable equilibrium of all nuclei and stores of energy. Every world differs from every other world in its capacity for various forms of energy, and so does everything in it differ from everything else in the amount of any particular form of energy it can contain. Comparative proximity sets up a current between any two nuclei of energy that thus differ. Whenever the two reach stable equilibrium, that is, whenever they come to have equal shares of the energy, the current of influence ceases, and they are dead to each other. The socialistic ideal is political and social death. When all the members of a community are equal and alike in their share of its privileges and products and capacities, its rights and duties, it ceases to grow or develop. Stagnation is the law of its being, especially if there are no neighboring communities differing from it on which it can react. The Limanorans deliberately strove to keep up and strengthen the differences between not only families, but individuals, in rights, duties, capacities, aims. The differences were an everlasting fountain of renewing life. The law of political and social life is exactly the same as that of gravitation and of all the other cosmic forces. Two sources of energy will continue to influence each other till they reach equality, the greater giving its share of energy to the larger proportion than the less. What keeps the cosmos eternally alive is the complexity of the mutual influences. There are no two bodies or centers of an energy so isolated or so simply constituted as to remain forever dead or unchanging, once they have reached stable equilibrium towards each other in respect to their special form of energy. And so it is with men. The socialistic ideal is an impossibility in this universe. In the human sphere this cosmic law has farther-reaching issues than the merely political. The Limanorans were willing to do much for the advance of mankind, but they had come to see that apostolism is a case of this law of mutuality of influence as truly as any other phenomenon. The higher must not only give voluntarily of his influence and character to the lower, but the lower must give of his to the apostle. And if the proximity continues long enough, this mutual give and take will end in the missionary coming nearer to the original moral standard of the convert than the convert comes to his patron's original standard. Where the grades of the two civilizations are widely separated, though the process of assimilation may be long, extended over even many generations, it will be most disastrous to human progress. It is better, they concluded from their long experience, to isolate an advancing race that is far ahead of all other races, and thus to give it the chance of coming within the sphere of still higher intelligences. Most advanced religions have begun with the impulse towards this, yearning for a loftier sphere than that in which they are hedged. They try to isolate their followers from the lowering influences of the world around, in order that they may reach the ideal and influence that are just above them. But as they apostolize and expand, the worshippers become mere parasites of their God. They try to batten upon him with their lower natures, and thus drag him down to their level. After the first noble impulse and inspiration, it is seldom that a religion does not become as truly an instance of parasitism as the meanest bacterial life. The lower all through the universe is eager to parasite on the higher. Minute organisms try to lodge in the tissues of those that are larger and more developed. As long as host and parasite can pursue their functions unhindered by their intimate relationships, little harm is done. But as soon as the debris of the lower clogs of the organs of the host, what we call disease results, and the minute guest becomes a hurtful parasite. As long as the religious impulse sends a nature higher on the path of development, so long does it give of its best to the deity, so long does it fail to clog the advance of the cosmos. But when it extends its conquest to mean and unprogressive natures, the common, unenthusiastic natures that are saturated with envy and jealousy, then does it become mere parasitism. The religion has grown into a disease. The warm, humane, and generous natures which are touched by a new inspiration, rise to an exceptional pitch of fervor under its influence, and develop at a pace that stirs the alarm and envy of their neighbors. Whilst the resultant persecution continues unabated, there can be no degeneration, the worship can never be parasitic. But as soon as the persistence and progress of the earlier worshippers and their propagandist enthusiasm begin to invite the commonplace, cowardly spirits of the mass, who can never appreciate what is above them except to envy it and drag it down to their level, its era of development is past. The cosmic law of reciprocity never fails to act, and the united influence of the meaner majority is greater in its power over the whole than the fervor of the noble few. Down falls the worship to the level of the many. It was on this cosmic law that the Limanorans based their refusal to go out and attempt to convert and raise the rest of mankind to their standard. They knew from the nature of the universe that the attempt would end in corrupting themselves and dragging them down farther than they could drag up their converts. They preferred to give of their best to the unorbed existence which filled space outside of the world, and to make their best still better. Thus they knew they were serving most truly the great end of all being, the development of the cosmos, the elevation of the energy in it towards more and more spiritual and progressive grades. They strove to perpetuate and strengthen their consciousness of what was above them, and to break the yoke of the lower self, the self that at death amalgamates with what is material and stagnant, although the latter was needed as a stepping stone as long as they remained upon the face of the earth. In seeking the proximity and influence of the higher energies and existences that seldom touched the earth, they anxiously guarded themselves from all parasitism which might drag down these in the scale of being, and this led them to abandon attempts to personalize the relationship to them. They would have no part in worshipping or prostrating themselves before these beings in order to obtain their protection and patronage, for this they knew becomes merely sectarian, the outcome of envy and jealousy, the cause of bigotry and intolerance, persecution and revenge. They did not desire the exclusive influence of a higher being, nor to become obstructions to its further development. To rise to its level was their active spiritual ambition in striving to gain proximity to it. As their senses, especially their inner senses, developed, they were getting more and more certain of a vast universe of being just outside the merely terrestrial, and new inspirations and senses were ever awakening in them. Nobler ideas and impulses pressed in upon them, they scarcely knew whence. They were afraid to define the source, lest they should humanize the idea of it and pollute it. What they were sure of was that the infinite space was filled with unorbed life and energy, rising in higher and higher grades, as it receded from the terrene. The energy of the worlds and of the other nuclei of force was gradually rising through the grades of being, thanks chiefly to the measureless existence which hovered round them, yet settled upon no centre of fixed energy. Out of this unorbed life came the impulses and inspiration that made such epochs in the history of a world. Their magnetic sympathy with this they were strengthened and elevating every generation, as they strove to rise higher and higher amongst these existences in order that into their spirits might come nobler and nobler influences. As long as they were conscious of qualities and degrees of existence above them, so long would they be stimulated on their upward development. They had no fear they would ever reach a point from which they could not see heights beyond. That, they knew, would be complete spiritual death. But they knew too that there was no such thing as death, or entire annihilation, in the whole cosmos. What seemed to us death was but the final parting of two grades of being or energy, the lower to coalesce with some fixed form of energy and attach itself again to some more rapidly developing form, the higher to range itself with unnucleated energies of space, still to rise by proximity to some higher life. They were scientifically certain that there could be no end to this process of development upwards. Aspiration was the duty and true function of all existence. To quicken the space of the evolution, to range themselves more and more swiftly with the higher life of the cosmos, this was the prerogative of vital energy that had gained consciousness of itself and its purpose. Their conscience and morality were based upon this quickening ascension. The test of an action was this: does it help in raising the humanity higher in the scale of being? Nothing could be good that stopped their ascent. Nothing could be bad that compelled them to rise more quickly. The elders generally saw at a glance at all the bearings of an act and knew whether it contributed to this general aim or not. Where they hesitated on account of the complexity of the problem, they met and discussed it, calling in all the accurate science they had to their aid. If after all they had to lay the question aside unanswered, then was the act left in that neutral zone of conduct which the Limanorans might or might not enter as they saw fit. Such acts carried no moral discount or credit with them for the time. But often the advance of an age, or even a few years, would remove the act from the neutral zone into the bad or the good. A higher point of view generally solved their doubt. From the opinion of the elders there rayed out magnetically into the young and immature the sense of what was right, to act as conscience where they were incapable of reasoning out the position. There was thus no feature of their lives but came within the range of morality. Even the habitual and automatic movements and actions, which form so large a proportion of the life of the terrestrial races, had been reduced to an almost inappreciable proportion in theirs and were ever questioned and tested to see if they harmonized with the newer points of view that had been reached. There was nothing in their whole existence that had not its moral relationships. Their sciences and arts, their experiments and inventions, were as much a part of their moral life as their character and their conduct towards each other. Morality was the relationship to the ever-developing, ever-advancing aim of the race, and nothing in the whole range of their life was indifferent to that. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A warning. Ever and again there overshadowed the spirit of the race a cloud, a foreboding, that contrasted deeply with their usual exhilaration. The intervals between its appearances were often long, occasionally brief. At first I could not understand the cause of it, for I was still in pupillage and had not yet developed the sympathetic magnetism that ultimately made me a member of the race. But when it recurred once or twice, I began to see that it followed the passions of the Lilaroma, and that the families of the Leomo were least affected by it and most active whilst it lasted. Another concomitance was the subsequent importance of the questions connected with interstellar migration. The discovery of the infinite and invisible life of unorbed space, not only the infinitesimal, but highly organized, lessened the gloom of these beclouded periods, and made the Limanorans less feverish in their astronomic and volitational researches. They felt that the divorce of the higher and lower energies of their human system, commonly called death, was no annihilation of their entity, no closure of their career of development, but only an incident in it. That took the further history of their higher energies out of the reach of the grosser terrestrial senses. They had no need, they felt, to reach out frantically towards some other world. They had lost all fear of death, and all thought of it as the end of their evolution. Still upwards they would climb through higher stages of existence, in spite of the loss of that grosser stepping stone which we call the body. Knowing how full the interstellar infinities are of vital energy in organisms, and knowing too how the body began a new, though perhaps lower, career at death, they were certain that the vitality and spiritual energy that left it on dissolution, a far loftier and more highly organized entity than the divorced terrene elements, would still exist and still develop. The whole encyclopedia of their scientific knowledge was opposed to its annihilation, and the discovery of the vital fullness of space left no other alternative than that it was thither the spiritual energy of the human personality escaped at death. Yet there lingered a tinge of gloom at the time of any overwhelming spasm in the heart of the great mountain, and the Leomo bated not a jot of their activity at such periods in combating the once dreaded catastrophe. For they had no definite knowledge of the future pace of their evolution, once the two types of energy in them should be divorced, and they had as firmly grasped the fact their development as they existed upon their island, and the increasing swiftness of its pace as the years went on. They had ever been a people readier to accept a bird in the hand than two in the bush, although they might be fairly confident of their skill in bird catching. This very preference for facts had helped them to abandon their promises of faith that their old religion had so lavishly held out to them, and to accept the attitude of patiently waiting for light. So now, when their science had found the light and they had every prospect of opening communication with the intelligences that lived just outside their unaided ken, they would rather wait upon the solid earth till they saw as solid fact to rest on in their flight from the earth. They were eager, therefore, to postpone for some generations or ages yet the catastrophe they feared. They had had far back in their history a dim sense of the wrecking power of Lilaroma and its connection with the volcanoes in their old Antarctic home. Their more recent earth science had made the twilight prophecy into a clear fact. In an early geological age of the earth, the continent round the South Pole had sent a broad outlier far north through the Southern Ocean. It had indeed stretched close up to the equator. This they knew as soon as they began to study the natural history of Limanora, and of the archipelago around it. Not merely were the birds of the same or kindred species with those of their old home, but many of them had long preserved the memory of the former bridge between the two. As the ancient expedition that brought the ancestry of the Limanorans sailed across the intervening ocean, flights of the birds they were familiar with were seen making for their new home, and some of them fell on the decks or settled occasionally on the rigging of their ships. Their unscientific and superstitious ancestors took this as an omen of success. They thought that these birds had been sent from heaven to direct their course, and they steered straight in the line of their flight. The successful result confirmed them in their superstition for many ages after they had landed on their tropical isles. But the careful observation and the science of later times cleared up the mystery. For a period they had taken it as a proof of the similarity of nature all over the world, when they found so much of the fauna and flora like those of their old home. But at last it began to strike cautious observers that certain birds disappeared during their summer season and reappeared in their winter. Classification soon separated the migratory from the localized, and the modifications of the species they had been accustomed to in their old home from those that were quite new to them. This passed from the birds to the other animals, and thence to the flora. After the observer had done his work of classifying all the animal and plant life, scientific thought entered in and found the causes of both the similarities and the dissimilarities between the new or the tropical and the old or Antarctic. After many ages the migration of birds lessened, for a few returned in the winter, and as the climate became cooler through the process of time, most species preferred to remain the summer long. Then, when an expedition went back to the ancient home of the race in the south, all trace of cultivation and cities had vanished underneath the everlasting snows, and the southern summer was found to be as severe as their ancient winter had been. The increasing rigors of the new climate to the south had reduced the mass of the bird migrations. The expedition followed the long-charted route of the feathered travellers, and on its return sounded the depths and tested the seas and their fauna the whole way. When the investigators had reached the close of their labours, it became apparent to them that their voyage had been along the coast of a buried continent that had had its northernmost point not too far to the north of Lilaroma. Their soundings along the line of bird route were ever the shallowest, and at points on it, if they left its direction, they suddenly dropped into the deepest of oceans. A mountain range, sometimes broken into immense precipices and forested along its slopes, had evidently margined the lost continent on its west and had stood the siege of the encroaching ocean through geological ages, till the slow catastrophe of subsidence had sent it under the victorious march of its enemy. Here and there it left a barren rock or a volcanoed isle like a buoy to mark where its wreckage had been submerged. Everywhere on the bird line they found a shallow ocean flora and fauna. If ever they sounded or dredged or fished or dived at any distance from it, they passed into a deeply pelagic belt of life, or rather a belt of death. It dawned upon them that their old home and their new formed the extremities of the vanished continent, and that their height was one of the consequences of the submergence. The deeper the great submarine range sank, the higher Lilaroma and the lofty torch mountains of their ancient home rose. But repeated visits to their old snow-coffined land, and the expansion of their earth science into an art, gave them farther-reaching views of the causes of this vast subsidence. The old bird route was one of the most ancient fissure lines in the crust of the earth. Out of it along its whole length had flowed the earliest geological ages the oozes of lava that formed the backbone of the old continent as it rose from the sea, its almost lasting bastion against the encroachments of the watery element. Here and there along the great chain of mountains, as they rose denuded of their softer rocks and stood wrinkled into canyons and gorges by the rivers that swept them clean, blazed at long intervals of time huge vents for the smouldering fires underneath. As the mountain barriers sank and the ocean flowed over its forests that had graved into the winged species the memory of their ancestral feeding grounds, and finally closed all the breathing spaces of the fiery Titan beneath, his passion sought vent more and more through the torch cones of the snow-buried southern land and through the lofty crater of Lilaroma. Expedition after expedition to their ancient home revealed the simultaneity of volcanic action in the two regions, but the greater the titanic paroxysms in the one, the less they were in the other. They were the two pulses and breathing vents of the buried giant. For many ages after some unknown submarine catastrophe had hedged them into their archipelago by the untransversible mill race and the dark belt of mist, they had been unable to test the connection between their own fire mountain and those in their old home. But they could easily imagine during the paroxysms of Lilaroma what was occurring far off in the southern snows, and when they had mastered the art of aerial flight, they resumed their expeditions to the glacial regions of the south. Every few years might have been seen, had there been mariners there to see them, the strangest of all flying things, beings in human form, winging their way through the air southwards or northwards. At first the bands were large and well equipped in order to guard against all risks. But in time they grew bolder, and companies of half a dozen or even 3 or 4 ventured on long flight to the south. At last the families of earth scientists were entrusted with the task, and sent their messengers to report on the conduct of the Antarctic volcanoes. These reported that, if ever those southern vents should close, No application of the art of Limanora could save Limanora, or indeed the archipelago around, from disastrous explosion. The circular current with its belt of mist had shown that this was the thinnest crust and the weakest point on the whole line of fissure, and if the sea broke into the volcanoes of the other extremity, a steam generated from the percolating water would make for the archipelago and blow it to dust. Recent messengers to the south had found dangerous developments in the regions of snow and ice. Where it lay in the line of the ancient fissure, the land was rapidly subsiding, and that was exactly the locality of the southern volcanoes. If the walls of their craters should sink so low that the waters of the ocean could make breaches in them, then would the final catastrophe occur to Limanora. Whilst the last decennial review was proceeding, and high hopes were rising in the breasts of all that a few generations would see the race independent of the fear of terrestrial cataclysms, their minds were jerked from the future into the present. Our torch cone suddenly broke into a great column of steam, and a fine dust fell upon the island. There had been no preliminary warning and little had been put in readiness, although the Leomo had been uneasy for weeks as they noticed the spasmodic action of their earth sensors. The heat and the magnetism in their lava wells had been rapidly changing their degree every few hours. But this had occurred in previous periods without any recorded effect above the surface of the earth. They had therefore only kept more zealous watch without resorting to more than the usual relieving action. Now the whole people were called to their assistance, and the concentrated power of Rimla was turned on to the boring of vents. On every side of Lilaroma, Leomorans were busy, and soon the imprisoned lava and steam escaped by 1,000 exits. But a new method was adopted by the Leomo. They shipped in huge falenas of the newest and most powerful type, a number of earth perforators, and along with them a large quantity of machinery that would enable them to use the wasting energies of the southern elements. Amongst others, Riallaro and myself had to manage and steer one of the great aerial cars, for it was chiefly members of the Leomo that manned the expedition. High we rose above the archipelago, before we attempted to cross the mist ring. Below us we could see the Limanoran houses and buildings gleam rainbow-hued like bubbles on the beach of an ocean. Higher still, and the various isles of the archipelago crept closer together in the perspective, a handful of emeralds cast upon a plain of azure. Our eyes wandered over the scene and saw how it was set in its dull white milky ring, a narrow and impenetrable hedge that cut this little world off from the sight of its fellows upon earth. Through a cloud we shot that drenched and freshened our gleaming car, then followed the fleet southwards across the circular thread drawn round the nest of islets. We were out in the wider spaces of the world again, our home receded into a speck on the horizon. Over the waste of waters we sped, a great grey plain flecked with white. At first I lost my cool confidence in this trackless wilderness, but fearlessness returned to me as I saw the face of Riallaro bent now on the Limanoran modifications of the compass, and again on the rest of the fleet to the right and left of us. The Lumona, or sun compass, and the Ularema, or sun chart, were our trusty guides by day, even if we had lost sight of our companions at any time. Our track had been marked out for us on our sun chart of the heavens, and we could not fail to know where we were, even if clouds should obscure the face of the great orb. If only a few straggling rays managed to reach the face of the instrument, indistinguishable though they might be to our sense of warmth or of light, they affected its delicate apparatus. It told us their exact direction and angle, whilst another face told us the exact point of the day, and of the north and south line. There was needed no calculation to find the region where we were. The Lumona did it for us, and it kept tracing our course, as we accomplished it, by means of an indicator on our Ularema or day chart. Once I had been instructed by Riallaro in the management and guidance of the airship, she lay down to rest, and I was alone beneath the oppressive paleness of the vault. I dared not look over the side lest the sight of the grey wilderness far below me should make my head swim. Only once did I look up, and the sense of limitlessness numbed me. Now and again I glanced quickly at the rest of the fleet. But I was too fearful lest something should go wrong to turn my eyes away from the tracer of the lumona as it moved upon the sun chart, or to take my nerve power from my hands as they grasped the right governor of our flight power, and the left the rod of the steering gear. As the hours flew and nothing untoward occurred, I relaxed the tension of my system, and enjoyed the glide of the ship and sang to the beat of its wings. The sense of solitude passed as I felt the magnetic sympathy of my comrades in the other cars thrill me, and my spirits rose with the exhilaration of the heights through which we travelled. The sun had reached the western round of the sea, and swelled into a vast ball of fire. Riallaro awoke as his rim dipped into the ocean and at once prepared for a change of methods. She taught me how to turn on the power of the engine into the rows of huge lamps that were meant to search the darkness of the night. Then she brought out the Alumar, or the star compass, and substituted it for the lumona. She removed the day chart and put in its place the manualrama, or night chart, adjusting the indicator of the star compass to its tracing. Night fell and brought out the lamp-jewelled sides of the other airships. They looked like a fleet of gigantic glowworms sweeping through the air. What we showed like to any wandering ship on the ocean beneath us it is difficult to imagine. I myself had traversed those solitary levels in the daydream, and I tried to think how I could have explained the strange phenomenon had I seen it from my deck. The superstitious amongst my sailors might have taken it for a portent, some as one from heaven, others as one from hell. The scientific would have concluded it to be a series of fireballs travelling before an upper current of the winds. I should have recorded it in my notebook among the observations of meteors and other similar phenomena, and have waited for further illumination. By day we were too high to attract the attention of anyone but the investigator of cloud changes and weather signs, and we saw no sign of human life during our long aerial voyage to the south. But away beneath us we could just descry floating brown specks swiftly tracing their zigzag course over the grey plain, and knew them for the broad-winged albatrosses, whose flight the Limanorans had so carefully studied for the construction and navigation of their faleenas. For by an automatic arrangement which brought the currents of the wind to bear upon the steering gear, our car now gracefully rose, and again as gracefully fell when the wind was against it, now swept to this side, now glided to that. All that I had to think of was the main course. On a later voyage even the steersman was superfluous, except in a storm or a violent change of winds, for a chart was invented on which the course of the voyage was traced in the shape of a mental groove, and in this the end of the steering rod was made to move. The two automatic movements governed the manipulation of the winds and the course of the car. It was the same with the engines that achieved the beat of the wings. The slightest change in the opposing medium communicated itself to the electric power and modified it. All that was needed from the occupants of the faleena was a little attention now and again to see that the machinery was working smoothly and solidly, and to ensure that the steering rod adjusted itself to the caprices of the wind. On this, our first long aerial expedition, one of us had always to be at the helm, although I found after a few watches that there was needed but little tension of either muscle or nerve to keep the ship to her course. Riallaro took the first half of the night and of the day, and I took the other two sections. When I awoke in the middle of the first night and took my place at the helm, the sight bewildered and dazed me. I felt as if I had gone back again into the region of dream. The stars seemed to throb close in upon me. I felt as if in a cosmic confessional with myriads of world eyes wide open to see into my heart. I was not afraid, yet my veins throbbed in awe before this palpitation of the cosmos. But I settled down to my task and grew conscious of the surrounding fleet of fireflies, that even in their great distance from me numbed my eyes with the flashes of their lamps that paled the light of the stars. Beneath me, as I looked over the bulwark, there was nothing but the solid blackness of midnight. Never had I felt so isolated. Thoughts wove as unceasingly in my brain as the wing beats wove upon the loom of night. Now and again I was stirred from my meditation by the swoop of our faleena as it breasted some great billow of wind. So precipitous were some of those waves that my heart leapt in my bosom, as we rose before them or slid down them. I never passed a night of such intensity of exhilaration and thought. There was my lifelong comrade peacefully sleeping as I watched. The infinities above magnetized me with their sympathies, as their eyes searched me to the heart. Below me the midnight brooded silently over what I knew to be the untracked ocean. Day after day, night after night we sped on, the air growing rapidly colder, till for the sake of my unadaptable system, we drew the transparent oval roof over the faleena and fixed the radiator which kept the temperature at an even level. Thereafter the stars were not so omnipresent in their gaze, there was more of a limit to the space in which we dwelt, and the movements of the faleena impressed themselves less upon my senses. At last, as my watch was ending one moonless night, I could see a dim flare in the southern sky, which I took for the aurora australis. But when Riallaro gazed at it and then at the agitation of the fireflies abreast of us, she knew it was the reflection of the great Antarctic torch mountains. I rose at dawn and could see below us the white glacial cliffs of the polar continent. Riallaro seemed stirred by some emotion that I was ignorant of, but soon knew to be the recognition of the original home of her race. There seemed to move in her blood the ancestral yearning for the land from which they had come. She did not shrivel up in the excessive cold as I did, but looked forward with ecstasy to moving amid the snow and the ice, though she had seen little of them in her own short life except around the crater of Limanora. Bred though I had been in the rigorous winters of Scotland, I could not bear the bite of the wind and had to put on one of their cold-repelling garments. This consisted of 2 layers of flexible irelium woven cloth, one of which was a conductor of electricity and the other a resistor of it. The outer or conducting layer was connected with some labramor which carried a store of electricity, and this combination produced a warm, helpful glow all round the body. I had gloves and cap and mask of the same construction, and when fully equipped, I could defy the most bitter cold that the uppermost atmosphere of the earth ever experienced. With this armour on, I looked forward with delight to our sojourn in the region of snow and ice, as I watched our approach to the rough ocean-like surface of the new country. For Riallaro took the helm, now that there was needed more delicate manipulation of the faleena, and I stood in the bow and gazed at the rest of the fleet rising and falling on the wind waves. Now and again I interpreted a signal from the faleena of the guiding elder, whilst my comrade was busy adapting the course to the caprices of the wind. But as a rule her own magnetic sense was alert enough to know what were the intentions of the other airships. Round the group of great fire cones we coasted, keeping clear of their smoke brush and dust vomit, for the wind was off the land and bore their ejections miles out to sea and high into the air. Across the icy plains, ridged and hummocked by pressure from the higher land beyond, we flew, once rising enough to get a glance over the passes of the great mountain barrier, whence the torrents of ice slowly found their way to the coast. Beyond I could discern, even with my undeveloped eye power, level plains stretching to the horizon, plains which indicated water underneath, and upon them the direction of the furrows and hummocks revealed whither the mass of the sea beneath flowed towards some narrow exit, overlapping and playing leapfrog in its eagerness to escape the pressure from behind. But the habits of this almost landlocked sea had no immediate interest for us, and we soon turned and made before the wind for a valley that lay sheltered between the mountain chain and the group of torch cones. Within a brief time we had all our faleenas secured, and the multitudinous rings of the leomorans they carried deposited in caves ready for the coming operations. Then the elder who led the expedition took his airship, and with it we saw him circle round the individual volcanoes and reconnoitre the inroads of the sea. He had, we knew, already seen the dangerous proximity of one new crater to the low coast that divided the group of fire hills from the galloping waves. Manifestly expedition was demanded, for he returned with great swiftness, and all was soon bustle and preparation in the camp, although it had settled down for a rest. The word was passed round that if the wind changed and whipped the racing billows to their raid, a high tide might find its way into the new crater and undo the local work of Limanoran civilization. The fleet was at once in the air with the engines ready to be placed, and within 2 hours the winds and the waves, the magnetism of the earth, and the electricity of the air had been yoked to the great power machines. Then the rings of the leomorans were attached, and the stores of energy brought to bear upon them. Before long we could see at a dozen different points high up the side of the cone brushes of black smoke bending before the wind. Between the new low crater and the old lofty one, a score of new vents for the explosive energy of the fires underneath had been worked into the crust of the earth, ere the wind had changed round to alliance with the waters. The molten rock which had oozed from the dangerous cone at the edge of the sea had sealed its mouth before the ocean leapt into it. In order to make the seal more secure, a sluggish river of lava was directed down the slope from several leomorans, and sent over the lips of the exposed crater. After every sign of the offending cone but a low hummock had disappeared under the molten invasion, bastions were drawn all along the coast beneath it in the manner familiar to Limanora. When this fortification of the mountain was finished and the strain upon our muscles and nerves, and especially upon our eyes, was relieved, we had leisure to look about us. The sight that met our view as we looked down the slopes of the mountain was deeply impressive. The flow of the red-hot rock from the mouths of our lava wells had melted the glacial concretions for hundreds of yards beyond the margins of the molten currents, and laid bare the ruins of a great city that had evidently been buried in the ice and snow, since the lowering of the temperature had made the climate unbearable by men of civilized nature and habits. The steam rising from the neighbourhood of ice and fire had covered the disentombed secret from our vision whilst we were working, and as the wind fell that had swept the veil aside for a moment, the marvellous sight was again curtained over, and we began to think that it had been but a waking dream. Some days after, when the lava had sufficiently cooled to leave portions of the defrosted slope open to the light of heaven, we revisited the scene. Several broad streets and great squares had been unburied, and the architecture revealed how artistic and how advanced in mechanical contrivances the people that built them had been. A thick covering of volcanic dust and ash had plastered them over, so that it was difficult to move on foot amongst the ruins, now that the moisture of the melting ice had mingled with it. After clearing the debris from the doors we entered some of the houses that had not lost their roofs, and there was evidence of hasty flight. On the floors and couches were strewn pell-mell the contents of boxes and cupboards and wardrobes, half of them still stiff with the ice that adjacent streams of lava had been unable to melt. The evacuation of this luxurious city had evidently occurred during some great outburst of the volcano which had threatened its existence. But the climate had grown rigorous before the catastrophe, for in every house and every room there were elaborate apparatus for heating, and most of the clothing lying about was of fur or of thick warm stuffs, and when we dug beneath the coating of volcanic ash, we found in places accumulations of ice which must have taken years to freeze. Layer after layer of dirt and rubbish had been embedded by the preservative frost, and, had we cared to cut through the stratified ice, We might have counted the years, or perhaps centuries, through which this heap had accumulated. For several visits we could find no human body, though we came across one or two carcasses of emaciated animals that had evidently lived amongst the ruins till the last vestige of fodder had disappeared under the volcanic layer or the accumulating ice. But at last, in a back lane, probably inhabited by slaves, we penetrated into a low house whose roof had crashed in under the weight of the falling dust, and there we saw a scene that moved us to tears. The mummified body of a little child prepared for burial lay upon a bier, and over it was stretched the corpse of the mother. She could not tear herself away from the last relics of her dead baby, and in returning to rescue it, or to weep over it, had been overwhelmed by the falling roof. The frost of centuries had kept off the finger of decay, and this Niobe and her child had remained like sculptured stone. We covered the bodies gently with the volcanic mud there as they lay, and left the frost to work its petrification again, for we had not the heart to disturb the scene. Here amongst the proletariat of this luxurious people there was evidence of that maternal transport which had showed the path of ethical development and exaltation to the Limanorans, and it was destined to raise the energies of our world into higher and higher forms. This we knew was but the terrestrial type of an altruistic law which was working throughout the cosmos, and making every centre of energy that had more than the average give of its more to those centres that had less. All in our power was now done to relieve the pressure of the subterranean fires that were threatening to burst the ancient fissure, and all too that could be done to ward off the batteries of the ocean. Then were we sent in different directions to inspect and report on the state of the ice cliffs that beetled over the waves. We hovered for days about the rocks and their glaciers, and the universal observation was that the coast was rapidly subsiding. Since the last visit of the Limanoran messengers its line had sunk many yards. Marks that had been made far above the reach of the waters were now washed by the break of the higher billows. Riallaro and I were sent to a loftier bluff, which extended for almost a mile between Shelving Beach and Shelving Beach, just underneath the site of the buried city. After inspecting the higher parts of it for days, and measuring the height of the old marks above the farthest reach of the waves, a windless day, on which the ocean lay as if frozen, gave us opportunity of following the cliff at its lowest sea margin. For half a mile or more, nothing exceptional met our eyes. Then suddenly we came upon a great chasm in the rock, where a soft intermediate stratum had mouldered away into sand before the everlasting battery of the waves. Over it a great dome of ice was stretched, which was ever being thickened by the climbing spray of the billows as they broke into it. The entrance to this cave was somewhat low and narrow, and a jagged rock in the centre of it churned the angry waters into milky foam. We saw that this feature would make the opening invisible under its veil of spray on all but days of perfect calm. We were afraid to enter lest the sea should rise and imprison us, so we called some comrades to our aid, and they brought a light faleena that was made to serve the double purpose of airboat and water boat. Then Riallaro took flight from above, and with the impetus we bore ourselves and the boat through one of the passages past the jagged tooth of rock. As we settled upon our faleena and looked up, the sight that met our eyes took our breath away. The sun was shining brilliantly, lighting up the dome of ice with such power as to make its whole thickness transparent. Through it in every direction, thick as notes in a sunbeam, were strewn human bodies, wrapped and mummified as in death. Some lay on their sides with the head pillowed on the arm, and as the face was uncovered, we could see the features as clearly as if we stood in the chamber where they lay. The frost had kept the flesh and the tints of it uncorrupted. We could almost have sworn that they breathed as they slept. Yet in the case of most it must have been the sleep of thousands of years. This was the cemetery of that ancient people which had built the city lately found. Doubtless this ice crust in which their graves had been cut had once stood securely miles away from the coast, and in it they thought that their dead would be safe for all time. But as the shore sank, the glacial crust ceased to be a plain and slid downwards along the increasing slope to the ocean, and before many years could pass, this hyaline resting place of the dead would be launched into the sea, and be swept by the storms and tides into warmer airs and currents, which would release the bodies from their beautiful petrification, and give their elements to the ravening powers of the waters, or the microscopic corruption of invisible life. In fact, on our return voyage, we flew over several icebergs that were floating catacombs. On the surface of one we discerned the pallor of a mummified face, just released by the strong rays of the sun from its ancient rigidity, and the still stony garment shining through their pellucid covering. We could almost decipher through the milky blueness of the ice dome, when the sun shone most brightly, the inscriptions on the tablets laying beside these forgotten dead. But the winds began to dirge within this strange diaphanous mausoleum, and even the waters seemed to move around the cave with suppressed sob. We thought the sounds ominous, and rising up into the roof of the cave, close to the dead that had slept there so lifelike for so many centuries, we poised ourselves, and taking aim, dashed through the narrow entrance, while our comrades without drew the faleena out by the cord with which they held it securely. Later in the day, as the calm continued, the guiding elder sent others into the cave and they secured one of the most elaborately hieroglyphed tablets. Those of us who had most recently studied in the Valley of Memories were able to trace much resemblance between the language of the inscription and the ancient Limanoran tongue. And when we returned to our island, it afforded one of the clues by which we were able to unravel the history of this ancient Antarctic people. They were descendants of those whom the northwards migration had left to their fate amid the growing rigours of the southern winter. After the departure of those who founded the colonies of Riallaro, and became the ancestry of the Limanorans, the wealthier classes had evidently abandoned themselves to pleasure and luxury within their splendid and superheated dwellings, whilst the proletariat, though growing more and more vigorous, and venturing far out upon the ice and the ocean on fishing and furring expeditions, fell deeper and deeper into the contempt of semi-slavery. Loyalty to their masters and ignorance still kept them unrebellious in their growing embrutement, till the volcanic catastrophe solved the problem of their future relationships. Whither the survivors had gone, when outbursts of the subterranean fires drove them forth, no one could say. Doubtless the peasant fishermen and hunters took the effeminate caste in their rough boats over the sea to some warmer climate. Probably, if the expedition survived the storms and billows of the broad ocean, they landed on the coasts of South Africa, or on those of South America, and introduced an alien civilization and more complicated problems amongst the primitive peoples of those isolated regions. Before we left we had to investigate the shores of the inland sea for evidence of subsidence, resting on them for a period whilst we punctured the slopes of the mountains, in order to give a new direction to the pressure of the fires upspringing from below. When all the leomorans that were needed had been placed in position and got into working order, not more than half of the expedition were required to attend them. The others, and amongst them Riallaro and myself, were allowed to wander over the shores of the gulf or sea, everywhere finding abundant evidence that the whole neck of the island which divided it from the ocean, high though it still was in the lofty mountain barrier, was rapidly subsiding, and would ultimately succumb to the batteries of the besieging elements. This might take many centuries, but that huge volcanic range would be submarine within measurable time was obvious. Had the rate for even a decade of years been constant, we could easily have calculated the number of centuries that would elapse before the great catastrophe, but the amount of subsidence varied from period to period, increasing and then decreasing. The most alarming change had occurred since the last visit of the Leomo to their old home. Square miles that had been low-lying land some few years before were now encrusted with marine ice, and lofty precipices were perceptibly lower. The most striking proof of the rapid subsidence was not observed till the day before our return. The shoulder of an outlier of the range pushed its way as a lofty promontory right into the gulf, its whole length and breadth being covered with glacial concretion. Some recent attempts had broken off the end of its river of ice, and at the same time a sudden subsidence of the land had left the face of its cliff a completely new section, as if shorn by a microtome. The sight that revealed itself to us as we flew round it was most impressive. City after city had evidently been built upon the broad bluff, its pleasant position overlooking the inland sea and its proximity to easy harbourage ever attracting the population back again after each cataclysm. Time after time the city had, we conjectured, been overwhelmed by the ashes of some great volcanic outburst from the range. There we could see in section the various strata of buildings one above the other, each filled with ash and dust that preserved the power of frost. Hundreds of years must have elapsed between the destruction of one city and the building of the next, a period long enough in fact to obliterate the memory of panic and anguish from the traditions of posterity. In some houses we could still discern the signs of the stampede that had occurred one day thousands of years ago. Articles of value were half torn from their treasuries and then abandoned. Jewelry and dishes made of the precious metals were here and there held in place upon the mosaic floors by the frozen mass of earth above them. They had evidently been seized at the first warning of the coming catastrophe, and then thrown away as alarm made life dearer. In one chamber we saw the outline of the body of a man across its threshold, his hand out beyond his head clutching some receptacle of precious metals. In the space between the outer walls of the two houses, the body of a woman was exposed, face downwards, and beneath the bosom the form of an infant child. How many long-forgotten tragedies might be unearthed we could not stay to discover. A little labour and we could have penetrated into these cities. The application of a leomoran would have melted the dust and ashes and brought to view the stratified life of ages before. Had we been interested in following out the existence of these far distant relatives of the Limanorans, we could have begun with the lowest layer, and followed the evidences of civilization up through each successive entombment, till finally the people were driven from the site by frost, a force more rigorous and potent against culture and luxury than fire. But the Limanorans had enough in the records of their own ancestry to tell them all the history that might be illuminated by such excavations. They knew that after an advance in the 2 or 3 lower strata, there would be found no progress except in luxury and the arts that contribute to luxury. And they had enough of such development in their own archipelago before their own senses, to ally any eagerness for viewing illustrations of it in ancient and dead history. The sight was interesting and impressive, but we all had learned its lesson too well to desire further acquaintance with it. In Fialume we had studied similar histories during our pupillage, and daily we could watch through the Idrovamolan the enactment of similar life in the islands around Limanora. A little apparent advance was followed by as much retrogression. The generations were as like in essence as 2 species of the same genus, the difference being merely superficial and unvital. It was enough to make the Limanoran heart stop in its beating to see the dreary sameness of the ages in the history of a people, as far as development of spiritual character and power were concerned. The changes and revolutions were but changes of lay figures under the official dresses and ceremonials, or at best an expansion of the sphere of luxury. What mattered it to men that were panting after ideals they never saw above and beyond them, who were masters and who were servants, or subjects in some unprogressive levels of humanity? who or how many sated their appetites or covered their skins with the rich and ceremonious raiment of dominance. The heroisms and romances, the striking turns of fortune, the world-renowned victories that made the eyes of other races blaze with wonder were all histrionic to those who knew what real development was. This section cut through the history of 10,000 years would reveal but the same old story that they had read so often in the annals of their own far past. We turned away sick of heart, knowing the countless griefs and agonies, struggles and combats, that had gone into the making of this human stratification, and the complete futility of them all. The best that could be thought was that oblivion had buried them, and that the energy set free the deaths of so many thousands of generations had perchance a better opportunity of rising in the scale of vitality as it wandered into other spheres than the human or the terrestrial. It was not then without deliberate intention that our departure from the old home of the race occurred soon after the discovery of this strange frozen museum of forgotten peoples. After everything was done that could be done to divert the upward pressure of the subterranean fires from vents close to the margin of the sea, the faleenas winged their way back to the north as rapidly as they had come. No incident took place to mar the return voyage, and we were soon back at our old employments in Limanora. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13, Part 1 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Religion, Part 1. After a few days' reflection and observation, I felt a change in the spirit of the people. There was less of that serenity which had struck me so often as one of the distinctive characteristics of themselves and their actions. Every family seemed to hurry in its efforts at development, and the pace of their advance might almost be called feverish now. This was especially the case with all those who were engaged in the more spiritual investigations into the nature of the cosmos. Next to them in increase of eagerness and enthusiasm came the astronomical families, the astrobiological, and all whose researches bore upon stellar conditions and interstellar migration. The gaze of the whole race was more distinctly outwards and extraterrestrial. I had conjectured the cause of this acceleration and impetuosity, and soon definitely knew it to be the result of our expedition to the south, and the reports we brought back. The elders, on considering them, saw that the safety of the island as a resting place and arena for their progress was not to be depended on for many generations more. The increase in the rate of subsidence of their old home meant a transference of the destructive power of the subterranean fires to the other end of the ancient fissure within a measurable period. The volcanic vents on the Antarctic coast must be closed beneath the ocean before many centuries were over, and the rushing waters in quenching their fires would find their way in uncontrollable steam towards the weakest point of the crust, which they knew to be their own archipelago. Ere many generations could come and go, this terrestrial home of the race would be blown to dust, and new lands would appear at some other point on the line of fissure. Where could they settle on the round of the earth? There was no land except their old home to the south, isolated enough to admit their following up their ideals. All the remote islands in other oceans were already fully occupied, and were impracticable for them unless at the sacrifice of human life, a condition that would outrage their whole idea of development. The globe was closed for them except the region of everlasting ice where their remote ancestry had dwelt, and that too might at any moment flash into dust before the explosive forces beneath the crust. The alternative of seeking a home on another star had seemed to them the only one for many generations, and they had been preparing for it by inventions that would enable them to float clear of the terrestrial atmosphere for many centuries, and by explorations in interstellar space. But many discoveries and thoughts had thrown a new light upon this stellar migration. They would have to exist in their circumscribed faleenas as they travelled through the ether for many generations of even their long lives, and these ships would be their cradle and their tomb. They would have to resign for many centuries the conquests of the elements of the forces of nature that they had achieved in Limanora. The broad movement which these past ages of history had given to their life would be narrowed into a space no larger than one chamber of their own mansions. They would live imprisoned, and their imprisonment would lay its brand upon their natures and still more upon the natures of their descendants. The proximity of so many in so small a space would breed physical and still worse, spiritual disease that would haunt their posterity for generations after they should settle in their new stellar abode. Their offspring would have the habits and ideas of the savage reared in the wigwam of the rover or the hut of the slave. Even if they could achieve individual flight through the ether, they would have to keep close to their storeships and return every few minutes to the exhausted atmosphere of their swift-winging falinas. If every condition of their interstellar voyage were the same as their life in their own Limanora, what disappointments might not they encounter in their comparative ignorance of the biology of the heavens? Would not most stars that were fit to be inhabited be already choked with life, and life at a different stage from that they had attained? If they struck upon a lower grade of existence, it would be useless to attempt to raise it, and contrary to their own morality to obliterate it. If they met with a higher type of being, they would be repulsed by it as likely as to degrade it. It would be a wretched existence to lead a life of interstellar vagabondage, poor beggars of the cosmos, seeking a star whereupon they might rest the sole of their foot. Not more than one world in each system could be at the stage that would fit their life evolution. Most stars would be too young and fiery crude or too old and exhausted to give them the conditions they sought for. In many the life they would encounter would shock and repel them by its monstrosity. What was to hinder some gigantic form as, the Leomo knew, had existed on the earth in its earlier geological ages, some tremendous winged saurian, and having the place on one or more of the stars they visited than man held upon earth. It only meant the development of a brain proportionate to the hugeness of the bulk, and some swiftly moving, deft and adaptable limb, like the human hand, to give it complete dominance over all the forms of life around it. The elephant needed only the mechanical faculty of the beaver or of the ant to outstrip man in the struggle of life. He had the delicate manipulator in his trunk, he had the long life, and he had the capacity of skull to transform him into the dominant race of the earth. In order to the mastery of his conditions, he had only to make the step from using anything that came ready to his trunk as a weapon into shaping it to his will. Circumstances, accidents, opportunities, pilot the evolution of life upon a world, and the accidental condition of an element or an energy or locality might have transformed some terrific monster into the master of the first star they visited. It was merely a matter of more or less intricate convolutions of the brain. But perhaps the most terrible thing of all would be to land on a world whose inhabitants had developed the purely intellectual faculties and the section of the brain corresponding to them, at the expense of the nervous centers that have to do with the control of the passions and with the subordination of the animal nature. What a horror it would be to find a star full of Calibans with more than human cunning and none of the human emotion or morality! The thought of these chances like these gave them pause in their migratorial conquest. They began to feel that even life amongst the ruder of their fellow men might be better than landing amongst monsters unstirred by pity or compassion, reverence or tenderness for highly developed life, to whom bloodshed was nothing. It was true that there were in most nations men who were so constituted. But they were, except when they got the command of huge armies and became conquerors, bridled by fear of the punishment that the laws of the country meted out to criminals. It was better to live in proximity to beings amongst whom this moral and emotional neutrality is an exception, than in a world filled with such monsters. Perchance, when their island home was shattered to dust, their true path lay along the surface of their own globe. They might settle on the slope of some sky-piercing mountain, round whose feet lay untainted tribes of primitive savages. There they might preserve their isolation as perfectly as in Limanora by a hedge of fear around them, which their exceptional power over the forces of nature should forge. But they knew that before many ages could pass, civilized man would penetrate amongst the odd tribes with his potent weapons and his unscrupulous cunning. Then would they be unable to avoid bloodshed, or hypocritical ambush, or diplomacy. Ambition and hatred would enter in and turn their paradise into a hell. On the whole, they inclined to the other alternative that lay before them when the great catastrophe came. That is, let it do its worst on their physical or lower elements. Out of their shattered bodies would rise the energy of their systems to follow its career of development untrammeled by any slow-moving matter that was half inert whether living or dead. Death so sudden as that, death under any circumstances or conditions, was no stop or misfortune to the highest that was in them. It was the swiftest way to achieve migration into the interstellar spaces. As it was, they were narrowed and localized in their development, thought, the higher thought, alone finding its way unchecked to any point or sphere in the cosmos. At death they would all be freed from the almost vegetative functions of human existence. They would be released from the prison of locality, and their whole being would have the ease of thought in winging from infinity to infinity, and in disregarding the limitations of time and space. Together the whole of their race might find coalescence if not companionship in following out their career of development, unburdened by alliance with any lower type of energy, and in more swiftly attaining a higher and higher goal in the scale of energies. When this conclusion had been reached by the consciousness of the people, the old serenity returned to them. They were ready to meet whatever came, not caring whether their ascent through the grades of being was trammeled by terrestrial forms of energy or set free in the infinities of ether. But I dimly felt that there was a sublime looking upwards in all they did or said, added to their former serenity that transformed it into what approached to the noblest forms of devotional ecstasy I had seen amongst men. They never allowed themselves to fall into the moulds of thought that this bodily and terrestrial need so freely supplied to man. Thought recognizing and the practical demands of the physical nature, they satisfied and then dismissed them as rapidly as was possible. And with all their marvellous machinery and inventions and their accumulation of power, the time occupied in this satisfaction was so abbreviated as to be scarcely noticeable in the labyrinth of daily pursuits. I had been greatly puzzled during my long period of training to see no trace of religious worship in this noble race. Growing up with the instinct in me that of all manifestations of human possibilities, religion was the most sublime, yet I had come to know before I left Europe how degraded, gross, and foul even lofty-minded religion might become. But the best men and women I had known there had ever been stirred with the spirit of religious reverence and love. I could not account for these, the noblest and ablest beings I had seen on earth, ignoring the claims of what is the highest of all, and I watched eagerly for any indication of acts or moods of worship. Early in my residence on the island I had discovered that there were no temples and no priests. That was patent to the most casual glance of the stranger. Amongst all their public buildings there was none that could be taken as devoted to the worship of a deity, and there was no family or caste or set of men whose chief functions were to superintend such a worship. But perhaps their religious acts were private or even secret, and I was on the alert many years for any sign of such a thing in the house of my proparents or in that of Riallaro. Finally discovering nothing that could be construed even in the most distant way into a ceremonial attitude or word, I gradually abandoned any expectation of such a thing. My attention was now aroused by the new halo around their serene acceptance of the conditions of life. There was a rapture and there was longing in their halcyon view of the world, yet the rapture and the longing never withdrew them from immediate pursuits and duties, never gave them the ennui of life that transport and passion generally entrain. They seemed to have the vision and the upward glance of the seer without his brooding and apartness. It was rather an intensification of their usual feelings and attitude to life. This was nearer than anything else I had experienced in Limanora to the unperturbed faith in a higher being and the yearning for proximity to him that I had witnessed in those whom we used in Europe to call, for lack of a less trite term, saints. At the next Manora or decennial review the predominating interest was the theopathic side of human nature, and I discovered more of their views of religion in the few years preceding it than all the decades I had spent amongst them. So devotional did I think the magnetism which ran through the community, that I plucked up courage to ask about the religion. My question was dealt with in the calmest and most rational way possible amongst human beings. There was no immediate reply, except an elevation of the finger to the brow and then to the wide vault of the sky, but I was led to a part of the Fielum I had not visited. It lay in a region of the valley that I had carefully avoided as full of gloom and damp with the vapour of a tumbling waterfall. I had never noticed anyone enter it, and my curiosity had never been awakened about it. Here were stored the records that illustrated the evolution of religion, records made by light, sound, and magnetism. It was intensely interesting for me to see so complete a museum of the natural history of worship. Every faith in the world had its due place, fixed according to its inner spirit and development. So graphic was the map of the whole that in a moment I saw the common kinship of all, and the differentiating qualities that made one worship higher and more advanced than the other. My guide flashed living pictures of the ceremonies of each, and then let me listen to the speeches and talks of the officiants and of many of the worshippers. The magnetograph struck me into the feelings that pervaded the masses in the temples, and those that filled the breast of the solitary priest or devotee during the most solemn and enthusiastic act of worship. I could feel how much or how little the religion introduced into the life of the people. Day after day I returned with eagerness to the sight and the study of this absorbing phase of human nature, and seemed to get to the very heart of every faith and its influence. The mere accidents of its history were felt to be non-essential. Its inner development stood out as plainly as if written in letters of fire. My guide did not need to teach me the lesson. I knew it as well as if I had learned it from infancy. I knew why there were no temples, no ceremonies, no hierophantic families, no outward sign of faith, amongst this far-seeing people. Their own early endeavours to purify and develop the faith handed down to them from their forefathers were there as vividly pictured as any faith from the world outside. They had had temples as splendid as any I have ever seen or heard described. Their ceremonies were artistic, noble, and significant. Their music was as nearly sublime as earthly music can be, and the priestly profession attracted many of the ablest and some of the best natures in the community by its princely salaries, drawn from the gifts of former ages of the faithful, and by its high prerogatives. At first I wondered how it had been possible to uproot an institution that had evidently grown out of the most intimate instincts of the race. The higher dignitaries were so lordly and influential they might easily control even by their private alliances and social dominance the powers of state, and the poorer hierophants had ingratiated themselves with the middle classes and proletariat, from whom they came. Reverence, fear, love, ambition, pride, self-interest, all the commoner emotions and passions of humanity, were engaged and entwined with the worship. How could such a widely ramifying profession allow itself to be overthrown? When the exilings were over, it was found that there was not a member of the priestly profession left on the island. Nor was there anything of the wealth of the church, except the solid walls of the temples. The dignitaries and most of the transferable riches had found their way to Aleofane. The bulk of the poor clergy landed in Tirralaria, and smaller bands drifted away to smaller islands like Coxuria, establishing their communities marked by some extreme eccentricity of faith. All the vestments and altars and ornaments of the temples had vanished before the last expedition left the shores of Limanora. Even the huge bells that had rung to service, and the baser metals for making the roofs watertight had disappeared. Nothing but the stones and mortar were left to indicate where the great faith of the past had housed itself. One or two expeditions were even seen to set out from Terillaria and Aleofane to fetch the very temples away stone by stone. To prevent the cupidity of the exiles from wasting itself on futile attempts against the island, the edifices were tumbled into the sea, and helped to make the bastions which guarded the shores. Having thus got rid of all the outward property and signs of their former worship, they had to count the cost and consider how they were to meet the situation. It had been inculcated by the officiants of the church for untold generations that all morality, and in fact all civilization, would vanish with faith. Religion was the foundation of everything in life that was worth preserving, and most of the people trembled if any change were proposed in the national worship. They feared that the object of their devotion would withdraw the light of his countenance from them, should the slightest feature be modified. Even the scientific and cultured thought that religion acted as an excellent watchdog or policeman, keeping the uneducated within the bounds of the laws and traditions of the nation. Changes had crept in unobserved by the worshippers, and had been sanctified by time. Then open proposals for change gave the shock and the alarm, and made the whole fabric seem to shake and totter. The unperceived changes were far greater and more revolutionary in their ultimate effect, for they were generally changes of degeneration which ended in decay and ruin. But everything that was deliberately intended to fit the old institution to the new times was looked on with horror, a sacrilege never to be forgiven. It was therefore with a certain tremor that they demolished the ancient temples, and put their stones to new and seemingly secular uses. But once the transformation was accomplished and no great catastrophe followed, even the less bold gathered courage. As time went on and the old faith was forgotten and no definite new creed took its place, it began to be felt that the terror of religious change and the belief that religion alone gave the guarantee of all morality and civilization were alike baseless. After a decade or two, when they began to reflect on their past and analyze their new states of mind and public feeling, they discovered the most striking effect of this abeyance of ecclesiasticism to be the attainment of the ideal of all true religion. Into their very life had soaked the inner spirit of devotion. Every act was done with a reference to something higher than to itself, to which the doer looked up with reverence yet with the sense of its possible attainment in the future. Every piece of conduct, every item of character was moulded as if for all time. All their work they laboured at with an earnestness, enthusiasm, and care that evinced the consciousness of its everlasting issues. In short, they found that the surest way to exclude religion from the life was to assign it to a special section of time, a special profession, and special edifices. These acted as a conduit that drew it from the true business of existence. Men and women came to feel that, these once being set apart, was all done that could be done for the object of their worship, and that the rest of their life upon earth would be given up to whatsoever pleased them, be it irreligious, wicked, or even vile. The religious section of their lives threw its consecrating and projecting shadow over the worst they might do or say or think. Thus came about the strange paradox that the vilest of criminals were often the most devoted to religion when they went into the temples. The specialization of what should belong to the whole life and conduct lessens its value. If there is a particular channel for religion, it will be confined to that channel, except in rare seasons of enthusiasm, when it floods the adjacent regions and does universal havoc. Formerly the most religious had been the least trustworthy in the ordinary business of life, and they had not been able to understand why, for the deity they worshipped was a compound of all the noblest virtues they could conceive, and honesty and truth and constancy were three of these. Now they perceived that, having given a tithe of their civilization and energy to the object of their worship, they had shut him and the virtues he embodied out from the rest. He had no claim on that. It was vain for the creed or the priest to insist that the faith should be carried into the life as long as there was a special part of life dedicated to it. Once the pails were down, and there was no distinction between time and time, between place and place, and between act and act, the nesting place of hypocrisy disappeared. Every day was sacred, every place was a sanctuary, every act was holy, every moment of their life, every action was a prayer. For they were ever looking upwards and forwards towards the ideal, and believed that the noblest reverence they could pay to the cosmos, and to the presiding spirit of the cosmos, was to raise their own natures even higher in the cosmic scale. Everything that withdrew them from this cultivation of the special plot assigned to them in the universe, from the development of their better selves, was delaying the true purpose of existence. Even acts of reverence and ceremonies of faith were but a waste of cosmic energy. As long as they kept raising their struggle for existence to a higher plane, so long as they were truly reverencing the greatest being of all, the spirit that gave and was the palpitating life of the cosmos. They acknowledged that every religion in its origin was a recognition of unknown elements or beings far above the plane of the worshippers. But it rapidly degenerated into mere parasitism upon its deity. The more spiritual faiths in their earlier stages expressed the yearning for higher scales of being in true efforts to bring life of the worshipper nearer to that of the worshipped. But soon the curse of religion comes upon them. They try to include races on lower plane than that of their first worshippers and moulders, and to these they must adapt themselves, for it is the mass, the numbers that form the ultimate mould of a faith. The noble natures, for whom they originally came into being, are left neglected and undeveloped, and the whole worship goes lower and lower to fit the needs of the increasing numbers of converts. Insignificant though the Limanorans felt themselves to be against the infinity of the cosmos, they refused to formulate their worship lest it should fall into parasitism, the source of most of the evil and retrogression in the universe. They knew it was possible for the lower being to try to rise to the level of existence of the higher and worshipped, and in advancing, to help his advance. But they had seen too much in history and in contemporary life of the symbiosis of worshippers becoming mere parasitism to trust themselves to anything definite and outward in religion. In daily intercourse the lower and weaker natures cling to the higher and stronger, and if they fail to reciprocate the benefit they receive, and cease to attempt to elevate themselves to the level of their hosts, then they suck the lifeblood from them and degrade them. The same holds true in religion. The mean worshippers, and the majority in mixed communities are mean, make no effort to better themselves. The higher ideal that they are taught to reverence as a god, they batten upon for favors. They pray to him and yearn for him, not that they may like him, but that he may like them, and become their active and efficient partner in material things and their accomplice in their mean or evil deeds. The Limanorans conceived that all the higher beings of space struggle to keep clear of such parasitic religionists as the majority of men are. There is no road up the steep of being but by patient self-development through generations and generations. Almost all religions, after their early enthusiastic stage, are royal roads that seem to lead to the heights of heaven, and are but descents to hell. They only delude men into thinking that there are other ways to divine happiness than that likeness to the divine nature which is to be obtained by nothing but slow, gradual inward change. They had seen so much of the degeneration and immortality of faiths, not only in their own history, but in the history of the world, that nothing would persuade them to formulate or define in words what they meant by religion at any stage of their development. For once they had defined, there was a platform of self-opinion and self-interest to fight for, a nucleus of petrifaction. Rites and outward worship would follow, and a priesthood whose interest it would be to teach that what they profess as a creed is absolute truth. Right well the Limanorans knew how false such teaching is. No age can have a view of life that is not moulded by contemporaneous circumstances and capacity of thought and feeling, and the farther the people pass in time and spirit from the primitive age of the founders of their religion, the more stoutly will they uphold every word of the creed, and every feature of the institution. Nothing but sanguinary revolution will avail to undo the tragic knot with which the spirit of man has thus bound himself. However good for progress and enthusiasm of a faith might be in its early stage, it inevitably became the tomb of the human spirit. Occult explanations of statements that did not tally with acknowledged facts or laws were bound to appear, as soon as the mind of the people began to move and develop, and the Limanorans knew that their marvelous progress had largely been due to the early resolve to have nothing to do with the occult or merely mysterious. Their pioneering books dealt with what still lay under the horizon of the future, but they started from recognized facts and principles, and attempted to supply working hypotheses for the men of science. There was nothing of magic or superstition in them, nothing that did not appeal to the laws of reason, and ascertain scientific data, nothing that was not meant to be tested by the methods of daily practical life. Not that they never thought over the problems that are commonly called religious, or yearned for communion with existences nobler than their own. But their thoughts and feelings were kept out of the sphere of definite expression, through fear that their temporary solutions might crystallize and become permanent. Their faith was purely individual and inward. Yet when some great step was to be taken in the onward march of the race, as for instance, when a new type of child or enterprise was preparing to be born, the whole community yearned silently towards the living spirit of the cosmos, all their being thrilled with one magnetism that seemed to quiver upwards through the ether, and return again to strengthen and console them in their work. Their ideals seemed to pass as by an inspiration into the child or the enterprise about to be born. The universe, they felt, echoed to their thought. But it would have been desecration to put their seer-like longing into any form of human expression. This was the nearest they came to what is called worship in other nations. It was difficult to get them to speak of it, for what they would have called their religion was their whole life, their pressing forward and upward in development. Their religion was what Europeans would have defined as discovery of God, rather than the worship of any idea of Him. It was based on the knowledge that the world had advanced from insignificant life to comparatively noble self-conscious life, and it held firmly that no finality could have yet been reached, that there was nobler life beyond still to achieve. Ever, as they climbed upwards in development, they had described new ideals on the far horizon that threw into shadow what they had been aiming at. On and on they would still climb, nearer and nearer to the ultimate ideal of the cosmos, which is God. Not to progress was to be irreligious, even to look back and make an idol out of the superseded ideal, a hero out of a past savior, was to sin. There had been revelations of the ultimate spirit of the cosmos, but they were ever superseded by the advance of the race, for every advance to a new type was a revelation. All true and developing life was a revelation. No revelation could be other than for a time. It was sure to lose its illuminating power as the years or the generations progressed. Many sacred books they had, books that were no longer sacred, only retaining the reverence for that which had once aided in their development. As long as it continued to hold a beacon ahead of the race, a book remained sacred. But once its ideal had been overtaken by the national progress, light died out of it. For a dead book that retained its sacredness became a fetish and obstructed development. Not only did they reverence their sacred books, every noble utterance, every noble act, that held out an ideal for men to strive after was sacred. But as soon as the sentiment or thought or morality was seen to be merely of the past, it was set aside. Nothing could possibly be final in a universe that was ever developing, with faculties and powers of observation that were ever getting more capable of comprehending new phases and energies of the cosmos. To accept a book or a faith or an ideal as finally sacred was to offend against the ultimate, the free spirit of the cosmos, which was ever leading on towards new heights and new outlooks into the future. There was no outer worship except life and all its works. All other worship was a waste of time and effort, which might have been used to raise the worshippers in the scale of being. Every attempt to conciliate God or imagine Him or model Him was blasphemy against the effort to rise towards Him. But every man had his own religious thoughts in silence, and there was welding the whole race to a common purpose, a magnetic sympathy which was deeply religious. It was the sympathy with every thought that tended to advance. But all vain contemplation or self-reflection not leading to a progressive purpose was a waste of life, and therefore evil. For evil, they held, is the rebellion of the past against the future, and though a new religion is in an effort of nature to make alliance with the future, it soon, by reason of having reached or seeming to have reached its ideal, crystallizes and becomes the ally of the past. The spirit of stagnancy and retrogression, what we in Christendom would call the devil, laughs at new religions and counts old religions as its best allies, so ran a common maxim of theirs. They would have nothing to do with what would withdraw any current of their life energy from the great work of advance. If there was any division of their race that could be said to approach a priesthood, it was the men and women of science, especially the pioneers, or the imaginative amongst them, for they had their eyes bent unflinchingly on the future. Theirs it was to see that the race was ever advancing. They never suffered the present to interfere with the development that was to be. They stirred their fellow Limanorans to the enthusiasm of anticipation, and watched with unfaltering jealousy every glance turned upon the past. The moment spent upon history and antiquarian research they counted lost, unless their aim was to throw illumination upon the future. Mere students of the past were backsliders, whom they had to chide for their offences against the evolution of the cosmos. They held up to the eyes of their countrymen the nobleness and beauty of the ideals that were soon to be attained, or, if need were, the sublimity of those that lay just under the horizon in the dimness of twilight. They would have nothing to do with mere mystery, the basis of all superstition. They never lost sight of the margin of the half-known that was ever receding before the advance of investigation into the dark infinitude, but they would have no dealings with it beyond the gaze of scientific imagination, as it planted itself upon the heights of already achieved knowledge. Such dealings led to gross superstition and charlatanry, to pretense of more intercourse with the unknown than was warranted by the knowledge of time. There was no standard by which they could be measured or checked, and if once they were allowed, they would give unlimited scope for self-deceit and imposture. Faith was a matter for silent meditation and for dream. Speech or act would only bring it down to the dull level of memory. The faith they spoke of was faith in the great future of man, and the pioneers were encouraged to sketch out and foreshadow its possibilities by way of dream. But that dream was ever the best which traced the whole faith through practice to complete achievement. One of the great imaginative books of the time mapped out the route to self-abnegation. It described the denial of power or material self, and the reduction of it to insignificance in the human system. It showed how by such a means and by meditation a man of lofty thought might comprehend the whole range of the universe, and passing from spiritual height to spiritual height, at last be capable of gathering infinitude within the scope of his soul. Thus he could approach to communion with the heart and soul of the cosmos, with the Son of all things. But, By the selection of parents who had brought such a habit of thought and life into their constitutions, they might have in a century of generations beings who were all spirit unhampered by the physical modes of thought and feeling. Not even this ideal man of the future would they worship, for he would still be man, infinity short of the highest he could be in the cosmos, and nothing short of absolute perfection should be the object of so intense a concentration and prostration of the soul as worship. To accept any mere embodiment of humanity as the center of adoration was agnostic to their great ethical maxim that the ultimate object of every action or desire should be higher than the highest existing human life. To worship even the idea of humanity, were it possible for a spirit with its feelings and imagination limited to human molds, would lower the aspirations of thought, apart from the difficulties of its abstractness. It would be to open the objection of obstructing progress by setting up a deity who was but the amalgam of all the failings, as well as all the virtues, of mankind. The Limanorans smiled at the ineptitude of making so imperfect creatures as ourselves the chief elements of Godhead, when there were such infinitudes around us and above us, and such entities before us. Even if it should be possible to eliminate from the human idea of deity all but progress and the noblest virtue, it would be obviously absurd to worship an ideal that was soon, with the earth it dwelt on, to vanish in the dust, vapor, and heat of cosmic collision. All open worship was inevitably hampered, they held, by the limitations of human nature, and anthropomorphic it must be, despite all efforts to bar out the human from it, and as anthropomorphic, certain to be antiquated by any real progress on the part of the worshippers. These elements in religions make them the enemies of all advance except perhaps in luxury. Their guardians feel that they are sure to be superseded if the spirit of man should rise above the conditions in which the worship were moulded. It is one of the strongest yearnings of life to remain as it is. Only there are forces material and spiritual ever goading it on the path of advance, threatening inferiority or defeat or death unless it goes on. But so infinitesimal is the progress thus made under the sting of natural law, that it is scarcely noticeable in periods short of hundreds of generations. Few or no nations or races have attained historic dominance or even historic consciousness of their past so long. This unconscious meliorism was considered by the Limanorans as little better than the development of animals, when left to themselves. Only deliberate effort on the part of the state and its members can produce advance that is to be felt, or that acts as a stimulus to farther advance. It is seldom that unconscious progress is other than material, whilst inevitably entails reaction to stagnancy or retrogression. Nay, the whole human race at times takes a run forward, and then stumbles and falls, only to slide back into its old footprints. Some new impulse, sweeping through the ether, has stirred men in each race, whose enthusiasm, or as it is commonly called, inspiration, awakens the spirit of progress in the era. End of chapter 13, part 1. Chapter 13, part 2 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Religion, Part 2. Conservatism is the native or fundamental attitude of every being, the tendency to make the rest of the adjacent world give way that it may penetrate its existence or that of its brood. Selfishness is thus the very texture of life, and it is difficult to see how it can engender its opposite, self-sacrifice. The sexual and parental instincts are the crude material of the latter. But the fire of thought and enthusiastic impulse is needed to refine this material into a love that stretches beyond the immediate object of these instincts and takes in the interests of the race and last of all those of mankind. Something higher and more alien to the instincts of man is demanded for the comprehension of his nobler development. In the Valley of Memories was shown to me at one stage of my education, a complete elucidation of the prehistoric phases of evolution. First came the struggle for life amongst the innumerable claimants for the mastery of the new earth, those elementary forms that, coming out of space, will settle on any world, new or old, that they may encounter. The advance-seeking organization seeking only orbs well fitted for their progress. Across the geological ages I could see this competition raising the minute cells of the primeval creatures into elaborately organized beings. I saw sex save the new existence from the dominion of mere brute appetite. But from the outside world came the transformation which made it the savior of man, the ultimate dominant animal upon the sphere. This transformed instinct expanded by slow steps of love of children into love of race, then into philanthropy, at first bland and crude and often unreal in the presence of the old sensual and family love, but finally strong and noble and able to embrace the progress of man as a spirit. The last stage overleapt the prehistoric, and came to be limited, except in rare and isolated instances, to Limanora. Enlightened philanthropy, I could see, held the attempt to reform all mankind as vain as to convert the lower animals into the human form and nature. Once more I went back to Fialum and studied the panorama of evolution, and I recognized the full meaning of it. The great impulses upwards and forwards had come from outside the world, and chiefest of all the longing to evolve a human nature to which death would be but an insignificant step from life to life, which would recognize in itself more and more affinity to the highest life of infinite space. But this section of Fialum only gave a bird's-eye view of the elevation of life upon the earth. None were allowed to linger after they had drawn from it the lesson and force it could give them for marching forward. Minuter study of the past might lead their youth to think ignobly of life and to accept "mind is right" as its fundamental maxim. Nature, as seen amongst the ravening beasts or amongst the naked cruelty and injustice of primitive men, might be taken by them as dominant through all human evolution. If any history was to be studied minutely, it was only the more recent history of their own race, where the old laws of nature that were opposed to justice and charity and self-sacrifice have been sublimated and transcended, where new senses have opened gateways for a new knowledge, which would once have been called supersensible. What could this people learn from the study of collapsed civilizations that had risen out of childish savagery only to fall back again? The sole aim of these was happiness, and this ever degenerated into the pursuit of pleasure, ending sooner or later in brutal selfishness. It had been one of the earlier instincts from their post-purgation life, that they have least happiness who think most of it. Happiness, or even pleasure, might be made at times the test of successful actions and pursuits, but it never should be made an aim in itself. Higher civilizations were less happy than savagery or barbarism. Their advances in commerce and even in science only added more consciousness of misery to the many, and more eagerness for new luxury to the few. Most civilizations, as they advance, merely add to the desires and thus more effectually enslave human nature to locality and time. The newer types produce no greater intellects, no greater imaginations, than those that have lived and fallen, whilst their masses have greatly receded in happiness and in simplicity of virtue. The changes of what is commonly called progress only brings new evils that have to be cured, and the energetic minority who have produced the changes and suppose themselves to benefit by them at first refuse to see the evils, and after a time are driven to attempt their cure by drastic remedies, which bring universal ruin all the quicker. The Limanoran horizon was too rapidly widening to allow of more than the most cursory survey of the degenerate past or of the contemporary present, even had it been to their interest to study them more minutely. Their own future was expanding in so many directions as to demand all their energies. World after world, star after star, universe after universe, were revealing their character and stage of development to Limanoran science. New marvels every year impressed upon them the wisdom of avoiding all denial and skepticism with regard to what imagination or faith should suggest, of holding neutrality towards all that was unprovable or even contrary to their knowledge of the laws of nature. They ventured only in the safe track of facts, whence they shot their flashes of conjecture into the dark. But from past experience they learned to distrust denial or even skepticism in regions where knowledge could not venture yet. Imagination had been found a trusty pioneer, and one of their recent books held out the hope that before long the suggestions of faith might be but the messages which flew through the ether over what might be called a cosmic telegraph, and that, where these touched the souls of the noblest, they came from the central spirit of the cosmos. Already they were far on the way along several lines toward such a consummation, and modifications of their Ularan or Sona architect had been employed in many channels of cosmic investigation. They had long ago conjectured that the Earth's atmosphere, acting as a giant Ularan, gathered the sound waves that traveled through space and used them to shape the things of the earth, as they came into being. And recent discoveries had almost turned the conjecture into fact. Sometimes the vibrations came from an inchoate or degenerate world, and then, as in the earlier or Saurian age of animal life and development, the terrene creatures took monstrous shape under the resonator of the atmosphere. Sometimes they came from orbs that knew only beauty and grace of form, and then, as when the plants and trees and flowers and shells of the earth were branching into new species, few terrestrial things but fell into graceful molds. And now, having struck this far-reaching and fundamental thought, they turned it to noble use. They produced a huge modification of the Ularan which would fix upon the shape of a flower or fern or shell, and translate it into the music that had originally molded it. Nothing earthly but would yield to them through this reversed Sona architect the sonnet or other vibrations that had first shaped it. Step by step this new art which interpreted the molding influences of the universe advanced into an organized and scientific division of the duties of the race. Step by step it mastered the harmony of form, and gave the people the music that rang through interstellar space at the shaping of the beautiful things of the world. A great book of the time showed how far the art could go in leading their religion from the silent to the sonant form. There were vibrations throughout the cosmos that came from no one of the worlds or their inhabitants. They emanated from the center of all existence, whence they had mysteriously molded the spirits of great reformers and sages. They were the voice of God ringing down through the aisles of creation. It was now not only possible, but within the limits of the practicable, to find by the aid of one of their new Sona architects the cosmic harmonies that had molded the souls of the great enthusiasts and sages of the world. They might translate the voice of God into the vibrations that would appeal, if not to their ear, to their higher and more recent senses. The seemingly fantastic groupings of stars would send into their minds the divine secret guiding their movements. Nearer and nearer would they creep under the great dome of heaven to the center of energy, whose voice these vibrations were. True religion though this might be, never would they consent to fix it in creed or ceremonial. On and on must their art of musical sonarchitecture go, keeping pace with their ever-advancing science, but never reaching finality in interpreting the voice of God. Nothing in fact could be nearer to what other men call religion than Limanoran science. It was never weary of listening to the voice of God in the cosmos, and ever looked upwards and onwards to a wider and loftier creation. It refused to look back, unless the retrospect was to assist its march forward. Every discovery was the truest act of devotion, a step nearer to the center of being, and anything that would obstruct such discoveries or the advance they stimulated was retrogressive, a sin against the being who was drawing all things into the path of development. Fixity of beliefs was the surest obstruction to progress, and, along with superstition, the grossest immorality. There was no evil inherent in matter or any of the lower forms of life. Evil lay in returning to one of these after knowing and fulfilling something higher. It is this against which the human spirit girds when its lower elements at death go back into the grave. For the Limanorans held, matter is not to be rigidly divided from spirit as something contrastive and antagonistic. They saw none of the strict divisions in nature that Western science and philosophy knew, arranging terrene things into matter and spirit, man and beast, and cosmic things into God and the world. Matter was vital and moving as spirit was, though not in the same degree. Animals were ever on the same path of evolution as man was, though most species of them were far behind most of mankind. The worlds were the speech of God, methods of manifesting himself and making his lower manifestations evolve into higher. There were gradations throughout the cosmos, and the boundaries between them were difficult to discern. Man is the highest grade that man knows definitely, for human personality is the amalgam of the knowing and the known. The animal as higher than the vegetable knows the world as separate from itself, but it does not know or study itself as a world apart, nor can it be conscious of the general being or purpose of the universe. Man is the first animal on earth, so far as we know, that has gained self-consciousness, and through self-consciousness, a glimmering vision of what God might be. Only by love of retrogression or sin can this higher element in him return to the ocean of decay again. Other parts and elements of his system have to suffer reformation like exhausted worlds, in order that they may rise higher than they have been. This was one direction their science took in finding its way towards the highest of all grades of being, but it had other lines of as truly religious investigation. For example, it had found as it proceeded more and more subtle mediums of energy in the universe, mediums which had long evaded the rude cognizance of their primitive senses, but which now yielded the secret of their presence, first to their imaginations, then to their refined apparatus, and last of all to their more recent developed senses. The energies that came through them were impressed upon their senses before the mediums themselves were, and not till the senses were touched would the reason be finally persuaded of their existence. It took long ages to refine their senses or develop new senses up to the power of detecting new energies or the mediums through which these traveled. Imagination led the way, but its lead could not be trusted unless guided by scientific fact and method. Its most trustworthy henchman was invention, for this supplied apparatus that increased the perceptive power of the senses 1,000-fold. And as their senses grew in refinement, the instruments they invented to aid them increased in subtlety and magnifying power, so that they were ever able to keep well in advance of their own unassisted perceptive faculties. Their sciences, too, had grown subtler and farther reaching in their methods every generation. To their older chemistry, for instance, the atoms had but a speculative existence. The newer, with magnetism and electricity as its main agents and the chlorolans as chief aids, dealt with them directly, and a still more marvelous analysis was developing which, adding will force to magnetism and electricity as reagents, could find the mediums of nervous energy and classify its various kinds and modes of action. By means of this analysis they were able to get at the physical basis of reflex action, desire, appetite, and the various other semi-spiritual phenomena of humanity. A book of the time pointed out a science as far beyond this as this had been beyond the older chemistry, for there were far subtler and higher media of energy to be discovered and analyzed than those of appetite and desire. Subtlest of all must be that in which the energy called soul moved, It appeared predominantly in none but the higher types of the human race, the men and women of wise creative power. Others had it as a faint aroma which asserted itself only in moments of great enthusiasm over the gross powers of appetite and passion, and at other times seemed almost to vanish. In the Limanorans it had grown to be dominant over all the faculties and powers of the human system. The book foresaw that the medium of this noble energy would be found akin to that of the central energy of the cosmos, the great being whose phases and manifestations were stars and universes. And the loftier the mind, the more of this medium did it possess, and the clearer affinity it had with the creative power of infinitude. Not far below this was the medium in which the energy of morality moved, and the higher the morality, the more sympathetic was its medium with that of creation. The new science foreshadowed by the book would display to the advanced race of the future the movements of these finer media, and the modes of action by which moral energy and spiritual and creative energy worked through them. Then they would see their way to such continuance of their life as would seem to other men practical in mortality. They would be able so to refine and sublimate the energies of their systems and the media through which they acted, as to be free from any of the transformations called death for almost measureless periods of time. For the subtler the medium, the more self-existent is the energy that moves in it, the less is it subject to change and the less it needs change in order to fulfill the purpose of all being. The nearer to creative power and energy comes, the less it needs alliance with grosser and more perishable media in order to rise in the scale of existence. Decay and death become rarer and rarer incidents. As yet, Limanoran science has not discovered absolute immortality, nor did they seem likely to discover it. Its experience of the cosmos pointed to change as the most widely spread of all principles. Whatsoever is allied with any lower media must shed them, in other words, suffer death, if it is to continue its march upwards. The whole history of the earth was a continual record of these transformations. The Limanorans had taken this aim of terrestrial existence into their own hands, and by gradually rejecting the grosser and shorter-lived elements of their system, they had been able to extend their life, at first to hundreds, and afterwards to thousands of years. They now saw before them a limitless vista along which the necessity of death or transformation would be hunted farther and farther from birth. And the same story they saw written all over the cosmos, energy as it becomes purer and subtler and less dependent for evolution upon lower forms approaching nearer and nearer to what would seem immortality from the human point of view, coming closer and closer to the creative energy of the cosmos. To them, therefore, all their life was religion, and science was its true hierophant. If the analytic sciences like chemistry revealed a path that led the minds of men towards God, the wide-range sciences like astronomy, astrobiology, and astromagnetism might themselves be called highways to God. The embodied energy and life of the earth on this side of death seem to the human mind self-explanatory and self-involved, but the enfranchised life and energy that fill space have no human philosophy to account for them, and have generally been denied by men. The Limanoran sciences had found space, as far as they could investigate it with their senses and their instruments, no less full of energy and life than the world itself, not merely the infinitesimal and attenuated life that they thought the debris of other worlds and systems, but the enfranchised life of highly organized beings, most of it so subtle and noble as to evade even the new senses of the Limanorans. It was the life of such beings that the science of this people aimed at knowing intimately. On some stars, they were certain, existed inhabitants subtly enough organized to cognize this interstellar life without aid of instruments, and they seemed themselves to be on the verge of attaining such a power. When they gained it, they might hold intercourse with that disembodied energy which perchance has close affinity with the soul of God. Towards this higher, enfranchised energy they labored and struggled incessantly. They believed that its existence could be accounted for only on the assumption of some perennial fountain of free energy in the cosmos, that there must be some great center of completely enfranchised energy. The course of cosmic evolution pointed that way, and every so-called death or dissolution was but the enfranchisement of some higher type of energy from the lower forms with which it had been for a time allied. Even the fixed nuclei of energy, what were called matter and the atoms, were ever aiming at liberation of the energy that formed their essence. Every dissolution, every step higher in the gradation, implied an ultimate energy that was free from all the trammels of lower forms. This must be the life of pure thought that sees time past and time to be as clearly as time present, that takes in the cosmos at a glance, that needs no sustenance from lower energies, and suffers no birth or dissolution. Towards this the whole cosmos strives, and perhaps there may be a time in the history of existence when all the fixed forms of energy shall have evolved into the free form, till at last there is nothing but space and disembodied thought, which is universally perceptive and creative without the aid of mediums of energy or senses. Vast systems of worlds have come and gone in the infinite past only to distill the energy that was in them through living beings up into the final and immortal form that needs no process of dissolution or migration to purify it. When they turned back from these heights to view the history of the earth, it seemed to them that creative thought was written all over it. Could there be any clearer manifestations of the vast intelligence informing the whole than this marvelous elaboration of genius and species raising terrestrial life step by step upwards from the microbe to the highest type of man? Their astronomical sciences pointed still more unmistakably upwards to the fountain of creative thought. The evolution of stars and systems of life upon them seemed to them but the history of intelligence of infinitude. They deliberately avoided all conventional idea of the thought of the cosmos, yet were ever tempted through desire of firm ground to use the analogy of a living terrene thing. Just as the body of a plant or animal is ever decaying, ever renewing itself, so is this cosmos, the material existence, the body of the spirit we call God, ever decaying, ever renewing itself, ever raising its energies into higher and higher forms. The universes and systems are molecules, the stars the atoms, of the infinite body of the cosmos, and each one of them is moving and developing in strict relation to all the others and to the abiding spirit that is their aim and master. There is law or thought guiding the history of every one of them, and nothing of them is lost. The energy of everything that seems to die has but distilled elsewhere, or transmuted into something higher and less localized. What seems to us decay is but the liberation of an energy from the less refined forms with which it has been allied. Every process moves in rhythm to the pulsations of everlasting thought that is, and realizes all that was and is to be. Nothing falls by accident. All is transformation, growth, development towards self-subsistent thought, which moves through all the processes, conscious of itself and of them all. To this final spirit of the cosmos 10,000 ages are but as a moment. The myriads of millions of years that some stars live, and that crush our puny thoughts with their vastness, are but one heartbeat of God. The whirling universes are but molecules looked at from the point of view of the final spirit. Our telescopic is his microscopic. Thitherwards all their astronomy pointed. Round our sun move our planets without failure of harmony, and ever round some still farther point moves our sun and his satellites, as thousands of other suns and systems do. Nor did the epicycloidal movement cease there. Great systems of universes still have more inward centers. But all this infinitude of concentricism points to some ultimate center which is again the pivot of the cosmos. Following their analogy from man, they occasionally allowed themselves to think that this was the brain of God, the concentration of his thought energy. But they refused to let the analogy master them. They threw it off as but a metaphor and waited for clearer and farther reaching light. To define what lay so far beyond their horizon was to falsify, and they knew too well from their own past history into what labyrinths of error a single untruth will lead a race, especially if it is planted and watered by religion. Only where science flashed its light forth into the darkness would they dare to define any feature or form of religion. God, they felt, was the infinite conservation of energy. Up an infinite scale it ever climbed towards the ultimate, the purest of all energies, the divine, the goal to which creation groaned and struggled. The grosser forms of energy were the caput mortuum of former mixed beings and worlds, after the sublimation of their purest elements. Out of this residue in its new period of probation were distilled again energies that swept upwards. If such lapses from the universal progress of the cosmos occur in self-conscious forms, as in the soul of man, then they are breaches of morality, or, from the point of view of all, sins. Conversion is the entrance of consciousness of the universal law and of willing obedience to it into the nature. Religious and moral codes are striving after it, and unfortunately, attempts to define it that soon falsify its spirit. Miracles are foreglimpses of this law of progress half understood, intrusions of an energy loftier than the sect or circle or star has been accustomed to. Every new faith is a miracle to its early believers, for it is a perversion of the universal law which is so far beyond their natural powers that it surprises them into enthusiasm. Its miraculous quality makes them accept it as the final revelation, and their descendants, after they have advanced to a natural view of its truths, still uphold the tradition that it is divine, and strain every word and feature of it in order to find the divine in it. A pioneer book of the time attempted to point the way of biological psychology towards the goal of religion. It showed how the plant has a dim sense of its being molded from without, chiefly by the grosser forms of energy, and how the animal, though subject to them, is yet capable of moving amongst them and rebelling against their power, whilst the human is attained when this rebellion rises into capacity to rule them and mold them to its will. It emphasized the Limanoran distinction between the grossly human and the wisely human, and held that there were geological ages of development lying between these. For the one is consciousness of the self as merely allied with the grosser forms of energy like the animal. The mark of the other is consciousness of self as a part of the all, as allied with the law of the all. It conceived that the next grade was the divine, distinguished by consciousness of the all as created and guided by the self. The wise amongst men in its view had thus in them a share of the divine. There was, it is true, in all men the possibility of this, though in most it was latent. The loftiest kind of energy they had yet discovered had its distinction in the sense of continuity of existence, the power to think back through the past and forward through the future. This is perhaps what is meant by personal identity in Western philosophy, the capacity to keep the self from being immersed in the massive energies that fill space. Men have attained it in but a fitful and shadowy way. In savages and in those of the civilized who fall away from the universal law of progress, it is obscured or buried by the dominance of the lower and transitory forms of energy. The book imagined that when the wise die, this highest energy is so strong in them that they cannot amalgamate again with those they have been accustomed to upon earth. It seeks higher alliances and higher spheres than it has hitherto known, and once having found its new and sublimer affinities, it can move amid the grosser forms and elements untainted, unsubdued, unrecognized by them. Gravitation and heat and electricity have no power over it, and come into relationship to it only when it wills to use them, for they are the immediate forms of energy that move the molecules and atoms, and they are moved and piloted by still higher forms, that are perchance the will-power or spirit of God. These higher forms come not yet within the range of human senses, but are inferred by human reason and conceived by human imagination as conscious of themselves, evident everywhere by their results, the marks of intelligence throughout the cosmos. But this book imagined that the disembodied energy of the wise knew and felt them, and thus came nearer to the spirit and foundation of all. Once our universe has distilled its best energies into space and has accomplished the best it can, our swarm of firefly worlds, paling their now ineffectual fires, encounter their natural episodial course round unperceived centers the systems that they have encountered myriads of geological ages before, and the collision of the two again sends them on their career of the evolution of their lower energies into higher. But the Limanorans were chary of claiming anything that they discovered or conceived as the ultimate or the absolute. So many absolutes of the past had after a time yielded points of view into infinities beyond them. Hundreds of their scientific highroads led manifestly towards one center, but they could not say that that was the final center of God. Just as their sun with its satellites moved around another center, which was itself in revolution, so might the common point to which their various sciences seemed to converge be but on the outer rim of a series of sciences that had a still more inward center. Their highest faculties might have above them faculties belonging to other beings in the cosmos as superior to reason and imagination as reason and imagination were to the sensuous perceptions of the animals. The savage had no power to comprehend the results of the reasoning capacities of the uncivilized man, and the soul of the sage, when disembodied, might begin to perceive the heights of development in faculty he still had to climb. All their recent experience bade them wait for their light and refuse to accept any revelation of being as ultimate, and in the rejection of all dogmatism they attained the true religious attitude for imperfect seekers of knowledge like men, the attitude of waiting for light. The book had embodied in it an epilogue that put this belief concretely. If the parasite of a microbe in the body of a flea were able to examine and analyze its conditions and surroundings, and had the faculty of reverence, its first religion would have as its object the host on which it battened, and would endow its deity with its own parasitic faculties and desires. But as its horizons widened and it found its host but the dependent of another vital center, it would contemn the immediacy of the microbe and fix all its reverence and adoration upon the flea, which would seem to it a marvelous and omnipotent edition of itself. With its vision and all its powers of observation fixed upon the host of its host, it would soon come to see how its deity was not self-subsistent but ricocheted from spot to spot, and the human body with its comparative infinitude would afterwards take the place of the flea in the reverence of the microbe's parasite, and be accepted as the vastest and most etherealized edition of itself the parasite could conceive, having no means of ascertaining the real limits and faculties of its new deity. As soon as it was able to measure and define these, it would undefy man and substitute for him that which man inhabited, and endow it with all its own parasitic powers and limitations. Following the analogy, the new book saw an infinitude of pitfalls and disillusionments before the religious faculty of man, and refused to accept man's similes and metaphors as in any way accurate representations of the truth. Similes and metaphors they must remain marked by all the narrowness of human limitations. Scientific discovery must be the only guide of religion, and the more they advanced in their sciences, the nearer they came to the true God. For this reason it was that they felt it to be sin to withdraw any portion of their energy or time from scientific pursuits and investigations. To know the cosmos better was to approach nearer to the spirit of the cosmos, to grow more truly religious. The last decennial review that I witnessed, occurring as it did just before I set out over the circle of mist, impressed upon me the provisional as well as the fundamental character of their religious ideals. Most of the books dramatically presented in Lumiefa at that period had the final aim of cosmic life and energy as their theme. To me they struck far beyond all that was most idealistic of Western religious books had ever attempted to foreshadow, and yet they were wholly based upon the indications that recent discoveries had given. In a still more startling way, they were taken as but temporary satisfactions of futuritive yearnings. They bent the highest energies of the Limanorans into paths that led beyond what they could see from their actual standpoint in science, but they knew from past experience that the full blaze of noon would before long fall upon these dim regions now lit up only by presciential imagination. These books they now reverenced for their pioneering power, but as soon as scientific advance should wither them into the trite and commonplace, nothing could ever make them again guides into the darkness of the unknown, nothing in short could ever restore their sacredness. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Last Flight. Though this Manora seemed to me so solemn and almost sacramental in its spirit, there was no withdrawal from any of the families from the duties of their daily life. They were as eager for the advance of their special sciences as they had ever been. Nay, the progress seemed to me more and more rapid. The faculties were whetted with their utmost keenness, their energies were buoyant and free. I had expected that this religious review of the whole of their life to find a relaxation of their intellectual temper, a languor in their wills, such as I had often noted in periods of great religious outbursts in the West. I had been accustomed to look for an aloofness from the common pursuits of life and a prostration before the great ideals of faith, whenever a wave of worshipful enthusiasm broke over any community in Europe. This people would have thought a religion that thus blanched common life of its interests and enthusiasms not merely useless but mischievous. Prostration before the infinities and eternities was the last attitude they would encourage, for they considered it blasphemy against the spirit of the cosmos. If the Manora had in any way withdrawn their energies from their forward march, they would have abolished it. Progress was religion, or the fulfillment of the irrepressible yearning of all things to rise in the cosmic scale of being, and that anything religious should check or obstruct advance was to them the grossest contradiction in terms. Religion was in Limanora the essence of practical life, or rather practical life was the highest religion. Though the review was an intense pleasure to the whole nation, throwing the thought as it did farther and farther into the future, none neglected for a moment the severe physical labor that was their daily portion in the center of force. None felt their spirits relax in their eagerness to perform the work of their life. On the contrary, the new religious enthusiasm added a zest to all that they had to do. To no families did so many or so urgent demands come as to those of the Leomo, for the great mountain had been more than ordinarily perturbed. In spite of numerous new lava wells, the crust of the whole island had been shaken by frequent earthquakes, and out of the mouth of the crater had stormed far pennons of dust and ashes, showing that something unusual was occurring in the depths below. Then had come a sudden and ominous lull during the latter half of the Manora. The earth had grown quiescent and the whole summit of Limanora stood vivid and clear in the azure. The Leomo were not deceived by this sudden cessation of subterranean activity. It meant new issues for the volcanic energy amid the Antarctic snows, and new dangers from the possibilities of intrusion of southern waters. Most members of the families were needed in the island itself for the investigation of the new phenomena and the sinking of lava wells, and only 2 could be spared for an inspection of the volcanoes of their old home. Riallaro and I were chosen to make the expedition, for we had lately been accorded the high privilege of marriage, and comradeship in danger was the usual and natural welder of the new bonds. As soon as the review was over we had to set forth on our venture, and we were instructed to return with all the speed we could manage. We did not need such instructions. Our own quickened enthusiasms were incentive enough. We knew that the reports by the Adrovomelan of events occurring so far to the south could not be wholly trusted, for these regions were too often enveloped in mist or blinding snowstorm, and it was difficult to float the observer in the teeth of their furious winds and impossible to send the telepathic line of light to such a distance. Even if electric, oral, and visual records had been gathered by means of the machine reporters, they would not have been minute enough for the purposes of the Leomo. There was generally needed therefore a personal inspection of the lands away to the south, whenever there were unusual perturbations in the great mountain and its precincts. To have been selected for this difficult duty was an honor so great as to stir us to unwonted effort. A few hours after the duty had been assigned us we had everything on board our faleena, and from the hill of farewells we had started, full of eagerness to do our best for our people. We were too happy in our new comradeship and in our extraordinary task to allow any sense of separation or fear of disaster to cloud our thoughts. So anxious were we to be on our way that we scarcely looked back at our companions and guardians as they stood watching our flight after giving us their magnetism. Nothing occurred to make the voyage south especially memorable. We did notice far below us in the night 1 or 2 dark masses that were not identifiable with anything in our maps. But we set them down as great icebergs borne out of their usual course, and the cap they seemed to bear we took for a turban of mist round their heads. From our later observation of the southern lands, we afterwards judged that they were temporary volcanic islands thrown up on the line of shallow water by the renewed violence of the fires below. A great storm met us as we approached the ice cliffs of the Antarctic. Nothing could be seen for the drift of snow and hail through the air, and we were forced to rise high into the atmosphere, beyond the region of winds and tempests and clouds. For days we could see no break in the massed blackness below us. We chafed at the delay, but knew that it was inevitable, for even if we could have landed in safety, we should have been able to see nothing for the thickness of the driving snowstorm, and we would assuredly have imperiled our faleena in attempting to come to earth in the baffling winds. At last we felt the magnetism of the upper atmosphere lessen in force and caprice, and we knew that the disturbances below would gradually vanish. The sun seemed to gather power, and we saw the cloud floor rend like an ice sheet on flooding waters. The 5th morning broke brilliant and clear. There lay the heaving surface of the ocean blue as the sky, and away to the south gleamed on the horizon the knife edge of far-stretching ice. But there was something new and strange beyond it. Thick smoke trailed heavily above it, and a dozen new points of light made it lurid. We had drifted far to the north, and anxiously we turned the prow of our ship towards the old home of the race. We seemed to wing our way with inordinate slowness, so eager were our spirits to know the new phenomena and carry the report back to Limanora. Every league nearer made us more certain that some great disturbance had occurred in the crust of the earth. The sea was covered with the debris of a world of ice. Huge icebergs swam lazily, breasting the swell, or clashed against each other in splintering collision. In some of them we could see the dark motes that marked them as portions of the vast graveyard we had once visited. Closer still to them we could see many of the long-buried bodies emerging from their tombs of frost, like Lazarus's still bound in their grave clothes. It was a strange sight, this phantom-like resurrection at the touch of sunlight. Over the unguided procession of icy funeral barges bearing their century-sheeted dead to burial in the ocean, we hurriedly winged to land. There were still more striking sights in store for us. The appearance of the cliffs and mountains had been completely changed. It looked, as we approached, as if what had formerly been a great plateau had been ridged and furrowed by some titanic plough, and where a dozen smoke vents had once bore witness to the living fires beneath, hundreds belched forth ashes or sent a red tongue of molten lava oozing and licking down their slopes. We had to change our landing place far to the west, for dozens of miles had been added to the eruptive area and the cliffs where we used to land were scarred by explosion or were tottering before the assaults of the billows. The storm we had encountered had evidently been the companion, if not the result, of this vast upheaval, and at the same time had hidden from us, as we hovered above the clouds, the titanic Protechny. We flew along the cliff line, till we reached a region that seemed untouched by the orgasm of the earth. Our airship we piloted into a cleft or valley which we thought could protect it from any showers or ashes or torrents of lava that might approach. But to guard against possible disaster, we adjusted our wings and took with us as much of the minute stores of sustenance as we could carry in our garments. We securely fastened down the faleena so that no storm might bear it away, and then we rose into the air on our wings above the smoke and steam that hung over this region. It was with great difficulty and some danger that we investigated the state of the land where the lava wells had been sunk. For the vents spat out great showers of dust and ashes intermittently, and the pall of smoke brushed this way and that as the light breeze rose and fell. By dint of care and watchfulness we managed to see most of the ridge side that abutted on the ocean. Its whole appearance had been changed. There was not a sign of our old lava wells. The side of one hill had been blown away, and a torrent of melted snow and ice raced down the ravine. Vents had been broken out where there had been glacier or precipice or rocky peak. But as yet none of the vents were low enough to let the sea break over their lips. The worst of all had not yet occurred. We could not finish our investigation in the first day, so we lay down in our faleena to sleep, as the brief darkness approached. We were well content with our day's work, and we would have slept easily and well but for the tremors in the earth beneath us. Its very foundations seemed at times to shake and threaten convulsion. Once we thought of taking to the air again for safety, so billow-like were the movements that tossed us as we lay. However, morning broke without catastrophe, and we were soon busy at our work of inspection. We flew to the other side of the range of mountains in order to note how the shores of the inland sea had borne the effects of the commotion in the crust of the earth. At first we seemed to see no change, but when we had left our faleena and followed the old line of cliffs, the magnitude of the disturbance impressed us. New precipices stood beetling over the still waters, where we remembered to have seen low shelving bays. We searched for the old sections in which we had seen the stratification of the civilized abode, but the strange palimpsest of prehistoric history, a dozen times rewritten by the toil and hope of man, had been again obliterated by the finger of fire. A tongue of lava only just cool had licked out the record of the dead ages. A tawny glacis of rock confronted us instead of the panorama of thousands of years. Everywhere we flew were marks of the recent volcanic work, and not merely creative, but destructive. Still farther off we found vast subsidences which had suddenly unveiled the secrets of many geological epochs. Some of them had been titanic in the abruptness and extent of their work. But the great ice plains and ice harrows had been already smoothing and rounding or levelling the serrated or sharp edges. Only in one new cliff did we see a repetition of the now hidden record. A bold hill had been cut through as if by a sword, and there had evidently been built and overwhelmed village after village. We could discern here and there traces of their employments suddenly abandoned, their looms and ploughs and anvils embalmed in rock, and once or twice the forms of workers, tragically surprised at their work by the showers of ashes, showed empty and void, the living tissues having fallen to dust leaving only the shell, like the tunnel of a huge worm in the petrified debris. We lingered over this open volume of human history longer than we would have done had we been older and wiser. So deeply did it touch the fountains of romance, and the dimmer twilight of the brief Antarctic night overtook us before our task was done. When we awoke at dawn, we resumed our investigations, only to find countless signs of renewed subterranean energy. We hurried to the various points of danger and discovered only too clearly that the first storm would send the waters of the ocean breaching into many new volcanic vents. We could have no hesitance as to the conclusion to be drawn and the next steps to take. It would be impossible for us, unprovided as we were with instruments and engines, to guard against the threatening catastrophe. The best we could do would be to return with all swiftness to Limanora and warn the elders of our family. Perchance we should be able to anticipate the approach of any tempest, and if temporary measures were taken, the coming winter might stop the gaping mouths of ruin with their downward creeping glaciers. We hastened back to the slope on which we had left our faleena. Even at a distance, as we swept down from aloft, we began to be troubled at the changes in the landscape. Where there had been a great ice cap crowning the precipitous ridge, there was a gaping chasm. Rock and incrustation had been together blown to atoms. A new smoking cone was brushing the azure with its cloud of dust, and as we descended, we found its streams of lava still licking and hissing their way through the snow and ice that clothed its feet. We recognized the features of the locality with difficulty, and it was long before we fixed the valley in which we had left our airship. Still we could see no trace of our trusty faleena. It had vanished. After long search we came to the conclusion that it had been swept on by a billow of molten rock and overwhelmed, and the realization of the calamity cast me despairing to the ground. How different it was with Riallaro I perceived, as soon as my dismay allowed me to rouse my consciousness from its palsy. She was exploring the edges of the tongue of fire, and up the side of the opposing hill she found a section of our flight car unmelted by the heat, broken off by a bold jut of rock that left scarred by the fire and twisted by the force of the sea of lava, yet recognizable in its outlines. Happily it was the part that contained our store of sustenance and all our equipments for a long wing voyage, spare chest and shoulder engines and the apparatus necessary for supporting them with electricity from the air. We did not encumber ourselves with more than we thought would be essential for the long air journey back to Riallaro. The minute pellets of sustenance were easily disposed of, but it puzzled us to know what to do with the additional apparatus for so long protracted a voyage. My powers of flight were still so crude and undeveloped, and my locomotion through the air so clumsy and slow, that Riallaro had to carry both hers and mine. I was greatly perturbed over the possible result of so dangerous a venture. But it had to be undertaken, and she had buoyancy and exhilaration enough for both. My sinking heart felt the influence of her magnetism, and I gained confidence after we set out. The first half of our voyage was marked by singular good fortune. The breeze went with us every day, and at night, or when the muscles of my legs and arms grew numb from fatigue, we sighted an iceberg and rested on it. Though it heaved and rocked and on occasion threatened submersion, our minds were at rest, for we had our wings always attached and everything in readiness to sweep upwards from our perch. The difficulty came when we passed beyond the Antarctic Ocean, and voyaged high enough above the heaving trackless desert of water which lies between the region of icebergs and the first ring of the islets that stipple the tropical seas. How were we to find resting places at night or during the day, when my wing achievements grew lame and tardy? Even Thyriel's heart sank, as she thought of the hundreds of leagues we had to traverse unbroken by any sign of land. At first she kept along the immemorial line of bird travel from the south on the chance of finding here and there some spot of land thrown up by the growing disturbances beneath the sea. For some days we were fortunate enough to find a nightly perching place above the billows upon the temporary vents of the submarine fires, dangerous it is true, yet with care and watching safe. Then we came upon a zone of calm water, so strangely still and free from the action of wind and current that the albatrosses basked moveless upon it. Here Thyriel bound our wings together and made a raft, on which we floated as we slept. But that was only for 2 revolutions of the earth, and was the prelude to a tornado from the northeast, a wind so unusual in those latitudes that the Limanorans never take it into the calculations of their voyages through the air. Just when we were within 3 days' wing journey of our home the tempest began and brought us almost to a standstill. We tried to battle against it, but our efforts were vain. Then we rose, according to Limanoran custom, into the higher atmosphere where is usually found perfect calm and perfect freedom from cloud and storm, but the fury of the disturbance seemed to be miles deep. The upper air was as thick and turbulent as the lower. Our troubles culminated in disaster to my wing appendages. I was never expert in their management, but in the baffling storm I grew helpless and in my despair let them beat almost unguided. The result was irreparable injury to the left wing and such an obstruction to the movement of the right as made it unmanageable. I felt my heart sink, for I saw that I must soon fall into the ocean below and be dashed to pieces or drown. Thyriel looked down and saw my peril. In a flash of thought she abandoned all she carried except for her chest and shoulder engines, and swooping down towards me, caught me as I fell. An upward sweep of the wind aided in her efforts, and she buoyed me up till I had recovered energy and heart. Then she told me what she meant to do. For a time I would not be persuaded and prayed that I might be abandoned to my fate, but she would not hear of such a thing. By the force of her will I soon gave way and nestled, as I had often done when learning to fly, in the hollow between her wings. Before the storm she let herself go, and I could feel we were moving almost as swiftly as if we had been in our own faleena. It was useless for her, she showed me, to fight against the wind, especially after she had thrown away the apparatus for quickly renewing the power of her engines. After a time I saw how much she labored under her burden, and I sent promptly into the gulf beneath all I had carried, my broken wings, my engines, and my stores of sustenance. I felt that her spirit protested, but she said nothing, and I was relieved to feel that we were rising instead of falling. She grew more buoyant and was even able to spare magnetism enough to put heart into me. The course she had taken so promptly was the only one that could have saved both of us. She might have weathered the storm alone, and then found her way back to Limanora. But as it was, she knew that the tempest would bear us, if she could keep us both high above the earth, right across the long narrow cloud of New Zealand. She felt by her bodily magnetism that we were approaching it, and while it was still daylight we came within reach of it. She, seeing that we were evidently coasting its southern shores, but too far off to make them with her exhausted powers, grew afraid that we would be blown far off to the south again and thus missing our resting place, for we could see the coasts round northwards. Happily at this juncture the wind suddenly veered round to the southwest, and we were swept before it in the twilight into a deep fjord. Our hearts were glad to feel that soon we would touch the earth and rest. I was tempestuously elated, for I felt by the beat of her heart and the quick short breaths she drew, that she was near the end of her powers. We were close to a precipice and I was eagerly preparing to leap from her back, when she seemed suddenly to collapse. I fell through the air, and then knew no more till I awakened in your hut. What became of Riallaro puzzled me for long, but I am persuaded that after seeing me drawn by you safely to land, she went off before favouring the wind towards Limanora for help. That she has been so long troubles my thoughts deeply at times, but I believe that she will return for me, if only I rest here long enough. I dare not leave the place long, lest she should come in my absence, and the solitude and your gentle silence soothe me in my weary meditation. End of chapter 14. Epilogue of Limanora, The Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We felt guiltily conscious as he came to this close of his narrative. But we had not the heart to hint what we thought might have become of her. Almost 3 years had passed before his narrative reached the point of contact with our lives. He now became restless and jaded and flitted in and out amongst us like a ghost. For days he vanished in the bush, and again we thought he had finally disappeared. But he ever returned, more restless and yet more gentle. We could not bear to see his agony and yearning, and at last proposed that we should hire or purchase a small steamer, and under his guidance make for Riallaro. He was long reluctant, but after months of hope deferred resigned himself to the enterprise. Traum and I made for the nearest port and brought our purchase round to our fjord, well provisioned and equipped for a tropical voyage. Some was left by our huts and our mind to guard our interests, but still more to watch for the advent of any messenger from the strange land within the circle of mist. The rest of us set out with our guest in search of his home. Nothing happened to our expedition beyond the usual mishaps of tropical seas. A tornado made us take refuge within an uninhabited atoll. In its harbour our craft was safe enough, but it took all our powers to hold on to the scanty herbage that clung to the reef and prevent our being blown into the ocean beyond. Once or twice we had an awkward incident with sharks, and once we came too close to an island whose shore swarmed with threatening savages. They sprang into their canoes and made for us, but our steam enabled us to outdistance them with ease. Our stranger knew the exact latitude and longitude of Riallaro. He could point out its place on a map with confidence that made us feel we were about to enter with him into the mysterious archipelago. We sailed straight for the western side of the ring of mist, but never did we encounter any such feature as he had described to us. Once or twice we thought we saw an extended haze on the horizon and made for it, but it vanished as we approached. It was only the mirage of the ocean. Weeks and weeks we steamed around and over the region, but not a trace of the great archipelago or its nebulous fence did we find. Even our guide at last fell into silent bewilderment. He could not believe that it had all disappeared like a dream, unless, as we fancied, the subterranean forces had blown it into space. Nor could he mistrust his senses or his knowledge. What to think of it he did not venture to decide. He lay in stupor and silence for days. But we knew that within a few weeks began the season of hurricanes, and we determined to make back for our shelter in the southern fjord. He reluctantly consented to our persuasion, after making us promise that we should return again to search for his lost paradise. In the meantime he would be able to study the charts of the region, and define the knowledge of it more exactly. He knew by heart its relations to the sun and the stars, and with study he could tell the very place where to follow our search. As it was, he had doubtless made some mistake, and he would rectify it in the interval of rest. Without mishap or obstructive weather we got back into the shadow of our mountains, and one day of brilliant sunshine we sailed into the fjord. Som was on the shore to welcome us. He had no news to give. No one had been near the place since we had left. But he had had to make into a neighbouring sound in order to supply his empty larder, and as the wind seemed to favour his trip, he had brought the masts and sails of our boat out of our cave. Our guest paced up to our hut as in a dream, seeming to hear and see nothing around him. We let him find his way alone, whilst we beached and dismantled our little steamer. In our bustle of work we had forgotten him. Suddenly a strange, scarcely human cry awakened our attention. We rushed up the steep pathway and found him lying in trance by the mouth of the cave, stretched upon the wings that we had cast into our lumber hole when we rescued him from the water. Som had had to turn them out to get at the sails and cordage of the boat, and had forgotten to return them to their place. They were cobwebbed and covered with lichen and mould, yet the transparency of them in spots gathered the rays of the sun upon the herbage underneath. We raised him from his resting place and carried him into our spare hut. There we tried to bring him back to consciousness, but our efforts were vain. There was life in him, we were certain, yet there was scarcely a sign of it in movement or breath, only a fragment of the wings held to the mouth showed a trace of moisture. So we left him for the night, remembering that it was long before he recovered from the first trance in which we had found him. We wrapped him round with warm clothing, and placed him comfortably on a soft bed of fern, put food and drink near him, so that if he awakened, he should know that we thought of him and were near. The next morning at daybreak I rose, and the incident of the previous evening rushed into my mind. I made for the hut, expecting to find him recovered and asleep, but I found no human being there. The wrappings had fallen on either side of the fern lair. The bowls of meat and drink were almost empty, but there were evident marks of the claws and beaks of birds in them. We searched for him in the bush for days, but we never found track of him. The only sign of his movements was that the wings were gone. Whether he had adjusted them to his body and flown into the air, or buried them in the sea, we could not discover. There clings to our thoughts the fancy that he faded away into the azure under the blow of assurance that Riallaro was gone forever. We kept our eyes on the alert for years after, as we went prospecting through the forest, and slowly the thought lurking in our minds passed into the assured belief that his ethereal texture had melted into the air at death, that the earth received none of his material atoms when his energy fled from its surface. It is only now, when we are sure that he has gone from our orb, that we venture on giving his story to the rest of mankind. We know no better memorial to him, and no better form for our gratitude than to let others know what he gave us, to let others feel what has passed into our own lives as an imperishable memory. End of Epilogue. End of Limanora, the Island of Progress by Godfrey Sweven.